entire season, defenses are going to start to get a beat on where you want to go with the ball and take some of that away. But I thought the offensive line, by and large, looked really good. They didn't have to pass protect for all that long. Keelan Rutledge didn't have, he didn't have any real tough tasks necessarily, just with the way that drive unfolded. Yeah. But for what he was supposed to do, I thought he did it really well. Yeah. Like, so far, the arrow's still pointing way up on Keelan Rutledge.
All right, we still have a bunch to get to, and we need to get to what Seth just talked about at the quarterback position. Yeah, the Texans got pushed potentially into a precarious spot for a preseason game last night at quarterback. I feel bad for Graham Mertz, but we'll hit that. We'll hit a couple more winners and losers from last night's game. We got to hit this Jaden Daniels story at some point. I don't know if we'll get to it in the next segment, but I've never seen more social media furor and conjecture and back and forth over somebody's number in college. It's the dumbest thing ever. So we'll get to that. We'll do all of that coming up next. By the way, we didn't hit any of the Astros in the Open, but when we do hit baseball Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. I want to tell you about West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land right now, and it's a great place to go shop for your next luxury vehicle. Ruben Mendoza is the GM there. Chris Poulos, the owner. I had lunch with Chris earlier this week, and it's always fun to talk football, but also talk business with him because he's got a couple thriving dealerships going right now. One of them is West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. If you are in the market for a new Lincoln, if you haven't driven the Lincolns yet, I highly recommend going down there to Sugar Land and test driving it. If you want them to come to you, maybe you got a busy schedule, they're happy to do that. That's what Effortless is all about. Effortless luxury at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. The selection of vehicles is phenomenal. They've got Lincoln Aviators. They've got Lincoln Navigators. They've got Lincoln Nautilus. They've got over 1,000 new and certified pre-owned vehicles on the lot waiting for you right there at the Southwest Freeway in the Kirkwood intersection. So you can check them out online. Hey, Sean, where do I find the inventory? How do I get in touch with them? WestPointSales.com. WestPointSales.com. You go to any other website and you're Googling West Point, you're going to the wrong place. WestPointSales.com, or check them out in person. Southwest Freeway, Kirkwood intersection. It's West Point, Lincoln, and Sugar Land. Tell them you heard about it on the all-new 95.7 The Fan.
Texans 2026 preseason kicked off with a loss to the Chargers.
Mills gets the snap on 3rd and goal from the 5, throws right side, caught, touchdown, Jared Wayne.
We're not going to show everything we're capable of in preseason. We'll save that for week 1 versus Buffalo, but we like what we have. We're excited to see how it keeps evolving.
Insider access, exclusive content, crystal clear FM quality. Your home of the Texans is 95.7 The Fan.
All right, you guys know we've talked plenty this week about the switchover from an AM transmitter to an FM transmitter. I feel like it's a very easy analogy for you if, for you biologically, you guys out there, if you've been operating with an AM transmitter below the waist and you're like, oh, well, I guess this is how it is. We have droppages in service. We have fallouts, things like that. You guys know what I'm talking about. If you want to be operating with the figurative 100,000 watts of sheer power and clarity, Blue Chew Gold. That's right, Blue Chew Gold. Let's talk about Blue Chew, the #1 brand for better action in the bedroom. Blue Chew just dropped something crazy, and it's Blue Chew Gold. Blue Chew has given over 5 million men the confidence where it counts, and now they also target the arousal where it starts, and that's in the brain. 4-in-1 revolutionary upgrade. Blue Chew Gold is amazing. 2 ingredients to attack below the waist, 2 ingredients to attack the brain, arousal, desire for that all-around experience. Blue Chew Gold's incredible, and right now I've got a great deal going on for my listeners.
Payne and Pendergast is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
A couple texts before we jump back in. Text message. The defense looked lost, like they didn't know where to be or what they were supposed to be doing. I will say this. Mike McDaniel is the OC for the Chargers now, and we make fun of him a lot on this show. But he is a pretty astute play caller. Like, he's a smart offensive guy.
Yeah.
So there's probably an element of Mike McDaniel, like, licking his chops that there's a bunch of third stringers out there on defense.
That is, and that's where I think, like, sometimes what gets looked at as a lack of energy or passion or anything is just, especially on the defensive side of the ball, it's confusion. And, D'Amico says it all the time. The more you're thinking, the slower you are. You gotta just know what you're doing and get there. And I'm not making excuses for them at all, because there's an element to playing in a preseason game where you got to just let it go. And look, all right, like, everything might not be perfect, but you got to show up. You got to show up and hit people, especially on this team.
Yep.
And that's where that first defensive line that was out there. I mean, Solomon Byrd was destroying people.
He was pumped.
Dylan Horton had
turned.
that first tackle, but it was partly because Solomon Byrd just destroyed the guy in front of him.
Yeah.
Those guys were whipping people. But some of the cornerbacks coming up on setting the edge, some of the defensive ends later in the game, it started to fall off.
Well, we'll play J.J. Watt a little later in the show. We had J.J. For those who missed it yesterday, J.J. was the first guest ever in the new era of 95.7 The Fan. He came on and talked to Seth and I for about 20 minutes yesterday, and basically talking about himself as a rookie, said what you just said about the defense right now, which is, I'm out there I'm thinking about everything. I'm trying to do everything perfect, and until I decided to just go play, that's when the light went on for me.
Right, yeah. And it's it's a hard balance though too, because you're also getting crushed in meetings for the errors you do make.
Right. We got a lot of texts coming in about the signal and people super excited about us being on FM now. We'll read some of those in a little bit. But let's get to this. This was the other news coming out of last night's game. It looks like Graham Mertz may be out.
Yeah.
Graham Mertz was scrambling to his right. Kind of did what we're talking about, where he kind of got in between his steps and figuring out what to do. Actually made a football mistake, and then it's the end of the half, and he cuts back inside with one timeout left.
I know it was. You know what it reminded me of is Davis Mills' rookie year. He had a play. It was down on the sideline towards us. It was on the near sideline towards the press box, and he was about to run out of bounds, and he just stopped and got crushed. It just got destroyed. Yeah. I don't know what he was thinking.
Yeah.
That was when he was rookie. Yeah, Graham Mertz just, like, in a moment of indecision, kind of just froze his feet and looks like probably twisted his foot the wrong way, and that's probably it for him for the season.
We'll see. Here was D'Amico Ryans with an update after the game.
For the update on Mertz, he was running there towards the opponent's sideline, and unfortunately, non-contact, and I think we're evaluating him. We right now is looking at a knee injury, ACL, so we'll see, get that update to see what happens.
Yeah, he's almost 100% for sure done.
You can tell by the react. He's torn an ACL before, and you see that, guys, when they get their second one, and you can read the reaction.
Well, yeah, and you don't need for a lot of ACLs, you don't need an MRI. You need an MRI to confirm everything, but the tests they do on the field, the trainers know immediately.
You know that. You've torn your ACL.
It sucks.
Yeah.
Because they get that look on their face.
Yep.
And you're like, hey, bro.
Yeah.
Wait. Why don't we wait for the MRI?
Right.
Bro.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Yeah.
Ooh, you with your working knee ligaments.
Just because you jostled my knee a little bit, you think you know?
I feel bad for Graham Mertz. And in the postgame show, if you had told me going into yesterday's game, hey, in the postgame show, you're going to be shopping for quarterbacks, where you're going to be Googling what free agent quarterbacks are out there. Yeah. Clint made the interesting point. Now, look, he's the third string quarterback, so it's not like all of a sudden you're shopping in this aisle where this guy's got to play for us or whatever. You basically need this guy just to be able to take reps to get you through these preseason games and get you through training camp. But Clint did make an interesting point, which is they're probably going to want somebody who's played in this system before. Yeah. Because they may need to play in preseason games here. And obviously take some snaps and make sure you're running at least somewhat coherent offense to be able to evaluate everybody else.
Funny you should say that.
Jimmy Garoppolo
and Driscoll Cat.
Oh, I know the Drizzy Cat is on the
Jeff
list. Yeah, we
Driscoll's
saw
out
that.
there. I look, Spot Rack only has 5 free agent quarterbacks listed, so we can go through the whole list.
Yeah, ChatGPT.
Russell Wilson. There's no way in hell he's coming in to play third-string quarterback.
There's no way they're going to pay him more than CBS is paying.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yep.
John Wolford.
Yeah.
Brett Rippon.
Brett Rippon, okay, yeah.
And one of the illustrious Rippon clan. And Jeff Driscoll.
Jeff Driscoll. The list that I saw, ChatGPT gave me a list of about 10 names. One of them on there was Jake Haener, and our boss Parker told me that he thought he had read that the Texans may have kicked tires on Jake Haener at some point. It's a third stringer, so we'll see. But they need a quarter. I mean, it's C.J. Stroud and Davis Mills. They need another quarterback.
No,
here.
and that is, man. Look. I know it shouldn't be a big deal, but psychologically, there's something about when you get taken out of a preseason game, your brain kind of shuts down. And
Davis had to go back in.
And then all of a sudden wind the brain back up and go back in. And even if Davis would have been involved on the sideline and everything on the headset, but so when I say your brain shuts down, your body kind of shuts down.
Sure.
Because I had to go in late once. We had a spate of injuries all of a sudden in the preseason game. And I had to go in the fourth quarter after I'd been done since the first half. I've never been more terrified in my life. I'm like, I am not ready for this.
It's like you just woke up and had to go play a football game. Yeah.
It felt like it almost felt like the dreams you have where you show up naked to a speech or something.
Yeah.
I'm totally unprepared for this.
Mine is because I skipped a lot of class in college. The dream that I've been cursed with for the rest of my life, like once a month, is that I have a final today and I haven't been to the class all semester.
Oh, yeah.
That's a bad one.
I've done that.
That's a bad one. No, let's see.
I was in intro to this is when I decided I wasn't going to be pre-med no more.
Yeah.
Nor English. It was a huge intro to chemistry for science majors.
Yeah.
Like a 500-person class, and I hadn't gone to class all semester. But I'm like, you know what? I'm going to give this the old college try.
No, you went and took the final?
In. They have it at Barton Hall. This huge hall is like our indoor field house, and so like all these people are at tables taking the final. And I got about 20 minutes into it because I'd looked at some of the chapter reviews.
Sure.
Which for chemistry just doesn't work.
Yeah, no.
So we got about 20 minutes into this test. It takes about 2.5 hours to finish.
And you're like, nah.
And I very confidently set my pen down or pencil down.
Oh my
stood
God.
up and walked confidently out. And the looks of shock on people's faces, they looked at me like I was Goodwill Hunting.
Yeah.
They thought that I had just aced this test.
Oh, yeah.
And I just did. I walked out like Vince McMahon swaggering.
That's great.
Straight to the bar.
Yes. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, the dumbest story of the week, which we will probably hit at least twice on the show today, this Jaden Daniels story, in which Jaden Daniels' attorney informed LSU that it can no longer use his name, image, or likeness. They sent him a letter. They sent a letter to the LSU AD. At the center of the dispute, according to the statement from Daniels' spokesperson, is that the Tigers are allowing sophomore cornerback DJ Pickett to wear Daniels' number 5 that he wore in his Heisman Trophy winning season.
He's claiming ownership of the number 5.
Yes. I own that.
This is going to throw the entire economy into a tizzy, Sean.
If
he starts going after anything other than LSU.
The jokes were really funny yesterday. There's a sign, 5 guys at the restaurant.
Yeah.
Changed to 4 guys. They're like, in deference to Jaden Daniels and out of respect to the number 5.
Nobody's allowed to do a high 5 anymore.
Terry McLaurin giving Jaden Daniels a high 4.
That's stepping on Dusty Baker's territory.
That's
there.
true.
A co-inventor of the high 5.
Here's the statement. The Daniels family is deeply disappointed and feels profoundly disrespected by LSU's decision to give Jaden's number to another player. They gave his number 5 to DJ Pickett, a cornerback on the team. He's a sophomore. Apparently, he'd been promised number 5 in recruiting by Brian Kelly. And then when he got there, Brian Kelly's like, nope, here's 3. Big shock. Brian Kelly didn't keep a promise.
Yeah.
And then when Lane Kiffin got there, Lane Kiffin's like, oh, you're promised 5? Okay, well, here you go. Here's 5. And Lane Kiffin's got no ties to Jaden Daniels. Brian Kelly coached Jaden Daniels, so he was probably trying to finesse the situation. But DJ Pickett did media yesterday, and he said, I was promised 5. I'm not giving it up.
About the number situation. With a number my whole life since I was 4 years old. It's a number I was promised. And I wish Jaden the best. Good player. He did real good here, so That's all.
That's all.
Yeah. No,
I
and
was
somebody
promised
might
a
say,
number.
like, hey, man, what's the big deal? Oh, it's just a number. To which DJ Pickett could reply, yeah. What's the big deal?
Right.
What are we doing here?
I was
I'm not
promised
doing,
it.
yeah, like, this is my number, and I'm wearing it, and good luck to you, Jaden Daniels.
I think I
If I were a Commanders fan, you'd be in that spot where in that spot where you uncomfortably want to stand up for your own player, but you're like,
yeah, we rooted for James Harden for all those years.
What are we doing?
Yes.
This is what we're talking about?
Yeah.
This is what our quarterback is concerned about?
Yes.
As he's coming off an injury-marred season,
Not just worried about, lawyering up about.
Yeah.
Like, he's got attorneys involved in this.
He's got a chip on his shoulder. What is it? What's the chip? He's profoundly disrespected that his alma mater gave his number 5 to another player.
I already think number retirement and things like that. You and I are the same mind on this. We're both anti-number retirement.
Especially in college football, there's just too many damn
There's
players
100
on
guys
the
on
team.
it. There's literally 100 guys.
There's 100
on
guys on the team, and it's absurd.
It's so
absurd.
stupid. It is so stupid. So we'll have some more audio on that later. That might show up in Take a Mania as well a couple of times. There were some real hot takes on this thing yesterday. This Jaden Daniels thing. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you live here on 95.7 The Fan. Let's do some headlines coming up next. We'll circle back to the Texans. Astros are beginning their most important homestand of the season here. We'll get to that. Little NFL news, little NBA news. Rocket schedule dropped yesterday. We'll get to all that coming up next, but let me get you guys fed right now with the best burger in town, and that's Beck's Prime. Beck's Prime, best burger in town. Best of the best, according to the Chronicle. That mesquite smell that wafts from the Kirby location up to the balcony of the building that I live in, and I smell it every day, and it's a miracle I don't weigh 8 jillion pounds because I would eat 10 of those things if I could. Instead, I settle for 1, sometimes 2 when I go there. So good. The menu's great. The kids' menu is awesome. It's a great place to bring your family. Beck's Prime. There's 8 locations around town. If you live out in Katy, the one in Katy is amazing because they've got a full bar. You can get beer and wine at any of the Beck's Prime locations. The one in Katy has a full bar, an expanded menu with, like sports bar type stuff on there. But every Beck's Prime has the burgers. They've got the Cobb salads. They got the fajitas, the steaks.
He wants to come out of that game thinking like, oh boy, what am I gonna do? Yeah. I got all these glass eaters out there.
Yep.
No, these guys are eating tofu.
Right,
bunch of tofu eaters.
Exactly. There is one rookie we haven't gotten to yet, and I think people are very anxious to hear your opinion on him. We'll do this at the top of the hour at 7 o'clock. Caden McDonald.
Yeah.
He played a lot last night.
Yeah.
So we'll do that at 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
Because I want you to do a deeper dive than the time we have right now. So we'll do that at 7 o'clock. And D'Amico gave his assessment of Caden McDonald, the second-round pick out of Ohio State. Astros, Seth, tonight start a 9-game homestand. This is the opportunity here for the Astros to really put some daylight between them and the rest of this division right now. They do have a 2-game lead. They picked up a half game last night because the Rangers lost. So they've got a 2-game lead, and they've got 3 against the Mariners, 3 against the Angels, 3 against the A's, all at home over the next 10 or 11 days.
Yeah.
There's a huge stretch
you can I don't want to say you can win the division this week, obviously, but you can put some daylight that's going to be hard for any of the teams in this division because they're all laggards to reclaim that space that you create.
Yes.
So if you're genuinely look a wild card team winning this meager division, whatever. If you're a team that can actually make a push in the playoffs, take care of business versus these bad baseball teams.
Yeah, you got to. They've not done a good job of that. And by the way, you talk about hey they can win the division. During the postgame show last night, our boss Parker turned to me and said, well, Astros won the division tonight. And I said, why? The Rangers lost. It was just a half a game. Jacob deGrom left the game in the second inning. So that's two. They've lost Uvalde and Jacob deGrom.
Yeah.
The Rangers have. So the Rangers are the team that's closest to the Astros right now, but they're struggling. 2 of their main pieces of their starting rotation are banged up. So let's just put this division away, man. Put this division away. Go 7-2. In this homestand.
That's all we ask.
That's what I'm asking.
7-2. Is that so hard?
Against 3 bad teams. I don't think it's a lot to ask. Terry and Arnold, the former Detroit Lions cornerback who the Texans worked out, who is sitting on 8 felonies right now that he was arrested for. He's obviously got legal issues coming up that he's got to deal with. Signs with the Seahawks yesterday.
Yeah.
So ended up not signing with the Texans. Texans were the first team to work him out after the Lions cut him in the wake of his legal troubles.
Kidnapping, having 4 counts of kidnapping is the one that sounds the worst.
What's worse, kidnapping or robbery?
Kidnapping, by far, because this is the thing. You never want to be in a position where you have to explain, well, no. They were adults that I kidnapped.
Right.
People know that you're kidnapping, and you're going to go to the worst possible scenario. This guy's cruising around parks or something. And no. They were innocent adults.
And I didn't really, like when you kidnap, the connotation there is you took them. They were really there already, and we just held them captive.
And there was no ransom. We weren't asking for a ransom.
Right.
We just beat the crap out of these kids, allegedly, and these adults, and asked for stolen goods that they didn't actually have.
Literally.
That's the other little wrinkle is like, why'd you kidnap them? Well, it turns out we actually kidnapped the wrong dudes.
Wrong guys.
Yeah.
And what else did you? We pistol whipped them. They did. Yeah. They pistol whipped them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
One of the guys.
You don't hear about a lot of pistol whippings anymore.
Well, at least one of the guys had a gun put in his mouth.
Yes.
Now, Terry Arnold, though, was waiting in a car outside.
Tyrion wasn't in the apartment when all that was going on.
If what you're looking for is managerial ability, he was the overseer
he was
of
the
all
mastermind.
this. Allegedly.
He was the mastermind of this scheme that everybody got caught.
Yeah.
Rocket schedule out real quick. Season opens Wednesday, October 21st at home against the Mavericks. If you're wondering, marquee value for the Rockets. We talked about how they're not on Christmas Day this year. They were last year. Last year they had 28 nationally televised games. This year, 21.
That's it. Chips on my shoulder.
Yep.
I'm ready to go, man. You know what?
Yeah. So I've been saying Seth needs to get a little more chippy
get my
about
Fred VanVleet jersey
basketball.
right now.
Yes. All right. Into the 7 o'clock hour we go. All right, we mentioned it. One rookie we haven't mentioned yet, who was the one rookie that had all the draft experts saying the Texans crushed it in the draft this year. How did Caden McDonald do last night? And J.J. Watt was on with us yesterday to celebrate the first day of the new station. He was the first guest in the history of 95.7 The Fan. Some good stuff from J.J. on struggles in his rookie year, Jadeveon Clowney and his assessment. What's the ceiling for Will Anderson Jr.? You'll hear what we discussed with J.J. Watt yesterday coming up next.
Ability trees. Have a chip on your shoulder. There's these hurricanes. They're coming for your trees. You better put a chip on your tree's shoulder by Colin. They've got shoulders, Sean. I don't even understand. Do you even know trees? Sean's making a tree shoulder thing. No, honestly, it's hurricane season, and we're about to get into the really active part of hurricane season. You want to be sure your trees are ready. You call Lewis Flory Ability Trees. Lewis has been Houston's tree care expert for decades. He's going to come out to your place, take a look at your trees, spot a lot of problems.
Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KIKK-FM, KILT-AM Houston. Your home for the Texans. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, welcome in. Welcome into the 7 o'clock hour here on Payne and Pendergast. I say welcome in because similar to what I said at the top of the 6 o'clock hour, probably a lot of people that get in their cars at 7 o'clock driving in, and they're hearing us in crystal clear HD, in crystal clear FM for the first time this morning.
That's right.
95.7 The Fan.
Yeah, I was listening to my car yesterday, and it was it's amazing how much different the quality is.
It's incredible. It's something I've noticed it, I guess, before, but now that it's our station and we're personally invested in it, it's tied to our success.
Yeah.
I felt it more acutely yesterday as I was leaving here and I heard In the Loop, and then driving to the stadium yesterday for the Texans game, I was listening to Clint and Ron, and it is a big difference. Mm-hmm. It does affect the listening experience.
Yeah, it was. We've talked to people from other markets that have switched over to FM, and they'll tell us about what a big difference it makes and everything.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of like, whatever. It was like somebody was telling me about how great computers were going to be back in the day. I'm like, we'll see about that.
Yeah.
I'm going to hang on. I like doing my Texas by hand.
And you went back to your abacus, and you're like, whatever.
Yeah.
But you're a believer now.
I'm a believer.
Yep.
I'm a late adopter.
Yeah. Yep. You're an FM truther now. So we appreciate everybody tuning in. A lot of texts on it still. People amazed at the sound quality of. Those are the funniest ones to me. Are not just the people that are super excited about how we sound, but are so excited it makes it sound like they're listening to FM radio for the first time ever.
Right.
Like in any format. Like it's almost like those videos that you see of little kids who are hearing impaired, and they get the little hearing aids put in their ears, and they're able to hear people for the first time.
Yeah.
That's what I picture our listeners being.
That's how they're crying. Just like when you watch those videos, you start crying.
I cry all the time at those.
Yeah. Like they're tearing up in their cars right now.
I cry at those. I cry at military parents coming home and surprising their kids.
Reunifications, those
are tough.
That's good stuff.
Walk-ons getting scholarships in college sports.
Yeah.
That makes me cry a lot.
Are you any more cynical about that now that it's also like, all right, we have plus now they're going to make like $600,000 a year?
Oh, that's a good question. Have I even watched one since NIL?
Since NIL began, yeah.
I can't remember the last one I watched.
It's like, hey, now you got a scholarship, and the kid's like, I was already making $200,000 in endorsements anyway.
Speaking for Bob's Quickie Mart over here, yeah. So those make me cry. I would say the videos that don't make me cry, but they make me feel like I'm rooting for like an 80s, like a kid in an 80s movie, are when the bullies get their comeuppance in videos.
Oh, any kind of a fight where it's the guy that really, really doesn't want to fight, and somebody else is just a loudmouth, provoking everything, and then all of a sudden he gets his just desserts.
The loudmouth gets dropped like a bad habit. I like that. Text message, displaced Houstonian in here up north in Illinois, but was talking to one of my best friends down in Houston last night. He had no clue about you guys switching to FM. He was telling me how he has Sirius XM radio to listen to. He listens to Mad Dog because he couldn't get the signal anymore because he'd moved out to Northwest Harris County. So he was one of these victims of static and dropouts that we had talked about. I told him that I had good news. Sent him a screenshot of 95.7 The Fan logo. As for me, I'll have to stick to the Odyssey app, but all is well. Go Astros. Go Texans.
Yeah.
Go Rockets.
For all of those of you tried to escape the congestion of inside one of our 17 loops, but had to forsake Payne and Pendergast and the rest of those guys.
Yes.
No, you can have your cake and eat it too.
Your prison term is over. You've got us back. Yes. Keep texting in. Text if you're listening to us for the first time this morning in crystal clear FM radio. Text in. Tell us how we sound. 713-572-4610. Here was D'Amico Ryans last night following last night's loss to the Chargers on rookie defensive tackle, second-round pick, Caden McDonald.
I have to look at the film to see it up close and see how he did. But overall, I thought we got him some good, valuable reps. He needs to get as many reps as possible, to continue to improve his game and improve, our style of play.
Yeah, that's kind of like
ringing endorsement.
Somebody
right
asked
there.
my wife after one of our interludes. They're like, "Oh, so what happened?" Well, we completed the task. Seth got a lot of reps. Probably needs more. I'd prefer more, but yeah,
That's what it was
happened. Like. How was Seth yesterday after your date night? Stuff happened.
Okay, I need to hear that cut again after that analogy. Bryson, play that cut one more time. Here's D'Amico Ryans on rookie defensive tackle Caden McDonald.
I have to look at the film to see it up close and see how he did. But overall, I thought we got him some good, valuable reps. He needs to get as many reps as possible, right, to continue to improve his game and improve, our style of play.
The film sessions with Brandy are rough, man. She is a tough critic.
Yeah.
She's an old school coach.
Yeah.
Just
you don't look forward to the film sessions, huh?
No. Whenever, sometimes I just love the confidence to be like, I don't even have to watch the film. I know that was incredible.
That's
That was okay. So going back to the subject at hand.
Right.
He was asked how did Caden McDonald do, and he got the valuable reps that he needs.
Got to look at the film. That's always a good way to kick the can down the road.
Right. Which is true, especially with interior linemen. It's hard to say much from the sideline. But I thought that Caden had some really nice reps where he got what D'Amico has talked about wanting to get out of Caden McDonald, like knockback. All right, he knocked back the guard. But he also got blocked a good chunk of times, or a couple times where he got blocked downfield. And I think if you look at him versus the other guys who were taken in the first 2 rounds on this team, Keelan Rutledge and Marlon Klein, D'Amico will gush about those guys. And with Caden, it's been a lot of like, hey, he's working hard. Yep, he's got and he's going to be a slower buildup for him. And I think that I totally see the potential for him to be a really powerful defensive tackle. It's just he looks like what JJ talked about yesterday. He just looked like he's thinking about a lot of things and he's working on his technique, and he's just not really all that fluid or automatic right now.
Yeah. And he's playing against big grown men for the first time,
Kind of.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where the first team offensive line did a good job, and I thought Keelan Rutledge did well. They were blocking, at times, undrafted rookie free agents, too. I saw one nice rep of Keelan Rutledge, and I was like, okay, let me look this guy up. And I'm looking further and further to the right on the depth chart. Oh, okay, undrafted rookie free agent. So some of these preseason games are glorified Senior Bowls, and so you got to take the success with a grain of salt. The failures you can attach a little bit more importance to because, hey, they're playing against college kids a lot of the time.
Right.
And you should be more dominant than that if you're playing against college kids.
Yep. I'm not pessimistic or anything about Caden McDonald, but it's been a slower burn with him than some of these other guys.
And he's in a position group where they've got 4 bona fide starters in that room already.
Yes.
So for Caden, Caden came in and he didn't know what he didn't know, but he got up at his press conference at OTAs or his availability, and he said his goals were first team All-Pro and defensive rookie of the year.
Yeah.
All right, man. All right, cool. It's good to have lofty goals and everything, but I got to know that you know what you're getting into here and the kind of work you have to put in to get there.
Yep.
Because you're nowhere close to it right now.
Right.
So let's work on starting at some point, and that's not going to happen anytime soon. Tommy Togiai, they're very happy with Sheldon Rankins and Tommy Togiai.
Well, here's the thing. Like you said, that room right now, Sheldon Rankins, Tommy Togiai, Naquan Jones had a good game last night.
Yeah.
He made a couple plays, and this team likes him. He came in late last year. Mario Edwards is probably the other defensive lineman you're referring to here. Those are 4.
Did you mention Logan Hall?
No, I didn't mention Logan Hall. Yeah, so Logan Hall also.
Naquan is one kind of like a friend. I wouldn't say that he's necessarily a starter on a lot of teams. Those other 4 guys are going to start on a lot of teams. In the NFL.
And I guess I was thinking of Naquan last night making some plays and Logan Hall kind of being able to play all over. Either way, your point is valid in that they've got a lot of bodies there that have played in the NFL and are probably going to make this team. So I'm mentally preparing Texan fans right now and draft experts who were over the moon about the Texans trading up to get Caden McDonald, and I'm still bullish on it as well. It was a good move. He'll probably, if they had to play a week 1 game right now, he's on the 53-man roster. They're not cutting him. He's a second-round pick. he will be inactive.
He might
the first
be.
week.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's
prepare yourself.
Yeah, and I think for now, like, and he can work his way up the depth chart. There's time, and and I totally see the potential in it. It's just that he's not as ready for the NFL right this moment. Like Marlon Klein and Keelan Rutledge were out there in the first quarter, and then we didn't see him again.
Right.
And McDonald was out there a lot longer than that.
He needed the reps. D'Amico just said that. He needed the reps. So I would just say right now, if you're listening right now and on game day against the Bills, Caden McDonald is a healthy scratch, I don't want you acting like this came out of nowhere. Mm-hmm. We warned you on August 14th that this is the likelihood that all those vets are going to make it because they know what they're doing. They're good players, or at least they're serviceable for what D'Amico wants to do. And Caden McDonald's not there yet.
Right. But this is like it's I think with defensive tackles, sometimes people think like, oh, you just got to be a big body and soak up space. There's a lot more to it than that, and there's a lot of technique that goes into it. And you see this out of a lot of good defensive tackles early in their rookie season. It's an adjustment, and it's nothing to panic about or anything. But for setting expectations, he's not as far along in terms of being ready for NFL action as those other guys are right now.
No. And here's the thing, folks. Even the greatest defensive player of the last 20 years had struggles. Oh. No, you predated that. Okay. You were the best.
That's true.
You were the best of the late 90s. I was trying to be respectful. I want to make sure that it butted up against the end of your career. J.J. Watt, he was on with us yesterday. He talked about this very thing. Struggling now.
Well, he had presented it as like he was talking about how he said he sucked the first half of his rookie season.
And a little hyperbolic.
He sucked by his standards,
right.
But he was still. But there was a lot of promise, but he wasn't. He turned it on midway through his rookie season, and that's when he really started to look like a future defensive MVP.
Yeah, and he described what that process was for him to go from struggling as a rookie to becoming a future 3-time Defensive Player of the Year.
You're trying to do everything perfect because you're coming into a new situation with a new coaching staff and being taught a way to play the game, and you want to do everything right. And I was used to how we taught it at Wisconsin and how we played it at Wisconsin. And I come down to Houston, and of course, it's a new coach, it's a new system, and everything is faster, everything is more explosive, the offensive lines are better and more experienced. And all I wanted to do was impress my coaches and teammates. So every step I wanted to be perfect. Every hand placement I wanted to be perfect. And as you know from playing, you can't be thinking all the time because that's not how you got where you are. And so about halfway through my rookie season, I finally had to be like, hey man, like just let yourself be the player that you know you can be. You're going to still make mistakes, but at least make mistakes going 100 miles an hour and letting everything loose as opposed to trying to be perfect every step of the way. And that really is what opened everything up for me, was saying, if I'm going to fail, at least I'm going to fail leaving it all on the field and not trying to be a playbook player.
Yeah. The one thing, I think all of that is relevant for Caden McDonald. And I told, JJ, I could relate to that as a rookie too. I went through the same thing. But I think for Caden, the one thing that I wonder about is he doesn't have naturally quick feet. And I know when I tell people that, like I've talked to people about that out of training camp, and they kind of give me a glazed over look in their eyes. And I don't know. I think it's because they don't think of defensive tackles, like run-stuffing defensive tackles, as having quick feet. Right. It's we're not talking about Aaron Donald here, but like a guy like Vince Wilfork, he had really quick feet for a gigantic defensive tackle.
Yep.
Not everybody's going to have feet like that, and I'm not saying he's going to be Vince Wilfork, but he's like, that's the part where I don't know if some of that is just because he's uncomfortable with the technique, but that's something that's going to have to get better. And with reps, like D'Amico is saying, he needs reps. So I did see some good impressive things out of him last night. It's just he's also got to clean up some of the non-impressive plays.
Yep. So that was J.J. Watt talking about it.
You mentioned Naquan Jones' sack. Did you notice he came out of coverage to
I
do
did.
That?
He dropped it.
They dropped him into the little hook area there.
Yeah. I thought he had a good, good hip turn right there, getting back in coverage, and then and he was wearing number 91. So I was like, hey, is that old Sethers out there?
I did that. You know what? I tried to pull that crap, except it wasn't crap for him because it worked out. I did that. They dropped me into coverage versus the Eagles once, and I was doing a good job covering the running back because the running back's just, sitting there waiting. But Donovan McNabb started running towards the line of scrimmage. So, like, here I go. I'm going to Naquan Jones this bastard.
Yeah.
And boop, right over my head to the running back. Yeah.
You could. Oh, she lost her man in
coverage.
Because
I had no discipline in pass coverage.
Yeah, well, that was a good read by Naquan Jones last night because he dropped into coverage, kind of looked
nobody
around.
There. Everybody was all deep routes.
I'm going to go get Trey Lance. I'm going to drop him on his ass. Yeah.
Trey Lance. How much did the 49ers trade for Trey Lance?
They moved up from, I want to say, like 12 to 3.
Yeah.
And they gave up 2 first-round picks to move up.
2 first-round picks
to move up
for the eventual preseason game #1 starter for the LA Chargers.
He got a lot of reps.
He did.
He was the Caden McDonald of backup quarterbacks last night. Yeah, that's so crazy, man. Like, there's a lot of teams that would have torpedoed doing that trade. Say like the Cleveland Browns, traded 3 first-round picks for Deshaun Watson.
Well, and
they gave a lot of money to him too. But like, it actually says a lot about the Niners. That they make that trade and they're still able to make a Super Bowl after that.
And they'd already traded for Jimmy Garoppolo before that and given him a contract. That's why Kyle Shanahan does not waste too much energy wondering if he can do better than Brock Purdy. Because he's like, well, what are we going to do? Trade 3 more first-round picks and get somebody who's not as good as Brock Purdy? We're going to roll with Brock.
Yeah, and he's pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
He's pretty good. Here was J.J. Watt. J.J. Watt was a teammate of Jadeveon Clowney's when Clowney was drafted here back in 2014. J.J. Watt was already won Defensive Player of the Year award into his dominant run there when they drafted Clowney with the first overall pick. Clowney had talked at his press conference a week or 2 ago after he got signed here about how he had butted heads with Bill O'Brien, and I thought I was a pretty easygoing guy. I'm here to do whatever. So we asked J.J. yesterday, what was that like? You were around Clowney as a young player. What was that like, and what have you seen in terms of his maturation?
JD's a freak athlete, obviously, as we all know, as everybody knows. And he came in and he had that raw athleticism and that freakiness. And, I mean, this league is hard, especially when you're #1 overall pick and you have that pressure and everybody's looking at you as like, all right, let's see it. Show us it. That's not easy to handle. And then you're also dealing with all the money and everything that comes along with it. And there is a lot going on that is tough for a young man to handle. And yeah, he did a lot of great stuff. But I do think that it was cool to watch his press conference. Seth sent me his clips from the press conference the other day and to show me some of the stuff how he's talked about. And I think there's no question that he's matured and grown over the years. And that's been a fun transition to watch for me because it's been really, it's special.
Yeah, that so and Clowney owned up to it that he had just been he was a young guy, and he also he talked about how kind of he wasn't making excuses, but just kind of explained that his upbringing probably wasn't J.J. Watt's upbringing.
No, Dad was in prison, all that stuff.
So that was and you think about the other thing about that team. You remember Clowney had said he had some great friends, and you start thinking about some of the jackasses they had on some of those early Bill O'Brien
He was hanging
teams.
Out with Swearinger, getting bit by his dog.
It wasn't. They might have been fun friends to hang out with, but it didn't sound like they were. No. It's not the stories you hear about Jalen Noel and Jaden Higgins going fishing,
with each other,
and watching film together or what have you.
Like getting in early on the jugs machine.
Yeah, you wonder that. Well, you always wonder about guys like Clowney if he'd gotten dropped into a different environment or something, maybe things would have been different for him. But sometimes you're just a young guy that needs to get a kick in the butt, which is what Clowney said he got when they traded him.
Yeah.
He realized, he said himself, grow up, Clowney.
Yep.
And he did.
Yep, he did. The trade was good for him, he said. Ultimately. We asked JJ about the X's and O's of it. What will it look like with Clowney in this defense?
I'm really looking forward to seeing him in this defense. Doesn't have all the pressure on him because he gets to play in this unbelievable defense and benefit from everything that comes with it. So you add him into a pass rush situation where you have Daniil and Will on the edges, you have the guys on the back end locking people down, and then JD can go somewhere in the middle and like roam around and just destroy guards with his lateral movement or even direct power. It's just adding one more weapon to an already loaded arsenal.
Yeah, that part's going to be really cool. And we saw that at times last year, or back when it was Watt, Merciless, and Clowney. It's just those guys, unfortunately, never seemed to be healthy all at the same time. But when they were, you'd put Merciless on the edge and Watt on the edge and have Clowney roam in the middle. And it was what, I mean, if they had a chance of winning a playoff game with Brock Osweiler in New England because Clowney was just destroying the guards up the middle, and Tom Brady didn't know what to do with himself.
But even that game, it's funny you bring that up because that was the selling point on drafting Clowney was, wow, you're going to have Watt and Clowney out there together because Merciless hadn't kind of become what he became at that point. And it sucked because Clowney was hurt his whole rookie year, and then he was hurt for a lot of his second year. Mm-hmm. And then JJ gets hurt 3 games into the Brock Osweiler season with the back. Yeah. And then JJ and Merciless get hurt in the same game in 2017, the Deshaun Watson rookie year. And then Deshaun gets hurt. Yeah. It wasn't until 2018. I remember that being a big topic, like JJ finally coming back from these injuries. It took 4 years. It took till Clowney's 5th-year option to essentially get him and JJ on the field at the same time for any extended period of time. Yeah. That's one of the bigger, like, in the history of the team, like, sort of what-ifs for me. Like, what if JJ's health had coincided with Clowney's health? What would that have looked like? Yeah. But if JJ – because Clowney started to become Clowney in 2016. He was a Pro Bowler 16, 17, and 18. 16 and 17 are the years JJ started getting hurt. Mm-hmm. So what would that have looked like if it would have had – Defensive Player of the Year level J.J. Watt with Pro Bowl level Clowney and Merciless? I'm glad you brought him up. Like, he was at his peak of his powers at that time too.
They could have put Watt and Clowney in the backfield together for the Watt Cat instead of Wilfork. Yeah, I don't know. Oh my God, I feel like they would have figured out a way to.
Should we have asked JJ about the Watt Cat yesterday?
I actually kind of did. I've never been comfortable with the nickname.
The Watt Cat
or the Watt Fork. I kind of like the Watt Fork. I might be the only person that calls it the Watt Fork.
The Watt Fork. Yeah. I like that. I like it better than the Watt Cat. Here's one more from J.J. Watt, who was on with us yesterday. By the way, if you want to hear the entire conversation, you can find it on the free Odyssey app or on our website.
Or on YouTube.
Yeah, you can find it on YouTube as well. Here's J.J. Watt. We asked him, what's the ceiling for Will Anderson Jr.?
Oh, I mean, Hall of Fame easily. There is no question that Will has the capabilities to do everything possible in this game. He can win Defensive Player of the Year. He can make the Hall of Fame. He has every single physical tool, and the best part about it is he also has the mental capacity and the desire to bring all of those physical tools to their full capacity and utilize them fully. He's a great, great kid. He's a great athlete, a great player. He's constantly learning and growing and wanting to be better and trying to absorb knowledge. And then, as you guys know, he has this infectious smile and attitude that just makes you love him and want to be around him and want to see him succeed.
You know what's funny is I was actually listening to that clip last night as I watched the second half. I came home at halftime and was watching the second half at home, and was listening to that clip to get it ready for today. As on the TV broadcast, they showed Will Anderson on the sideline talking to a woman staffer of some sort, and she just looked like she might have been his aunt. You know, like he's such the perfect. He's so much like D'Amico Ryans in terms of the difference between his off-field persona and his on-field persona.
Yes,
that was always the amazing thing about D'Amico Ryans was he's just an Eagle Scout off the field, and then he gets on the field, and if all you did was watch his game film, you would have thought that this dude goes out and gets in bar fights, on the weekends or something. Like he looks like
they're very similar,
like a card carrying badass on the football field.
Did you see the mic'd up D'Amico episode that dropped in the last week or so?
Yeah.
And this particular clip got clipped by probably Houston Stressens and put it out there. But D'Amico was mic'd up, and he's doing that thing where he walks around at practice while everybody's stretching and, how you doing, baby? How you doing? Oh, hey, he's just greeting everybody. He's being D'Amico. And Will is stretching, and Will has a look on his face like he's ready to murder somebody. Yeah. And D'Amico's walking over to him, kind of clowning him a little bit, almost like the people you see walk up to the guards at Buckingham Palace. And D'Amico's like, man, look at you. You're all looking all mean and angry right now. And Will's like trying to keep the angry look on his face. And then Will finally just gets up and laughs and like shoves D'Amico to get away. But it was really funny.
I'm glad you brought up the Buckingham Palace guards because that's another one. You like watching you like watching the fight videos where the guy that's talking all the smack and everything gets beat up by the guy that doesn't want to fight.
Love that.
When every now and then somebody goes too far with a Buckingham Palace guard and they crack him on the head.
They do?
Yeah, you're not allowed to touch him. And if you touch him,
I could see that.
Yeah. You're a bad person, man, if you taunt a Buckingham Palace guard.
Oh, yeah. Let alone touch them.
Taunt the stupid king or queen, whatever the hell they have over there.
Right. They taxed us without representation for years.
Yeah. They're just like, it's a glorified Paris Hilton deal going on over there.
Exactly. And those of you that go out of your way to watch their damn weddings all the time, too, I got a problem. I got a bone to pick with you as well.
If you care about the royal family at all,
yes,
it's un-American, damn it.
That's right. For you FM crowd, this is what you get on this show. It's patriotism.
People that it's just like, oh, well, I guess it's not age appropriate for me to watch old Cinderella videos all the time, so I'm going to pretend like the King of England matters.
Right.
No, he's a bastard.
Mm-hmm.
Probably literally, you know?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Queen Elizabeth.
They claim things about the lineage.
Tawdry hoe, yeah.
They fudge the books. Yeah. Daniel Jeremiah. So that was J.J. Watt, by the way. So you can find that full interview on YouTube or on the website or on the podcast would be great if you went there and then downloaded Payne and Pendergast. Subscribe to Payne and Pendergast like millions of people have. That would be great. Daniel Jeremiah, NFL Network. We're starting to get closer to the season, so people are making more and more predictions. I would say for a team that got knocked out in the divisional round pretty unceremoniously last year, and obviously a lot of that was due to quarterback play and CJ throwing those 4 picks, it feels like nationally there's the national guys are more bullish on the Texans than they are skeptical about the Texans.
No, I think there are a lot of people that with a full offseason to kind of think about CJ Stroud and look at the full context of it. They're trying real hard not to be hyper-reactive about the playoffs. But I don't fault people who are hyper-reactive about the playoffs because it happened, man, and it was bad. Yep. And it wasn't just one game. It was 2 games in a row. But if you look at, all right, if they improve the rushing attack, et cetera, if Nick Caley improves as an offensive coordinator, it's just hard to ignore the fact that they had as much success, the Texans had as much success as they did with a quarterback who wasn't playing up to his peak level or ceiling and a really, really good defense, and people are really bullish on the defense.
Here's Daniel Jeremiah. He is a guy who really, really likes the Texans going into this season.
What is your expectation for D'Amico Ryans and the boys down there in Houston, who we know can certainly be a contender if they're able to play good football because of how good their defense is, right? Is that the thought?
Yeah, look, I think it's the best defense in the league, and I think the offense, they've made some changes along the offensive line. They get that young receiving group they had last year, kind of growing up to go along with the veteran solid pieces they have. I think it's an A-tier AFC team. I think they're right there in it. And that's, of all the teams I've seen, the defenses I've seen over the last few years, seeing them up close and personal, that felt like the most violent group. Those 49er defenses of a few years back really, really felt that way. I know Seattle obviously hoisted the trophy last year, but that group is violent, man. It is a physical group. And CJ, I don't know, he looks like he's in good shape. I know he got a haircut, but he looks like he's lean and maybe move around a little bit more now with the shape he's in.
This is an interesting thing. I feel like we've been through 3 years of CJ Stroud body type analysis, and I'll be honest with you, I don't know if I can ever tell a difference one way or the other.
Well, it feels like it's been a different body type each year too.
I guess he was a bit bulkier last year, but then this year people are claiming that Cam Newton said it looked like he was overweight, right?
I think that was the walk into the stadium video
based
where
on his
he had the baggy
clothes and everything.
Clothes,
okay.
Yeah, because most of the stuff I've heard skews more towards what Jeremiah was saying, where he slimmed down this year.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not like he's never going to be an impressive physique guy, which I don't care about with quarterbacks. No. I don't need him to be. A lot of times, it's if anything, if a guy has a really impressive physique as a quarterback, I'm like, dude, you need to get in the film room.
Dude, look up Tom Brady's combine picture.
Yeah. Or just, Pat Mahomes. He's never going to have an impressive physique. It's not genetically in him.
They did a whole article, like a 5,000-word article in The Athletic about how dad bods are in now for elite athletes because of Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, so I don't that part of it. And the other thing too that's weird is we've had this same conversation now for 3 years where, hey, is CJ going to run more this year? I think he was running more he started running more at the end of the season 2 years ago.
Yep.
And then he was running last year right up until he got concussed.
Yep.
And then he stopped running. So it's not a matter of, because I saw somebody having this conversation about, at Ohio State, he really didn't want to run, even though he could have. Right, yeah, we've been through all of that.
Right.
He's overcome that, and he was very willing to run last year right up until his concussion.
Yeah, he's good at it,
I think
too.
the focus this year is more on the selectivity of the running. Like, when do you scramble for yardage? When do you just scramble to buy time? When is it movement in the pocket?
Mm-hmm.
I think that part of it, he's capable of doing all of it. I think Lamar Jackson's a good guy to look at when it comes to pocket movement.
Yeah.
So everybody thinks of Lamar Jackson running downfield. It's Lamar Jackson's ability to just move around within the pocket, step up in the pocket, all those things, and then you combine it with his physical strength.
Yeah.
Because he's kind of able to. Lamar Jackson's able to throw a would-be sacker off and then step 2 steps up and then make a great throw. I think that's the kind of nuanced stuff that CJ's. It looks like he's more comfortable at it and better at it during training camp. We'll see what happens when he actually faces a threat of physical harm.
Okay. I got another cut I'm going to play here about CJ.
Okay.
Before I play it, are you worried about CJ's psyche, about his mental state going into the season on the heels of that Patriots game in the playoffs?
I am a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, just in general.
Yeah.
I'd say.
Okay.
I was like, honestly, ever since I saw him break down and had to be consoled by Joe Mixon on the sideline of the Kansas City game where Tank Dell got injured, I've worried a little bit about him. Yeah.
Okay. So you might be on the same side as Bill Barnwell in this one.
Yeah.
This was Bill Barnwell on, I guess, his podcast, talking about he's worried about C.J. Stroud's psyche after that New England. Has he recovered from the New England game? That's the question.
Yeah, it's a legitimate question. And I want to talk about a few elements of this, but I'll start with this. How confident are we that there's not like some serious psychological effects from CJ Stroud being so awful?
It happens
in the postseason. Like, I'm not saying it never happens, but I think about another Texans quarterback in Matt Schaub, where he was fine, and then suddenly there was a stretch where Matt Schaub could not stop throwing pick sixes on a weekly basis. And I wrote about how, well, this is unlikely to keep occurring. There's no track record of this. And then he kept doing it. And then he got benched and he was never a starter in the NFL again. I'm not saying it's going to happen to CJ Stroud necessarily, but is he going to be pushing early in the year, to your point? Is he going to be saying, hey, I have to be careful with the football because the last time I wasn't careful with the football, it cost my team a potential trip to the Super Bowl? I do think, you know, we're only human beings, and CJ Stroud has played a lot of football, but that was a very conspicuous time to melt down.
All right, okay, now he pissed me off. All right, just as soon as
I just wanted you to establish where you stand on this before I
As soon as he said Matt Schaub, as soon as he said Matt Schaub, because and I'm glad he referenced the fact, because you had sent that to me, and I didn't listen to the whole thing, and the first thing I thought was like, because I knew he said something about that Matt Schaub and the pick sixes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he back in the day would write these long articles about like, nah, this is just statistically, this is just a fluke. This is just random. Pick sixes are not predictable. I'm watching these Texans games, and I'm like, this is going to be a pick six.
No.
He's putting the ball in harm's way from a defensive back who's waiting for Schaub to throw him a pick six.
He's been doing it every game.
You're trying to tell me this is random chance?
Yeah.
With Schaub, though, I don't think it was psychological. I think he couldn't drive the ball to the sideline the way he used to.
Physical.
And it wasn't, And then you start to add into, like, okay, how is he trying to play when he knows he can't drive the ball the same way he used to, for whatever reason that is? I think that was more physical than anything. And I'm just laughing. That voice really.
I'm laughing at your Barnwell impersonation. I know his. God, he's just. This is. I would love to know like what total meathead people inside NFL buildings think of Barnwell.
Yeah.
That I could just see them being like, who is this dork? It's time to talk football about the roster I've put together.
I honestly.
He shouldn't. He should just write Bill Barnwell. That's my suggestion.
I know it's dicey when you start talking about players' mental toughness, this, that, or the other, because you can't get right inside somebody's skull, yet. But I don't think that those individual performances necessarily are going to affect him. Other than that, I do think that, in all likelihood, if you're any quarterback at all with any kind of competitive drive, it drove him this offseason.
Yes.
You don't have a performance like that, and that's the worst thing about losing in the playoffs when you play badly, is that you got to sit with it for the next 6 months before you can do a damn thing about it. And the only thing you can do about it is get to work. Yeah. And that's what Dalton Schultz said the other day. That's what CJ said. He took a few days off at the end of the season, then he was back to work. So that part of it, I don't worry about it. I think CJ's been resilient after bad turnovers or bad games in the past, and the turnovers in his career haven't been an issue. So, but I think there are many athletes that can benefit from either using a sports psychologist or a mental enhancement coach or however they want to call it. He could probably improve his game. Tom Brady talks about it all the time. He's been seeing a sports psychologist since he was in college. And yet that's like one of those things where somebody who's the all-time best at the profession will say that they do it, and somehow people, when they hear it, are like, well, yeah, that was good for Tom Brady, but not for me.
Right.
That's the advice I choose not to take from this all-time great quarterback.
Yeah. Makes no sense. All right, coming up next.
I think sometimes... No, go ahead.
Coming up next. Yeah, we're over. Coming up next, Charles Barkley with a PSA for older people out there. Watch what you do with your hobbies and activities, people. We've got that coming up next.
Texans 2026 preseason kicked off with a loss to the Chargers.
Mills gets the snap on 3rd and goal from the 5, throws right side, caught, touchdown, Jared Wayne.
We're not going to show everything we're capable of in preseason. We'll save that for week 1 versus Buffalo, but we like what we have. We're excited to see how it keeps evolving.
Insider access, exclusive content, crystal clear FM quality. Your home of the Texans is 95.7 The Fan.
From the Kearney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713-CALL-LEE. This traffic report is brought to you by Texas Health and Human Services Commission. An accident costing backup this morning along the Beltway westbound after John F. K. Boulevard, blocking your center lane. Over on Montgomery County at State Highway 105 eastbound at Peach Creek, heavy truck accident that has all of your main lanes shut down. Emergency cruiser at the scene. Anastar 225 eastbound before Burrow Street. It's over to the right shoulder. Cloudy this morning in the low 80s this afternoon. Slight chance of thunderstorms, high of 94. Amelia Escobar on 95.7 The Fan.
Whatever you're facing, whatever you're struggling with, the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline can help 24/7. Call or text 988. Or to chat, visit texas988.org.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Texas summers can go on and on, but with Ultimate Season Pass from TXU Energy, you get 50% off energy charges during peak summer and winter, plus more months of automatic savings.
50% off? That's cooler than sweet tea in a heat wave.
And it lasts longer.
Longer than my mom's quick goodbye at a barbecue?
Way longer. It's a top-rated plan with more than $450 in savings a year.
Finally, something in Texas that actually cools off.
Get Texas-sized savings for Texas-sized seasons with Ultimate Season Pass. TXU Energy. Energy for everything.
Visit TXU.com for more information. Rep number 10004.
Fidium has America's happiest internet customers. While cable internet customers are still putting up with the buffering and the glitching. Enough already with Fidium.
Payne and Pendergast is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, I like this analogy about our flip over from AM to FM. Because I'm a big Wizard of Oz fan. Just saved 95.7 on my radio presets. Your show is like when Dorothy got to Oz and it flipped from black and white.
Oh, we went to Technicolor.
Color, yeah, to Technicolor. So we're in Technicolor now. We're in Munchkin Land. Yeah.
I look better in black and white. We're at that age.
Yeah. More dignified.
It's more artistic.
Yeah. Yep. So Charles Barkley was on. I guess maybe George Kittle and his wife have a podcast of some sort. Because Charles Barkley was on
I'll hop right on to watch
split
that.
screen with it. Yeah. I'm with you. Don't get me started. It's Kittle that when they didn't do quarterback on Netflix that one year and they did receiver. It really should have been called pass catcher.
Yeah,
because Kittle was one of them.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't like him. I didn't like him or his wife.
He's such an
too
awesome
happy all the
player.
time.
Okay, you know what? We talk about the difference between like Will Anderson on the field and off the field, or D'Amico Ryans on the field and off the field. Kittle is just a savage on the field.
Yeah.
But then he gets off the field, and it's like he's the corniest person alive.
Yes.
Not horniest, corniest.
No, corniest.
Corniest person alive.
Corniest.
Yeah. If he were the horniest person, he'd be corny about it.
Right. Oh, totally. He would.
Yeah. He'd be like, look at those gams. Woo! You know, like it would be super, super corny.
He'd call them gams. So
I'll tell you what, fellas, I can't get enough of the ladies. Woo! Yeah. It's corny.
He is corny.
That's a new term we've coined, corny. CHORNY.
Yes. So I guess they have a podcast.
Yeah.
But Barkley was on there, and Barkley elevates the level of any medium that he's on. This is the cut that found its way onto my timeline. They got talking about activities that you do once you retire from football.
Yeah.
Because Kittle's probably closer to the end than the beginning. He's coming off another catastrophic
he tears
injury.
an ACL every 3 months.
Yeah. So they got talking about that, I guess. And Charles Barkley made an interesting observation. This is a good warning label for some of you out there that were thinking of partaking as you get older in this particular, very available these days, very popular activity.
There's not a lot you can do when you get old. And that's something you two going to be able to do when he gets older. I mean, like, you can't go play basketball. No. I mean, and let me tell you something. They got this stupid thing going around called pickleball, which is the way old people out here are getting hurt all the time.
Yeah, it's like tennis.
My doctor friends have said pickleball is the gift that keeps giving.
Yeah.
Because all these old people are killing themselves and hurt all the time. My doctor friends are in heaven right now. Pickleball is the gift that keeps giving.
It's so dangerous. I know like multiple people who've like fallen, torn their UCL, fractured their wrist, ACL, Achilles. I'm like, I am never stepping on that damn court. I'll be golfing and I'll be in the swimming pool. That's all I need.
I tell people, there's a reason people quit playing sports, because their body gives out. What make you think when you get older, you're going to be out there trying to play, I guess it's kind of like pseudo tennis. My doctor friends call it the gold mine that keeps giving.
Yeah. That's how, you know what it is? It's a CrossFit of the 2020s, because that's what CrossFit was. CrossFit was a boon for orthopedic surgeons.
A lot of people got hurt doing it.
You'd have people in their 40s being like, what I need to do is 100 reps of a power clean and then jump off a tall box.
Yeah.
Boom! Achilles.
Well, and CrossFit never did it myself, but obviously know about it, know a lot of people who've done it. I don't know anybody who's gotten hurt doing it. I don't know anybody who's suffered these catastrophic injuries they're talking about playing pickleball. Yeah.
I don't know. It's
that almost wound up in Take-A-Mania for me. I'm like,
really?
They make it sound like pickleball is like you're walking in traffic with a blindfold on or something.
Achilles and calf injuries and ankle sprains and knee injuries.
Sounds like you look
I'm
something
looking
up.
on chat. Yeah.
Okay.
Wrist fractures. 33% of pickleball injuries are fractures.
Wrist fracture. I guess what? Maybe diving to try to hit a ball back across over the net,
or falling. You fall. Yeah,
and you fall. That's what I'm saying. You
yeah.
fall and you're bracing yourself.
Yeah.
And break a wrist.
You know, it was a sneakily dangerous sport way back in the day too. Was rollerblading. People would go out rollerblading for fitness, and if you weren't wearing wrist guards and everything, you fall going at that speed from a greater height than you're used to, and boom, on an asphalt track.
Do people still
rollerblade?
Yeah,
you got to be committed to it. I think. Yeah. It's like you're. I don't think you're an inline skater.
Yeah.
Like if you're training for either roller derby or you competitively do it, but no, it's not popular.
Have you ever
like
played pickleball?
No.
You have any desire to play pickleball?
No. Brandy, you don't
want to be doubles partners with
Brandy
me on
wants to, and I'm kind of like, good. Find yourself a good-looking dude to go do it with. I don't even care.
Wow.
Go have that movie version of a. Yeah, just go ahead. If go for it.
She wants to get into pickleball.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I can't. My knees couldn't do it. I'm bone-on-bone.
She's pretty athletic, right?
Yeah. Super athletic. Yeah, way more athletic than me.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing.
So there's your warning.
That's one of the reasons I wouldn't play pickleball to her if my knees weren't with her.
Because your ego.
Because she'd be coaching me up like she does the other thing. Yeah.
The film that you break down that we were talking about earlier. Yeah. So warning label for all you olds out there, of which I'm one. I'm one of you. Charles Barkley says, stay away from the pickleball.
Yeah, you know what, though? I think that's one of those things where, all right, look, Charles Barkley's acting like getting injured is the worst thing that could ever happen to you. No, go out there and if it fuels your competitive juices, then go for it. I
think what he was saying, they were talking about golf in that conversation. I think he was saying, fill your competitive cup with something that doesn't send you to the orthopedist.
This might be news to you, Sean, but Charles Barkley is not a guy who ever enjoyed physical exertion. He was he would eat his Egg McMuffin on the exercise bike and all of that. Some people enjoy really exerting themselves.
So you think it's more about the cardio with him, maybe?
People fear orthopedic injuries way more than they should. Yeah. I would always, because I ended up having a litany of them, so I got used to it. But I remember I had a really devastating one once, and it was all kinds of complications and everything. And one of the doctors said to me, Seth, you're really handling this really well emotionally. And I'm like, and I genuinely believe this, it's not cancer. What the hell do this is not going to affect me whatsoever in terms of just actually enjoying my life or anything. And yeah, I'm concerned about my football career, but it's at the end of the day, it's such a minuscule issue.
Well, it is. I would be concerned about the inconvenience of it.
Right.
The not just the rehab, but having to go somewhere to rehab, having to go to a doctor, a physical therapist a couple times. Having to get surgery, missing work, all those things. That's the thing that I don't like.
I was consulting with an orthopedist about whether I should get knee replacement or not, and I love this guy. This is a guy. I love Dr. Lowe down here, but this is a guy up near my wife's hometown that I was seeing, and he was like, dude, What are you gonna try to leave your knees to your future generations or something? Or you're gonna die someday. We'll shoot you up with cortisol. Go do whatever the hell you want, and at some point we'll give you artificial knees. And I said, hell yeah.
Okay.
And we fist bumped.
Are you?
And I punched a hole in the wall.
So you're gonna get
knee? He charged me for that.
You gonna get knee replacements?
No, not eventually. Yeah. You want to try to kick that down the road as far as possible.
Yeah.
Because as of now the technology keeps getting better.
Yeah.
And then as of now you get a knee replacement, you're going to have to get another one in, I can't remember, 10 to 20 years.
Yeah.
So you want to try to reduce the total number of surgeries you have.
Sure.
So you try to, so now every now and then I get shot up with some stuff in my knees, and then I go out and get after it.
Not to go HIPAA on you, but have you ever had a back surgery before?
No.
Okay.
No.
That's the one, that's the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah.
Because they say if you get one, be prepared. You're gonna wind up getting several.
You got to be really careful. The success rate of back surgeries compared to just therapy isn't necessarily all that glisteningly great.
I know. Yeah. That's why. So, all right. Well, thank you, Charles Barkley. I won't.
No. Listen, don't be a punk. Listen, any of you pickleball players out there,
I'm glad.
Don't let Charles Barkley scare you.
He scared the hell out of me.
I'm gonna break my wrist. What on earth? What are you, a brick mason? Is it gonna affect your job or something? Are you type with your left hand for a little while?
That's true. I don't do much that really requires any sort
walk
of
through this life
physical
in fear
exertion.
Of I might tear my Achilles. Who the hell cares?
All right, coming up next.
Sack up.
Payne and Pendergast. I think you know where I come out on the whole sack up thing. I will never sack
Seriously,
up.
okay. Oh, no, you tore your Achilles. Ask yourself, wait a second. Oh, is that stage 4 cancer? No, it's not.
But it's a major inconvenience.
Yeah, but you got to play pickleball.
And it sounds like it hurts. Sounds like
you got third in your league in pickleball, and it was all worth it.
We got our next Texan in the NFL Top 100 yesterday. I think we've got one left. We've got the vignettes for the latest Houston Texan who one expert says is on the cusp of the Hall of Fame. We'll get to that coming up next in the 8 o'clock hour. Stay there.
95.7 The Fan has officially taken off, and you can't have a launch without a rocket.
Congrats to you guys. That's awesome. Don't big league me now because you guys are over there on the Fan now.
Don't worry, Roger. You can join us anytime. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan.
Look, you get injured in pickleball, it's probably your fault. Unless you're playing on, unless the owner.
Perfect transition.
Yeah, unless the owner of the pickleball court spread some WD-40 out there or something. In which case, call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, because if you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, maybe you got T-boned on the highway, maybe some unscrupulous pickleball court owner sprayed WD-40 on the court, whatever it might be, call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, because there's a lot of questions, you got a lot of issues, you got hospital bills, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it can be a lot. Mokaram Injury Lawyers has been here in Houston for over 30 years, proud partner of the Houston Rockets, and they take care of Houstonians who are in situations like yours. So give Mokaram Injury Lawyers a call right now. But Seth, it's not normal business hours. It's 7:56 a.m. Doesn't matter. They'll pick up the phone 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. The first consultation is free, and you pay nothing at all unless you win. And their goal is to get you the highest.
The best sports talk around. Anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite fan hosts wherever you go. Live, podcast, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KIKK-FM, KILT-AM Houston, your home for the Texans. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, it was 24 hours ago when we were switching over to 95.7 The Fan from Sports Radio 610. If you're just riding with us for the first time in crystal clear FM radio, we appreciate you tuning in. The part that it's getting harder for me to get used to, because we've known about this for a while now, the whole 95.7 The Fan, and everything's been the logo and the 95.7 The Fan. The call letters I'm still getting used to. Kick, K-I-K-K.
K-I-K-K.
K-I-K-K, an homage to the past.
Yeah.
An homage to the old country station. But yeah, you heard it on the station ID right there. Our call letters are for 95.7 are not KILT, because that's taken. The Bull has that.
Yeah.
But we are KIKK. Longtime Houstonians really like that part of the announcement. Mm-hmm. The paying tribute to the past.
There's a part of our new logo, too, that's longtime Houstonians appreciate, which is the blue tile.
Yes.
Because that's the blue tile from the curb street signs.
Yeah.
In some neighborhoods in Houston that's
in my neighborhood, we got them.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
And that's but it's cool because you can, and then the font is from the same font as the Be Someone sign.
Yeah, yeah. There's little Easter eggs in there, like they call it. I love this text about the changeover. We'll get to the NFL Top 100, the latest text in here in a second. Good morning. Listening in the St. Louis area where I had to move for work, and I'm relating to the crying over something segment. Remember I said earlier, like the things I see on X that make me cry?
Things people get sentimental about.
Yeah.
Increasingly and annoyingly so as you get older.
Yeah. Well, I like this one because it involves getting sentimental about us. The countdown to 95.7, followed by the station and all the smiles yesterday. You could feel it through the speakers.
Yeah.
I couldn't help but get a little choked up yesterday. My dad and I would listen to 610 growing up in Houston, and he's no longer with me, but y'all still are. Was happy to shed a few tears for y'all, imagining that my pops would have said, hearing his favorite voices like this is awesome. Congrats. Thanks for the memories. That's from Tony.
That's
I love stories like that.
My favorite thing out at when we do our remotes for the pregame is the kids. Yesterday I was talking to one of our listeners and his daughter, who I'm guessing was about 12, 13, 14 years old. She was just kind of like not paying attention, and then she heard my voice, and it spun around because her dad makes her listen to us in the morning.
Yep.
But she enjoys it.
Yes.
And that's how we get these kids hooked. Is you parents, you dutiful parents that make your kids listen to us in the morning. Trust me, they might yell, they might scream, they might try to jump out the car, but over time we seep into their brains, and
Absolutely.
it'll be a cherished memory of theirs. Is that Drew Doherty sent us a picture of him and his boys, listening to 95.7 yesterday morning on the first day of school.
Yeah, we basically raised his kids.
Yeah. So then your kids will end up becoming lifelong listeners to 95.7, and you'll have that shared experience.
My favorite is a listener, Mike.
I'll come do the eulogy at your funeral for a mere $5,000.
That's right. Just an appearance fee. That's all.
Right.
That's what life insurance is for. To get Seth Payne to do your eulogy.
For only $13 a month right now, you could have Seth Payne do your eulogy.
Right. Why is he getting buried in a cardboard box and we have to do the digging? Well, we used all the money to pay Seth Payne to come do the eulogy.
And I'll show up like a total diva and really not put any energy into it. I'll read verbatim from the script. Like, Charles was a devoted father, and look at my watch. And apparently he was like into some kind of charity, whatever. See ya.
And then you literally just check a box. You're like, got that done. Got that out of the way. So, we appreciate everybody tuning in. That's a great text. You know who shed a few tears during the launch yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
Amy Pendergast. She texted me. She texted me the video of the announcement yesterday, the one that was on YouTube of you and I there. And she texted me, and And she said, she was at my desk at work watching this, and I cried a little bit for you.
Oh.
And I said, you are a great she's a great radio wife.
Yeah.
You know, she puts up with
we're
all
lucky in that. Like, yeah,
Brandy's great
Brandy
too.
listens the whole day. She keeps the YouTube running just for the diagnostics.
So does Amy.
Just for the stats if she can't, even if she's not listening.
Yeah. We're very lucky guys, for sure.
Okay, these are the things that middle-aged men increasingly tear up with as they get older.
Okay.
Tell me if you're guilty of any of these, you big softy wimp.
Yep.
Watching your kids become adults. So like graduations, weddings, seeing them succeed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure I get emotional about that. Now, I haven't had a wedding yet, but I imagine I will. I get emotional at the college graduations because I start thinking about how much I spent in tuition.
Yeah.
I'm like,
this better be worth it.
Yeah.
This better
I'm lucky.
be worth it.
All 3 kids off the payroll doing well, but yes.
You turn into Matt Damon at the end of Saving Private Ryan. It's like you're an old man and you just want you, tell me you did something with this degree.
Yes.
Okay, this is an interesting one. Seeing your parents get old. Because I think there's a sharp divide, and it depends on how much of a caregiver you are to your parents.
Yeah.
Because the sibling that's the most actively involved in the caregiving is more worried about like I've got diapers I got to take care of.
Yeah.
Versus the guy, the sibling that pops in once every 6 months and wants to talk to you about how sad it is. You're like, all right,
yeah,
cool. Yeah, we'll get sentimental about this later. Okay.
I
gotta go
funny.
flip dad over.
Yeah.
We'll get out of that.
The sibling
I'm glad that you're so touched by this, but listen.
Yeah. I'm actually anxious.
I can't find dad's dentures.
I'm anxious for this to all be over, if you want to know the truth. That's a tricky one for me because my dad just turned 80 earlier this week. But he's in Connecticut. I'm here. I don't see him all the time.
Yeah.
And I would, not to get too maudlin about things, but my mom was 45 when she passed away. I would have liked to have seen her get old.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, I can't. That's one I just can't really relate to. So I'm gonna say no on that one.
You know what? The first time I saw my dad without his dentures, that freaked me out a little bit.
Dude,
I was like,
that's an
crap.
unsettling thing.
Yeah. Well, he was sick too, but I was the person that was in charge of I was kind of just all up in the logistics of everything all the time. And I didn't even, I just consciously hadn't really thought of it that he was wearing dentures.
Yeah.
And so the first time I saw him without his dentures and he was like in his hospital bed, that hit me hard.
Did you scream?
I was like, Cliff! You look ghoulish.
Okay, what's next?
Old photographs and home videos. You know, when you fly, that's a tougher one. The problem is we have so many videos anymore that we don't just sit down and actually look at old videos.
Yeah.
Nobody's whipping out the film projector to show videos.
Okay, here's where, and I know there's probably a couple more on the list, but through the first 3 that
there's
you
only
give,
37 more.
Okay, so let's hit pause for a moment. Through the first 3, this is what I've learned about myself, because the first one was a family one, right?
Yeah.
Your kids growing up, weddings, things like that. The second one was parents getting older, and whatever the last one was something family related, right? It was
old photographs and home
old
videos.
Photographs and memories. That's family related. This is what I've learned. I get way more sentimental about watching strangers do things than my own family doing things. Way more emotional.
That's probably kind of normal. That's you got to love.
I don't mind it either way.
You know what it is?
It's not that I don't love them.
Well, this is the problem. This thing you've got you've got some deep dark secrets that you've repressed and that you don't allow yourself to get too close to your.
Maybe
you don't allow yourself to go there when it comes to your personal life, but you can kind of sublimate that experience by having it through others.
I can't debate with you on that because if I've suppressed them, then theoretically I don't even, I'm blacked out on them. You know, you may be right about that.
Okay, this one I don't tear up about at all. It's the opposite. Music from your teens and 20s.
No.
Yeah.
No.
If I hear an Air Supply song, I just go into the butt out dance pose. The junior high dance.
It's a Pavlovian reaction to that. Yeah. The occasional song can get me, I guess. I don't know, but no. Generally speaking, no. Boy, I am a hollow, just
you're
empty.
You're a husk of a human.
Yeah,
you're barely,
when it comes to this stuff.
Yeah, you're a robot. Really.
Yeah, but if you missed it earlier, I said I will start bawling at military people coming home to surprise their kids at school. Walk-ons getting scholarships, and there was another one that spawned the conversation in the first place?
Guys getting beat up in fights
Oh,
when they deserve
the bullies. Yeah.
You don't tear up at that, though. You just
No.
you just feel
I just
that.
enjoy it.
Yeah, no, the military homecomings and reunions is a popular one.
That's a big one, and I don't even know any of these people, and I just start bawling like a little baby watching.
You know what? Actually, unexpected kindness. Like a stranger helping an elderly person or
Yes,
something. You know what I
that
get a
gets
little
me.
teary about? I
That
like
gets me.
seeing heartwarming, non-staged. It's hard to figure it out sometimes. But when a younger person does something really, really nice for somebody else, you're like, I get like, yeah, the kids are all right.
Yes.
The kids are all right. I
That
get a little
gets me.
teary about that.
That
Yeah.
gets me, and that fits my filter, which is as long as it's complete strangers doing it, I get really emotional. If it's my family doing it, I'm like, yeah, whatever.
Dude. Okay, this one I don't tear up about, but this is another one Brandy gets so annoyed about. So places that have changed or have changed completely. When we go to my hometown, Brandy has to listen to a running travel guide to what used to be here.
Oh, from you?
Yes.
Oh, I do
and
the
I'm
same
so
thing.
into it.
I do the
I'm
same
like,
thing.
you guys don't understand. That used to be a Wegmans, but
Right.
now the new Wegmans
Yeah.
is up over 332, and it's
Well, and then when I'm sure you do this, where you sprinkle in a story or an
Yeah.
anecdote of something that happened at the Wegmans parking lot.
Yeah, and it's not even that interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's where Chris Cobb ran into that light post. That's where we stole the stop sign.
I do it every time.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's great. That is great. You know what else makes me cry a little bit? Videos of Texans winding up in the top 100.
Mm-hmm.
Every single time, I'm like, oh, so happy for Nico. He's 58th on the top 100. We played Stingley's video yesterday. The audio on these are usually pretty good. Danielle Hunter popped up at number 23 yesterday. Moved up 2 big notches last year. He was 25 last year. He's 23 this year. That's been a really good signing by Nick Caserio. Danielle Hunter, number 23 in this year's top 100.
I'm not hyping him up. He's a very dominant pass rusher.
Pocket collapsing. He's sacked. Danielle.
He's just a freak of nature.
Boy, Danielle Hunter's quick.
He's one of those guys that really leaves no stone unturned, and it shows when he plays football.
I just focus on the main thing. You know, football is important to me.
Literally the Terminator. Looks like building in a factory. They just saying, hey, you want to put together a pass rusher, defensive end, and then he comes out in the box. Super strong, super agile.
And he's going to be sacked. Danielle eating.
Danielle Hunter, boy. I need to start training with him.
I mean, he's really dominant in the run game as well, and he doesn't really get credit for it.
And he's blasted in the backfield. Danielle Hunter getting major penetration there.
Danielle is just very, swift in the movements that he does, and he catches people off guard a lot.
The moves he got, boy, you would think he a skill player the way he be out there moving, Euro steps and spin moves.
I'm just going to be inside, up and under. Look at him rip and dip, get to the quarterback.
Fluid, like a ballet dancer in a way. Like he's a big guy, but he can still spin move in the corner.
He's like floating, like he floats and just sack.
Lawrence faked the handoff. He's hit hard.
Sack.
In trouble and down he goes. Sacked by Danielle Hunter.
Strip sack.
Ball is out. Knocked out by Hunter.
He has a spin move, bro. It went viral. He did it on Penei Sewell.
Off protected, takes that shot.
It's special. Like, to get double-digit sacks is hard in this league, man. And he's been doing it on a consistent basis. And I don't think he gets enough recognition.
This dude in his 11th year he doesn't slow down.
He's a Hall of Famer, you know what I'm saying? So I'm excited to keep seeing him roll this year, man, and it's been a joy to play beside him.
Okay, that was Danielle Hunter's top 100 vignette. Yeah. I love 2 things about those. One, the highlights, especially when it's Vandy's voice. Those are great. And then when you can recognize the voices of Texans on there, because you heard CJ at the beginning and Will at the end. Those are recognizable voices. The funniest one in that video was, I think it was Deion Dawkins, who you could hear on there going, there's like silence, and then he just says sack. He was kind of mimicking Danielle's like hand, like all the
one
things.
on Penn versus Penei Sewell. The move
Yeah,
versus
yeah,
Penei
like
Sewell,
just in general, like mimicking it, and they would Deion Dawkins would like mimic the hand and the leg things, and then just go sack, and then they'd show one, and they go back to Dawkins, and you go sack. They did it like 3 or 4 times. It translates better on video. Go out of your way to find the video. It's really funny.
The Penei Sewell sequence of moves that he hit was just brilliant. And I remember I talked to him when I interviewed him last year. We had a really nice sit down last year.
Oh, that's a good interview, man.
And we were talking about kind of his strategy for setting up offensive tackles and, you know, his plan that he has when he goes into it. And then he said on that Penei Sewell one, he's like, I don't know what happened on that one. He just went into that. He went into that subconscious state where he was just, you know, we had an old.
He tossed him aside.
Yeah, well, it was. Oh no, the toss aside is the Bills. The Bills. He had a move versus the Bills right tackle that was disgusting. But Penei Sewell.
Spin was Sewell.
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
But no, you know, my old special teams coach Frank Gantz Sr., who was awesome, but he used to. He was an older guy, you know, he'd talk about jazz music a lot, which, you know, totally resonates with young football players. But we learned about jazz and how it's the improvisation. It's being incredibly skilled in practicing. It's something that's really, really boring, but it allows you to go out and then just improvise and play that sweet, he would say that, and then we'll be playing that sweet jazz music.
Oh my
and we're all
God.
like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I'll go home and listen to my Miles Davis albums.
Just walk in and Honeysuckle Jump is playing. And that's great.
But yeah, that's what he's just, like, he is. When it comes to a guy that I think just genuinely just cares, he talks about keeping the main thing. I feel like every waking hour of his, it feels like it's purposeful. Like
he looks like it does.
Because he gave the most annoying advice in the history of annoying advice, and it's the accurate advice. But Sarge the other day asked, like, hey, how do you keep so fit at your age? And you know what he said? Diet. I'm like, oh, come on, Danielle.
Man.
Can you sell me a supplement or something?
Yeah.
Can you?
I need a shortcut.
You know, like push away from the dinner table. Thanks a lot. I know that.
Yeah, thanks.
No, but it is for a guy that works out as hard as he does, like to stay as lean as he is and train the way he does, like you got to be really meticulous about getting enough calories, but not too many. He's not one of these. I mean, he is a freak of nature.
Yep.
But it's also above and beyond that. He pays attention to his diet. He works out religiously. He's got a plan for exactly how he's going to work out in the offseason. His pass rush moves come just from drilling it.
Yeah.
There was I think it might have been our station. Somebody put out a video, just him and Will Anderson working out the other day after practice, and it was 97 degrees, and they've got their jerseys on. They're just Will's just wearing his his spandex undershorts and everything, and they're just dripping with sweat. And just
drilling it.
working away.
We're getting some good texts from people on things that make them cry.
Yeah, so as they get older,
and sentimental. We'll read some of those in the next segment. Also, hey, let's circle back to the Texans. They lose last night to the Chargers. What was the thing that had D'Amico Ryans most disappointed about last night's loss to the Chargers? We'll get to that coming up next.
Kelce is the place you go when you've got a big fight coming up, for instance. The whole thing with Kelce is that
other fights coming up?
Sorry, no, my computer is objecting to me. Big fight this weekend, Sean.
Your computer does not like pugilism.
My
is what I
computer
learned.
is you know what he is? He's a pacifist.
Yes.
I blame Steve Jobs.
Yeah.
No,
you are not though.
Big fight this weekend, and Kelce is America's #1 prediction market platform right now. Ian Gary currently trading at 26% to defeat Makhachev, meaning a $100 trade pays out $365. So if you like Gary in this fight and you think he's able to take down Makhachev, you could get yourself $365 when you make a $100 trade. On Kelce, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house.
If you're looking for 95.7 The Spot, you can still find us on the Odyssey, TuneIn, or iHeartRadio apps. Or tell your smart speaker to play 95.7 The Spot.
Payne and Pendergast is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, someone's asking on the text page, why aren't you guys talking about the debacle last night over at Reliant Stadium?
Because we don't want to tear up.
That's right.
We tear up over just about everything. And
we had a 12-win team this year.
Yeah.
It was largely second and third stringers last night. It was not good. And Texter, you're not the only one who was upset with the performance of the team last night.
Right. D'Amico Ryans himself. Ever heard of him?
Yep. He's a very famous Houstonian who happens to coach that football team. Here was D'Amico last night on the biggest thing he was disappointed about in the Texans' 27-7 loss to the Chargers.
The style of play that I wanted to see us play physical, right? And I did not see that the entire game. There were some glimpses of us playing physical, but the Chargers, they out-physicaled us the entire game, right? So it was not our brand of football. When I speak of playing our style, that's a physical brand of football, and that was not up to par tonight.
Yeah, the Chargers had almost 400 yards of total offense last night
in
a preseason game where so 6.3 yards per play.
Ew,
it's not good.
And it was
the Texans.
and I would say the offensively, the most disappointing thing was that they had two short yardage situations, 4th and 1, couldn't convert.
Yep.
In some short yardage, situations leading up to those 4th and 1s. There were some good examples, as D'Amico said. There were some nice sequences there. There was one set of downs. I think it was one where they ended up getting stuffed on 4th and 1. But leading up to that, they'd run a couple nice plays in a row, and then set up the play action with the same look, and that was perfect. That was great, but it was a glimpse.
Yeah.
Defensively, I thought right from the get-go, I thought and I haven't gone through and watched on the All-22, but it felt to me that the linebackers were playing very passively. Great, you're making catches for 5-yard gains. All right, you got to come up and attack the line of scrimmage. You got to come up and attack blocks, and they weren't doing that.
That's disappointing because there is a spot open right now.
Yeah.
The injury to E.J. Speed has left a spot open for somebody to come take. Not somebody who's going to play. Well, I shouldn't say not somebody. E.J. Speed played nearly half the snaps last year. He played a lot more than people think.
He played like 43% of the snaps.
Yeah, so he played a lot more than I think people probably remember or think. So if the year were to play out similarly this year, there is a spot for a Wade Woodaz or a Jamal Hill who's in year 3 here now.
And I don't want to paint with a broad brush and say none of that. Like I haven't watched the All-22 yet. I thought Aiden Fisher showed up a lot.
He did.
In the second half there. And Aiden Fisher is a guy that I think if you're talking about just actual linebacking skills, he's a more polished linebacker than Wade Woodaz. Aiden Fisher is a team captain and one of the best defenses on a national championship team, and he just doesn't have the speed and all of that and, the perceived upside, but he knows how to play linebacker, where Wade Woodaz is a converted safety that's still kind of learning it. But as a group, I just didn't think that they were nearly as aggressive as what I'm used to seeing, which is Azeez Alshire and Henry To'oTo'o just slicing through the line and coming up and blowing people up, even if they're not making the tackle.
Yep.
So you need to see more of that out of them as a group. And then the cornerbacks also, there were some good moments. Jalen Smith had some good moments last night.
Yes.
So between the safeties and the cornerbacks, they had some good moments and some good guys, but there were too many times where the cornerback's responsible for setting the edge, and he didn't do it in the run game.
Yeah.
So the offense was capturing the edge way, and D'Amico hates that.
Well,
he hates that.
It's funny. I said that to Clint in the post game last night, which was I felt like watching the Chargers run the football to the outside.
Yeah,
it felt like most of their it felt like you could see as the play was developing, as the ball's getting handed off, and you could see the run is called to the outside. It felt like there were so many plays where very early in the down, you're like, there's a lot of space out there.
Yeah.
A lot of space out there. And you just don't normally see that with the D'Amico Ryans defense.
And a lot of that is, it's not like those guys all of a sudden got soft or anything, but I think if I'm D'Amico watching it looks like a team that was a little tentative and not sure of themselves, so you start playing slower.
Yep.
And when you really just got to You got to let it loose when you're trying to make the team, or you're trying to make a roster spot, or rise up in the depth chart. You got to play aggressively in these preseason games.
Okay, we got on a topic earlier in the show about crying as an adult. Crying at emotional, sentimental things.
Yeah.
Because I had mentioned the kids getting they can't hear, getting the hearing aids and being able to hear for the first time. I cry at those videos. Cry at the military coming home and seeing their kids at their school, like a surprise, especially walk-ons getting scholarships. You listed a litany of things that you bounced off of me, and as it turns out, I have a hollow soul when it relates to my family, but I cry like a baby at things strangers do.
Yeah.
So I learned a lot about myself this morning. We're getting a lot of texts, videos of kids getting eyeglasses for the first time and being able to see clearly, kind of like the hearing aid thing, but for the visual.
Right down. Yeah, the first time they see their mom, especially.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that's my mom?
Yeah.
And you see that look come over their face, like they're discovering.
Describing it, you're going to make me cry.
Yeah.
Less fortunate kids being part of a touchdown at a college like spring game or something
like a
like
disabled kid or
something.
Yeah,
Yeah, like Make-A-Wish or something.
Yeah, that's really
That
cool.
always gets me, yeah. Okay,
Somebody else said too, like just seeing any kid, not just your own, just any kid achieve something.
Yeah.
Like Rudy.
Yeah. Did I cry at the end of Rudy?
Yeah.
That kid, Sean Astin.
Any story about a kid that's got like from a rough upbringing that I graduated high school, after they were homeless or they had abusive parents or all that.
Yeah.
That stuff's strong.
That's strong. Okay, this is just even reading this one. Abused dogs wagging their tail at their rescuers.
Oh yeah, give me a 3-legged dog, man.
Oh man,
it's waterworks there.
Yeah, come on.
You know when I teared up?
What?
I teared up during Andre Johnson's Hall of Fame induction speech.
Yeah,
when he talked about. He was talking to people in his old neighborhood, and he said something like, that quiet kid that you used to worry about because he was so quiet. Just so you know, I'm all right. I made it. Oh, man, I'm tearing up now even thinking about it because I just thought you think about those kids that you just can't figure out because they're so quiet.
Yeah.
And you don't know if they're happy or sad or what, and they got a lot of stuff going on in their life and you're trying to help them. So I was telling Andre that the other day out at practice.
Oh, yeah.
And I started freaking tearing up
right
next to Andre. Yeah. And I was just like, I had to look away.
Did he say anything to you?
He just
tearing up?
Sneered at me. Yeah.
He's like, Seth, I lived it,
This is why you're not a Hall of Famer. No, I don't think you could tell because I was also sweating profusely.
That's true. You can. I think I got some sweat in my eyes.
Are those tears or sweat?
Yeah,
it's both. It's both, Andre.
Dude. Reunited animals with their former owners.
Yeah. Especially if it's like a dog training. Some of those those canine dogs get reunited with their former trainer. Yeah, that's cool.
That's a good one. Okay. As a middle-aged man realizing how stupid you were in your 20s, does that make you cry?
Is there anything I cry about?
Could there have been missed opportunities either with females or... otherwise, professionally or anything?
You know what I've gotten good at? I used to, my brother and I are completely opposite. My brother has almost no memory of our childhood because he's really good at just, blocking things out.
Compartmentalizing, yeah.
Yeah, he remembers, all the sports stuff and everything, but, all the kind of tough stuff that he doesn't remember all of it. Where I'm the opposite. I remember everything. And I've learned, over the course of the last 20 years, I've worked on just being able to be in denial for certain things, just wall things off.
Healthy denial.
Yeah, healthy denial.
Yeah.
So I just so a lot of this stuff, I don't fixate on mistakes I made or, things that I might have done. I've been able to kind of, contemplate those things without regretting them. So I don't cry about it. Yeah.
That's good. All right, I tear up every time I think of Michael Irvin hugging a prostitute. Why? Is he jeopardizing your team's Super Bowl chances? I don't know.
Yeah.
We're going to hear from Michael Irvin in the next segment because he had a take on
he hugging a prostitute?
No. He was on a podcast, but maybe later he did. I only saw a clip. He may very well have hugged a prostitute later.
I didn't
watch the whole episode.
Yeah, okay.
But he's got an opinion that I loved on retiring numbers. He's on the Payne and Pendergast side of this argument.
It's a hell of a thing to call Jerry Jones, by the way. That's a texter.
It's the first time I've ever heard someone call him a hooker. Okay, Notre Dame losing to Northern Illinois. That was a text. That wasn't me saying that. I don't cry at sporting events.
Yeah.
I don't. Not even celebrations of sporting events. I have a weird cry mechanism.
You know, you've never cried at a sporting event like in a moment of triumph?
No.
I've never cried when a sports team loses.
No.
I'm just angry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I've ever cried like tears of joy.
No, and I've been to 2 Astros World Series parades.
I cried after my last game my senior year in college.
I could see that.
Yeah.
It's a phase of your life that's over.
Yeah.
I could see that.
You know the other time I cried
That's acceptable.
You know the time I cried on a football field and I had to turn away was at the very end of the first season of the Texans. Aaron Glenn gave us like a nice speech in the defensive huddle because we were a really good defense, but it was never going to be reflected in the stats or anything because we had an offense that would spend max like 37 seconds on the field before we had to go back out there. So it was tough. It was tough. Like we were like it was a bunch of like the best dudes I ever played football with, and Aaron Glenn gave kind of a pep talk to just the 11 of us that were out there on the field, and I started tearing up.
Yeah.
And it's to the point where I was like, what the hell's wrong with me? I turned away.
What is this salty discharge?
And AG was like, hey, look at me. And I was like, no, Aaron,
I can't.
I won't look at you.
Now, there's people on the text page that think someone says this is the diary of a wimpy morning show. That's pretty good. But it made me cry. Tell some jokes or something, please. I think, it's a new FM crowd here. We're trying to connect with a broader audience.
I'm not trying to do anything.
Yeah.
So
just be out here to be honest.
Yeah.
Just out here to be honest. All right. Coming up next, you'll be happy to know we're going to get angry again because we're going to talk about Jaden Daniels.
Yeah. For the guy that started off saying, like, why aren't you guys more critical of this performance last night? I think we've been critical every single time we've talked about it.
Yeah.
But we're in a little bit of denial about I don't want to talk about it all morning long because it is a preseason game. But I also... I am frustrated by some of the things I saw last night, but I also think that it's going to get turned around real quick because I know how D'Amico's going to address it this week.
Yes. All right, coming up next, Jaden Daniels cutting ties with LSU over some really stupid stuff. Michael Irvin, I think, is on the Payne and Pendergast side of the retiring numbers argument. We'll have that audio for you, too, coming up next.
Texans 2026 preseason kicked off with a loss to the Chargers.
Mills gets the snap.
95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
This is a good text right here. A texter saying, you guys have a second career in comedic therapy.
Oh, is that a thing?
I don't know. If it's not, then we should put it in the big book of business ideas. Texter says, struggling with some career and family stuff in the last 2 days. You guys have had me laughing out loud in my car. Love you guys. Congrats on 95.7 The Fan. It's probably helped. See, this is where the switch from AM to FM, there's a philanthropic or a human element to it. Now the people that really need the comedy and the energy that comes from this show are going to hear it better.
They'll hear the energy better.
Yeah.
That's why we're doing it.
That's why we're doing it for the people.
Because we're good people. We're doing it for the people.
Right. In fact, any increase in income I get from it, I'm going to donate to these people.
Yeah. I know a psychotic high school coach, like psychotic, who basically tries to frame everything as, hey, he's doing it this is all for the kids and everything, and it works.
Yeah.
And people buy it.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, this guy does not give a damn about the kids. He's very successful, but he does not care about the kids whatsoever. But he's really good at selling it like he is.
Is he here in Houston?
He gets away, no.
Okay.
He gets away with a lot of stuff. Like in terms of just like,
tough love. That's how Bobby Knight got away with it all those years.
Yeah.
Your kid's going to be a better kid.
Look at Look at what I've done for all these children and my own ego. Yes.
100%.
I cry every time Carlos gets a massage. They're still rolling in. Matt Schaub's Liz Frank injury. Yeah.
That might have been a sports thing that, if I look back, would make me cry, because I think that team could have won a Super Bowl in 2011.
Yeah.
If Schaub stayed healthy. And ironically, the next couple of years, they didn't win a Super Bowl because Schaub was healthy.
Yeah.
And throwing pick sixes. So Jaden Daniels of LSU, formerly of LSU, Heisman Trophy winner at LSU back in 2023, is upset with his alma mater. He's had his lawyer send a cease and desist letter to LSU that it can no longer use Jaden Daniels' name, image, or likeness moving forward. Why? Because the Tigers are allowing sophomore cornerback DJ Pickett to wear the number 5 jersey that Daniels wore when he won the Heisman Trophy.
Yeah.
He thinks that number 5 is his. It hasn't been retired by the Tigers. The LSU has only retired, I think, maybe 4 or 5 jerseys in the history of the program.
Yeah.
And a lot of them came from back, like back in the 60s and 70s. So they haven't done a lot of that recently. The letter said this, or a statement from Daniels' camp said this. The Daniels family is deeply disappointed and feels profoundly disrespected by LSU's decision to give Jaden's number to another player. Jaden and his family had every reason to believe that his number would remain a meaningful part of his LSU legacy and would be honored and protected in recognition of his extraordinary contributions to the university.
God.
End quote.
Yeah. All right. What did we hear just Danielle Hunter say in that video in the top 100? Keeping the main thing the main thing.
Yeah, man.
I feel like every young quarterback you hear, or athlete these days, at some point you're going to hear him say, keep the main thing the main thing. Keep the main thing the main thing.
Lot. Yeah.
So if you're a Commanders fan, you just know your quarterback's keeping the main thing the main thing. Well, also trying to claim ownership of the number 5 at LSU.
Yes.
And I'm like, what the hell? What the hell? What the hell are you doing, man? What the hell are you letting your family and lawyers do, really?
That's the scuttlebutt is that this isn't necessarily Jaden. This is his camp that's doing
He's
this.
He's signing his name to something authorizing a lawyer to do all this stuff.
Yeah. Well, and his mom is very involved.
Yeah.
Like very involved in all of his stuff. If you watch Quarterback on Netflix, it had Jaden Daniels was one of the 4 quarterbacks that they were chronicling on there last season. And, of course, he got hurt last season, but he was coming off a year where he became a big star.
Yeah.
So his mom's there organizing photo shoots.
Right.
And she has her fingerprints on everything that he does. So there's a lot of conjecture out there that this is the mom that's doing this right now. And if it is, whoever's doing it, including Jaden Daniels himself, is not doing Jaden Daniels any favors.
Yeah. No, not at all. No, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And I don't want to hear your legal reasoning for, you know what? At some point we're going to hear, really, I'm doing this just to protect all athletes. Because that's in keeping with the theme of claiming nobility when it comes to stuff like this. Yeah, well, really, I'm doing it to protect athletes and their ability to, profit off of their, no. you feel like, okay, Joe Burrow got his number retired and you didn't, and et cetera,
No,
et cetera.
Joe Burrow hasn't had his number retired.
Nobody's worn it. Nobody's
worn it.
Yeah,
Like, that's the thing.
Yeah, so it's not even that. You're right. That's how even dumber it is. In my mind, I'm thinking, oh, yeah, he's upset. No, they didn't retire Joe Burrow's number. They just haven't given it to anybody since then.
Right.
So he's upset about the briefness of time with which his number wasn't touched.
Right.
What the hell?
Right.
We need JJ to do this. First time the Texans give out 99
Well,
to somebody.
I was thinking about that because you and I are both when this story came out. But after rolling my eyes for about an hour at this thing, I think it's just so stupid.
Yeah.
And you're right. Like if I'm a Commanders fan and I'm a Jaden Daniels fan, I'm like, this is a little embarrassing for me to root for this guy right now. Like this is silly. And I got thinking about that. Like the Texans, I'm not a big fan of retiring numbers. Mostly because of the point of view, like I feel like if you retire numbers, you think the world is going to end at some point here imminently within the next, I don't know, century or so. Because you're going to run out of numbers eventually.
Yeah.
There's a limited amount of 2-digit and 1-digit numbers.
There's just two. And it's okay, if we only knew that these sports leagues would last for another 10 years, which might be accurate with the NCAA. Then okay.
Retire away.
Like, I don't know, we might have another 100 years of great football teams and other Jaden Daniels coming down the pike. I don't like retiring numbers.
I don't either.
Like it
I
at
don't
all.
either. But the Texans have clearly, obviously sort of soft retired Andre Johnson and J.J. Watt's number. To my knowledge, nobody has worn or is wearing 80, and nobody has worn nor is wearing number 99. So they haven't hung the number in the rafters, but they at least have left open the possibility that if they need some numbers, they've got 80 and 99. And I kind of like what the Cowboys do, and we're going to play Michael Irvin here in a second. Like 88 is an iconic wide receiver number for the Cowboys. Like if you wear 88, like Drew Pearson was the first one to wear it, where you'd have a conversation about retiring it. And instead, it's become like one of those things where it's given to like exclusive clubs of receivers. Like it begat Michael Irvin, who then begat Dez Bryant, not a Hall of Famer necessarily, but a good receiver. And now it's on CeeDee Lamb, who's a good receiver.
That one's always been interesting to me because that's still kind of you're putting your cojones out there as a talent evaluator. You're like, yep, this guy deserves this number, where he very well might end up being a bust or what have you.
Yep,
it's a lot of pressure that
it
comes
is.
with it.
Oh yeah, the first receiver that wears number 80 here.
Yeah,
after Andre Johnson.
Yeah,
99 after J.J. Watt. Here was Michael Irvin talking about why he thinks retiring numbers is stupid.
Why would I want my number retired? When you retire the number, they put it in the rafters. And as soon as you leave time and go to eternity, they say, lost Michael today. Back to the game. That's it. That's all you get. That's the only time you get your flowers. With CeeDee Lamb wearing number 88, every Sunday he step on the football field. When he misses a ball, they said Mike Irvin wouldn't have dropped that. If he catches if he catches the ball, they said, look like Mike Irvin. So no matter what, I get my flowers every Sunday. I don't understand why everybody don't do this.
It's an interesting take.
Every time I hear Michael Irvin talk, I'm like, because I've been with Michael Irvin before, because a lot of times people accuse him of being on something because he's so high energy. I've been with him at 8 a.m. before, like on Radio Row, where nope, that's him, and you can see that's he's got an on-air persona that's a little bit different than might be like. But I always wonder why on earth did he ever feel the need to do cocaine?
Right.
And can you imagine what it must have been like?
Michael Irvin on cocaine?
You take that energy level and then amp it up even more? Oh, my God.
Well, the other thing, too, I was thinking sort of the same thing.
Because he used to have, for the kids that don't know, he did used to have some issues, and then he cleaned himself up.
Yeah, we're not putting his business out there.
Yeah.
Seth didn't do cocaine with him at the Super Bowl. Just sat next to him. Yeah.
I've been with him at the Super Bowl before.
Yeah.
And frankly, I was like, Michael, I only made so much money in my career. I'm not like you, okay?
Do you remember?
We got to lay off a little.
Do you remember that one season that we had him on weekly?
Yeah.
You and I?
Yeah.
And it was interesting because there were mornings that it was at the other end of the spectrum. Like, Mike was clearly just rolling out of bed.
Yeah.
So he's not that way. He does need to warm the engine up a little bit.
But he would roll into it as we got going, and we would touch on a topic or something, and all of a sudden it would light him right up.
Yeah. It would get him.
We assume that's what it was.
Yeah.
Maybe it was something else.
Maybe?
I don't know.
Yeah. It was over the phone, so we weren't watching. Okay, this is back to Jaden Daniels for a second. LSU alumni here. Jaden Daniels ain't Joe Burrow. Burrow led one of the greatest teams of all time. Daniels was with Brian Kelly on a 10-3 team.
Yeah.
And that's another thing,
That's the other part
too.
of the team success. Yeah, it matters.
Not
it
all
matters.
Heisman Trophy legends are equal at schools.
And that's what, when you talk to people that are in the memorabilia business, man, like a Super Bowl victory or a national championships carries so much more weight than any one individual.
Yeah.
And that's why the magic is if you've got a Hall of Famer on a Super Bowl winning team or on a World Series team, those guys are people. There is just there's a prestige to that that's above and beyond any individual achievement.
Or a Heisman winner on what is viewed as one of the greatest teams in the history of college football.
Yeah,
that 2019 LSU team is viewed as one.
And they didn't retire his number.
And they didn't retire his number. Exactly. Like if DJ Pickett had asked for 9, he might have wound up with 9 instead of 5. He just happened to want 5. DJ Pickett's the cornerback who's wearing Jaden Daniels' number.
I don't know if you were talking about J.J. McCarthy. How long until they give him the number 9 out in Minnesota again?
I would like J.J. McCarthy to wear it spelled out as a word on his jersey instead of a number. Because it's a character. It's a persona.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, or no, on the nameplate.
On the nameplate, at least.
Wearing number 9, but then with a nameplate 9. Like kind of like the He Hate Me, but even
I guarantee you there are Viking fans who have one of those. Who custom made a Vikings jersey with the number 9 on both sides, and then the nameplate says 9. I guarantee it. All right, you ready for Take-A-Mania? Mm-hmm. It's our first Take-A-Mania in a few weeks.
It is, yeah.
So
I've been jonesing.
Jake Paul is still the champion. By the way, this Jaden Daniels thing is going to show up twice in Take-A-Mania. We had bad takes on retiring numbers in here. So let's get to it. Bad takes try to take down the champ. The champ is Jake Paul on playing in the NFL. And we've got 5 challengers to him. We will do that coming up next. But first, I'd like to save you some money on your energy bill. And that would be what Base Power does for Houstonians everywhere. BasePowerCompany.com.
Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Take a Mania time. It is time to see if we can crown a new champ.
So this is the worst take that we hear all week.
Yes.
But if you're a really, really bad take, you become the Take-A-Mania champion.
Yep.
But you have to topple the current champion.
It's like a wrestling belt. Yeah, we have a champ, and we've had champions. If you're new to the show, we've had champions that have held the title for as many as, I think the longest reigning champ was Angelo Cataldi, former host in Philadelphia, who held the title for nearly 2 months.
Right, with his take that Andy Reid was not just an overrated coach, but the all-time fraud.
Biggest fraud in American sports.
Basically saying he's not even a good coach at all.
Yes. So that, and we've had some that have held it 3 or 4 weeks. We've had some, though, that the title has changed hands twice in the same segment.
Yeah, it's almost like they get
anything can happen.
They almost get like a positive PED test.
Right, right. So anything can happen in Take-A-Mania. Now, we haven't done this in a couple of weeks because we've only been doing 2-hour shows out of Texans practice. So we haven't been able to do Take-A-Mania. So Jake Paul has been the champ for a few weeks, but we're not going to count the last couple weeks on his title reign because there was no Take-A-Mania.
Right.
Here is Jake Paul, YouTuber, pugilist, boxer, and saying that he's been in touch with he's had NFL teams get in touch with him about wanting him to play on their team in the NFL.
Can you talk us through your plan to get to the NFL more?
I mean, it's pretty simple. Just like when I started boxing, it's funny to see the tweet and deleters out there, the non-believers, the naysayers. Shout out to Drake. I think there's a lot of super mediocrity in the NFL, a lot of not good athletes, a lot of people dropping passes on a consistent basis. I have better hands than them. I'm faster than them. I'm stronger than them. I work harder than them. Really, all it's going to take is just me after boxing, practicing some routes. I have a couple teams and coaches that I've already talked to that are interested in bringing me on to the team. It's really going to be quite easy.
Do you have a dream team you'd like to play for?
I mean, I'd love to go to the Cleveland Browns. Been a Browns fan my whole entire life. My mom is a diehard Browns fan, and I think they could use some good receivers over there. Number 17, Browns reserve the jersey now. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, what's that music?
I'm not sure. Was that? Yeah. Okay. So that was Jake Paul.
What's Sting have to do with this?
He's the current So that's the champion right now.
Okay, so this is the weakness with Jake Paul is that I just never know if it's a work or not. You know, like that part. He's in that world where I don't buy for a second. I think maybe he has talked to people in the NFL, including because he talks to Tom Brady.
Logan Paul, his brother, is the one that got the thing going with Tom Brady. Okay. I'm sure Jake's been involved.
They're not the same person?
No.
Okay.
No,
are they identical twins?
No, they're not identical. They look alike, and they're both YouTubers.
Are they both into pro wrestling, or is it just...
Jake Paul's into boxing, Logan Paul's into pro wrestling.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
But they're both... But Jake Paul, they're both... capable of this being a work.
Yeah. So he's currently the worst.
He's the worst.
Mostly based on I don't buy that teams are reaching out to him.
Of course, sounds like he's lying.
Which he didn't say.
Yeah.
He said he's talked to teams.
Yes.
Yeah. Which could be like, hey, what do you think?
All right, so let's do these. We've got a few challengers. This is Booger McFarland on ESPN earlier this week after it was announced JJ McCarthy is going to be the backup to Kyler Murray.
Mm-hmm.
Kyler Murray is going to be the starter.
Adam
of Minnesota.
Schefter says he's forced to be the backup.
That's right.
Yeah.
Here's Booger McFarland's take on JJ McCarthy.
Well, I think if you're JJ, number one, this is just a setback. This is not the end of the story. I think we've seen several quarterbacks, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, Geno Smith, that things didn't always go well initially, and now they're starting quarterbacks in the National Football League. So if you're J.J. McCarthy, you're disappointed. He's human. He's going to be disappointed to lose the competition. But at the end of the day, you sit back and you learn. I think the number was like 64 or 65 quarterbacks played last year. So the likelihood of him playing this season is really high. So you sit back, you learn. When you get your opportunity, whether that's this year in Minnesota or whether that's somebody else, you come out, you take advantage of the opportunity. I do not think, by no stretch of the imagination, is the J.J. McCarthy story over. As a matter of fact, I still think it's just beginning. He's only got 10 starts. So if you're J.J., you can be disappointed, but don't feel bad long, brother.
Oh, okay. This is, I feel like your hatred of J.J. McCarthy
100%.
made this a candidate there. I felt like that was pretty even the road take by him. He's more talking about like probability than J.J. McCarthy himself.
I just felt like taking a shot at J.J. McCarthy.
You don't feel that way about J.J. McCarthy.
I do not at all. That's why I think it's a horrible opinion.
You feel like he's cooked.
I do.
Now, but Booker's just saying he's going to get another chance.
Yeah. Well, he will play an NFL game again.
He's going to have a chance. He'll have another chance to play football at some point.
I just think he's a little twerp.
This is more about you hating J.J. McCarthy.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, so,
Jake Paul?
Jake Paul.
Yeah.
This is Jake Paul.
Jake Paul.
Jake Paul remains champ.
All right.
Can he do it? Cover! Oh, and a kick out! Unbelievable!
All right, so
that's as close as you can get.
Jake Paul remains champ. All right, next up, Dan Orlovsky.
Yeah.
Dan Orlovsky does not show up in Take a Mania all that often.
Which is kind of surprising. Because I feel like sometimes when he does his QB stuff, he's like, it just feels very much like he's doing it for clicks.
Yes. Yeah. Somebody got to Dan Orlovsky at some point in the last few years.
Yeah.
And I think coached him up on how to wind up on Twitter a little more often.
Mm-hmm.
This is Dan Orlovsky. Now, this is after the Hall of Fame game.
Yeah.
This past week, a week ago last night. It was last Thursday.
Famously known is when teams play their very best players.
And they're disguising, and they've got all sort of wrinkles.
Yeah.
It's actually not that at all.
Yeah.
Teams don't play any of their good players.
It's like it's even worse. As little as they put into a preseason game in general, it's even worse than the
Hall of Fame game's
game.
less.
Yeah.
It's as vanilla as it gets. Carson Beck for the Cardinals, as Cardinals-Panthers was that game. Carson Beck, the draft choice out of Miami, got a chance to play a ton in that game. And the stats were really good.
Yeah.
Put up a lot of numbers. Dan Orlovsky says that Carson Beck made a statement in the Hall of Fame game.
Carson Beck told the Cardinals last night, you have to consider me for the starting quarterback job sooner rather than later.
Wow.
And I'm not jumping on over Jacoby Brissett just yet. But the number one thing that stands out is never once got fooled by coverage. The eyes were always in the right place. The ball always went to the right place. He played fast. So often young quarterbacks in this first game, they feel overwhelmed. They play a little slow, whether it's with their decision-making or their eyes. I love all the different versions of play actions that LaFleur put them under, the bootlegs, the open ends, the under center play actions, the intermediate throws over the middle of the field, the deep shots. And so, I haven't been at practices, and I don't know what the reports are about Carson Beck in practice, but last night it looked the ideal way you would want that to look for a guy that you would want to say he needs more reps to see if we're entertaining starting him earlier than maybe our plan was.
The best parts of these cuts is McAfee reacting to him. I love that.
The part that got it for me was him saying like he wasn't fooled by coverages. Oh yeah, I know. Look, Sean, I didn't watch that game where they run a bunch of sim blitzes.
Zone dog.
Were they rotating coverages and everything at the snap with like one of the worst defenses in the league last year? Still, I know they're an improved defense, but still, and the third stringers on that team. And yet, at the same time, because it feels a little bit like Orlovsky's just throwing this out there because nobody gives a damn about the Hall of Fame game.
Right.
And realistically, at some point, you're the Arizona Cardinals. Jacoby Brissett's not the future. They're going to want to see what they have with Carson Beck.
Yep.
But so no, this isn't as bad as
Jake
the Paul brothers.
Okay, Jake Paul. All right, kicks out again.
Can he do it? Cover!
Jake Paul kicks out.
Unbelievable.
All right, this next one. Again, this next one is an opinion as well. Don't worry, we're going to get to the Jaden Daniels ones. Those are the real title contenders.
Yeah.
But we've talked a lot about, not a lot, but as far as Texans opponents go, I would say we've talked a disproportionate amount about the Cincinnati Bengals because they play them in week 2. That's the first real, big, war daddy nose tackle they're going to play that year.
Well, in the defensive line in general.
Yeah.
The Bills' defensive line is not nearly as physically fearsome as the Bengals' defensive line. And that's what crushed the Texans so many times last year was especially interior defensive linemen who are big, burly men, like the Seahawks variety.
This is Chase Brown sitting down with the folks from the NFL Network at Bengals camp. Chase Brown's their starting running back, and they asked him, what are you seeing out of your defense this year in training camp?
They've been doing a really good job this training camp, bro. Just with Dex,
and Boye and B. Cook and all of our returning starters from the year before, like, that's an experienced group. But to see what they're doing this year, the amount of havoc they're causing up front, the amount of pressure they're putting on Joe, I feel comfortable saying this. That's a top 10, top 5 defense.
Okay. Chase Brown, put it down right now.
They look really good, man.
Okay.
Yeah, like
top 10, top 5 defense.
Yeah,
the
this
Bengals.
guy's hyping up his own team, and they might. There's so many quick turnarounds every year in the NFL, and the Bengals are one of those teams that spent heavily on acquiring 3 new defensive linemen who are all quality players and above, and then they bolstered their secondary too. So no, he does not kick out the champ.
Win. Okay, all right.
He does not beat the champ.
Jake Paul's still the champ. I would remind Chase Brown that they are kind of. There's sort of a Texans dynamic to it.
They're beating up on the Bengals offensive line.
The Bengals offensive line, yeah.
He has a running back too, yeah. I feel like, hey, boy, those guys that I really rely on, they're getting their butts whooped every day by these guys. It's awesome.
But you don't want to reconsider, right? Jake Paul's still the champ. All right, here we go. 2 more left. 2 more challengers, both Jaden Daniels number kerfuffle related. This is a quick one. RG3 did like a 2-minute video about bullet points about
was
why.
Was he wearing a costume?
Jaden Daniels. No,
he wears costumes a lot these days.
I know. No, he had like 3 bullet points why Jaden Daniels should stand down on this.
Yeah.
But it was the first 7 seconds of the video that I felt were Take-A-Mania worthy.
Every Heisman Trophy winner's jersey number should be retired in college football. It's the most exclusive fraternity in the world.
Wait a second. It's the most exclusive fraternity in the world.
And they should all have their number retired.
Wait, no, that's a part. I don't even. Wait a second.
You want to play it again?
No, we don't need to. Okay. We talk about have the number retired part. That part's like that's out there. Yeah. And I think you meant on their respective teams, not on their yeah. Not for all of
not like
college.
Jackie Robinson in baseball or something. Yeah.
There are has he never seen an awards show? Like there are many awards that are given out once a year. Olympia, just by the sheer math of it, an Olympic gold medal in a sport is way more exclusive than winning the Heisman Trophy because it only happens once every 4 years. So no. That's I don't even want to get to the jersey retirement part. What the hell are you talking about? It's the most exclusive.
Play it one more time. It's only 7 seconds long, Bryson. But let me hear it again just to see if I'm with Seth on this thing here. Yeah.
Every Heisman Trophy winner's jersey number should be retired in college football. It's the most exclusive fraternity in the world.
Pretty exclusive. There's like 90 of them, you know?
I know, but I don't know. Best actor at the Oscars.
Yeah.
There's one a year.
All right, so there's
multiple Oscars, though.
Is it a worse take than Jake Paul saying he could play in the NFL?
No, the other thing about RG3 that rubs you the wrong way, though, is that it's very self-motivated, too.
Yeah. He's a Heisman Trophy winner.
He's a Heisman Trophy winner. It's basically like him saying my jersey number is it retired at Baylor?
I don't know. It's a good question. I'll look it up.
Yeah. On behalf of Baylor alums, Megan and then RG3 making Baylor look bad.
Yeah.
No, he's not the new champion.
Not the new champ.
No,
okay, that's fine. That's fine. All right.
Can he do it? Cover! Oh, and a kick out! Unbelievable! That's as close as you can get.
Okay, Robert Griffin III's number is not officially retired at Baylor. He wore number 10.
But nobody's worn it since.
It's treated as effectively off limits.
Yeah.
Kind of like JJ and Andre here.
Yeah.
You know, just sort of soft retire is what I like to call that. All right, one more. Harry Douglas, former NFL wide receiver, works on ESPN. He defends Jaden Daniels taking the stand that he's taking against LSU.
For those of you who don't know, Jaden Daniels is suing LSU because they...
Not suing them. He sent a cease and desist
letter. He sent a cease and desist, excuse me, because LSU dared to give out the number 5, Jaden Daniels' number, to another player on LSU.
Right, yeah. He's not going to let him use their name, image, and likeness anymore. Here's Harry Douglas.
He's telling a football team that you're not allowed to issue a number.
A football team that is a sport where the numbers are all either single or double digits, and there's over 100 guys on the roster.
And he's not claiming that any promises were made or anything, right? Like it's not like he's claiming that you guys went back on your word, right? He just doesn't like it. Okay.
No. In fact, the guy who's wearing the number now, DJ, whatever his last name is, Pickett. They actually did go back on a promise to him to give him 5 the first year he was there and made him wear number 3. This is Harry Douglas defending Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, it's a business type deal, right? You want to be able to capitalize off every gain from your name, image, and likeness. And if you're associated with LSU and won a Heisman Trophy, then that's included in that as well. I also think LSU, like if you know for a fact this guy meant so much to your program and your organization, why give out number 5? Like, I don't understand why would you do that? Because I also feel like everyone who has won a Heisman Trophy, in which there's only been 91 Heisman Trophy winners, only one 2-time Heisman Trophy winner. That was Archie Griffin at Ohio State. You deserve to have your number retired. I think also, I don't think anyone should be rocking that number, or nor should an equipment manager be giving that number out, basing it off what you were able to do on the football field alone and what you meant to that program.
Okay. Why are you talking about a completely separate issue than the issue at hand, which is Jaden Daniels sending a cease and desist letter? There's lots of things that you think people shouldn't do or should do or whatever. You should have gotten your mom flowers for Mother's Day, okay? What's she gonna do? Take legal action? It's a completely separate issue, right? It just has nothing to. One has absolute. Your
issue is with Jaden Daniels making it a legal thing that is causing a distraction for him. Even for the Commanders. Who knows?
Great. LSU. I would agree with you, Harry Douglas. LSU probably should have waited a while to give out the number 5. Yeah. That doesn't mean that Jaden Daniels has the right to stop you from issuing a jersey. Yeah. Your poor equipment guy is going to come in and get tackled by ICE because he's trying to give a jersey to a kid. What the hell?
I love how the equipment manager got astray in that whole thing.
Yeah.
He's just following orders, man.
He's like all of a sudden
shooting the messenger.
Your equipment manager is just walking over trying to give Pickett a jersey, and he gets tackled.
We're up against it. Judge, what is the verdict on this?
Yeah, this is the new worst
This
take
is the
of
new
week.
one. Harry Douglas. All right, let's hear it. Harry Douglas defending Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels' number fiasco is going to live on for another week.
Yeah. Sean, you use the company coffee cup in there that's available to everybody, but I use it all the time.
Yeah.
All right, maybe voice an objection. No, I'm going to take legal action.
I will never use any of the cups
somehow
up
bar
here,
you
ever.
from using my coffee cup.
You don't ever have to worry about that with me. All right, there you go. Take a Mania, the new champ, Harry Douglas. All right, coming up next, J.J. Watt was on with us yesterday. If you're watching any of these rookies right now, particularly maybe Caden McDonald, let's say, and you're worried about what you're seeing in camp or what you're seeing in the games, I think J.J. Watt's story of his own rookie struggles should put your mind at ease a little bit. We'll let you hear that coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln. Katy Freeway exit Kirkwood. Chris Poulos, the owner, my good friend. Ryan O'Kane, the GM, also a good friend. And they're such good friends that's where my wife, my son, they both bought new Lincolns in the last couple of years. Well, I say last couple of years. My wife, her lease is coming up in the next month or two. So she'll...
they wonder about Jaden Daniels' mom and just how maybe either controlling or just like how much influence she has.
He was my least favorite of the 4 quarterbacks on that season.
Yeah.
The season that just dropped.
Yeah.
Because it was Baker Mayfield, who I really liked and who I used to not like, Baker Mayfield. I came away really liking Baker Mayfield. I've always liked Joe Flacco. He's a fun old guy. I like Cam Ward more than I thought I would. I really like Cam Ward. I liked his vibe.
I knew you would like Cam Ward.
Yeah.
Everything I've ever heard about Cam Ward is that he's just like everything you would want in terms of just the intangibles, the work ethic, showing first guy in, last guy out type of that. It's annoying that he's in the division.
It is. I didn't hate Jaden Daniels or anything like that, but he was the one I liked the least of the 4.
Yeah.
Something a little off. And some of that may have had to do with the whole mom thing.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
I got to watch that now then. I haven't watched it. How many episodes are there?
7 or 8 maybe.
It's a commitment.
That's a lot of work.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work.
I don't know if I got it into me to grind like that anymore.
Yeah. Football season's here now, too.
How about Clemens yesterday when we talked to him, talking about his system for studying the opponent, his index card system.
Dude.
Like he had flashcards and he's going through, like on game day, he's going through every pitcher, like every batter over and over again and everything.
I could listen to him talk about pitching for hours.
Yeah.
He's fascinating.
He's really fun.
Yeah, he was good. J.J. Watt was good, too. He was on with us yesterday. Before we get to J.J. Watt, because I want to tie this in with the Texans, and there are people listening earlier. Now they're listening. They haven't gotten to hear your assessment of Caden McDonald yet. But this was D'Amico Ryans on Caden McDonald's play last night.
I have to look at the film to see it up close and see how he did. But overall, I thought we got him some good, valuable reps. He needs to get as many reps as possible, right, to continue to improve his game and improve, our style of play.
It's that felt a little bit like congratulations on a job done. Yeah.
That's what it was.
I think, okay, so this is where I am with Caden McDonald.
He showed up for work today.
And I could feel this because I know, look, there was a lot of hype around Caden McDonald because a lot of people thought maybe he'll go in the first round.
Yeah.
The Texans got a lot of love for getting him where they did. And I think you have to remember that he is like he's a run stuffer. And I know there's a lot of people saying like, yeah, but he's got upside as a pass rusher, et cetera, et cetera. He's a run defender, and that's why the Texans got him. And you shouldn't expect fireworks out of him. And I think him coming out and saying that his goal was to be a defensive rookie of the year and first team All-Pro his rookie year, that probably didn't help matters.
Might have been a
all.
miscalculation.
And he's like, as of right now, he doesn't have that profile in terms of what type of a 320-pound guy he is. If you're a 320-pound defensive tackle who's got really quick feet and all of that, you tend to go in the top 5 of the draft. So you shouldn't be expecting him to. Now, I'm not saying he can't eventually be All-Pro or anything. It's that, D'Amico after the draft was asked about, hey, what's his upside as a pass rusher? Oh, no, I think it was Caserio. And Caserio said, we're going to focus on what we wanted to do, which is stop the run right now. He did some really good things last night. He also had some rookie-type moments where I think sometimes people see a defensive tackle get a few yards pushed off the line of scrimmage and they think he's getting destroyed. It's different when it's an outside zone run. It's like I didn't look at it. I think some people are looking at a couple reps he had last night like he was getting destroyed or something. I thought it was a fine performance, but he's got a lot of stuff he's got to work on. And like as of right now, he's not one of the 4 best defensive tackles on the Texans. So like it's for him right now, he needs to. You can worry about being first team All-Pro at some point. Maybe that's your long-term goal. Right now, it's you want to crack the game day roster.
He would be he will if they had to play a real game on Sunday. If they had to put a 53-man roster together, he would be on it, if for no other reason, because he was the 36th pick in the draft. They're not going to put him through waivers, and he's got a ton of potential. Obviously, he would be inactive this Sunday if they played a game.
Most likely, yeah. They've just got too many good defensive tackles right now. Which, and again, that's where I'm trying to frame it carefully because I don't want it to sound like I'm down on him or anything. I'm just trying to manage some people's expectations who thought that oh yeah, this guy's going to come in and he's going to be just this incredible stud.
Have the same impact he had at Ohio State.
Like he's going to be Vita Vea right away or something. And it's not going to likely be that quick. But now, he's doing his good plays. Like he's knocking back guards. He was doing some good stuff. But he's just got to keep getting better.
It's a process, yeah. And we learned that yesterday. talking to J.J. Watt. J.J. was on with us yesterday, the first day of 95.7 The Fan, and he talked about his struggles. Why did he struggle in the first half of his rookie season back in 2011?
You're trying to do everything perfect because you're coming into a new situation with a new coaching staff and being taught a way to play the game, and you want to do everything right. And I was used to how we taught it at Wisconsin and how we played it at Wisconsin. And I come down to Houston, and of course, it's a new coach, it's a new system, and everything is faster, everything is more explosive, the offensive lines are better and more experienced. And all I wanted to do was impress my coaches and teammates. So every step I wanted to be perfect. Every hand placement I wanted to be perfect. And as you know from playing, you can't be thinking all the time because that's not how you got where you are. And so about halfway through my rookie season, I finally had to be like, hey man, like just let yourself be the player that you know you can be. You're going to still make mistakes, but at least make mistakes going 100 miles an hour and letting everything loose as opposed to trying to be perfect every step of the way. And that really is what opened everything up for me, was saying, if I'm going to fail, at least I'm going to fail leaving it all on the field and not trying to be a playbook player.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, with Caden McDonald, I think it's probably less likely that in terms of just, all right, where is he? When is he going to get to closer to his full potential? Because, like, in this scheme, for one, they don't ask you to think about as many things or just, play certain techniques that are kind of difficult the way they did in Wade. And Wade tried to make it simple for defensive linemen, too. But I think that part of it with Caden is just that they are working on a few things just from a technique standpoint and keeping his pad level low and getting his hands right. And that's where, whether he's overthinking it or not, he just needs the muscle memory of just getting reps doing it. And the one thing, too, as a defensive lineman, Sean, when they tweak your stance, man, that's tough. Like sometimes it's the right change, but it feels weird. It feels like you're wearing the wrong size pants. Yep. And it can be kind of uncomfortable, and then all of a sudden you're going out and playing, against an NFL team. So the good stuff I thought he did last night, I thought exactly that's what you're hoping to get out of him, and he's just got to iron out some of the things that every rookie has to iron out.
I'm still optimistic about it. I mean, it's 11 practices in one preseason game.
And he's not right now, when I watch him athletically, he doesn't have the footwork of guys that are going to be like a 10-sack guy or anything.
No.
But now that's something that can be improved over time,
sure.
too. It's just I'm not expecting defensive rookie of the year out of him.
No. I'm looking at JJ's rookie year.
Yeah.
Log. The first 9 games of JJ's rookie year. First 9 games. That was back when it was a 16-game season. He played all 16 games. He had 2 sacks and 4 TFLs and 5 QB hits in 9 games.
Yeah.
I mean, there's single games JJ had like that. So that was the first 9 games. Again, 2 sacks, 4 TFLs, 5 hits in 9 games. And you can see right where the switch flipped. In the last 7 games, 3.5 sacks, 9 TFLs, 14 QB hits.
Yeah.
Like he tripled his QB hits in less games.
Well, do you remember who was like that? It was Christian Harris. And it was all of a sudden midway through the season,
2023,
it kind of, D'Amico's defense took hold, and he was a completely different guy. He doubled or tripled his stats. It was ridiculous in the second half of the season. Yeah, and then he had this mysterious calf injury.
Yeah.
But yeah,
that's use him.
Yeah, with with JJ, I told you I went back and watched all of his games a few years ago, or a few of his early games, his rookie year, and he was really close to being super productive. It was. After hearing him describe what was going through his brain, that's exactly what it looks like on film. He just looked a little uncomfortable. And he was just a half step short of making a play here. He took the wrong angle there, and he was just a little bit hesitant. And then, at some point, he just flipped the switch.
Yep. All right, final segment coming up. We haven't talked much Astros today, but this is an important series this weekend. They can vanquish something that looked like it was going to be a big problem at the beginning of the year. We'll do a check-in on where Jordan's at with the Triple Crown as well. We'll find out what the guys on In the Loop have going on, question of the day-wise. We'll do all of that. Final segment of the week coming up next. First, I want to tell you guys about Dr. Ben Salento. I got a text from the old DBC just about an hour ago because I'm going to be heading...
95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
You look like you're about to say something.
Oh, the text message, which we probably should have brought this up more as we were discussing last night's atrocity. The Texans let the city down.
I'm hopping mad.
Yeah,
they're lucky it's a day off today, and they're not going to see me in person over there. Look, I had a day to cool off.
You might know
practice.
some of those guys might have gotten cut after last night. D'Amico wasn't happy about the game, but somebody said, "Can we discuss the more important issue? Who's going to be our number 3? Who's going to be our third string quarterback?"
Okay, you pulled up a mini shopping list earlier of names that are out there. I actually had one on. I consulted ChatGPT last night during the postgame show about this.
Yeah.
NFL free agent QBs. There it is. Here, do any of these names tickle your fancy? Because Graham Mertz, it looks like, could be out for the season. He's torn an ACL before.
And D'Amico mentioned an ACL in the meeting, so that's. I mean, it's a pretty easy. Usually, an ACL is a pretty easy diagnosis on the field.
I didn't know this. Tell the audience that again.
They do. It's kind of unsettling. So if you ever find yourself in this situation, they take your knee, they take your leg, and they just kind of like hold on to your femur, your thigh bone.
Yeah.
While they like push and pull up and down on your tibia, on your shin bone, and they can tell whether it's stable or not.
Does it feel like a click or something like that?
I think it's I don't know. I think it's like kind of soupy. If the ACL's intact, there's like a hard stop, and if it's not, it just kind of comes and goes a little bit.
Huh?
Yeah, it's like a floppy rubber pencil.
Would you 2 ACL tears for you?
Oh, yeah, twice. Yeah, 2 ACL tears, but like 4 ACL surgeries because I had issues of one of them.
Yeah.
I had to get an ACL. I had to get an ACL repaired, and then we had all kinds of issues, so they had to take out the original graft. Then I had to rehab to strengthen my leg up because my leg had atrophied so much for 2 months, and then they put a new one in.
To get another surgery.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And then we could do a podcast on like exactly how that whole
Same
thing went. Same knee, but then when I tore my other ACL, because they used the patellar tendon. It's a long story.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, but it was interesting.
I'd already had patellar tendon surgery, so we had to do all kinds of. We couldn't use it. I had an immune response to the cadaver tendon. They
I remember
used,
you telling that story.
And so it got. We started harvesting all kinds of stuff from all over my body. To create an ACL for myself. Yeah.
Your whole body looks like a road map.
Yeah.
All the scars. Okay, so it looks like we say all that to say it looks like the Texans' third string quarterback might be out for the year. If he is, they need a quarterback. They need a quarterback, and for no other reason, just to get through training camp. They need a warm body because you can't just go through with C.J. Stroud and Davis Mills. Because if something happens at Davis Mills, all of a sudden C.J. Stroud's out there doing everything.
Yeah.
Which, practice might not be the worst thing.
I didn't sending a quarterback back into the game after he's already psychologically checked out. Even though he's paid attention on the headset and everything, it's just different. I thought they were going to run the ball every single.
Or at the very least, when it was like 3rd and 8 that first series, I think I turned to you and said, "Well, they're getting this out quick."
Yeah, or a screen or something.
They ran their offense.
Not even a screen. That might take too long to develop.
Yeah. They ran their offense with Davis back in there. It didn't go well, obviously. They didn't score any points. Okay, stop me when I get to a name that excites you for third-string quarterback play for the Texans. Okay. Jimmy Garoppolo, Desmond Ridder.
Well, okay. Well, honestly, Jimmy Garoppolo, sure.
It's third string.
I mean,
I was expecting you to stop me.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Stop, Sean.
Halt.
Now go back a little bit.
When Jimmy Garoppolo
What's Garoppolo doing?
He's a free agent right now.
He's just sitting out there?
He's just sitting out there. Well,
is he okay?
If you want me to literally answer what he's doing, keep in mind this is somebody who routinely brought porn stars to various public functions.
Did he do it routinely or just once?
I don't know. I like to say routinely. It was part of his routine back then.
He had a dinner with one once. Yeah. It wasn't like he was bringing her to the ESPYs.
Back then it was his routine.
Yeah.
But Jimmy Garoppolo, Desmond Ridder.
They're all interesting.
Dorian Thompson Robinson. Ooh, mobile
DTR.
Quarterback. Yeah, DTR as they call him. Jeff Driscoll. Yeah. Are you here for Driscoll 2.0?
As a third-string quarterback?
Yeah.
Why not? Did he play football last year? I feel like I saw him somewhere.
Probably.
I think he was on a team the Texans played.
He's 33 years old now. Trevor Siemian.
Dude, 33 is not old.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying it's I remember back in the day when he was in his 20s.
The O'Brien-esque system.
I'm just saying time flies. I'm not saying he's super old or anything.
Driscoll might make a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah. Trevor Siemian, Brett Rippon, John Walford. Clayton Tune, U of H.
Oh, yeah.
Jake Haener is somebody that, at least our boss Parker told me that the Texans might have worked out at some point.
Oh, okay.
And Tim Boyle was on the Texans at one point, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he was.
Yep. Those are the types of names that are
Jeff
out
Driscoll, look, I didn't like him when they were trying to hype him up as the second best quarterback athlete in the NFL after Lamar Jackson. I certainly did not like that.
That coach isn't here anymore that did that. Thank God.
But no, for a guy who's got familiarity in the system, and honestly, you just want to see. You know, might appreciate that is just some of the skill position players where it's not like Jeff Driscoll has a great arm or anything, but he knows the system. And if you want to just get somebody that can get you a good look at the receivers, and especially when you're facing backups and third stringers, that you can go out and execute the offense, he might make a lot of sense right now.
Maybe. Astros have a big series this weekend against the Mariners. Now, the Mariners, if you recall, the Mariners coming into the season, because I like me some power rankings.
Yeah.
It was hard to find a power ranking in MLB that didn't have the Mariners as, at worst, the second best team in the American League behind the Toronto Blue Jays, who also suck this year. The Yankees are a decent team this year. Tampa Bay is kind of running away with things right now in the AL East. They've won 74 games. The AL West is what it is. 62-60 is good enough to have a multi-game lead in that division right now. If you're the Astros, they have a 2-game lead over the Rangers, who lost last night and lost Jacob deGrom. And the Mariners are 5 games back. You cannot let the Seattle Mariners up off the mat this weekend. You can put them away.
Yeah.
If you sweep them this weekend, their season is done. They'll be 8 games back. If you allow them to come in here and sweep you, which they have swept the Astros before this season, early in the season, the Mariners were even worse than they are right now, and they played an early season series against the Astros, and they swept the Astros. They can cut it back to 2 games and be right back in this thing.
Yeah.
So there's, and if the Astros win 2 out of 3, whatever, but you can put them away this weekend.
I feel like, and with the Astros, they're not a great team this year, have not been a great team, but they've been a much better team since middle of May, May 18th, whatever the record is, since that point. They've been a good baseball team since that point. I do feel like that 8-game, like mathematically, you're not putting the Mariners out, and yet the Astros have been able to be where they are right now despite so many different setbacks. I do feel like they're an old piece of scrap iron. Like, okay, you might be able to bash it around a little bit, and dent it and misshape it, but you're not going to kill it.
They're a tough team.
Yeah, and it was in honor of Phil Garner almost. They're like you're not. You're not. This is the
think about that.
They're scrap iron.
In the year that we lost Phil Garner, the tribute from the Astros to Phil Garner is, we're 62-60, but we're tough.
That's right. You know what? Maybe we need to
reframe
reframe
all day
that.
tough.
You know what? For just you and me, for our own mental health.
Yeah.
Maybe we got to reframe this a little bit, because so much of it with a baseball team is you have certain expectations of various players, and when they let you down, you just feel let down, and you kind of ignore. And you don't see the forest for the trees sometimes. That, like, you know what? At the end of the day, they've been a scrappy baseball team.
They've been a scrappy baseball team.
You don't suck so bad with runners in scoring position without having to scrap your way out of it somehow.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
We could do this in a conventional way, or we could do it the scrappy way.
Well, and they've won some scrappy games. They've been during this stretch that you're talking about, especially more like since June, July timeframe. They've had a bunch of games where they've come back late in games. They've been good in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. And so I think they're a scrappy team. I think they're a tough team. I don't think Espada has lost the clubhouse or anything. I mean, they're in first place, so obviously he hasn't lost the clubhouse. But I think they respond to Joe Espada fine. I think their issues are, one, they're just not as talented a baseball team as they used to be, especially in the outfield, and in the starting rotation. They're just not as good in certain areas of the team where they were elite during the heyday.
Yeah.
And I think that's the problem. I also think that I don't think they're the smartest baseball team in the world at times.
And they are, in fairness to them, they are much better. They're not bad with runners in scoring position, but it just
it feels like they are sometimes.
It feels like
I'm going to defend you on this one.
You know what it feels like? Somebody, advanced analytics person, help me out. It feels like, despite their pretty good rankings with runners in scoring position, it feels like in the highest leverage moments where they really need it, that they're not. And I know that that's just the meathead in me that remembers the moments that they let me down.
Or I wonder if some of it is the games where they do, and I have no idea if it is, I'm just throwing this out, are games that they lose. Like, there was a game they lost to somebody last week 3-1.
Yeah.
And they were 1 for 12 or something like that. When you're losing close games,
Those
it's
are
one
the
thing to
ones
lose
that stick in your
8-1.
craw.
Yeah. It's one thing to get blown out and you had a bunch of guys on base. Like, don't give up 9 runs, you won't lose the game. But if it's in a bunch of close games, it feels a little bit more acute. Quick Jordan check on the Triple Crown. Jordan is leading all of baseball in batting average with a .322 average. He is 15 points ahead of Chandler Simpson of Tampa Bay in the American League. He's also leading Luis Arraez of Philadelphia by 6 points. So he's leading all of baseball in batting average. So he's in pretty good shape there. RBIs, at least from a Triple Crown, American League Triple Crown perspective, he's in okay shape there. He's ahead of Dingler from Detroit by 6 RBIs, 87 to 81. Abrams from Washington is out in front. He's got 91. Home runs is getting a little dicey.
Yeah.
This 13-game stretch where Jordan hasn't hit a home run has allowed some people to crawl back into the race.
I feel like at the beginning of this, Jordan-style slump, which means he's still got an 857 OPS.
Yeah.
He's still a very good baseball player while he's slumping.
Yeah.
But he was, early in this air quotes slump, he wasn't even hitting the ball. Whereas in the last few games, he's made some hard contact and he's
The one he hit in San Francisco 2 afternoons ago would have been a home run in every part, all but 3 parks.
Yeah, no, I think we're probably at some point here in the next week going to see a deluge of home runs.
Yeah, Storm's
by
coming.
Jordan.
Storm's coming. He's tied with Caminero from Tampa Bay with 35 home runs.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll ask John Lopez this because John, you used to vote for the baseball. You used to vote for the Baseball Hall of Fame.
I did
back in the day. Yeah, why is
I
John's
sure
mic
did.
not on?
I
There
did.
we go.
I
Okay.
did. I'm good.
So you would look at accolades and things like that as
Oh,
you're
yeah.
thinking of voting on.
Yeah.
If Jordan were to tie for any of these stats, does he still win the Triple Crown?
I think so. That's just my
Is it
personal.
recognized What a definitive as a triple answer that crown?
No,
Yeah, not
that's
only-
what I was going to say. That's my personal opinion. I couldn't tell you officially.
Yeah, I need the rules.
Yeah, I haven't. I don't have that
You would've-
on hand.
I want you to be my priest. Hey, what do you think about this thing I'm thinking about doing with my taxes? That seems fine.
Yeah, no.
I don't think you'll go to hell for that.
No, I thought you used to.
God's laws and man's laws. And I don't always
told me
jive,
you used to be an accountant.
Yeah.
There's laws and then there's God's laws.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying that because I don't remember. I don't recall officially.
No, I just thought you might know.
Yeah,
I thought you might know. Yeah, I don't like seeing Jordan tied in these stats, and I certainly won't like it if Caminero hits a home run tonight and Jordan does not.
You know, I hate that Jordan. All of a sudden, people because Caminero's doing so well are like, "Hey, don't give him the MVP just yet." I'm like, "Oh, brother," because
he's still going to win. I mean,
yes, I think so.
Well,
but
them being in first place helps.
Yes,
that they're a playoff team right now. I think that's, if I had to guess, I mean, you've probably voted for MVP before also for baseball, right?
That I have not.
Okay.
That I have not.
They didn't trust him with that.
It was
because
it's weird
it was
the
loose.
way they dole out those awards.
Yeah.
Those votes, I should say. They probably do it different now. But back in the day, there was 3 or 4 different writers in every city.
Yeah.
So they would kind of dole them out to different.
Oh, there's nothing I would love more than to vote for MVP in baseball because it's basically a power ranking.
Yes.
You know I love to power rank things. You vote
That's
for 10 guys, 1 through 10.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I need some time to myself if I was voting for the MVP in the American League. That would be. I'd have put a sock on the door.
Lights and incense.
Shout out to one of our listeners. Guys, we were talking about the tests they do to see if your ACL is intact or not out on the field. And it's kind of they're kind of rough. Is the person having it done to, especially that you just messed your knee up, you're kind of like, bro, what are you doing?
Right.
And so one of our listeners told me the name of the test. It's the anterior drawer test, apparently. I don't know if that's a typo, the drawer part.
You've undergone it a few times.
But I'm just thinking, though, if this guy's an athletic trainer, he'll appreciate this. I had a teammate once, whose name I will not name, who accused the trainers of being the ones who tore his ACL because they were so rough with his knee. I don't think it was torn. It was when they started pulling on my leg.
It was hanging on before. Yeah.
Did he sue?
No, you got
have been awesome.
The funny thing, Seth, you know this.
He didn't have the Jaden Daniels.
This guy accused 20 people of something every day of his life. Yeah,
I can't wait to find
so
out.
I'm not going to say his name.
All right. Without incriminating here, can you give us the most fun outside of the ACL one accusation that he levied? Because I mean, if he's that type of guy, like he feels like the type of guy who's like, the elevator guy tried to close the door before I got there.
Okay, so it was always something. It was like somebody like a coach said once something about a player, like where he said like, well, he needs to hear the alarm clock or something, or he needs to wake up. He needs to wake up. There's a young player that wasn't mature enough. And like this guy would interpret everything literally. And he's like, well, I mean, it sounds like he must have overslept. And like it was clearly used as an analogy.
That's right.
Oh man. Oh no. This guy was hilarious. Man, I'll come up with some. I'll try to have some more for the toss.
I was going to ask who he was. Now I don't even want to know. I might end up pestering the guy.
He was there used to be like people would speculate that, man, the officials sure seem to give Peyton Manning preferential treatment and everything. Mm-hmm. But he would somebody would say that, and in his mind he would hear it wasn't even his theory that it was coming up. It was his understanding that the officials actually did get calls from the league while they were on the field saying like whether or not to make calls or not.
He's one of those guys that thinks birds are not real.
No. But no. I don't want to give him that much credit. He wasn't a conspiracy theorist.
Okay.
That's what he understood.
That's the way it worked.
By like some guy on TV might just be giving they give Peyton Manning preferential treatment. Mm-hmm. In his mind, that's what he heard. Yeah. Was it like they were under strict instructions every day?
Yeah. Oh my God. You're listening to KIKK FM. KILT AM Houston, an Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie, are you prepared today?
No.
95.7 The Fan.
Buddy, I thought I was prepared.
95.7
Yesterday, whooped my keister.
Yeah.
Up and down the FM dial.
How many times?
I think I had 4 mistakes.
Really?
I had four mistakes of varying degrees of wrongness.
Dude.
And so I will be putting a crisp 20 into the Texans helmet that we have in here for mistakes.
Okay.
I don't think that you guys are beholden to it, but if you want to play along, it will be donated, clearly.
Yeah. Means I got to carry. What's the penalty? What are we making it, $1?
I mean,
something like that? Or
it's $1, but these guys get after me. Like I feel like I accrue interest on my fines.
Right.
Because of how egregious they are or how frequently they happen.
Maybe it's like the pedicabs that they have downtown where there's no set rate. It's just
Surge
like whatever
price.
you feel like.
It feels like 35.
Yeah, I'm like, oh my God, I was egregious
You look
today.
like a 60.
Here's a 50.
You look.
Yeah, that's right.
Actually, Reggie, interestingly enough, was in charge of the ribbon boards at Reliance Stadium.
Don't do that.
Night. Yeah.
Nah, don't do that. Because I actually tried to help and make sure everything was right there.
That's not my
I
don't care.
Oh my God.
That's not my fault.
People may not even know what a ribbon board is.
That's right.
Really?
Yeah.
The little colorful thing that circles the stadium.
I know what it is.
No, I'm explaining for those who may not know.
Yeah.
What's a color board?
The ribbon board around the inside of the.
It's like the LED board that goes around the various different.
It's called a ribbon board?
Yeah.
I mean, to some people.
Yeah.
Didn't say 95.7 The Fan yesterday. Just saying.
There was a time where it said Payne and Pendergast at times.
Really?
Yeah.
With our show and times.
It was fun, man. Yeah. Those
that
were
old
the
station
days.
number, I can't remember what it is.
Yeah, it was something.
Reggie can. Just ask Reggie.
Yeah, Reggie will say it 3 times.
Okay,
definitely.
You know what I might do today? Because I've never done this. I got here in 2002, and we've been talking about how the signal's better on FM and everything, and people have pointed out that you still do have issues with the FM signal going through the Washburn Tunnel. I've never once, I didn't even know where that was. I've never been through the Washburn Tunnel.
I may have. I don't know.
Is that the one near 249?
It goes between 225
and so it's out Deer Park.
It's out in Galena Park.
Okay, then I probably haven't
either.
It's right by my house.
That's out in Figgy's neighborhood. I was just going to say.
Yeah. Fig, you got to do a little homework for us.
I'm not going to Figgy's neighborhood.
What that means? Is it because of the stray dogs? There are a lot of stray dogs that are over in Figgy's neighborhood.
I am going to Figgy's neighborhood in Cleveland at some point. Figgy and I have talked about it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
You got to pull up on Lennon Craig, man. See what the guys feel about it.
Yeah, let everybody know that you know Bootman.
He told me I have to go with him, though.
Yeah.
I fly through Cleveland a lot and drive from there to my wife's hometown and everything.
They might think you a Fed or something.
Which
you look like
cool.
a cop.
Yeah.
Get the blue jeans.
Maybe I'll walk around
the shirt tucked in.
Maybe I'll shake some people down.
I was going to say walk the beat, but it seems like you're going for an entirely different feel on this one.
I'm going for cash handouts. I want something I'll look the other way.
Yeah.
You know?
Can I give you a hack? Can I give you a hack going into neighborhoods you may or may not trust? And I learned this when I was coaching because I picked up a lot of players in Acres Homes and Hiram Clark and all that. I used to go pick up my players.
Oh, you was dancing with mamas in their living rooms?
I stumped Yo-Yo.
He He was Nick Saban before Nick Saban.
Dude,
Oh, yeah.
People always ask me, what kind of coach were you? I was like, hell of a recruiter. I could
Roll
recruit.
the balls.
ABC, always be crew.
Dude, but here's I stumbled upon this by accident. Figgy, tell me if you think this might be true, because you and I kind of grew up you grew up in a worse neighborhood. Maybe you get the point. I used to carry my folders of like plays and stuff. And when people in those neighborhoods see someone walking around with their folders, they think it might be a social worker, might be someone, with some information for a family. Yeah. They leave you alone.
Really?
They leave you alone. Figgy, you think that's right?
I don't know. I never had a lot of people like that walking through.
Like
you're a social studies teacher. I'd kick your ass.
They thought, and then they ultimately learned that I was a coach, and I'd walk in and they go, "Hey, coach," and just right through those the apartments.
That was just like on Boys in the Hood, man.
I had folders in my
I'm gonna test that out today.
Yeah, and they're like, all right, well,
grab some folders.
I've got.
I'm gonna tell Luke to be on standby.
I almost, because I've got a weird. I'm kind of like, I'm not sitting here being like, oh, I'm colorblind. I don't. My dad was my dad was all over the place, everything in different walks of life and everything. So like from a very young age, I was always in just different neighborhoods around different people and everything. And I kind of like, I've never once been anywhere where I'm like, oh boy, I don't fit in here or anything. I'm kind of oblivious to it. Yeah. That maybe to the point as I get older, and if you're a bigger guy and you're walking around with confidence and everything, I just haven't worried about it. Mm-hmm. Now I don't want to get rolled.
No, you're good, man. You're big enough, like physically imposing enough, where I think you can be all right.
Yeah.
You will be good.
Sometimes that could be a little scary though, because a lot of dudes in the hood be wanting to try the bigger guys.
He's big enough where it's like, you see that he's going to figure something out, but he also still has a fairly nice appearance. Like, he's not yoked and like walking around with his
looking like I want to fight or something.
Right.
Yeah.
That's more me.
Oh, that is, by the way,
I've often said that, honestly.
That's one of the nicest things about getting a little bit older is like, I don't know, at some point you pass the stage where you realize like, nobody's going to try to fight me.
You're not intimidating anyone.
There's not like when you're a teenager or something, you never know. Like somebody's going to try to fight you over something. You got no control over.
Just fight you because you big.
Yeah, you get into your 50s and there's just zero. I don't have to worry about getting in a fist fight with somebody over some argument.
Yeah. See, that was the good thing about me being short, because nobody tried me because I was short.
The
bigger guys, it was homies around me that was like, hey, I bet you I could beat them up. Because he like 6'5". Like,
you gotta walk around like you're the heavyweight champ and the fastest gun in the.
You don't get credit for squashing some jabroni. Mm-hmm. You gotta walk up to the biggest, baddest dude and take him on.
But not when you're supposed to call him sir. Like I think Seth has reached. That's sir right there.
Yeah. Like you look at me, I'm an adult.
Hey, mister.
That's you. You're Unc.
Yeah. You don't look active.
Yeah.
Active.
That was low key shade. I'm gonna be honest. That was shade.
No, it's some people that that's active, and then some people like, nah, he ain't trying to fight.
Yeah, he means active. I
gotta get hit to my slang.
And I'm telling you,
I was Figgy. For the record, I was.
I'm telling you, there's still a little bit of shade in there.
That's like going into a neighborhood like, this neighborhood is active.
They're like, I'm not walking
around. Seth was eating a big bowl of ice cream.
That's true. Yeah, when he's walking around with the ice cream sandwich, they're not gonna.
I don't walk into a neighborhood and people are like, he's got the new Hokas on. Those are my Hokas.
This guy means business.
This guy means business.
He's got those hiking socks pulled up to his knees. I like those hiking socks.
Someone's looking for a fight. What's the question of the day, boys?
It's in honor of Davis Mills getting called back in. What was the craziest thing you had to do on your off day or your boss made you do?
Okay. I told you guys this before the show. There's no one specific thing, but the thing I love about this job, among many things, is that when you go on vacation, you can go on vacation. You don't even have to follow sports for the week if you don't want to, because you can get caught up before you come back. There is nothing, generally speaking, that happens during the workday when you're a sports talk host that you get pulled into when you're on vacation. When you run sales for a company, or even if you're just a salesperson,
always
the sales don't sleep, man. The deals don't sleep. And so when I was in that, we go on vacation all the time because I have 3 kids. But I could never pull myself away. And especially you got people working for you that are salespeople. You just can never shut it down. And that part sucked. This is why I love this now. Vacations are real.
Because I took a vacation. And I had a previous boss, that called me on my vacation while I was in the middle of doing something fun and saying, hey, I need you to record a promo because there was some big thing coming up for JJ or something. Yeah. It was like somebody's birthday. We were going to do something. And I'm like, all right. Yeah. And this guy's...
Here we go, baby!
Bad.
But it was even worse. Some of you guys might remember this promo. It was like, I want you to make it sound like you're eating birthday cake.
What?
Which, as you know, like people hate the sound of eating on the radio. 50% of listeners have like a visceral reaction to it. Yeah. So right from the get-go, okay, you're calling me on vacation to record a promo that is corny as hell. The premise was corny. And it's got the sound of me eating cake, and I'm doing it on my vacation to reiterate.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I'm not going to do that. So I came up with something that was much funnier and better. I actually came up with 2 different concepts, recorded them, took about 2 hours to do it, sent it to him. He was like, no. What I want you to do is go, and it sounded like, I apologize to everybody. I'm going to do this real briefly. It was like, hey, JJ, happy birthday. And it was awful. It was awful. God. I think it was like JJ's wedding or something, you know. And JJ Watt had nothing to do with this. He would have. I'm sure he was disgusted when he heard the promo himself.
My goodness.
That hockey got me.
I might have to find that promo now.
Yeah,
let me find it.
Figgy's on the job.
Well, it was one of those things too, where I think he was still when he was new to the job, and I felt like I think he's kind of testing me. Like I think he's trying to I think he's trying to show that he's the alpha dog here, calling me on my vacation.
Yeah. Here we go, baby. He looked at you and said, "Those are the new hokers." Right there.
If it was something just simple like, "Hey, Seth, could you just say something about do a promo for the show you guys are doing next week?"
You're doing Miller Outdoor Theater under the stars. All right, fellas. Have a great show.
Thanks, buddy.
You got it. 95.7 The Fan.
Thank you for the reminder.
You're welcome. Yep. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth, antibodies to you.
Oh, yeah, antibodies.
All right, we're done. We're out of time. Everybody have a great weekend. Been a great first couple days here on FM on 95.7 The Fan. You got In the Loop now. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. In the Loop, they start now.
You heard the man. Let's have a good Friday here on 95.7 The Fan. The OG, longtime newspaper man in the city of Houston, John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Producer Figgy Fig on ones and twos, and you rolling with us in what I like to call the greatest city in the world, Houston, Texas.
It is.
Let's have a little fun because football, we can say, in all effects, football is a go here in Houston. Preseason game 1 versus the Chargers last night. 27-7 in favor of the Chargers, but who cares about that?
Who cares about that? But outside of the bye week, what do we got? 22 plus weeks of football now in a row. How about that? I was talking with B. Scott about that yesterday. That just warms the old heart.
It really does.
It really does.
All right. There's a lot of different ways you can get involved with the program here on In the Loop. There's always the text line which is available. We encourage you to talk back to us. The number to text is 713-572-4610. Also, we appreciate the Mo Karaman Lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
Both of them, the same name, 95.7 The Fan, both on YouTube and on Twitch. Your fellow listeners are talking back to the station as well there, so jump in and have a conversation. But the thing that we were coming into this game, I think, looking forward to, John, was the offensive line. When we got some inklings that the starting offensive line, the ones, I guess, to call them, were going to play in this preseason game. We knew that there would be no C.J. Stroud or Nico Collins or David Montgomery, but the first team offensive line would get some snaps. DeMeco Ryans ultimately tells us 10 to 15 snaps was the idea. What did we see, right? Because we've talked about this in the offseason in general. This is going to be the linchpin for development of this offense, right? As this offensive line goes and as they develop, I think the possibility for growth for this offense from last year to this year was going to be there. So our first opportunity to see them playing football against not the Texans defense. What did we see?
So we're going to get into the actual, the what we saw in terms of their play, but I feel like that's it. It's settled. And let me explain it.
Yeah, please, because I was going to say what's settled.
What we saw is the starting offensive line. I'm sitting there and watching, and by the way, it was a pretty good sample size. It was a nice long series that they played. And I'm sitting there and it just kind of occurred to me, these are this is the starting five. This is the starting offensive line. And it just seemed obvious to me because if you go back and you listen to what Nick Caserio said, what D'Amico Ryan said, they said, well, we want to reach a point, here where we can settle in, they can start playing with each other, they can get accustomed to each other, that whole 5 fingers in a glove thing that we've talked about. And that was it. Because if you go back, so I guess it was Tuesday, they had a full-on scrimmage.
Correct.
They had a full-on scrimmage, and we were very privileged to be there. It was kind of like a private screening, because there wasn't anybody else hardly in the stadium. And this was the starting this was the line that was out there, the one that we saw yet last night.
Right. The only question I have to this entire premise is, what does that do in your mind with Trent Brown? Because I do think Trent Brown is very much still in the circumstance here, but Trent Brown is a vet, right? He's played 13 years in the league, and that is a big body. I do think that it's also worth noting that Braden Smith didn't go through spring, so I think that there might be a little bit of a shift or a lean towards getting Braden Smith a little bit more work as we're going. Or are you really locked in on this is the five all the way down to the right tackle?
Mark it down, throw it back in my face if it's any different. This is the starting offensive line. And let me address the Trent Brown thing. If Trent Brown, and by the way, I do think he's still in the mix, but if Trent Brown was going to be, a serious contender to be one of the starting five, in this case, the starting right tackle, wouldn't he have participated in one of those days, either Wednesday or last night? That's what did it for me. I'm like, wait a minute, that's Braden Smith, and he, obviously they didn't, sub in and out and all that. So it was Braden Smith Tuesday, and it was Braden Smith last night. That's your starting offensive line.
So Braden Smith at right tackle. I'm doing this reverse because typically we go left to right, but Braden Smith at right tackle, Ed Ingram at right guard, Keelan Rutledge, big boy, Big Red, right there in the middle at center, and then you had Wyatt Teller on the left guard position, then Ariante Ursery at left tackle. I could easily see that being the case. I think that we were starting to move that way, especially because not just, and we could talk more about how they played, but also the guys behind them. The twos, I guess, when you did get through that 10 to 15 play stretch for the ones, the first starting offensive line. How did you feel that they played comparatively, right? We don't even need to get into the nitty-gritty just yet. But how do you think they played comparatively? Because I think that's also part of the conversation. Like, it's not just, hey, who's the five? It's how do you find the five compared to who's behind them? And I don't know, man. They went to Evan Brown immediately after at center, which I thought was interesting. Fabechi Wiwu played a lot at right guard, I believe. What did you see from the second team versus that to make you solid that this is the one?
Yeah, that takes us to the play on the field. And I actually want to start with the first group.
Please.
Because I thought their pass protection was, there was a little pressure here and there, but it was mostly good, their pass protection. I thought they
were really good.
It was mostly, they had to kind of move around in the pocket, but it's typical NFL stuff, it wasn't it was good. Yeah, you're right. I thought their run blocking was maybe a little less than desired. I'll put it that way. Only because they did have like a couple of positive gains. I don't think they had a negative loss, if I remember correctly. But they had 15 yards rushing, and you want more than 15 yards rushing on whatever the number of plays was that they ran in that first drive. Second team, I thought was actually hit and miss, but they had some moments where there were some real good. There were some real good holes that they were making, and one thing I liked a lot. I love the way that they seem to be attacking the edges of the defense with this offensive line. And maybe that speaks to tight end, which we're going to get to during the show today as well. They were really chipping and doubling the edges, real strong. Again, it wasn't great running, numbers, but I thought it was decent for what we saw. We didn't see a lot.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. There was definitely a lot of kind of zone blocking early on to seeing. And remember, now this was quite a few weeks back at this point, where I was asking, is it possible that we see kind of a little bit more zone concepts make their way back into this offensive running game for the Texans in this second year under Nick Caley? Because it was without a doubt, and I just went back and double checked the numbers earlier this week because, of course, I'm a number sicko. And production-wise, it is not even close. It is night and day. The difference in effectiveness when they went with like man duo concepts where they have two offensive linemen working up to a linebacker in the middle of the formation compared to pretty much any other run concept, inside zone, outside zone, any of that other stuff, like even power, right? Those things pale in comparison to their the efficacy of them getting up there and running man duo type concepts in the run game. And so I think my brain, I'm not going to talk about any of you other guys, but my brain, as simple as it is, goes, well, make the whole plane out of man duo concepts. That's not a good way to do things in the NFL. That's too simple that teams will be able to stop that. So you do have to try and widen this out. It does feel like this is a factor that what you're seeing and talking about with the first team offensive line and maybe them not being able to get as much push is somewhat a factor of the more vanilla offenses in the preseason and them still trying to expand out and see how available all these other concepts are to them before they maybe narrow a little bit more game plan to game plan.
And before we get out of here, I do want you to hear what DeMeco Ryans had to say about the offensive line, and just tell me how it hits you.
Yeah, they needed to go out and play together, and they did a really nice job. What we gave them, we gave them 10 to 15 reps, and those guys did a good job with those reps.
They needed to go out and they needed to play together, which was the whole concept coming into camp. And later on in that, we didn't hear it there, but he talked about the starting five. He literally said the starting five. So I think we got them. We'll see how it plays out and how good they are, but I think that's going to be the group.
And you know what? If this is the case, I'm good with it. I'm very happy. Like, none of these are deeply problematic for me. I was trying to watch a little bit of Ed Ingram here because I know that of these five, he's the one that I'm maybe the most concerned about. And of course, that is relative, but you understand what I mean. And nobody showed their keister. You know what I mean? Yeah. Everybody, I think that there was they didn't have negative plays, as you mentioned. And so that is a starting place, especially for a Chargers defensive line that's going to have a 3 down front. There was a lot of times where there's like 3 defensive tackles in the middle of the formation, and they still looked okay. Early on in the season, they're going to get challenged, but as of right now, you're still midway through camp or a little bit further than midway through camp. There's still opportunities for them to congeal better, to continue to up the technique and make better progress, and that gets even better if you know these are the guys that you're standing next to come week 1 on that same field versus Buffalo. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. There was so much more than just the starting offensive line in preseason game 1, and in fact, the biggest portion of it is clearly Marlon Klein, I think. It seems like it's his world, and we're just living in it. Let's talk about the, Reliant Stadium debut of the second-round pick from Germany. We'll do that next.
The Fan has officially taken off, and you can't have a launch without a rocket.
Congrats.
Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Cause it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Would you rather be single and sit across a table from Joy Taylor at a wedding or get free tickets to the World Cup final? You don't have to answer, Reggie. I know yours is tickets.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader.
Lopez, I've never considered whooping the ass of my elders.
I don't blame you either, man.
95.7 The Fan.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. That's the OG John Lopez to my right. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us on a free, fun Friday. In fact, you know what? Let's make it the very first shout-out Friday here on the 95.7 The Fan airwaves.
How about that?
Let's
How about
do
a little
that.
shout out? I thought about this. Figgy, texter came in and said, "Hey man, I'm in Caldwell, crystal clear." I'm like, "Hey, let's shout out. Let's not just shout out.
Well, I mean,
let's
you
shout
have
out.
to give that dude the shout-out himself. That's is that Sean in Caldwell? Is that
Was
his name?
that Sean?
I believe so.
But tell us where you are. Where you at? Where's your preposition at?
And how you, okay. Where you at and how you listening to us. We want to make it a shout-out Friday, 100%. We'll make sure that we do that.
So far, Port O'Connor is the leader in the clubhouse. We got one from Port O'Connor yesterday.
That's pretty far out there, ain't it?
That's a good hike.
Yeah. Well, I mean, nothing's far out there when we got these kind of signals. Everywhere was right here where we can talk to you right directly, and we appreciate you rocking with us. But I mean, the biggest shout-out on this day is it the biggest? Is it the biggest shout-out that we have to make coming off of Texans preseason game versus the Chargers? Yeah, it's this cat right here making what I felt like was maybe the biggest or second biggest play of the game last night.
Over the middle, and this is caught. Marlon Klein, the rookie tight end, into Charger territory at the 35-yard line. Big play to the second-round draft choice to get the party started.
Excellent pass protection, and it starts there for this Texans offense. They hold up. And then it's the weakest part of the defense. Two high safeties. You split it with a tight end on a nice little skinny post in the middle of the field. And I tell you what, if it's thrown a half a second off, it may have been tipped away or intercepted. Perfectly timed by Davis Mills.
And I want to talk about that last part first. We were in we were in a perfect. Oh no, I'm not doing that, Figgy. I'm just saying.
Here we go.
No, I'm not.
Here he goes. Brace yourself. Quarterback drama coming.
That was Figgy that did that. That wasn't me. I
want to talk about that last part. Perfectly thrown by Mills. That last part.
I mean, who else could throw a ball like that?
Well, all I'm saying is Marlon Klein, huge day, huge game. That was a beautiful ball. That's all I was going to say. That last part. Hell, Andre said it.
Our guy Lopez made a bold proclamation about the Texans.
Our guy Andre said it. It was just a beautiful ball. I was merely making an observation, and Figgy turns it into things that Figgy likes to turn things into.
You say I want to talk about that last part.
Let's
that
talk
very
about
last
Davis
part.
Mills for
you
a
say,
second.
hey, all that preamble about Marlon Klein. That's fine.
I want to talk about who threw the ball.
It's a great throw.
And
it was.
Jokes aside, this was Marlon Klein taking both Sean and Clint through this play on the post-game show last night, which, of course, you can also hear on 95.7 The Fan. But he agreed with you a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it started with a perfect play call by the coaching staff that I truly trust in. They believe in me. I believe in them. So them putting me in a perfect position to make a play, all I had to do was do my job. And then Davis threw a perfect ball. So all I had to do was catch it, do my job. That's what I'm here to do. So I'm not trying to make it anything bigger than what it is.
Yeah.
I didn't score anything. I just did my job, and I'm happy I did.
What do you say about Davis there,
Loving
Figgy?
Figgy, this is something.
I like how he tried to act like I'm doing something, but then he tried to take the credit for it.
That's the thing.
Who said it?
One of the things that J-Lo will do is that J-Lo will try and take credit for something that is like fairly obvious and evident and something that is pretty widely regarded.
That was a great throw.
No, what Lopez is doing, he's trying to blame me for saying I brought it up. But now you're trying to say, see?
No, I'm just saying I'm
Who
not
said that?
No, all I'm saying is I'm not the only one who thought it was a great throw.
No,
Andre
everybody.
Ware,
But you brought
Marlon
it up.
Klein. Yes.
And it objectively was.
Yeah.
Like, shout out to Davis Mills for putting that on him. But it's made in part because Marlon Klein fantastic. Like I went back and almost Zapruder filmed this play to look at it a few times, and he gets, great route where, he bends it a little bit, and obviously that's what he needs to do. And he talked about it, right? Like and actually he went into more detail. We don't have to play that, where he had a pretty good feel for it, right? He knew that once he got past that backer level, that it was game. He turns around, gives the quarterback eyes, and the ball is right there for him. But this was the game that we really wanted to see Marlon Klein in, because he has been showing this type of production, this type of flash on the practice field at the Houston Methodist Training Center. And so now that we've gotten something similar, not just that, but pretty good run blocking reps as well, where you see great technique, good physicality. At first, one of the first run blocking players or run plays that he is blocking on, I go, oh man, he didn't really do too much to that dude. And I was like, oh, that's a defensive tackle, right? That's not an edge. He's doing this to defensive tackles, turning them well, staying engaged, all of the things that you want from a run blocker. Now that we're seeing this translated to a game type situation, on top of seeing him stack days in camp, what is the ceiling, and how quickly can we get there in your mind?
So yesterday I brought up the question with you guys that it may not happen, sooner rather than later, but the Texans probably want Marlon Klein to be a threat to Dalton Schultz. Remember we had that discussion? I think this is kind of why. This is why he can block. He can block, pretty much on the edge or even on the interior. He can. He has the physical ability. Some guys are real tall, but maybe not as thick and strong. He's both. He does have that, not girth, but he does have that core strength.
6'6", 250, baby. That's a big boy.
He does have that core strength. Showed some hands. And oh, by the way, let's not forget this either. After that play, it may have been, I think, 2 snaps after that play, he drew a defensive pass interference. He made an inside cut, and the guy had to go through him. And that's maybe it was just going to happen no matter what. But it was pass interference.
Yeah, and rewatching that play, I don't know how much that was like Marlon Klein creating it, but he's out there in the route.
He was the one that was creating the angle, and the DB had to go through him. Whether it was, in fact, it probably was not something that he's such a wily player that he could do that. All I'm saying is it was him that drew the defensive pass interference.
No,
so yeah,
I will absolutely eat crow. Right, I thought that this was going to be a lot more of a development project thing, and there's definitely still development to be had for him. But you're seeing it. You're seeing a lot more of it together, which obviously intimates something that we kind of already knew, which is that Michigan did not kind of put him in the place to do all that much of it. I think he talked about this last night again with Sean and Clint on the postgame show, that when you got Colston Loveland there, like they're going to have him do that stuff, and then have Marlon Klein do a little bit more of the inline blocking type, the tight end stuff, which he can do, and he demonstrated last night. But it's cool to see him putting together and having those plays, because that's ultimately what it's about. I think that there's still going to be room to develop, especially against like first team defenses and defenses that might key in a little bit more on him. But this is coming along fast enough to where I'm excited for him to not simply be a guy that is around the team, a guy that is around this room that I think can help him develop, but a guy that can be impactful in what they do. A guy that you can target, and when you do, like it was very clear they were targeting him on that first drive, and they didn't always get the football to him. In fact, one of the plays that I would say was, I guess, whatever version of a negative you could say for him in this game was in the red zone, where it's almost like you have him running a corner, or maybe just kind of an out as well on the higher level than Xavier Hutchinson, and they end up like 2 yards away from each other. And Hutchinson is on the front line of the goal line, so it very much feels like Marlon Klein didn't get the right depth. But those are things that are ironed out, as opposed to he's not prepared for the moment. And so that's the thing that I've been the most encouraged about, is I've been the skeptical one here. He's shown it during camp, and this was day one of being able to show it on the field there in Reliance Stadium, and he's done that as well.
And there's some things, when you're around D'Amico Ryans as long as we have been now, you kind of pick up on when he says stuff and he's just being nice, and when he says stuff and it's from the heart, man. You have his comments on Marlon Klein, Figgy, because like you can tell, like sometimes he's being tactful and answering the question, and sometimes he just gives you like the real story here.
Wait, hold on, let me find it. Hold
on, because you could tell in his voice and what he was saying that they feel the exact same thing that we're talking about here.
Yeah, we expect that, and even he has more as well. I think this is just a start of Marlon Klein as he continues to grow and learn how we're doing things. Like a really good athlete, right? And he's strong and physical at the line of scrimmage. So that's what we saw from the Michigan tape, and that's what he's been showing all training camp.
You can just feel it, right? Oh, yeah, that was good. And there's more.
No, there is more. And the beauty of it is, I mean, he gets the limited snaps. I honestly thought this would be a game where you saw him all throughout the game. It felt like when he made that play, I think there was another play that I'm misremembering right this moment, but there was another play where there was a really good presence of him. I think that when you saw the way that he performed, it was like, all right, do we need to keep running him out here? Which honestly was one of the highest forms of praise, because the dudes who played well early and then you didn't see them as much in the second half, it felt like that was very much a come over here, you've done enough.
Yes.
And Marlon Klein was absolutely one of those guys last night. All right, you're in the loop right here on 95.7 The Fan. Appreciate you rocking with us. From the good to the, the ugly that happened last night. Graham Mertz unfortunately got injured in the midst of this game. We're getting a little bit of news towards it, nothing official, but we'll talk about that coming up next. However, it leads to the question of the day, because Davis Mills, who started this game and was supposed to kind of just sit the rest out and let Graham Mertz take it out, he had to come back in when he had been kind of given the time off. And so that brought us to the question of the day today. What's the craziest thing that you had to do on your day off? 713-572-4610 is the number to text in and participate, and we'll talk about it all next.
JJ Watt is a fan of the new frequency.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Let us know where you listening at. Where you at on a shout out Friday, and that's the way that we will indeed shout you out. But also participate in the program by texting in 713-572-4610. Your answer to the question of the day: what's the craziest thing you had to do on your day off? Because Davis Mills thought he was done for the day. He thought he was out of the woods, man. He started.
I think he took the tape off of one of his wrists.
Did he?
Yeah.
He started.
The unwinding the tape. All right.
Threw a really good pass to Marlon Klein. Threw a touchdown pass to Jared Wayne.
Yeah.
And then, all right, we did what we were going to do. Offense was moving.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Handle things. Let's go ahead and sit down and let Graham Mertz do stuff. And Graham Mertz ends up getting himself hurt. And I have to be very careful about the two different tones that I have to take here. Clearly, sympathetic.
You ain't got to be careful.
No, I do. I don't want to see nobody get hurt. However, what the hell was he doing on the sideline?
You mean going?
Yeah, Graham Mertz, the clock is ticking down, because this is the end of the second half, is it not?
Mm-hmm.
Clock is ticking down. He's running towards the sideline, and admittedly, right, there's a couple of defensive players, there's a couple of Chargers that were going to make it a little tougher for him to get to the sideline.
Yeah.
Because they understand he's trying to stop the clock. We want to keep him in play.
Mm-hmm.
Then just change your ankle and get out of bounds. He tries to plant his foot in the ground and cut upfield, which buddy, it's not like you were right near the goal line. I don't know what play you thought you were going to make.
Yeah.
But also, in doing that, I have a strong feeling that plant, non-contact injury, is what initiated whatever the actual injury is. And D'Amico Ryan said after the game that they were looking at his knee and they're kind of leaning towards, my words, not necessarily his, ACL.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Adam Schefter has reported today that the Texans believe it's an ACL injury, and all of that tracks with what I saw, with seemingly what the test was being done on the field and what D'Amico Ryan said. And so it was just one of those, hey, man, you kind of did it to yourself there by doing something you had no business doing. No timeouts. Why are you trying to come back upfield? But regardless, that meant that Davis Mills, the only other active quarterback, had to come back onto the field, and that got us thinking, what's the craziest thing you had to do on your day off, whether it was from your boss's side or something you had to do while you weren't even going to work?
I want to get to that craziest thing, and you can text it in. Same text number as always, 713-572-4610. Craziest thing you ever had to do on your off day or your boss asked you to do. But I do want to address what you just said about Graham Mertz, because if I'm Graham Mertz, I might do the exact same thing, and here's why. I'm the third-team quarterback. I'm trying to find a job. I'm trying to stick here, or I'm trying to find a job, put something on tape somewhere. I get your point is 100% valid. If that were Davis Mills, even much less C.J. Stroud, I get it. Just come on, man. Preseason, but third-team quarterbacks doing that, you got my support. You're trying to stay employed or be employed, so I don't mind it. I really don't.
I mean, Graham Mertz is the type of dude that they were going to bring to the practice squad.
Again, maybe.
I mean, if you
probably.
All right.
If you Graham Mertz,
no,
you ain't trying to hear all that.
No, I'm feeling feisty today on a Friday, J-Lo.
Yeah.
You think that Graham Mertz was going to put his foot in the ground, cut it upfield, Baker Mayfield his way through the entirety of this second or third team Chargers defense, go score a touchdown, and then D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caleb are going to be like,
No, I don't.
You know
think
what?
That.
That's actually our backup quarterback. No, what are we doing here?
No, that's the exact opposite of what I think.
He's trying to play football, man.
What I think is he has no guarantees here. None. Zero. They might only carry two quarterbacks if he were healthy. What I'm saying is it's all about what? Tape. Put it on tape. Put it on tape. And so I don't have any problem. It's unfortunate. There is a silver lining.
Get out of bounds, man. The smart quarterback play is recognizing that, hey, man, the clock is ticking down and I need to stop the clock more than anything.
That's my point. I get your point. I get
Whether
your
you're
point.
13, 14, 17 quarterback, that is quarterbacking.
I think if he could go back in time, he will probably say, I probably should have went out of bounds.
Sure, but
however,
he's making an impression.
But he barely played.
Yes, he's trying to make an
impression. He's trying to play,
Yeah, no, I have his back
in real time.
But either way, craziest thing you ever had to do on your off day. So I remember it very well. It was 1991. I was fishing on Trinity Bay on my old boat, which is not the big surprise here. But I was
correct.
I had an off day, and I was at Trinity Bay. And anyone who knows where Trinity Bay is, by the way, where are you at? Are you listening to us on the boat in Trinity Bay? I'd like to know. And And I got a call about a shooting. This is not the happy part, but a shooting at Crosby High School, which Crosby is very close to Anahuac, which is where I put my boat in over at Trinity Bay.
Where exactly?
The Anahuac State Park. I'll give them a shout out. It's a nice little boat ramp.
So if you ever want to see, well,
I don't go there anymore. But so anyway, they said, hey, it was a football player that got shot, and said, hey, would you want to go to Crosby High and see what's happening? Blah blah blah. And of course, I did. And I smelled of fish, and I was all sweaty, and I was right off the boat, and I went to Crosby High, and I wrote the column. But by the time it was time to write, it was already deadline. So I drove my truck to a car wash, because you know how car washes are lit? They always have lights on.
Yeah.
And so I could read all my notes and everything. And I typed out my column sitting in a car wash.
Smelling of fish.
Smelling of fish on my day off, and sent it to them.
Was the column any good?
I don't know.
Okay.
Probably not. But I did get it in on time. I beat deadline. How about you?
I was thinking about one, but I'm trying to recall. I think that I'm pretty sure I had to help someone move on my day off.
Oh, you don't want to do that.
I think there's a couple of moves that I always remember in my life, and one of them was my late grandmother, where she had myself and my mother help her move, except we get there without really understanding what she means, and she has nothing packed, and she needs to move. She needs to move that day. She has nothing packed, and then like an hour or two into it, she goes, "All right, I'm going to work." I'm like, "What you mean going to work?" And so she just left us. And I'm trying to recall, I think that was one of those days where I was just not working.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, let's just go help her move real quick. And it ended up being like an all day thing. And when I say all day, I mean like wee hours of the morning from that previous morning working. And so, yeah, that was one of those where I walked into something. And didn't even help. Had no idea. Had no idea what I was going. I mean, she was an old lady, right? That was not the part that upset us.
You could pack some plates or something.
There was no packing.
Yeah.
She was a hoarder. And she left us in the midst of it.
Oh, boy.
So it was like, it felt like you ain't give no consideration to our time, which that's one of those things where I might have been even more mad because I knew that it was a day off, right? Because like in your head, you're doing the thing.
I should be doing anything but this.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, man, I thought I was just going to move some boxes, maybe drive a U-Haul truck.
Yeah.
Turns out I'm sorting, I'm throwing things out, I'm packing, and you left me to go to work. Like, I started getting mad. And so all the emotions are actually coming back right now.
No, I'm mad again.
And it's like, man, this is one of the days where I was supposed to be not working. And I was doing like the most work that I've ever done in a move.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one that come to my mind, it's kind of similar to Reggie a little bit. I had the day off from here, thinking I'm about to sit at home and do nothing. And then my lady didn't know that I had the day off until real time. You're like, oh, you off today? I'm like, yeah. Oh, great, because I got to get these boxes out the storage and take them up to the school. This was back when she was a teacher. And I felt like we spent the whole day going back and forth to the storage unit, getting these boxes. And then, shout out to all, you probably know about this, John, teachers setting up before the school year.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's close to it's not quite moving day, but it's close to it. Where they got to bring all these boxes in junk or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Decoration.
Yeah.
Got to set up the room.
Yep.
They were doing that all weekend.
What's funny is I feel like whenever I go, I see other husbands there too, just being the movers.
Yeah.
So they just come in, just carrying stuff back and forth.
I had to clean up the playground last Saturday.
Really?
Oh, I was power washing. Well, my son was power washing, and I was putting new toys up and all. Oh boy! By the way, Brazoria, UPS man in Brazoria, you guys sound crisp and clear on these new Beats earbuds. Congratulations on the new Beats earbuds.
It kind of threw me off a little bit coming to our building because usually when I'm listening to 610 AM, it go out, it starts staticking. I just cut the radio totally off.
Yeah, not anymore.
This one, I was going through through all the levels. I'm like, dang, I still hear it.
Yeah, and another one in West Galveston Bay, hopping out for a Friday wade fishing adventure. Congratulations, and I'm jealous.
Hey, appreciate you. It's from the 832. They said the worst thing that they ever had to do on their day off was get arrested and go to jail. Wait a minute. Went down to get a police report that I filed on someone, and I got arrested because the officers and the DA got the details and the names mixed up. Yikes.
Oh, man.
Yikes. So
I
they
know
said
you can laugh about it now, but that wasn't funny.
Can you laugh about it now? Because I'm petty. I'd still be mad about that. Apparently, it only took them a few hours to get it fixed up. But yeah, that ruins the rest of your day, right? It's not even just that I lost that couple hours. Like, what you mean I got arrested? I was coming to you for your help. How did this happen? Who was not paying attention?
Yeah, it was some other stuff that happened to me on my day off, like when I had a vacation planned out where I got sick and couldn't do anything. So now I'm off work sick. I'm like, damn, I could have used a sick day for this.
Yeah.
Now I'm using my real vacation day.
Right. 979, this does count. They said, does taking 9/11 off for my birthday count? Not much of a celebration after that.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, you were like, all right, we're about to have a good time. Oh, no.
That's the worst.
Terrible things are happening.
That is the absolute worst.
And now I feel bad because the actual work one that I was thinking about was when I was still producing radio as opposed to now hosting radio. I was, I just had a day off and I was chilling at my apartment, which I lived close to the station, so I ended up getting these types of calls. But I got a call where it was like, hey, there is 15 minutes, and I'm talking about waking me up out of my sleep. There's 15 minutes till the show starts, and we don't have anybody here. Can you make it? And so I had to pop up, and if you know me, I don't like leaving my house without having showered, brushed teeth. Like, I just don't feel right. I had to pop up and just zoom to the station. Got there in time.
That's Davis Mills kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, but at that point, like, all right, I got here, but now I have to work while feeling disgusting because I ain't get to take my shower. I ain't get to prep. Like, I got crust in my eyes. It was terrible. But, it's one of those things, you do what you got to.
I had to do something like that. It was a couple years ago. Sean Pendergast, remember he used to do he used to host the national show. And I was sitting at my house chilling, like, probably in my drawers, to be honest. And he called me in a panic voice like, hey, Figgy.
I remember this.
I left my my key card and I can't get in and my show's starting in 15 minutes. And I'm like, I think I'm like 15 minutes away. I think I can make it. So I put some pants on, get right in the car, left my ID, left all that stuff.
Man.
And he was right outside in the lobby. I let him in. He got in. As soon as he sat down, put the headset on, hey, it's Sean Pendergast here.
Like it never happened.
Yeah, CBS Sports Radio. It was right. The music was playing and everything. So I got him there just in time.
Crystal Clear and Hitchcock don't have your name. Put your names on these.
Yeah, come on now.
Put your names on these. And truck driver in Huntsville, Crystal Clear there.
Hey.
And who said they're... are they cleaning porta potties? God bless you.
Oof. Okay, so you just merged the two topics together.
Yeah,
Shout out to you.
All the way in Huntsville cleing these porta potties.
Hey, man, we appreciate that. That's God's work,
yes,
honestly.
Hopefully that's not your day off.
That would be
you better be getting paid for that.
100%. 100%. All right, you are in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, we welcome in our guy B. Scott to join us for the 11 o'clock hour, and we will go around the NFL, including which quarterback showed out and which ones didn't last night. We'll do that next.
Big fight weekend, man. Big time night for combat sports tomorrow. No better place to trade the action than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. You heard me right, #1. Ian Gary, currently trading at 67% to win, meaning at 100.
FM, KILT AM Houston, your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, 95.7 The Fan.
That's right. You're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan, and I have too many things. I've overloaded myself already. It's a shout-out Friday, so let us know where you're listening from, and we will shout you out because now we got this 100,000 watts of 95.7 on the FM. So you can hear us in all sorts of places. Like, I saw someone shout out to, was it Ernesto in New Ulm?
Yep.
That said he's hearing us loud and clear. Were there some other ones?
on the way to Austin, New Ulm. We got Anahuac, which I mentioned earlier. Matt and Anahuac.
I'm learning a lot of new places.
Yeah, shout out to Tisha who said crystal clear in Pearland. Shout out to you, Tisha.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know Anahuac. That's good. That's going on the way to Beaumont. Going on the way to Louisiana.
I put my boat in there occasionally.
I know Anahuac. Shout out to Anahuac.
Listening down in Corpus Christi. UPS
That's far.
Well, okay, hold on. Really?
That's far.
They got to be lying.
361.
Are they on the app?
Yeah.
Hey, let me know. Let me know 361. Don't play with my emotions.
I'm going to throw the flag on that one.
That would be the leader.
Nah, we had somebody in the YouTube chat earlier in the day said that they were able to listen in Corpus Christi yesterday. Because they wanted to be a part of the switch and they could hear us working in Corpus Christi.
That's wild.
So, yeah.
So we could cover the hooks as well.
Okay.
Look at all the faces. All the faces in here were like, you talk about AA baseball, dog?
He would take a cool moment.
And he was legitimately
He's
excited.
like, oh, man.
No, look
we
at his
can
face.
get some AA in.
Yeah, man.
We can cover the hook.
What's their rotation? Looking like?
I thought y'all liked sports. I love sports, if you can't tell.
I guess only kind of. It turns out, I thought I did too. It turns out not nearly as much as I thought.
You said Retro in Brookshire?
Yeah. Oh, no, I didn't say Retro. So shout out to Retro.
Blessing. The best Blessing, Texas. Let me tell you something about Blessing.
Okay.
If you're driving anywhere toward, Port O'Connor area, and you get to go through Blessing, it's past Matagorda. All right? Stop and have lunch at the Blessing Hotel. Don't even ask questions. Just do it.
Lunch at the hotel?
It's all family style, like in crock pots and stuff, and it's all like it's combination. It's all comfort.
Do I have to stay at the hotel?
No.
Okay.
They have the.
Do I need to walk in like I already got a room there?
No.
I wasn't assuming it was just a restaurant.
No, I know
for the public.
But the way that you said that made it seem like you had some level of offense to staying at the hotel.
No, that's just an extra step.
Gotcha.
Like if I say, Reg, Lopez, after the show, we're going to go to the Breakfast Club. Right. I think they close around that time. But let's just say we're going to go to the Breakfast Club. But hey, you know what? We got to spend the night though. That's going to change the calculus of whether you want to do it or
you know what? My bad. You know what
I'm
saying? You crazy.
Hey, y'all ever go down there? Have lunch in Blessing.
All right. I will take note of that. Yes. And then shout out to Joe Robichaux, who himself and his wife came over and said what's up to me when I was over at the pregame stage at the stadium yesterday. They said that they're hearing us crystal clear where they are, which of course I've forgotten in this moment because my brain is not working correctly.
But all the places.
Angleton. Yeah, crystal clear out there as well.
Shout out to Angleton.
I will get you to more of your craziest off day circumstance. We'll get more to that. But B. Scott, I wanted to bring you in on this conversation because we were talking about it. Graham Mertz gets hurt in this game last night, and I said that as much as I never want to see anyone get hurt, I had no idea what the hell was going through his mind with him trying to plant his foot and go upfield when you have clock ticking down, no timeouts, and not going out of bounds. They're saying, and I say they, pointing to one John Lopez and whoever else is riding with him, saying that I'm being unfair here because that's a dude trying to earn a job, and so he should put his foot in the ground and try and cut it up.
No, I think dare I fall in the middle on this? Like, what is he thinking? Mm-hmm. And then once you ask the question, the answer is here's what he's thinking.
Yes.
And I think the survival mode of this, right? Like everybody that's out there playing in these preseason games, they're not just playing for their spot on the roster, they're playing for their livelihoods and their spot in the league, like their place in the league at large, right? And so this is going to be one of the rare and few instances where Graham Mertz gets to put anything on tape. Right,
that's exactly what I said.
Like there's just no other tape for him to put down. So I think that desperation and that survival mode puts you into a little space of irrationality where you do some things where you sit over there, perfectly logical human sitting in the stands and just doing the logic thing, and you don't have the adrenaline and the emotion of, hey, my future could be like basically tied to however I perform in this seemingly meaningless game.
Yeah.
And maybe you do some things out of body, outside of your character or outside of what makes sense. So I could see how desperation makes you irrational.
What if I put it like this to both of you? Would you plant that foot and try to cut up field for $500,000? Because that's about what he's going to make this year if he makes an NFL roster.
And the answer is yes.
Yes.
Yes, I would.
Yes, I would.
The thing that I hear you guys on that,
Yeah.
and I appreciate you laying it that way, because I do at times lean a little bit hard into the logic to where, sometimes I can move a little bit more to the robotic. The thing that I would point to is that's cool if we're talking about a wide receiver. Quarterback is a position that is meant to be played with your head. And I think that it's actually more of a detriment that we say, hey, game situation dictates you do something and you went completely opposite of that. I don't think that helps you get a job anyway.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Like here, first and foremost, I think here the idea that he needs to make plays to get a job here is crazy. He's not going to surpass Davis Mills. They're not keeping more than 2 quarterbacks.
Right.
I think that he is a practice squad guy here, point blank, period. And if y'all are talking about somewhere else, that's not how you get a job. Obviously, he gets hurt, but I don't think that's how you get a job.
But do you think if he played everything safe, do you think he make the roster then?
No, he's not. He's not making the active roster.
I don't think they're gonna look at it like, oh, he's playing it safe. He stepped out a little early, so we're gonna keep him
my
around.
counterpoint would be he knows he's not making the roster. He has to make a roster.
No, but see,
and that's how you do it.
To me, this is also just an example of Reggie playing out the logic in the most logical fashion. Because he's so separated from it, right? Like I don't think that Graham Mertz is doing the extra layer of thought of, hey, this isn't smart and this isn't going to reflect kindly upon or reflect finally on me for the rest of the league if I do this dumb thing. No, I'm just desperate and I'm trying to make the roster. Reg is doing a radio show, and so he's able to play this out. He's able to play chess.
Yeah.
And this dude is actually kind of playing checkers because he's just trying to make his next move.
I will say, I said this in the booth or in the press box as soon as it was happening. Like, what is he doing? Why is he doing that?
And you know what? I said the opposite. Like in the moment, I was like, I get it.
Yeah,
I get it. Yeah.
I think that the desperation and the adrenaline of the moment far outweighs and is far going to outplay the likelihood of you thinking, hey, well, how smart is this going to look on tape? No, I'm just trying to make this play. Now, was it smart? Absolutely not. And I hate that he got hurt for it. And even if he didn't get hurt, that would have been a play where it's like, hey, man, what are you doing? You could have hurt yourself.
Right.
It's unfortunate that he actually got hurt doing it.
I will 100% agree.
You know the ironic thing here and something of a silver lining? By getting hurt, he does get that $500,000.
Oh.
He really does.
Maybe he was playing. Let me not sleep. Hey, would you tear your ACL for $500,000?
I mean, right now, yes. Do you know how many years it would take me?
Yeah, and I ain't really using this thing, to be honest with you. Come over here and break it.
Now, where I am doing the thinking long term, it would have been nice if he came out and he was absolutely dealing, because I do think that having a third quarterback that demonstrates himself capable to be the backup quarterback eventually so that you don't have to keep on the Davis Mills treadmill, with no disrespect to Davis Mills. I think he understands the game very well. But how viable is that for another 2-3 years? Like, I do think you want to have your eyes towards who is the next guy that have a backup that I feel comfortable about. I would have loved if Graham Mertz was playing well enough, and obviously if he hadn't got injured, to where I could see where we're getting to there.
Yeah, well, the first thing that I thought about when he got hurt and when I realized that he probably wasn't going to be back, and obviously this was a non-contact injury, was Sean Pendergast earlier in the day talking about wanting to see a Graham Mertz type of game, right? Because we figured that is who was going to play the majority of the game at quarterback. And so that's what Sean was looking forward to, and pointing out that he had some moments in last preseason, right, where it wasn't bad watching Graham Mertz. And so it was like, immediately I was like, oh, man, we're not going to get our Graham Mertz game. I actually thought that, and obviously for our own, what's in giggles, but also for his purposes as well. So, I get what you're saying. Like, what's the long-term play? We have all of these conversations about C.J. Stroud, but the backup quarterback is its own question as well.
So this is supposed to be around the NFL, and I think we should do that. So from one quarterback play to some of the other ones that we saw last night, I don't know how much you guys took in from around the league, but it was weird because, at least for me personally, some of the quarterbacks that I would, in being unfair to myself, say that I kind of wrote off, they kind of played well, maybe chief among them. How about Drew Aller as the Steelers beat the Packers in preseason? You don't care about the score. Like, I'm going to be honest. You don't care about the score. It was 28-9.
I want to hear your Drew Aller take, actually.
He was good. That's
Drew Aller was damn good. 10 of 13. Was it 153 yards, couple of touchdowns. Like, he looked really good. And Drew Aller has been a dude who has been a looks-the-part all-star in college at Penn State, except you got him on the field and it never clicked. He looks really good for the Steelers.
Yeah, he did. He absolutely did. But I feel like we're leading into B. Scott's thoughts a little bit.
Okay.
And that's because, and I'll do this again, but I want us to just calm down about some of the preseason stuff. Like enjoy it, watch it, evaluate it, but like making more of it than what it actually is. Like, if Drew Aller gets an opportunity, and I hope he does, I root for everybody, but if he gets an opportunity and does something like this in a regular season game or in like real competition, I feel like I could put more into it. All I can say now is good for Drew Aller.
Yeah.
Like that, shout out to you. But does it have me thinking that, hey, is there more of a there? No, not necessarily. Not just based off of a preseason performance.
No, I agree with you there, but what I typically try and do is you can only play who's in front of you, and if you are absolutely trouncing the competition that is a fairly low level, now I'm considering it. And he had one of those games where it felt like, oh, he was cooking with grease. Now, this is where I counteract that when I look over at what the Colts did, and Anthony Richardson was like, 11 of 14, and I go, okay, what do I know what that one is.
Yeah. I mean, that and so you got to balance that, right? It's like, how much do I read into this? And we'll talk about this in the next segment of some of B. Scott's thoughts. It's like, what are you reading into and why are you reading into it? And I think we're going to have some fun even thinking about this, because some of the stuff that I took away from last night's game, I kind of decided somewhat arbitrarily what was important to me and what was not, or maybe I had a cutoff point.
Yeah.
But just kind of stepping back for a second and just on the Aller thing, it's like, okay, you got to decide how much of this is real or how much of this is like transferable to the next. And I'm not trying to take away from what he did, to kind of the Reg's point. Like, you can only play who's in front of you. So I'm not trying to knock him for who was in front of him. I just don't want to put too much into what was done because of what was in front of him.
Was there anything else on the day outside of obviously Texans? I know that we were all trained there, but if you got a chance to, kind of just thumb around or see on your social media, was there anything that jumped out to you?
Honestly, you hit it. It was the Drew Aller thing. It was like, okay, because then I saw some of this last night. It's like, okay, obviously they got Aaron Rodgers, and so who's going to be their next quarterback? And I was thinking about that, like some of the more fascinating quarterback situations in the NFL. You think about what's happening in Minnesota with Kyler Murray. You think about Cleveland always having kind of a weird quarterback situation, but this one in Pittsburgh is fascinating because that feels like a kind of a ticking time bomb, for lack of a better term, with Aaron Rodgers. And so might Drew Aller be the heir apparent? They've been trying to figure it out for no less than 10 years now.
No, 100%. And it is kind of funny because also I can do a narrative thing there in Pittsburgh where you remember when Mike McCarthy was considered some kind of quarterback guru? Mike Tomlin had the biggest downfall of his tenure with the Steelers, if you can call it that, was that they just could not find another quarterback after Large Benjamin leaves. And as soon as he goes, Mike McCarthy brought in Drew Aller and was like, first time we got him out there, damn, he looks kind of good.
He looks pretty good.
Wait, hold on. He might be able to do a little something here.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I thought the Joe Burrow thing was interesting.
Yeah, Joe Burrow was out there starting and getting sacked.
Yeah.
Interestingly
and
enough.
The arm. I was like, this is why. This is why you don't do it.
Is that where you went? I went like, hey, man, do we need to pump the brakes on the Bengals thing in general, where we're like, yo, the offense is so great, and we get out here in preseason game 1, they put the ones out there, and it doesn't look the way it should be supposed to be.
Because their offense, I think we know is going to be good.
Yeah, see, I didn't want to read too much into the offense. My thought is,
don't play these guys.
What are you doing?
Yes.
Well, and maybe not. Like, every situation is not the same, I don't think, necessarily. Sure. But the Joe Burrow one specifically is like, what are you
doing?
They did it last year.
What are you doing?
Why are you doing this?
Yes.
What are you doing? Like, this is the single thing that makes you relevant. Of course, Jamar Chase as well. But that combination Like before this, y'all had nothing. Without this, y'all got
have
nothing. Go ahead and put him off
Is this
to
a
the
Brownie?
side.
I'm trying to think. Who is their backup quarterback right now?
Joe Flacco.
Oh, that's right.
They did bring Flacco back.
Yeah.
They did bring Flacco back.
I was confused that he started the game, and then even more confused after he took a shot on his arm. As he's, one of those that always turns into like, oh, that could be an injury.
Yeah.
Right, and then got sacked. And I'm like,
and again
did
with
the same
Burrow,
thing last year.
what
man.
are you doing? Why would you do that?
And are we forgetting like the end? How could they do this of all people,
Yes.
knowing the injury history?
Like Spiggy's saying,
Your team is trash without him, man.
That's right.
I mean, it's been years. How many years now have they missed a play? 3?
Yeah. Well, he didn't even. Yeah. He didn't.
He was hurt.
He was injured in the preseason at least 2 of those 3 years, right? At least, yeah.
I just know they went to the Super Bowl several years ago, and we haven't really heard from them since, and that's because they can't keep their quarterback upright.
Yeah.
And there he is out there in the preseason doing stuff that Drew Aller should be doing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? In a different game, obviously, but like, what are we doing? Graham Mertz is out here. You know what I'm saying? And we got Joe Burrow on the same night. What are we doing, folks?
Bryce Young ain't even playing in the first preseason game, man.
Well, clearly he's proved things, guys. Come on, let's be honest. Someone on the text line said this, and I'm just going to throw this up there. Y'all do whatever y'all want with it. From the 8-2. Hate to say it, Titans look clean as hell.
Nah, there's
Titans
no.
look fine.
Are we talking about uniforms?
Uniforms.
Yeah, there's no disputing that they got the colors. Like, look.
Yeah.
There is no dispute. Once they leaned into the colors, they were going to upgrade their look. Yeah, they look clean as hell. They ain't us.
Yeah.
They ain't Houston. They not really the Oilers. They are, but they not really the Oilers. So that's what it's really about. They look good, but everything that glitter ain't gold.
It would look better if Cam Ward didn't go 5 of 12. And now I didn't get my eyes on what they actually look like because some not all 5 of 12 look the same, but that's not a number that you want to see. But it's preseason game 1. Like, that's the thing. All of this is preseason game 1. And that's a little bit of around the NFL here in the Loop on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, B. Scott's in the building, so we got to get B. Scott's thoughts, and it's even better after a preseason game. We'll do that next.
95.7 The Fan has officially. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You didn't think we were going to come to the FM and not bring the intro, as it's referred to. Of course, sitting in with us is the man, B. Scott from Hiram Clark, if you don't know. Brandon Kyle Scott, a Houston man through and through. He covers all these sports for us. He'll be out there, Texans, Rockets, Astros. He is smart, he is funny, he's insightful, and that's why you always want to know B. Scott's thoughts, and we get those to you right here.
So despite the fact that the Texans did not perform up to the level last night, like that was not overall up to the standard, nobody would look at that and say, hey, that's what you want to be about. And I don't think that they did that, right? Like they would tell you that. Despite that, I felt like there was mostly good things to take away from last night's game. Forget the score and forget even the overall picture of it not looking good in the end, right? And I think that that's fair. The very beginning of it, there was enough positive stuff for me to take away from it and feel good about the night. And so my main thought is I don't want us to lose our minds about the negative. And I'm not saying that you guys are, just to the general fan base. Let's not lose our minds over some of the negative things that we saw last night, even if we want to call them out and break them down and talk about them. Let's just keep everything within its proper context. And I like how y'all started the show. I loved how y'all started the show with the offensive line, even though, hey, sorry, FM audience, that it just so happens that the most interesting thing going on with the Texans right now is the remade offensive line. So y'all got to truck through this with us. But the offensive line, I thought, and getting the first team offense, a first look at the first team offensive line was valuable for us as a fan base, valuable for them as a team. And I didn't think it went terrible at all. So, like, I felt good about watching Keelan Rutledge and Wyatt Teller, double team blocks in the run game and how they looked honestly in the passing game and pass protection as well. And Keelan Rutledge is, I think, a big part of this offseason and going into this season. Him as a rookie playing a position that he didn't play in college much or really at all. So, like, that, the first test case of that, even if we want to go with the caveat of this is not the best competition, this is kind of just really a glorified scrimmage, even within the context of that, you saw enough good things to feel good about. And that's just starting with the one rookie. How about the rookie class overall? And I say rookie class, let me include an undrafted free agent in that as well. But like rookies overall looking competent, looking promising, looking like they could at least feel some kind of role for you, whether we're talking about Keelan Rutledge as a starter or somebody on the back end of the roster. I felt like it was overall positive for some of the young players that could fill out this team.
I'm glad you brought that up because I've always, this goes back decades, I've always looked at preseason games as two games. The first game is whether it's starters or frontline players, how are they performing against, the other frontline players? How are the guys that are going to be integral in this offense or defense? How are they performing while they are on the field? That's game one. And then there's game two. Game two is, what are the players that may or may not make this team? What are the, the kickers, the punters, the special teams, all these things that are sort of up in the air. So if you separate it like that, like the first game was, how many plays was that first drive on offense? And then the first, the defense came out a little bit. That's game one. Game one, to your point, was pretty good. I'm not going to say it was great. It wasn't. But you had and we talked about it in the first segment, pretty good blocking in the run game. They had a couple of glitches here and there, no big runs.
Probably about 9-10 snaps.
Yeah, pretty good pass protection. And it was typical stuff when Davis Mills had to float around in the pocket. That happens in every NFL game. So the first game, some of the specialists, were doing okay, and Jared Wayne in this case was one of the frontline players, and he had a good. So the first game I think they did pretty good. Second game, then we can talk. Maybe there were some ups and downs.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I was going to play for you D'Amico Ryans talking after the game. In fact, let's go ahead and do that. My bad, Fig. I told you we would. But this is a cut 7 here. This was D'Amico Ryans being asked about or talking about the style of play that he wanted to see from his team. And let me preface it. He didn't seem all that excited about it.
The style of play that I wanted to see us play physical, right? And I did not see that the entire game. There were some glimpses of us playing physical, but the Chargers, they out-physical us the entire game, right? So it was not our brand of football. When I speak of playing our style, that's a physical brand of football, and that was not up to par tonight.
When D'Amico said that, when I heard him say that last night, I was like, that's not how I felt. And then I stopped for a second and I went, oh, he's a football coach. And so he's coaching all these guys as evenly as possible. You love it, right? That's what you want. Me, as somebody who's looking as a radio host and looking towards what this Texas team will do, I recognize that I have all of this on a scale, as you're talking about. How the first team offensive line played matters way more than how the defenders that are playing in the fourth quarter of this game, like those things barely even register for me, right? Like I'm not looking at how Stephen Hall is playing, with all due respect, the cornerback who wears number 4. I'm not looking at him and going, oh man, and did you know that was his number? Did you know?
No, legit. We were in the suite.
You mentioned it.
And he made a play. And I looked at Lopez and I said 41. I think the announcer said Stephen Hall, whatever it was, and I said I don't know who that is. I've been at training camp. I've looked at the roster day in and day out.
But D'Amico
didn't
does
know who it was.
And so D'Amico is looking at that like that's not the standard. I'm looking at that. I'm going, that doesn't really impact the standard I'm thinking about, because I'm thinking about a 53-man roster, maybe who he's on your practice squad. Hall's not there for me. And so if we it depends on how you wanted to grade it. If we grade it that way, I think I was very happy with this, because even the defense kind of just allowing the Chargers to move down the field, all those players are dudes that we're talking about depth. And the way that I saw it, and we'll talk more about this with specifics, was dudes that I go, they kind of held their own. And that's what you're asking for if you're asking for like a cornerback 4 to have to play. You're like, hold your own. Don't just give up the booty, right? And I think that all those guys did things that felt like they hold their own and they don't just give up all the gold, so to say.
See, that's interesting, because I actually did see where D'Amico was coming from. Like, I actually kind of agreed with him, because watching the game really throughout, honestly, even the early part of it, things just felt way too easy, I thought, for the Chargers for the most part. They had a couple of drives where it was that were pretty quick, but for the most part, it just felt like little resistance. And one thing that they really weren't getting early was any kind of pass rush of any kind. They did kind of get the ball out quick a couple of times. There was some quick game involved in that as well. But I just did not see enough. Like, this is supposed to be an imposing defense, like a one that's like, they talk about swarm and just sort of have a little bit more of a imposing mentality. And they just kind of seem to be out there. You even mentioned like holding their own. That's how I would describe it.
They don't want to just hold on.
And that to me is not really good enough. Like, especially if you're going to be the football coach, and it's also not like the brand of football that I've grown myself accustomed to watching over the last couple of years, and last year especially. But even with that, I was like, you know what? I'll sacrifice that for, Marlon Klein up the seam.
Yeah.
I'll sacrifice that for feeling like, oh, you know what? We talk about running back depth, but Noah Whittington as an undrafted free agent might actually be somebody that can not just make this team, but help you a little bit, right? And then we talked about the linemen earlier. I thought Caden McDonald on the defensive side, he played a lot, and I saw some good stuff, and I saw some not so good stuff.
Agreed.
Which is, so it was a mixed bag. And you're like, okay, well, you'll take that, moldable clay, they're coaching points. You're going to work with them. But overall, I'd sacrifice maybe it not looking like the exact brand of football that I'm used to for feeling good about some of the younger players.
And I love that D'Amico Ryans has that standard from 1 to 90 on this roster. That's the type of coaching I want to hear. But I'm also going to come logically and go, what you're talking about, the standard and the brand of like football that you're accustomed to, roster construction in general in the NFL, how many guys are actually bringing you those are the impact playmakers? All those guys didn't play last night for the Texans.
Exactly.
So, if any of these guys are in here, their whole job is do enough so that those guys can impact the game, whether it's Will Anderson Jr. or Daniil Hunter or Sheldon Rankins or Tommy should I keep going? Or Derek Stingley or Kamari Lassiter or Kalen Bullock or Zeke. Should I keep going?
I actually did this exact exercise earlier today. I'm like,
Yeah.
how many of their top players didn't play? And I stopped counting once I got to like 15.
All of them.
So like if no less than 15 of your top players didn't play, and this kind of goes back to my earlier point and my main thought here, is like not losing our minds, and I'm glad Reggie kind of brought us back there. It's like, okay, and this is the perfect context. This did not look great, but this isn't the actual team itself. Right, like you can acknowledge both things.
But also, I do think D'Amico was, because just the way he's a football coach, I do think he was disappointed. I do think he believes they were not as physical as the Chargers, and I think that's a fair assessment from what I saw.
Yeah.
But I think it was also a little performative. I think he loved the fact that he could go there. I think he loved the fact that he goes, guys, starting today or tomorrow or whenever, like, we that is not the type of physical team we want to be, and all the starters are saying that we weren't even out there. He doesn't care.
Well,
he wants to send that message.
Are you truly a good coach if you don't coach the guys on the back end of the roster?
Exactly.
Like if you don't coach literally everybody that's on the team up until the point that they're not. So like I can appreciate that aspect of it, even if like as not the coach, I can look at it and say, you know what, I'm good with, again, Marlon Klein and Lewis Bond with one of the more exciting 2-yard, 3-yard returns that you'll ever find, and feeling good about some of those things, right? Like I'm not gonna get worked up about the Texans not looking like the Texans when Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter and Derek Stingley Jr. and Kamari Lassiter. Reggie just already named everybody. Like when those guys do not play and the Texans don't look like the Texans, I can handle that. But I also do have to say, they ain't really look like the Texans. Like,
right. That's why I think D'Amico loved it.
Yeah, for sure.
From the 832, or sorry, the 346. Nope, wrong one. The 703. I was going to get there eventually. They said, Reggie, you talk like none of these top players can get hurt. No, I get that, right? But unless all of them get hurt, I'm not going to trip off of it because, again, right, if there's one of them that gets hurt, there's going to be someone that steps in. And as long as they are not getting out here torched, then we should be able to make this go. Yeah. That's ultimately my point.
Well, and I do think that it's fair though for like people who want to be critical of the game. Like to me, the most polarizing thing you could say about the team from the game is that maybe the depth of the team was exposed. Yeah. Like I think a lot of people went into the game feeling like, hey, this is a much deeper team than either it used to be or maybe than we were expecting. And then after the game, maybe not feeling that way. But I also feel like that's okay after preseason game number 1 for that to still be a little bit of an open question. And at least you do still have all of those players that we just listed earlier.
And some of those positions, we're not even talking about one deep. Think defensive tackle where it's Rankins, Togiai, Hall, that's in there as well. And then who's the other one? Oh, Mario Edwards.
Yep.
You went 4 deep on defensive tackles where it's just like, oh, ain't none of them there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for me.
A lot of these guys are not going to, let's just say it, a lot of these guys are just not going to make the team.
Yeah.
Because they're not good enough. So, and I think those things are going to be related, right? Like these guys are not going to make the team because they don't play close enough to the brand of football and the standard that D'Amico Ryans is trying to set.
There you go. A little bit of B. Scott's thoughts here in the loop on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping. The Astros have a big weekend series. We'll talk a little bit about that. But also, they have a big Hall of Fame weekend coming up. Plus, we got to do a Jordan Triple Crown check-in. We'll do all of that and more next.
JJ Watt is a fan of the new frequency.
Thank you, guys.
Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. 95.7 The Fan Style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
What's poppin'? All right, let's get into what's poppin'. And Figgy, I want you to be proud of me because I did not false start there.
Yeah, man.
I did not.
Yeah.
I held water, and I made sure to see that ball move before I got going and pursuing the quarterback.
Congratulations, man.
Which you can't say for everybody on the Texans last night, but we'll get there. The Texans do fall in preseason game 1 at Reliant Stadium, 27-7 against the Chargers. Y'all don't care about the score. What the notable things, I think the big notables are big play by Marlon Klein that feels like it justifies a lot of the positive things that you've seen to this point from him and the reasons why he was drafted. Jared Wayne with a fantastic game, including the solo touchdown for the Texans. Noah Whittington toted the ball pretty well, and maybe this shouldn't be 4, but this is the 4th thing that I'll mention. You also have Graham Mertz, quarterback 3, seemingly hurt his ACL. We haven't had full confirmation of that, but I mean the reporting has been that's been what they're looking for. Even D'Amico Ryans kind of said that of his own volition at the podium last night. And so the Texans are in a place where I think that I know that they need to go and sign another quarterback, even if just to have another arm to get through camp.
Yeah, and who might that quarterback be? Who do y'all think they should be targeting? Like, and who would have thought that by the end of the first preseason game, like even like during the game, you're having a conversation of what quarterbacks are available. Like I know we were talking about who we're gonna play, who we're gonna evaluate, but I don't think we thought much about, hey, who are we gonna need to add to this team? Who's gonna be needed to add to this team after the game is over? So now we got a little bit of a secondary quarterback controversy.
Well, I think it's gonna be pretty obvious because this is a quarterback that is not going to play for the Houston Texans. He's just going to play in the preseason games.
Yeah.
They just need somebody to take up snaps.
Maybe. The only thing I think is I fully believed, and I know we had the conversation about Graham Mertz and trying to earn a job. I think that Graham Mertz would have been a practice squad guy for you in order to have a call-up, the emergency quarterback situation, those types of things. And now you don't have that, assuming that we are correct that this is an ACL injury. I don't think that the quarterback that you bring in, you should think of it as just through the rest of camp. I think you should think of it, if possible, getting a guy that you can then get familiar with the system, can be on the practice squad, and can be your next emergency quarterback. So I don't think this should be handled lightly. I do recall that the Texans had worked out a couple of quarterbacks relatively recently, if it wasn't like a week, maybe 2 ago. One of them was Jake Haener, who previously played, or he had played at Fresno State. I don't remember where he's bounced around in the league. And then Seth Hennigan. I think that those are probably like the first places that we go in trying to see if there's another addition.
Yeah, so I'm going to be honest, man. Once you get to that level of quarterback, I mean, we're starting to have a completely different conversation about the team and the season at all.
Right.
Like if they ever have to play, like it's going to be doomsday basically at that point. It honestly made me think like a lot about like last night, and I know this was part of y'all's question of the day, like Davis Mills and even the kicker that they brought in, just so Kaimi Fairbairn,
who almost hit 61.
Yeah, he did.
He was just a little off right.
I thought it was gonna make it, but it's like, man, you really just need a guy to get you through the monotony of the preseason, and Davis Mills was not expecting to be that guy, and then suddenly he had to be.
Look, I hear what you're saying on that, Reggie, and I think ultimately that'd be the perfect world. They just need to get it. Kind of what B. Scott's saying. If you get into the third team quarterback as an emergency call up, you got big issues. So I think they want to just kind of get through the preseason, handle these two, keep these two quarterbacks, and then not have to worry about anything else, hopefully.
Because think about anybody that's available now does not have the presumed upside that a Graham Mertz has, right?
Wow.
Kind of to the point that you're making about
Jeff
Mertz.
Driscoll slander.
Right.
He said yes, point.
Because I've seen that movie up close and personal, right?
Didn't he break a camera with his throw?
Oh, that's right.
He
Right
did.
here.
He
It was here.
Good arm.
I just know that if you squint really, really hard, you might see Lamar Jackson. Because I was told that by the staff at the time.
What you want me to say?
I'm just saying.
D. Scott, what you want me to say?
I want you to squint real hard, Reg.
Who said
and
that?
look
Was it
at
Easter
Jeff
Beat?
Driscoll and see Lamar Jackson is what I want you to do. See the vision, man.
Yeah.
The possibilities.
That third eye.
It's gonna need to be the third eye because the first two ain't seeing it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest.
It's gonna have to be AI.
Oh man, yeah. So the Texans will get back to work here shortly, but no, shout out to them. I think we talked about it recently. I think you could largely view this as a good preseason game. You don't win, and definitely like down on the depth of this. They did not look the same as your typical Houston Texans team that plays on the field there. But I think if you had that type of game, you would want it to look like it was, where your offense was solid, moved the ball pretty consistently early on in the game, and everybody else just kind of held their own for the most part.
Hey, look, not to bombard what's popping. An additional thought, because I mentioned them earlier.
Do it.
Did y'all not get excited about Noah Whittington? Am I the only one who was just like,
that's
right.
I told
you and I
you.
we were sitting next to each other kind of the whole time.
I
like,
said, why doesn't Reggie listen to me?
Like, wait a second.
I said,
I hate that you do this.
Why
I really do.
Listen to me?
I hate that you do this. Like you're the only person that's ever.
The two players that I just said, listen, man, I don't know about Jared Wayne, but Jared Wayne. And then I said, what did I tell you before he even had that big cutback run? I said, I just like the way he moves.
Yeah, man.
He just moves like a running back. And then he did that little whoop and then got him like 6 yards or whatever it was.
There's something about like, obviously, aside from like if a running back is, we're not talking like Saquon Barkley level or whatever, Derrick Henry. I just got something for the running back that's got that low center of gravity. And it's just they just kind of look like a bowling ball out there.
Yeah.
And he was out there getting it, man. Like I feel like that should be running back 3. I'm just gonna say that.
I mean, while Jawar Jordan out here not practicing, he's Wally Pipp situations are conspiring and coming together. So Jawar, my boy,
you might want to
get healthy
back out
soon,
there.
right? Obviously, you can't do much about getting yourself healthy, but like. Whatever you
but get healthy.
You need to burn some incense, sage, healers, prayer,
all of that,
man.
I had to throw Whittington in there as an extra. What's popping? Because I felt like he was popping last night for sure.
100%. Astros back in action at Dyken Park this weekend. A 3-game set versus the Seattle Mariners. Now they do have a decent lead on the Mariners. It is 5 games right now, 2 games on the Rangers, as the Rangers lost last night as well. But this is one that. You can either put the Mariners down or you can let the Mariners back into it with this weekend series.
Man, there's just no excuse. I feel like there's no excuse. Like the Astros, we're not going to confuse them for being some kind of juggernaut or anything, but everything around them is just so pitiful. Like you just got to seize this opportunity. I feel like I've been talking about this for a couple of weeks now. But the opportunity that's in front of the Astros right now with this wide open, and when I say wide open, I really mean pitiful American League, and they can emerge from it. Like this is a special opportunity. And we talk about the division, Mariners, Rangers, like whoever it is. So I'm done with my opponent, basically. You know what I mean? Like every single opponent in front of them in this division, to me, should be food at this point.
Yeah. The interesting thing about this, though. And I'm trying to confirm my thought here. I think the Mariners are 6-1 against the Astros.
I believe that is correct. I'll have to double check, but I believe that's
right. That's
right.
the only thing that I'm like, if you buy into the whole, and I know their team has changed some, but if you buy into the matchup thing, maybe they just match up well. That might be something to keep an eye on. And yes, they are 6-1 against the Astros this year. So it's like, okay, this should be one where you just kind of put your foot on their throat and then you make your hay, but it is an interesting little tidbit there.
Well, their pitching always makes them it's always kind of an equalizer for them.
It would have to be because the way that they've been swinging the bat over the last month or so, no bueno.
Hey, that's the story they franchise over the last month or so.
Well, even when they try to get hitters, they get worse.
Few years, man.
They tried to get better and they got worse.
Man, if they could hit it all, the Astros. I'm talking about like over the last several years, the Astros would be in trouble.
Yes,
if the Mariners could ever figure that out,
the Astros would have been in a rebuild, maybe be done rebuilding. If the Mariners,
it is the Mariners' inability to hit that has helped propel the Astros just to even where they are now.
Couple of things. It's a Hall of Fame weekend for the Astros themselves. Remember, you got a couple of Astros legends going in. Phil Garner going in, as well as Alan Ashby this weekend, and there's some pretty cool giveaways happening Saturday. At 6:10 is one that I imagine you want to be there for because Yordan Alvarez home run train bobblehead is going out to the first 10,000 fans. I imagine Sunday, maybe not as much, J-Lo, for you in particular, because I don't know how much you want the Tatsuya Imai jersey giveaway. for the first 10,000 fans? Yeah.
Come on, you know you want one of them.
I really don't.
I would want one of them.
Figgy has one.
He wouldn't want one.
Figgy has one.
I got the shirt.
That
was before the season.
You got to get the complete set.
Oh, wait a minute. Figgy, you got an Iman shirt?
So somebody gave it to me. I had the choice, either a Texan shirt or an Iman shirt, and I was rolling the dice because I had no idea what he was going to do. So I was just like, hey,
See,
let me try to invest.
I figure
Buy low.
Figgy must have been listening in on that segment I was doing with Patrick Creighton when he got signed, when the news broke, and we shut down the whole show and turned it into wall-to-wall Tatsuya Iman coverage.
Yeah.
Because the Astros had done the next best
play
thing
cool
to win
in
in
the
the World Series.
Yes.
Yeah, I feel like that's what got you inspired, Figgy.
It was. It was.
No doubt. Patrick was feeling it, man. He was feeling it.
And we had good reason. How are we supposed to know that the mentals would not be fun, as Major Payne said, because you got to get the fundamentals.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Man came over here tired. Said dinner was at the wrong time.
Yordan Alvarez, though, is a guy that I'm going to be watching closely this weekend because we're all watching him to see if he can pull off not just the American League Triple Crown, but the Major League Baseball Triple Crown, something we haven't seen since, what was it, Mickey Mantle in the 50s?
Yeah, the 50s, yeah.
Currently, where we stand, he's leading all of the majors in average. He has an 8-point lead on 6 point. 6 points clear of Luis Ariz with the Phillies in the NL, and then I think the next closest AL hitter is Chandler Simpson of the Rays at 307. So we've got that clear. He still leads the AL in home runs, but he trails Kyle Schwarber of the Phillies by 2 home runs. So if he could pick that up, that'd be great. And then RBI is where it gets a little interesting because he does lead the AL with 87 in RBI, as I like to call it, but he is trailing by 4 of those to CJ Abrams. So he's going to need to have some guys get on base for him, and I would love to see him go yard this weekend.
He needs to.
It's been
13 games.
There it is. I was like, it's been a little slump here.
Now, he had one that was like well struck. It would have been a home run in 27 ballparks.
Right.
But still.
Yeah, but we're almost halfway through the month of August, and I don't think he has one in the month of August.
Right.
Which is an odd thing. Like, what do y'all feel like is even the minimum of what the Astros can do that is acceptable for a performance like this from Yordan Alvarez? Like, that's another piece of this season to me is like, okay, I get it's baseball and not just one guy can carry you, but you can't.
But do you feel like it's wasted?
You can't waste this by just being a by the wayside type of team. So I feel like for nothing else, they got to kind of play up to the level for Yordan as well.
Bro.
Do something, bro. Something. That's all I'm saying.
Fight back.
Pinch the beat.
Oh, man, we always enjoy the 11 o'clock hour on a Friday because you get to get a little B. Scott here in the loop on 95.7 The Fan. B. Scott, go out, be great today, man.
Yeah, man. Today and tomorrow, I'm going to be in with Paul Gallant from 12 to 3.
That's usually the time.
12 to 3. So
I don't think we shifted it.
Yeah, man. So y'all check us out.
Yeah, man. You want to make sure because 95.7 The Fan, we also got live local weekends. So check out our guy B. Scott tomorrow as well as you're rolling around the greatest city in the world. All right. You're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, the OG, whenever he's out there at a football game or anything else, he's always taking notes and just thinking about stuff. And so let's get the OG's passing thoughts next.
Texans 2026 preseason. Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KIKK-FM, KILT-AM Houston. Your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Friday. Shout out to the 832 truck driver in Bryan, Texas. Loud and clear. It is indeed still a shout out Friday. Let us know where you're hearing, where you're listening from, and how you're hearing us.
Shout out to the Vikings.
The Minnesota Vikings?
Bryan Vikings.
Oh, okay. I was just like, are they pretty good?
I thought he was
they
going
used
Dulles.
to be real good.
Thought he was going Dulles, the Dulles Vikings.
So I'm pulling.
That's where my kids
sorry,
go.
you have anything else you need to set up?
I mean, it's fine. I'm just working.
Okay. And I'm pulling a
Why would
Davis
you do
Mills.
that?
I'm pulling a Davis
'Cause I'm a
Mills.
jerk.
I'm pulling a Davis Mills with B. Scott right now. I'm calling him in off the bench, even though he took the tape off his wrists
Yeah,
already.
man.
Just for my first passing thought.
Got on flip flops now.
Are you ready for
I
passing
don't have
thoughts?
I don't have my cleats on. Let's go.
Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse and I just
It's time for the OG's passing thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
I still can't believe you did that in the clubhouse, man.
So it's a three-parter. My first passing thought, which is why I wanted you to work a little overtime, because I want you and Figgy and B. Scott to weigh in on this. My question is, are these signs? Is this a sign? All right?
Okay.
Signs, part one. Evan Brown, the second-team center, not Jake Andrews.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a yes for me.
Yep.
Well, that was easy.
Yeah.
Oh, I was like, did you have more? I wanted to let you get off here.
Yeah, I wanted to give you the simple answer first, but to explain it, I mean, obviously we saw Evan Brown out there doing a lot of the work, and I'll be honest, I guess I had forgotten the numbers, and I just assumed they both wear like this elbow thing, right? Kind of like an elbow brace, it's almost like a band brace type of thing. And I was like, I think that's Jake Andrews. And I looked again, I was like, nah, that's Evan Brown out there. And I feel like we've seen enough now for between camp and this preseason game to feel like Keelan Rutledge is the starter and that Evan Brown is probably the depth interior offensive line piece, whether that's at center or guard.
So that means that, Jake Andrews could be.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, man. Because I think that not only is that portion, if you want to make that sound one more time, the quick sound, thank you. The Jared Patterson, we talked about this when he, who has taken some snaps at center, but also plays some guard, that versatility that he brings, when he restructures his deal as a dude who's feels like he's on the back half of that offensive line room, feels like that tells you something. Like, you don't restructure deals just to do it because, if they're about to be cut in 2 weeks, what's the point? No, it sounds like they're expecting him to be around, and having him as a depth center feels like that means something because Jake Andrews only plays center, does not play guard.
Yeah, and I also think like if Evan Brown was available to them last year, then perhaps Jake Andrews is never here to begin with, right? So like you have to keep that in mind of like, okay, this year is different than last year because now Evan Brown is even available and this could be your depth. He probably could have started for them at center last year.
Yeah.
Right? Like if Jake Andrews did, right? So now that's kind of where we are. It's like, hey, we're just trying to move up a little bit.
So is this a sign part two? Tremont Smith played all the way to the final series in the fourth quarter.
Yes.
Fighting for his life.
Especially when you consider Colin Wright played earlier in this game and then he got to sit down.
Yeah. Fighting for his life. And as he should be. And I think also
I'm a little surprised by
he was fighting for his life in two senses of the word, right? Like obviously you're talking about roster wise, but he was out here getting cooked.
Yeah, no, I was going to say that. Colin Wright not only got to sit down, but he played well, and Tremont Smith notably did not.
Fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Is this, and then I'll let you go. Is this a sign part three? Nobody really is. It's not like nobody's talking about, but it hadn't really been highlighted because there weren't a lot of pre-snap stuff. 10 penalties.
Yeah, no, there was a lot of penalties. By the time
Texans had 10 penalties.
Hey, by the time they got to the end of the game, it had been highlighted plenty by both Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware. I can tell you that.
Oh yeah,
I can tell you that.
I love when Andre gets all
well
upset.
because they have to. They're calling the entire game, so they saw every penalty, and they're like, "Goodness gracious, this is mounting up." Yeah,
I should have come to expect it.
Yeah. Those were the vibes. Those were the vibes.
I appreciate it. And I want to get your thoughts on that, sir.
No doubt.
I think when you mention the penalties, this is probably worth mentioning in this as a thought. I am I'm of a few minds when it comes to depth at edge. We kind of put it out of our minds because we were really anxious early on in camp because we go, Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, great, excellent when you talk about edge rushers. Behind them, who? And thank God that Jadeveon Clowney is back in Houston because that quells a lot of your concerns about being able to get real pressure on first and second down if and when Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. aren't on the field. But who's pass rushing with him is still a question that is out there. And a couple of the leaders in the clubhouse felt like they were very different. Ali Gay had some downright great plays in this game. Did he not have a sack himself in this game as well? Like he looked good, except neutral zone infraction, offside, both of those on the same drive, mind you, and I think 2 plays apart. And that wasn't it. Like he had like real wide swath, a real wide berth between good plays and bad plays versus Dylan Horton, who was just kind of fine. Like he was there. I don't know that he really, he definitely didn't finish plays per se. But I think he was just kind of in the mix. And it feels like that question of defensive end 4 exists in a way where you go, do you want the high end possibility, the high end ceiling with Ali Gay, but with the lack of stability, lack of steadiness, or would you want Dylan Horton, who's definitely a slower ceiling, at least what we've seen from him playing both last year, honestly, and right now, but more consistent? Which of those feels like it hits you closer to home?
Horton, doesn't it?
I think I agree.
Yeah. All right, another passing thought here. Getting back to the start and beginning of the game. Didn't go up to the press box yesterday. Just went to the suite, and I really got to kind of sort of absorb everything around the stadium. Half full, but who cares? No big deal. I'm not going to blame anybody.
Half is nice.
It was barely half full, if at all. So I'm not picking on that. What I'm saying though is even half full, this seemed to be. And you were out in the parking lot. Figure you were out and about. Didn't it seem to be like a real buzz? Even at maybe it's just because it's the first preseason game, but maybe it's the energy around the team. It seemed like fans. You can just kind of feel it, and then you can just sense it when they were walking around and talking and stuff. Like they was,
honestly, I didn't really feel that. Yeah, it felt like it was a buzz with the staff.
Yeah,
like the security people were super nice.
Maybe that was it.
It was just like, hey, what's going? Usually they be super tight. Even though one of them made me take my glasses and hat off. To look at my ID.
They did that with me too.
Wow.
Yeah.
You got full carded.
Yeah. I came in, showed them my badge, and like, all right, cool. Take the glasses I had. I'm like, oh, okay. All right. I guess I could be somebody else. Yeah. But anyway, I didn't get that feeling, man. It seemed like a lot of people wasn't really hanging around as much. It seemed like everybody trying to get in because it was a little bit hot.
The other thing I liked about the pregame, and maybe this is because I always just go straight to the press box if I'm not on the tailgating, is this new, the player playlists thing? Did you notice that? Like each player has their own, like the pregame music, it said, like I saw 2 of them, Kamari Ramsey, and then it was his playlist playing. And it had the song and everything. The next one was Naquan Jones and had his picture and his playlist. So I thought that was kind of a nice touch.
I think that is kind of new.
Yeah, I
don't remember that.
That was a nice touch in the stadium. So you go like, oh, that's what so-and-so listens to, or he put it together or whatever.
I must not be perceptive because I don't be picking up some of this stuff.
So I thought that was pretty cool. All right, back to the field. So you noticed after the game, D'Amico Ryans did not say, we'll let you know when we let you know.
As far as? Or in regards, rather, to?
Oh, you know what I'm talking about.
I don't think I do. I need you to spell it out to me.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Why y'all always throwing me under the bus?
I don't know what you're talking about. I need you to remind me.
Man, I thought y'all were teammates,
What you mean?
Explain to the people
Won't I give you a wry smile if I actually know what you're talking about? I'm genuinely confused right now.
Talking about Graham Mertz.
Got you.
He said, looking at a knee injury, ACL. I was like, what did he just say? He said, looking at a knee injury, ACL.
Yeah, I found that surprising myself because not only that.
He said that?
He went further because you're right. Like, this is a far departure from the, we'll find out. We'll check and see.
Say the man's name.
But, yeah.
Joe Mixon, remember?
Yeah, dude, very much.
8 months worth of we'll let you know when we let you know.
But this one,
Christian Harris.
Yeah, this isn't just, hey, this is what is happening. He went further than most coaches go.
I was like, wait.
He kind of speculated on an injury.
Yes. I'm like, so you can say these things. All due respect to Miko.
He would have gave us a hard time if we said it.
That's right. I was like, he actually said that.
Well, if I could throw in a passing thought here, and this will belie one of my concerns, question mark. When he talked about, he was asked, I think his first question was asked about his rookies glowing, right? Second question asked about the starting offensive line and continuity. Glowing might be a little much, but he definitely talked a little positive. Yeah. The fourth question was about Caden McDonald. And he went to question coach speak of, well, I have to go watch the tape, and I was like, oh
yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Remember how I said earlier? Sometimes DeMeco Ryan says stuff, and you can tell it's almost cookie cutter, and then sometimes he's really transparent.
I skipped question 3. Question 3 was about Klein. Marlon,
he went on.
He glowed he just waxed poetic as he should have. Marlon Klein was really good, and he was like, "There's more, right? What we saw was cool, but I know there's more to get from him." And then immediately after the juxtaposition, actually, can you give me cut 4 here, Fig, so that y'all don't think that I'm lying, right? I'm not making things up to be a jerk or anything. This was DeMeco Ryan's asked on what he got to see from McDonald and if he occupied the space like he wanted to.
I have to look at the film to see it up close and see how he did, but overall, I thought we got him some good, valuable reps. He needs to get as many reps as possible, right, to continue to improve his game and improve, our style of play.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was pretty short. I need to check the film. We got him reps. Which doesn't speak to the quality.
Not only reps, he needs reps.
I was surprised. Yeah. I was surprised, and maybe I shouldn't be like, Caden McDonald hasn't looked like drop him in, plug and play, world beater, definitely not like all pro like he was talking about. And then obviously I'm not trying to knock him for that. But yeah, man, that's actually been something I've watched where I'm like, Caden McDonald, there's still definitely a road to hoe there. Yeah. He's got the capabilities, and I know that he's in the right place to coach him up because that's something that this defense does really well. But yeah, I was a little surprised to hear that in that way, and it made me look at the way that they've built this room and go, how much do we see Caden McDonald, and how much does he impact the season early on?
All right, I got another passing thought that is the direct correlation to what you just said, but in a different way. Are Kamari Ramsey and Aiden Fisher just gamers? Let me explain. Kamari Ramsey, I think we said this Tuesday, has looked the part. I mean, he looks like a player and big and mobile and athletic and all that. Hadn't really done a whole lot in practice. Dude should have had 2 interceptions yesterday.
He should have had 2 interceptions. And there was a third play that I'm trying to recall, and of course my notes, I'm also in preseason form there. Yeah. But Kamari, he's been around a lot of big plays is something I wrote down. And he was. I think I mentioned
just be a guy. Turn the lights on.
He might be. Yeah. He might be. And so, no, I was excited about that. In fact, he was like baiting the quarterback in some instances. So, no, that's maybe the highest praise I can have for you as a defender. It's the thing that we've given Colin Wright a lot of praise for in camp. He's just always around the play. And in this game, he was around a lot of plays, which it gave me a lot of excitement because, as you mentioned, hadn't seen it show up nearly as clearly in
we
training
kept talking about how he looks it, but hadn't seen it, and then we saw it. Same thing with Aiden Fisher. Later round pick. Everybody talking about Woodaz, who, by the way, got trucked. Wait, Woodaz got trucked.
I don't mean to laugh because I would have gotten trucked too.
No, I understand.
And I have been trucked before, right? Yes. This is not me laughing as if I am better, but there's something about getting trucked that's funny to me. I think we can all be reasonable here.
But on the other end of the spectrum, Aiden Fisher, we haven't really mentioned a whole lot. Hadn't seen a whole lot. Made a lot of tackles, around the ball a lot. Now, I get it, he was more of a second half, third, fourth quarter guy, but he did about the best you could do with what was offered to him there.
I think he was fine.
Yeah,
and I don't mean to be a jerk. Like I think that he did some good things. Like the hustle shows up. All right, the idea that he was a leader, he was a captain on a championship defense. That's the type of stuff that you absolutely can see from him. There was an instance where Jalen Smith was in coverage, and I think it was Lambert Smith because that dude is was all over the place for the Chargers yesterday. They were clearly getting the football. There was a comeback route where Jalen Smith just got ran off, and I was like, oof, you weren't able to close the gap there. And Aiden Fisher from linebacker is the dude who hustles out there to the sideline to make a tackle. And I'm like, oh, okay, this is what you see, and I love that. I just don't know if like the actual tangibles of his game show up to the level where at least I'm not thinking of him in the conversation with that third linebacker as I've been kind of looking for.
I want to get to these last two real quick because I think the second one is needs to be talked about. The first one is very simple. If I were a Chargers fan, I would be very encouraged with what I saw. We talk about the Texans. We focus on that. Mike McDaniel, great pass concepts, especially even on the first, air quote, first defense that the Chargers faced. They ran the ball. Rookies, played well on both sides of the ball. If you're a Chargers fan, you should be pretty excited.
Quarterback play?
Yeah.
I'm like, who the hell is that other quarterback?
Yeah.
I didn't know who Buddy was, but I'm like, damn.
Wait, which one? You mean DJ Uyunglele?
Yeah.
You just wanted to say his name and you know it.
Reggie, like, of course, who don't know that guy?
I'm not going to lie. That time I was really asking the question because I was like, I feel like you, especially
Trey Lance, I know
Trey Lance. I was like, you like college football enough where I thought you would know both of them.
Yeah.
I will say, I am not above it because in the stadium, the PA announcer
was he butchering it?
Butchered
Really?
Uyunglele.
I didn't
and
know
I was
that.
like, I'm better than you.
You are better than him. Okay, and this is the one I wanted to mention. If you just say, what was the best part of the game yesterday for the Houston Texans? Special teams. 100%.
You think so?
First of all, Kroger averaged 52 yards a punt.
He was consistent and he looked good.
And busted 165.
I think I saw him point up to the press box at me at one point.
and
I'm not sure if that was the right finger to point either.
They had good returns. Almost every punt return was a good return. I think they had 100 and something yards in return.
Can I ask you though, because Lewis Bond obviously did a little bit of punt returning, which obviously if he can latch on there, that could be something that also helps him be some level of impact for your team.
Yeah.
It felt like he was doing a lot of concerned with kind of juking and moving around rather than like picking up yards at times.
But
Was I being unnecessarily?
I mean, he was finding some lanes, and I'll have to look at the box score, but they were good on returns, good with the punting. Obviously, it didn't even matter with kicking because it was a guy that's just playing for another team, trying to play for another team.
But here's the thing I will say, right? You say that about I keep forgetting old boy's first name. Is it Chris Freeman?
Yeah.
I will say, if he shows that kind of aptitude, God forbid, and knock on wood, if Kaimi Fairbairn ends up with a place where he has a strain or what and he can't go, I like having a guy on speed dial, or at least that and you're familiar with, that you can go, hey, we need you to kick for a little, because that's happened how many years in the last handful? It happens. So I'm kind of intrigued by the fact that dude did look comfortable and confident kicking the football.
34-yard a kick return from Trayvon Sanders, 24-26 from Whittington and Hutchinson.
I know Hutchinson looked good returning the kick.
So overall, special teams gets the check mark.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. A little bit of OG's passing thoughts here in the loop on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, we get you our lunchtime staple. Let's get you some lunchtime confessions next.
95.7 The Fan has officially taken off, and you can't have a lunch without a rocket.
radio apps, or tell your smart speaker to play 95.7 The Spot.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on 95.7 The Fan.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So y'all probably have had this, but it's one of those situations where you probably should be mad about something. Like I should not mad, maybe bothered, maybe whatever, embarrassed or whatever. I probably should be all three of those things, but I'm actually not. I'm actually not bothered by this. In fact, I kind of like it. So we were in the Odyssey Suite last night for the game, and they like to put pictures of all the shows on the wall. You know what I'm talking about. Figgy, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do. Matter of fact, let me try to find this picture and post it.
Yeah, I got it. I'll send it to you. So I'll do it in the next break. But so they put pictures of all the shows on the wall.
Yeah.
And there's a picture, and I walk in, I was like, cool. There's a picture of us with actually one of our listeners and her friend Perry and Jen and Larry and Stafford up near the front. I'm like, cool.
That was at the draft. That was at the 2025 draft.
Yeah,
party.
that's from the draft party. I'm like, sweet, that's nice. And then there's another picture of us with Bun B.
That's right, the Trill OG.
And it's in this studio, and Reggie looks good, a little high.
Yeah, I look not a little high. I look like I am zooted. I am holding a Trill burger looking like I am high as hell. And I was not.
You high on life, man.
And then there's, Figgy with all his swag looking cool. There's Bun B. How does he not look cool? And then there's me holding a giant chicken strip with a bite out of it and my mouth full of chicken. And I'm like, I'm trying to smile with my mouth full. That's the picture they put in there. And at first I was like, why are they going to do that to me?
Because Bun B in it. Like, it is, Bun B is in it. Figgy looks pretty good. And then us two jokers look like we look ridiculous in that photo. And you know what? It might be good for us, right? In the suite where, we entertain guests and stuff. I think that's a conversation
And
point.
that's kind of where I ended up. I'm like, I'm actually not mad at it because, by the way, I like me a good chicken strip. I was wearing my fishing shirt. I mean, what I was in that picture
is who you are.
Is who I am.
Yeah.
But at first I was like, why are they going to do that to me, man?
You know what that picture fully made me lean into? Yeah. I'm not photogenic. I'm bad at posing.
It depends
photos.
for all of us. It depends.
Right?
Yeah.
If you catch me in a organic, what is the right word? Yeah. If you catch me like in action, I forget what the actual word is. I'm sure someone on the text line will get it for me. 713-572-4610. Candid. Thank you.
Yeah.
If you catch me in a candid moment, I can look good on in a photo. Otherwise, if I have to pose, I look like an absolute moron.
I just sent y'all the picture. Figure, look at my mouth. I'm like this. I got like a big chunk of chicken in my mouth.
You really do.
I really do.
You look like kind of like a chipmunk. It's like the chicken piece got lodged in your left cheek, and you're just like, they won't see it here.
Oh man! At first I was like, oh, and then I was like, you know what? Own it. I always say that. Own it. Lean into it. Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I also have a confession from last night's preseason game.
Okay.
It is a preseason game, and I think we're going to cover it in a way that is serious because there's important things that still can impact the Texans. However, we could be honest, the stakes are significantly lower than if week one when the Bills are going to be here or so on and so forth, right? So, as you mentioned, you just watched it in the suite, right? You didn't go up to the press box. You didn't do like the whole serious thing.
Yeah.
I watched it in the press box to start because my thought process was you can start serious, you can lighten up, but you can't start light and then get serious. That's not a way that you go about things. So I was like, I'll start up in the press box, and at some point, I'll make my way down to the suite. And I did. And I got to admit, I didn't enjoy it as much as I thought I would.
Really?
I didn't.
How come?
I mean, and I love the people that we had in our suite. Having conversations with them. I was
you don't.
I do.
Yeah, obviously.
One of them is.
I love being down here.
No, one of them is like one of our sales reps, Briley, and her fiance Connor. Shout out to them. And we were talking about it. One, they started accosting me about the Texas Tech conversation, calling me a hater because they both went to Tech, so that was funny. But then we're talking about, we're talking about the game and everything, and I was like, this is different than sitting up and like, hey, with Seth and Clinton kind of going back and forth.
Yeah.
Like I am a junkie for that, is what I realized even more so there, where maybe if I had completely, I'm not going to talk about this game at all. If I, even like the 3s and 4s, I'm not going to talk about this game one bit. Maybe I could just release myself.
That won't happen with you.
Right. To enjoy the football game and the experience of a football game. But in that moment, I was like, kind of wish I was up here with my monocular looking at the game and chopping up the back. Because you see it. You see it when we're up there on the press box, right?
Oh, yeah.
I love it being there.
It's funny. I'm the complete opposite, man. I hate going up to the press box, man. I feel like I need a suit and tie. And if I cough too loud, everybody be looking around and all this other stuff, man. I need to be where the fans are, man. Like y'all can have that stuff, man.
Yeah, so apparently I'm just even more of a dork than you would have imagined.
No, I
There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, fair enough.
I know exactly.
I ain't say I was not apologizing. I was just letting you know.
Lean into it, man.
By the way, Figgy just posted the picture on his Twitter.
At the Figgy Fig.
The original picture.
The original picture. And like the thing that gets me is my mouth that you can just see it's just full.
Like, whoop.
I got half a bite of chicken and it's still in there.
It's like somebody said, turn around. And you're like, oh.
I'm eating.
He looks like a sitcom character.
I do.
These are my confessions.
So yesterday was a very long day for us because we was up here early in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, for the launch of 95.7 The Fan. And then right after that, we had to do our show. And then right after that, we had to get ready to go to the stadium.
Yeah.
And we stayed for the game. So I got to confess, I was a little bit worried about Reggie this morning.
Really?
So Reggie came in, Lopez, you don't even know this. So Reggie came in this morning. He actually got here a little earlier than expected.
Okay.
He got in around 8:30?
Yeah.
8:40. He usually get in around 9.
Yeah.
I usually expect him walking in around 9. So we kind of got in at the same time. I'm like, oh, hey, what's up? You here early? He like, yeah, man. I came in. I left my laptop charger
Here.
Yeah, so I'm like, okay, I wouldn't even, I wasn't even thinking nothing. I'm like, okay, he just got here early. He came, he got his charger. He went to the back studio, looked in his bag. He like, oh, I don't have my laptop.
Oh, Lord.
And mind you, not to put Reggie business out here, Reggie liked to walk to work. He stayed close enough where he could walk to work.
Yeah.
So this morning he walked to work. So I could just feel the energy in Reggie, like, oh my God.
He wanted you to drive him.
No. I actually, he was about to walk.
Okay.
He was about to walk. I'm like, hey, you want to take my car?
Okay.
And I could tell Reggie was kind of like, I don't. I'm like, go ahead, take my car. He took my car, came right back. And he was A-okay, man. He was A-okay. But I thought when he said he left his laptop.
Oh, he would have been a basket
I'm
case.
like, oh, man.
Yeah.
At that point, I would have offered my car anyway.
Right.
But I'm like, take my car, man.
for me.
Yeah,
Do it for me.
Yes. Yes, I was working on some stuff. So
for our sake.
Yeah, I was working on some stuff already. So I didn't want to say, hey, I'll drive you over there. I was comfortable enough to get him the keys to my car. And he came back. I wanted to say, it felt like he was gone for like 5 minutes. It was that quick. So, yeah, man, I got to confess, I was a little bit worried. I'm like, oh, man, we about to start this day 2 of 95.7 The Fan, all to a rocky
He'd be
start.
having the shakes.
Yeah. So,
I have no there's no counter to all that. All of that is correct.
But I know the feeling of getting here is like, oh, look, we talk about Reggie. No laptop here.
Much less 2. He brings 2 a lot of times.
That's right.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine Reggie doing the show with no laptop, just working off this work computer.
It would have been bad.
One screen.
No, that's not enough. I need at minimum 2 screens
Reggie
at all times.
cannot work with one screen.
No. It doesn't happen. Mini confession though.
These are my confessions.
I am the guy who will drive your car if I'm loaning it, or if you're loaning it to me, exactly how you gave it to me.
You won't move the seat?
Did not move the seat.
Oh, Lord.
And if you're not familiar, Figgy, just a little bit shorter than me. Just a little bit.
5'3".
Real tall energy for Figgy Fig.
What? You have a problem.
Yeah.
And
you're just now learning this?
You can move it back.
I know,
man.
I
can.
You're only 5'11".
He's up there.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
5'11" and a half. He's driving like this, with the steering wheel under his nose.
I kind of was.
Yeah.
Oh, man, you could have moved the seat
I know
back.
I could have.
I have no issue with
Again, This is I have an ego. I don't think enough people recognize that there's an ego in here. It's buried under anxiety and stuff, but there's an ego in here. And part of it is, I can drive like this. What, you don't think I can drive like that? I can drive however.
If I knew he was going to drive the car, I would have just left the station.
The seat.
No, I would have moved the seat all the way up. I would have had the music. I would have had 100.3 the bull blasting. I'm like, make sure he don't touch nothing now.
And it would have been exactly how you left it. It would have been exactly like that. There you go. Those are some lunchtime confessions here on 95.7 The Fan. We good?
Yes.
Yeah, we're good, man. Keep it moving.
Hey, no, I'm like, look, man. I recognize.
That's how you get the penalty, man.
Yeah. That's what we good.
Yep. That's how you get the foul called on you.
Don't look at the ref. You're like, hey, don't look at the ref. Just keep going.
When you look like you fouled somebody, that's when we're gonna call it.
No, fair enough. All right, we're gonna keep it going here in the loop. But coming up next, a interesting weekend series versus the Mariners for your Astros. What could get right for them in this weekend series? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. We'll do that next.
JJ Watt is a fan of the new frequency.
Thank you guys for all the entertainment, not just you guys, but everybody. Looking forward to hearing it on 95.7 The Fan now. Clear signals, no static in parking garages. Just congratulations. Congratulations to everybody over there on your great work, and thank you for all the great years of coverage and many, many more to come.
No, thank you, JJ. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Hey, Mr. C, it's me. Well, I just picked up the ring. I actually went to Hellsberg. Thanks for that recommendation. Kate's gonna love that hers is from the same jeweler you got Mrs. C's ring from. They were so helpful throughout the whole process. They even knew your family by name, and the ring looks great. Anyways, I just couldn't wait to let you guys know. Call me back and wish me luck.
Hellsberg, designed with care and craft since 1915. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
At Shriners Children's, we're leaders in pediatric sports medicine. With expertise in sprains, tears, fractures, and other sports-related injuries. We're here to deliver the best care in the business and never allow your ability to pay for services to compromise the care your child needs. Because every great comeback starts with a game plan for empowering the extraordinary. The most amazing care anywhere begins at ShrinersChildren's.org.
Las Vegas was built for stars. And on August 22nd, two of boxing's biggest take center stage. Rolly Romero never follows the script.
This is my game.
Teofimo Lopez has never needed one.
This guy's got a big mouth.
For years, they've had plenty to say.
All you do is talk.
But with World Championship gold on the line, can they back it?
Teo, I'm here. I'm going all in.
It's time to put up or shut up. Rolly Romero versus Teofimo Lopez. August 22nd.
I'll shut you up.
Watch on DAZN and DAZN on Prime Video.
Service members and veterans. When you're called to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Launch a rewarding career in the growing cybersecurity field, protecting people, systems, and institutions. In just months at My Computer Career, gain high-demand skills in AI, cloud, and network security that will serve you for life. Call 800-888-MyCC to schedule a campus tour. That's 800-888-6922. Or visit mycomputercareer.edu to learn more. Your lifetime IT career partner. An Elite CompTIA certification partner. VA benefits available to those who qualify.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. That's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
All guests on 95.7 The Fan join us on the Texas Mattress Makers Hotline. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetua.
Oh, yeah. You're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Thanks for rocking with us wherever you are, however you listen, and thanks for making us a part of your day, including, I believe, K-Dub has been traveling to Waco, and he's been giving us updates. He said I think he might have lost us beyond. No, wait, let me make sure I get this right because I don't want to be wrong. But he went through Brenham. He said he could hear us, and I gotta see where he lost us. He said signal is bueno in College Station.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see, where did he lose us? I'll double back and find that. But man, we're getting people, reporting in from all different areas of, honestly, Texas, outside of what I would have imagined now on 100,000 watts here on 95.7 The Fan.
Somebody texted and said they was in New Orleans listening.
Really?
No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Look, I know that we were talking to a couple of folks that were up here that said that they're going to Louisiana. When they go to Louisiana, they're excited to be able to hear us going that way too.
You can definitely hear us probably get all the way to the casinos or pretty close.
Which,
yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
If there's anything you need, is just a companion to the casinos.
Yeah.
If you can get that all the way in Beaumont, around there, that's
I know you can.
100%.
Yeah. I know you can there.
Okay, there it was. K-Dub said he finally lost signal outside of Hearn.
Not his. Hearn.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure is a joke that somebody likes, even if it's not me.
Big Hearn.
But yeah, appreciate you guys rocking with us. Astros, we haven't talked a lot about them just yet. However, the Stros are headed into an interesting series. I want to talk about it being important, but I'd be lying to myself because we've done this a lot, especially in their ramp up to finding themselves back in first place in the AL West. There were some series that were huge, right? The Ranger series was one that was absolutely large, on top of a few other ones. This one, I feel like I'd be wrong in saying like this is a giant series. The Mariners are 5 games behind you, and so even if you do some real nastiness, you're still going to be ahead of them. I don't know that the Rangers will be so bad over the weekend that you wouldn't be able to stay ahead of them, but you get what I'm saying. Like I think you would still be in the contention area of things, but you can put the Mariners down here, and maybe more importantly, I think the Astros are in a place where we need to worry about what the Astros do rather than their individual opponents because
absolutely,
seeing as you're in first place and the Rangers just lost Jacob deGrom to injury, and I don't know if they're going to actually push you for first place. I've been here, but I think that your goal needs to be how do we actually contend against these other teams in the AL? Because I'd be real sick if you did all this through the season and then it ends up like looking like 2024 where you get to the playoffs and it's the wild card and you're done and we're just like, what was all this for? And so I'm very interested in this weekend maybe being an opportunity for some get right games. What do you think can get right in this series versus the Mariners? 713-572-4610.
Are we too late in the game to think, hey, if so and so turns it around, then they might be able to make a run in the postseason. If this pitcher or that pitcher, really gets hot. I mean, is there even time for a pitcher or a batter? I mean, batters, yes, but to really put a statement,
who is the pitcher that could do that?
That Wesneski, maybe? I don't know.
If he get hot,
I would absolutely say Wesneski. Wesneski's been solid since he's returned. I mean, he gave you 7 innings his last time out.
So is there time?
So is that the guy where you're like, all right, if he get hot, then it's on.
Then you got Lambert.
Because I feel like you've been including him the whole time. I feel like you've been kind of including him a little early.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But then it's really more of a question because I'm wrestling with it myself. Like here we are August 14th, and we're talking about, well, if they can do this, then maybe it's not just for show. And that's what you're saying. They're just going to make the playoffs for show.
Yeah.
Okay, we made the playoffs. It was fun. You don't want that. But what can they do? And maybe this is a series where they can, again, as we've talked about, maybe make you feel that way a little more. Like, what can they do where if Wisniewski, comes up and puts out another effort, maybe that's it, because you got Lambert, Wisniewski, Hunter Brown, because you're not going to make any acquisitions.
No. Like, it's going to have to be guys getting themselves back on track. And I do think that there's opportunity for that, because I'm looking at some of the metrics over the last month or so for the Seattle Mariners, and boy,
yeah, they're bad. Not
good baseball. Over the last month or so, terrible when it comes to slugging, when it comes to batting average. Literally the worst team in batting average over the last about month. And so if you're talking about some of those guys, like maybe your starters, and you have the better of your starters, as we talked about. Lambert's going, Brown's going, and who was the third one on Sunday? I've forgotten in this moment. Apologies.
It goes Lambert, Wisniewski, Hunter Brown.
There we go. Thank you for clearing that up. Yeah. Right. Those guys are the three that we probably put up as your three best pitchers. And if they also meet up with a team that is not going to hit them deep, that's not necessarily going to make a lot of contact with the baseball, does that allow them to also find their footing to where they get hot, right? They find a level of confidence, and they use that as jumping off point for the remaining, almost 40 games thereabouts for the season. I do wonder if that could be a get right. I think the bigger one, though, and it is really big because it feels like this dude is indeed the way that your team goes. He is the straw that stirs the drink. Is this the weekend where Jordan hits a or maybe multiple home runs? Because if you look at home runs per 9 innings over the last month or so, the Mariners are in the bottom third. In fact, they are 29th. They've given up 1.7 home runs per 9. This feels like, hey, Jordan, time to get yourself back on track when it comes to, obviously, the Triple Crown race there and get your home runs up, but just generally get him back hot, because Jordan hitting 800 OPS is not enough for what this team is, unfortunately, where you don't have enough other people giving you output.
It is interesting also. You're right. I mean, their offense has just been awful. They've been trying to fix their offense for 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, whatever it is. But you are getting their three best pitchers, too. You're getting George Kirby and then Hancock and Brian Wu. And Brian Wu has always given the Astros trouble.
That is true.
He really has. That'll be a good matchup on Sunday. But regardless, you would think that Jordan, just the odds. He's gone 13 games without a home run, which is so rare. You'd think that would happen. But then you start getting to other questions, and I know Jose Altuve, he's slowing down. Sorry. He's slowing down.
You don't mean that.
And he's...
It's an asinine conversation.
And there's some other guys that are struggling, but do we know Jose Altuve's status?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
And can I be honest, when I talk about the offense going, I'm just talking about the top three.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Pena, I'm talking about Jordan, I'm talking about Isaac Paredes. I am slowly giving up on a lot of the remaining of the lineup because it's just been the top carrying you for so much. Shout out to Cam Smith, giving you a little bit of a hot streak. Maybe that also continues to show up, and we find a little bit more than just a hot streak from Cam. He finds himself in a little bit of a groove for the end of the season. That'd be real cool to help it be a little bit more comfortable playing him on a day by day basis. Taylor Trammell giving you a little something here and there, but all of that always feels like taste. It never feels like a meal. You know what I mean? I think that I've gone through enough of the season where I'm not going to expect that. Yeah, we're getting courses on this from anybody other than those top three guys. I think that those guys need to get back to cooking and giving us courses.
Well, what is it? Is that enough? Is that enough for those three guys to carry? I think it comes down to Jordan with a big swing and getting more production at the bottom. And even if it's different guys, a different cast every other game or every game, it would work. Guys, I think we're past the point of, all right, if so-and-so gets hot, then we're on to something. I think it's just like, hey, let's keep our fingers crossed that it's somebody today and somebody else tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's my thought as well, right? After a bullpen game where your entire bullpen, even if it's ugly, they get it done. They've been holding it down for you. So the bullpen, interestingly enough, don't really have as many questions about. It's, can your starters get back to dealing? Because they have not middle of the season is when you were like, oh, the starters, hold on. That's slid back a little bit. Can you get back there, and can you at least get enough from the guys that are supposed to be the tent poles of your offense, which is Pena, Jordan, and Isaac Paredes? I feel like if not now, when is part of where I start getting to. And I understand, in general, the Mariners do have good starting pitching. You mentioned it, right? You have probably their best guys going up there. but of recent, they have not been as good. And so that's where I go, okay, is this something that you can take advantage of, especially in a circumstance where you know that they're good, but maybe they're not playing as good? And we know that baseball is maybe the most mental of all of the major American sports. I do wonder if you can get yourself a mental edge by going, I know these guys are good, even if they're not playing that good right now. Yeah. And I can get myself mentally going because I'm going toe-to-toe with them and honestly probably winning.
How are we feeling about Christian Walker right now?
Buddy.
It's so bizarre.
I mean, they out here giving him a day off and putting Lamont Wade back out first base for the when he hasn't done that consistently since when he was actually a Giant.
Isn't that like the most frustrating thing? Because here we are, we had his back. We're talking about, hey, what a great start to the season after not a good start last year, and it's falling off a cliff right now, man. I mean, it is falling off a cliff. I
mean, is he not where the arrow is pointed? Is he not where the crosshairs are when I talk about, hey, it's really just been the top of the lineup that's done it? Like, he's supposed to be that guy that you know that the bottom of your lineup is not going to be great, just generally in baseball. Now, if you do have a great bottom of the lineup, now we're cooking with grease, right? When you have that type of 1 through 9 hitting, which the Astros have had in history, you go, oh, I dare you to step to me.
Yeah.
But that's an anomaly more often than not. The difference between, I imagine, like the really good teams and the teams that aren't that good is how far down your lineup are you expecting regular production? And right now, that middle of the lineup isn't there, and it's squarely when we're talking about Jose Altuve and when we're talking about Christian Walker.
Yeah, and so it obviously leads to the fact that you're talking about the top of the lineup. It's wild that you're counting on outfielders and the bottom of the lineup to just give you something on any given day, and they actually have been better. You mentioned Trammell. Hell, they've found some things here and there on the bottom of the lineup, but that's not sustainable for a postseason run.
No, but hopefully it's more than what I'm looking for. The things that I'm looking for, Yordan to get back on track and the other guys around him, the two guys immediately ahead of him and behind him, when you're talking about Pena and Isaac Paredes, I want to see them be productive this weekend, and I want to see the starters, Lambert, Wesneski, Brown. I want to see them I want to see them deal, honestly, right? Like, I feel like give us length. Obviously, is a good thing to help not tax your bullpen, but I want to see them deal, because if they're not dealing against this Mariners team who is clearly depressed in the way that they do offense, I might lose just a small smidge of hope over the weekend.
And still getting a lot of where you at with our new powerful signal. How about Luling going to San Antonio? John traveling to San Antonio. I'm guessing he stopped at Buc-ee's, because isn't that where the Buc-ee's is in Luling? And another one, where's this one from? Anyway, Dickinson.
Yeah, shout out to Chase. Listening loud and clear from Dickinson. Man, it's really cool to have this kind of spread to be able to talk to all of this area and Lufkin, continue to be
awesome.
Yeah, man, continue to be Houston sports leader. Do we need to stretch that out? Because, I mean, we're Houston sports leader and Luling and Dickinson and was it New Ulm? Like
New Ulm?
All of them. All of them. We appreciate you. We appreciate you rocking with us.
We are New Ulm's sports leader.
I've often said that, honestly. I have. The 346 said, "Who cooks with grease anymore?" My people.
Let's not go through this again.
We've done this once already.
No, that's not even. They're going an entire different way. Let me know what you're cooking with. Are you cooking
that
with
makes it good.
Crisco?
Yeah.
Are you cooking with Pam? Are you one of those people that sprays the Pam on your pots and pans?
Cooking with oil.
Olive oil spray. Okay.
I don't know. A little EVO ain't never hurt nobody.
Some extra virgin olive oil. Not the spray. You got to get it in there.
Oh wait, they make them in sprays?
Yes.
Man, we going to hell in a hand.
Cooking with olive oil spray.
It doesn't work as well. It's not as fun to say. All right, you're indeed in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, there was one position in particular that I was watching last night that I think I might start to be feeling a little bit of movement on with these Texans. I'll tell you what that is next.
Texans 2026 preseason kicked off with a Is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's what I'm talking about, baby. Coming in with a little bit of energy on a fun Friday edition of In the Loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Hope you're having a good time. Man, y'all are letting us know all the different places where y'all are coming through in. Although I understand the 254 saying, can't hear you in Georgetown. That's fair. That's a lot further out. I don't think that this is as fun if we just do the places that you can't hear us.
No, that's not. You're losing the point.
At that point, it's no longer fun.
We got to do better, man.
Although we just need to continue expanding our. Is this like we're playing Risk?
Yeah.
Like we're just becoming Napoleon. We're just like I want more and more territory. Yes. Can we expand more and more of our signal strength?
We're trying to become the NFL.
We just want to cover the globe.
We want to take over everybody's block.
Yeah.
95.7 The Fan. Australia, is that what we're trying to do? We're just trying to export more of it.
I'll tell you what, we are Burton, Texas's sports leader.
That's right. Yeah. As I've always said that.
Yeah. We're trying to take over the UK eventually,
text
man.
from Burton.
Do a show over there once a year.
Yeah, right. That's what.
Be the Jags.
But honestly and truly, if you are in Georgetown,
now you're being like Cal.
If you are in Georgetown and you want to listen to us, you might not be able to use the FM dial, but then there's always still the Odyssey app, YouTube, Twitch. There's definitely a lot of places, TuneIn app. There's a lot of places where you can get to us, and we appreciate you using any and all of those to tap in with us and let us know that you're listening as well. Let's do a little hoot, John Lopez. I think that we still need to make sure that we appreciate good performances from preseason game 1, Texans versus Chargers. And I'd like to start with one in particular because it has to deal with a position of interest that we've had and a position that I've been kind of narrowly focused on, maybe obsessed with. Like maybe that's the way that you just characterize it. But it is linebacker. I'm uniquely attuned to the fact that D'Amico Ryans, Matt Burke like throwing out that base defense and feeling like they're comfortable with it.
Yeah.
And you need that other linebacker. I think this is why EJ Speed last year was so important. They brought him in, and when they knew that Christian Harris was not going to give them the impact that they had previously thought after we saw him in that Browns playoff game and everything. And EJ Speed was impactful for this team, largely impactful for this team. Triggered well, physical, fast in the way that D'Amico Ryans asks. And so the question I've been asking myself consistently is who fills that role? And last night we got another glimpse into some level of who can step forward amongst the kind of group of other linebackers outside of Azeez and Henry that can do that. I don't think that anybody blew the door open, but I do think that at least one guy took a little bit of a step forward. I want to see if you saw it the same way I did.
Who are you talking about?
Number 33 in your program. Didn't it feel like Jake Hummel was really good last night at linebacker?
He made one really good play, like explosive. You talk about triggering, where the blocker, the lineman was there, but he wasn't there fast enough. I mean, he recognized the play and just blew it up. No, I like that particular play. I can't honestly say that I went back and sort of watched other plays. I usually do that later in the week or whatever.
Fair enough. I'm also going to go back like a true sicko and watch more of the preseason game to get a better understanding of what we saw.
I am with you in that one particular play that I remember vividly, but I thought, and I'm not putting him on the roster, but I thought Aiden Fisher stepped up. Aiden Fisher stepped up, led the team in tackles, which can be a little bit not necessarily accurate when you're playing backups, for 3 or 4 quarters or whatever. But he was in a lot of places that he needed to be. So I like both those guys.
But I think that he might be on a different level I think that the top level of guys that actually have an opportunity to be that third linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
If I had to put the running, I think Jake Hummel's in there. I think Wade Woodaz is in there.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Marte Mapu's in there. And coincidentally, those were the first 3 linebackers that were out there for a long period of time. Later on, you saw Aiden Fisher rotate in. You saw a little bit of Casey Osai. You saw a little bit of, oh my goodness, there's one more whose name, Jamal Hill in there.
Yep.
It's weird. I saw Marte Mapu make some plays, and I felt like I was like, oh man, I think I'm seeing something out of him, and they clearly trust him. But I've also seen other people maybe say that they felt like it was a stock down kind of game for him. How did you feel about number 14 on the defense, Marte Mapu?
I thought he was making plays too far downfield.
Okay.
Like it's one thing to, hey, I had 4 tackles. Yeah, but on those 4 plays, they gained 19 yards. I don't think he was like the play you're talking about, that I was talking about with Hummel, where he's explosive and he beat the blocker and he hits him in the hole. That's a linebacker play right there. I saw Mapu a couple of times where, he was kind of this downfield and he's getting there, but, holding on for dear life kind of thing. He made the play, but it was not exactly what you would say would be, impressive.
And the last thing I'll say about the linebackers, because Wade Woodaz is the young draft pick that has a lot of upside. You have to keep that in mind, right? More upside than I think anybody else in that room because of athleticism and youth. I think that what I saw in this game was a dude who his eyes need to settle in.
Maybe.
Like there was a play action that happens where he is in there with the defensive lineman well over by the play fake while, quarterback Trey Lance is going the other way. I think that when his eyes settle in and he gets a little bit more discipline, I think that he probably will shoot up these leaderboards. So I'm going to continue to watch him closely. But I felt like Jake Hummel looked good in this one. All right, now let's open this up because there's definitely some people that we have not had the opportunity or we have not taken the time yet to really salute in this. And there were some dudes that hooped in this game.
Noah Whittington would be number 1 on my list, and I'm not even giving you a hard time anymore about things that we talked about here that I liked him and all that. If you just looked at that just arbitrarily, he made a couple of moves, and I think I was still sitting with you, Figgy, when he made that one move that was just a little cut to the left that was.
You said it wasn't no average running back.
I said
move.
that's not an average move right there. I think what I said is that's the gift.
Was that the one where he hopped behind
and he went quick left?
It was a Marlon Klein block that
it was like a 6-yard run.
It was like a 6-yard run, but I looked to Figgy. I said that's the gift. That's not just a good athlete trying to hit a hole and gain as many yards as he can. He had that running back thing that good running backs have, and maybe that's why I've said multiple times I just like the way he looks. I like the way he sees, not just the way he looks from my perspective, but the way he sees the game and kind of just was able to sense that hole coming open to his left, hopped over there, made a move. He seems to have that running back gift, and I'm not putting him on the roster yet. I'm not saying he should replace anybody yet, but he is a threat to make this team the 53 is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think he's on the watch list.
Yeah.
He's absolutely on the watch list, and it's one of those. He also was pretty consistent in his output as well. Like it'd be different if this was you see some flashes, but you feel like you have to draw it out of him for it to come to fruition. You put him on the field and it feels like pretty consistently that's what you're going to get. And you compare that to Jawar Jordan, who yes, you've seen that type of performance multiple training camps, and you've also had the opportunity to see him on the field against admittedly a decimated Cardinals defense, but he gave you a 100-yard game that game.
Yeah.
He also deals with injuries, Jawar Jordan, a little bit. And you go, does that end up being a differentiating factor for Noah Whittington in this? Man, that has become more of a battleground position for this Texans training camp as we've started to go along. So that's one that we'll continue to watch. I'm surprised that you didn't shout out your mans.
Jared Wayne?
Yeah, man. Jared Wayne he looked good in this game.
3 catches, touchdown, getting open. It's what we've seen. It wasn't a surprise, right? If you've been watching, as we have, every practice, going to the scrimmages, the one we saw on Tuesday, Jared Wayne just keeps making catches. And yes, he hooped, and I'm with you, and I don't think anybody who saw that game would disagree. What I'm wondering is, where do you put him?
That's the
where
thing.
Do you put him?
I think he might still be a guy that ends up on the practice squad, unless this is the question I ask you. Do you feel like this is good enough where, and maybe there's not enough versatility for this other player where Jared Wayne ends up on the roster as like a sixth wide receiver, whatever, and then Lewis Bond ends up on the practice squad? Because Lewis Bond in this game, I don't think he was bad by any means. I do wonder, and this is less about Bond himself, are they using him right? Because I noted in training camp when they did like one-on-ones, let's say, where it's just a receiver and a defensive back, and you're just kind of running routes. And inherently, it is, the game is stacked against the defender, right? You don't have other defenders. It's just a whole bunch of space, and that wide receiver can go wherever the hell they want.
Yeah.
Lewis Bond was doing like running go routes and wheel routes and stuff downfield, and I was like, I never thought of him as that type of receiver, and I gave him that credit that he was making some of those plays. They ran a go route fade in this game, and they threw it up to him, and he was just, Lewis Bond is hand fighting. He never even gets a chance to elevate, and I thought to myself, wait, is that even what he's supposed to be doing? Like, we've talked about him as a slot guy, and that's been more of what I think that he is inherently. The idea that not only am I seeing that in drills, but I'm seeing them actually run that play for him in a preseason game was a little surprising to me.
And maybe they're trying to figure out, and they are. I mean, it's still so early in his career. They're trying to figure out exactly what he can do. How they can use him, and maybe that feeds into, we know what Jared Wayne can do,
right?
And so maybe that's where they find that balance.
Yeah, maybe so.
Find that spot,
right? And so I was like, Jared Wayne, I mean, he looked so assured in his body control. There was a slant that he had where it was a little bit tight quarters. I think they needed.
Oh, he had a really good catch.
He had to fall forward for the first down, and he just slides through perfectly. The touchdown, he goes up and elevates and has pretty good spatial awareness to make sure he gets down that hip, that cheek inbounds for the touchdown. Yeah, I thought he did really well. I'll be very curious to see when we get down to cut down time how they play that, because he is one that they've always liked, that they've been willing to put out there when they need to. And he seems to be getting even better at what he does.
And I don't want to, bury the lead here in terms of
Marlon Klein,
what we came in. Yeah, Marlon Klein. I mean, we came into the day talking about not necessarily that it was a surprise, but man, was it impressive for first real game against guys with another uniform to perform like that. And it wasn't just it was just one catch. No, not just the one catch. Really good blocking, really good, in terms of just getting open in general. He had a really good game just overall.
Also, if we're going to, I want to take low-hanging fruit as well. I like Keelan Rutledge was really good in this, man.
That's fair. That's another one of the big headlines we had going in. Ran block well, pass blocked well, had a pancake. I don't know if you noticed that. He knocked one guy clean on his back. And
he fires off fast. Now, of course, he is the dude who's snapping the football. So if there's anyone who's going to get a jump on the snap, it is going to be him. But he does it, right? He does that. The hands are on that chest plate of that defensive tackle really quickly, and you can see it. It's violent. I mentioned it to Seth Payne. This is one of the reasons why I like being in the press box. Sometimes a former NFL player will give me validation on what I'm seeing in real time, and I go, oh, man, he fired off fast, and he had like that physicality there. And he said, yeah, I'm seeing the exact same thing. And so that's a dude who's playing the trenches that'll know, and it feels like you absolutely saw exactly all the lip service that we've given to Keelan Rutledge validated yet again in what you saw last night in those first, 10 plays.
And his wife had to be proud. She's been working on those snaps.
All those snaps were good.
Hundreds. And I'm not even kidding. Like she's
sitting there like a proud dad.
Yeah, he joined us. And
all that training worked out.
One of the first things he said, my poor wife, I was just snapping hundreds of times to her. And sure enough, not one single bad snap.
How'd you feel about Jalen Smith, number 22 in the program? I think he's cornerback 3 in my mind. They use him like that. It's like he's that. They trust him. Honestly, I was mentioning it on the text line with somebody at one point, going back and forth with him, not in a negative way, but all the love that we're heaping on Colin Wright. That's how he talked about Jalen Smith last preseason.
Yeah.
And so they clearly trust him a lot. I thought he was pretty solid, but there was times where, he got beat, which is, again, young cornerback, and cornerback is one of those positions where that's going to happen. It still feels like he plays really well to the point where they trust him, but did you feel like that's what you saw from your vantage point in this game?
I don't think it was as sort of eye-opening. I mean, it was solid. To me, it was solid. The one I wanted to mention was Kamari Ramsey.
Yes.
I literally day before yesterday was saying, I don't know about this guy. Not that I don't think he can do it, just that I haven't seen anything, because he just looks like that is going to be a player, kind of, off the bus type of player. And sure enough, he got into the game and probably should have had 2 interceptions and played well all around otherwise.
No, 100%.
Yeah.
Any other guys that, well, I guess before I even move forward, not only that, it's just Kamari Ramsey was just always around the play.
Yeah.
I mentioned it earlier, but it's something that, you know how some things appear to you or occur to you and you're just like, I can't let go of it?
Mm-hmm.
I just kept seeing 27 around the play. And that, it made my heart smile because Kamari Ramsey was a guy that you took later rounds and you're like, all right, I think he could be useful. And I hadn't seen like the proof of concept really jump out and grab me.
Yeah.
This one is when you have granddaughters, so I'm sure this has happened. Have you ever had your granddaughters like grab you by the side of your face and like pull your face into theirs? That's what it felt like Kamari Ramsey's game did.
I want to talk to you, Grandpa.
Yes, I'm talking to you right now.
Grab your cheeks.
That's what it felt like. That's what it felt like. So I really enjoyed his game.
And I know it's not the sexiest of takes to have this one, but really good punting. Like really good, and I had my doubts. You had your doubts.
I had a lot of doubts. Sexy punting is something that matters, right? I think that mattered. No, especially because he was consistent.
52-yard average.
Punted really well.
Yeah.
Honestly, to the point where I was like, did he outpunt his coverage there? And I was like, okay, that is a problem I'm okay with having.
Yeah.
We could dial that in. I was very happy that Kai Kroger looked significantly better, and maybe this is just where you lean into good coaching from Frank Ross and decision making there, where they go, hey, is this going to be better where we just clear out this other punter that's probably not going to give you the same run that you want, and you give him maximum opportunity to show up? And I don't think I saw any poor holds, and the punts are pretty good. Let's keep stacking that Kai Kroger, and I will go ahead and eat crow. I'll eat my hat.
No, and kudos to him. It was definitely a competition. I mean, they brought in the competition, and he's produced so far.
Are there any ones that you want to say, because obviously we want to highlight the positives, but were there any that were like particularly negative where you're like, I just want to make mention of it, even if we're not, obviously bashing the person?
No, one, you were hoping for more and didn't get it.
That's probably the way I put it.
And one, you expected more and didn't get it. Wade Woodaz, not only did he get trucked that one time, but he went out there with the first group, I'll say, because it wasn't the starting defense. And I don't know, I didn't see him. I didn't see him really, taking advantage of the opportunity. And Colin Wright has been all over the place, so I wanted to mention him at least because who knows how that's going to play out with Colin Wright.
Yeah, the only thing with Colin Wright with me was I went back to the kind of the pre-draft evaluations of him, and one of the things was kind of like some of that closing speed, not necessarily being there as much. There was at least one play where I saw, the ability to close, whether it's like off of a break, was a little bit dicey, but I was like, yeah, I understand that. He's a UDFA. For what he is, he was honestly, every time we were talking with B. Scott earlier about, hey, hold your own, Colin Wright was exactly who I was talking about in this game. Like he had a pass breakup where he got beat, let's be honest, but the underthrow, he kept going, got his hand up, broke it up, and I'm like, that's all I could really expect of you. You're not gonna make yourself a different, a faster guy. But with what you have, are you making the most of it? And he continually has done that on the field. All right, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Thanks for rocking with us on this Friday. And just like we do every day, I look over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, man, we might have a new ownership with Arby's, but not in that way. I think somebody might be in serious trouble with what happened. Plus, Lopez, a couple days ago, you did use your dad voice. You gave us your dad voice.
I did.
Your mad dad voice. So I think somebody on the broadcast last night did one of those.
Ooh, we had a broadcast dad voice?
I think so. I just want to see what y'all think.
All right, we'll check that out next.
All right, let's talk about, the biggest trap in today's market, car market, talking about D&M Auto Leasing here, is the up to 84-month.
is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape. Presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers, the official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. On 95.7 The Fan.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop on 95.7 The Fan, presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers. Injured in an accident? Don't fight it alone. Let the Sheriff team stand up for you and fight to get what you deserve. Visit callthesheriff.com today. Happy Friday to everyone out there. Real quick, I got to give a shout out to one of our co-workers who be working behind the scenes in another department by the name of Desiree. Okay. We all know Des.
Yeah.
She be out here hustling, working hard. She wanted to weigh in on the segment when we was talking about the oil and all that stuff. She said she fry her eggs in Crisco.
That's
Eggs
old
and Crisco.
school.
Dang.
That is old school.
Yes. She just threw that out there. So appreciate her listening.
My
man.
mom used to put Crisco and bacon in the bottom of the pot when she would make beans.
Oh yeah,
and they were some good beans.
If we ever had to wonder like why our collective healths were not necessarily where they needed to be, I feel like we wouldn't have to look too long to find an answer.
Yeah, salute to Des for listening. I'm sure she probably listening more because we on that crystal clear. 95.7 The Fan.
That was in unison.
Do people hate when we do that? I feel like there's someone out there that's like, stop that.
No, I think they love it.
I feel like I ain't do it in a minute. Maybe I'll try to do it one day. I ain't gonna do it with this topic right here as I continue on the Mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers. So I think we might have a new ownership with Arby's, and not in that way, but something terrible happened to a lady. And here is Fox 19 in Cincinnati on the story that happened in Oklahoma, I want to say.
Okay, this is just awful. Listen to this. A woman is suing after she claims she got herpes from eating a sandwich from Arby's. The Oklahoma woman says she started developing symptoms in March. She went to the doctor and tested positive for oral herpes. She says that she noticed the manager at the Arby's was visibly experiencing an active outbreak at the time, and she asked to see surveillance footage. The lawsuit claims that workers tried hiding it from her, even bribed her with free food to drop it, but she didn't. She got the police involved. They were able to get that footage, and the lawsuit says it shows the manager spitting into the woman's food.
Okay.
The manager is now been charged with felony poisoning with intent to injure. Meanwhile, the victim is suing Arby's for allowing the woman to work near the food while having an active outbreak.
If this was me, I will be the new owner.
Correct.
Of Arby's.
I'm suing the pants off of everybody in this joint.
Yes.
And what a incredibly useless attempt to bury this.
Yes.
We'll give you free food. That's how we got here, you joker. What are you talking about? We'll give you free food.
Actually, through most of that story, I wasn't buying it until it, the guy was spitting it. Oh, okay. All right. And sitting over the food. Yeah.
All right. You know, but if you haven't listened to the program before, I have a personal philosophy of I try not to ask questions that I don't want answers to, right? I think that is a healthy way to handle things.
Yeah.
And so I will break my rule for this second. I never think of any of like the Arby's foods as capable of transferring herpes. Apologies. There was not a good way for me to not say that.
I wasn't buying it until then you get saliva involved.
Yeah, that's right.
That's when I went, oh, okay. Yeah, I'd be owning that place too.
Yeah.
I'd have
Honestly,
at least a couple of franchises.
They should be happy that all she's doing is suing.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. Yeah.
Yes, no, I will have all of their asses.
That's right.
Like I'm gonna have your ass, buddy.
That's right.
Yeah, no, I will be the new owner. I will put my face right there on the Arby's sign.
Figgies.
Yep. This is. You want to know what happened?
Yeah.
Check out this news story.
Figgy's horsey sauce.
I might mess around, just buy it and close it down. Like, you know what? Like, just for the principle. It's the Mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on In the Loop 95.7 The Fan. So a couple days ago, I forgot how we even got to this topic, but you talk about the mad dad voice, right?
Yeah.
You got your mad dad voice, Lopez, and I kind of want to hear it again. So I'm a say something. I want you to be a dad.
Okay.
And just give me your
Got a lot of practice with it.
Yeah. So, all right, here we go. We're not leaving this Google Dolls concert.
Hold on. I'll get there eventually.
So what we're saying is we're not leaving this Google Dolls.
We're not
concert.
leaving.
We are. We're leaving.
Okay.
I can feel it, man.
All right.
So I think I heard Mark Vandermeer last night.
He had a dad voice?
I don't know.
Man, he got dad voice?
Look, I feel like Vandermeer is a really good dad, like a cool dad. I wonder if he kind of used that dad voice where you kind of did something
Is
wrong.
Vandy the cool dad? I'm sorry. Like I love me some Mark Vandermeer.
He called his kids Vander kids.
Okay, that's fair. But also, would that be the cool dad or the corny dad? Again, love me some Mark Vandermeer.
Yes.
Like I'm not trying to be a jerk.
Hey, it might be. It might be. So I kind of want to hear Mark Vandermeer dad voice. Like I wonder what he sound like when he get mad. But before I get to that, I'm gonna go through some, I guess, kind of cheesy dads who got mad like in sitcom history.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna start with one of my favorite dads, Ward Cleaver. I'm a big fan of Leave It to Beaver.
One of the funniest things that I've learned about you in our couple years working together.
I'm a huge fan of Leave It to Beaver. But anyway, here's Ward Cleaver. He was mad at the Beeve because he spilled ink all over his desk.
Wally, were you down here at my desk this afternoon?
Oh, heck no, Dad. You told us to keep away from your desk.
Beaver, were you in here today?
Is today Friday?
Yes, today is Friday.
I guess I sort of was.
Did you get in my desk?
I didn't get all the way in.
Just what were you doing in here?
Well, you see, Dad, my ink pen was dry, so I filled it. I only used that much. I didn't think you'd miss it.
Beaver, you left the top off the ink bottle. It spilled all over my desk and over my reports. I've told you boys time and again to keep away from my desk. Now, Beaver, this is the second time you've spilled ink in the study. You're going to have to be punished. I want you to stay around the house all day and not leave the premises. Now, go on upstairs.
He really let him off the hook.
No, but you watch your step, too.
What's going on in here?
Dad just blew his top at the Beaver.
Yeah, so that was his dad. And a lot of people feel like he was a...
Dad did what?
Grow up.
No, Dad did what?
Grow
Blew his
up.
top with the beef.
Okay.
Gosh. But there's no way that the writer's room did not do that. Like, they did that intentionally.
Come on.
They did that incredibly intentionally.
Yeah.
Yeah, so and a lot of people always looked at him as a soft dad, too.
Yeah, no, that was good. That was good.
Yeah,
dad
that was
voice.
a good dad voice. Now, let's go to another one real quick, man. Full House, we all know Danny Tanner. And I ain't gonna lie, I had a hard time trying to find an angry Danny Tanner moment. So this is the only one I found. I'm not the biggest fan of Full House, so I don't know all the situations, but this is the one I found Danny Tanner when he was mad at DJ. He found something. He went looking through her sock drawer, found something.
Okay.
And this is how it happened.
You mean you just popped into my sock drawer and went through my personal property? How could you do that?
DJ, it was an accident. I was putting away your laundry. What was I supposed to do? You wouldn't even talk to me.
Maybe it was none of your business. What's next? Are you gonna bug my phone?
Hey, I don't like that tone, young lady.
Well, I don't like you invading my privacy.
I'm your father. I'll invade Norman's.
There you go. Oh, that's better. Yeah, that's better.
Just stay out of my sock drawer and stay out of my life.
Ooh.
Get back here right now, DJ.
Yeah.
I can't wait to get out of this house.
Hold it right there. I'm not through talking to you yet.
I'm through listening.
Slam the door.
You don't even knock. You have no respect for my personal space.
Don't you dare tell me about respect. You're yelling at me and slamming doors? What happened to my sweet little girl?
Don't you get it? I am not your little girl anymore.
Oh.
Man, that kind of breaks the heart.
Yeah.
How you feel about that dad voice? That might be the angriest he been on this show.
Good dad voice, but in my house, it would never even gotten that far.
And honestly,
it would have been as soon as I would have like, what?
If she said you going through my personal stuff,
whatever the hell
everything in here is mine.
That's exactly right. It would never have gotten to the walking out of the room. I'd have walked out of the room.
Or my mom would have been like, oh, yeah, get out my house.
Yeah, yes, exactly right.
She would have pulled my card then. and the other old school moms would have took the door off the bedroom.
Yep. Oh, so my mom would have been like, I don't see no receipts for none of this. Which ones did you pay for?
My parents did that with my sister.
What, took the door off?
The door off.
Yep. Like, this is my house. But anyway, all right, let's get to it real quick. So I was listening to the Texans game on 95.7 The Fan, nice and crystal clear.
All the way to Hearn.
Yep.
I'm definitely overdoing it right now.
So here's Mark last night on the radio call, and like I said, I think he's a good dad and all that stuff. But he had a moment where I felt like he was a little disappointed with Graham Mertz with that play we've been talking about.
Okay.
Pretty much all day. Here's what he had to say about the situation.
They call timeout with 2 seconds to go. Mertz slow to get up. That's the last thing you want to see. Didn't look good when he went down. And now he's going to get looked at by the athletic trainers for the Houston Texans. And guess what? There's no other quarterback other than Davis Mills available tonight. He's got to be careful, Dre. Look, this is the preseason. You know he wants to make plays, but he's coming down head first, which is a big no-no. It's August, not January.
You try selling a third-string quarterback on that in the preseason.
Thank you, Andre.
Advance up the depth chart or get other teams to notice you. You know, that's easier said than done. And
I understand.
When you turn on the compete button, that's tough.
See, Andre knows ball.
I don't think I've ever been a place where I disagree with Andre. Mind you, noted Heisman winner
Quarterback.
everywhere. And I'm here like, disagree. Think you're wrong.
Yeah, but Mark was like,
Yeah.
it's August,
Yeah.
not January.
The only one we got left is Davis Mills.
It's August, not January.
Can you give me just that little clip one more time? Because I honestly didn't think this was mad dad. I thought this was like kind of disappointed dad. You know what I mean? Like you're making decisions that are not good ones. Like I didn't think it was like hey, why are you yelling at me? It was like, let's make good decisions.
I feel like it was a Danny Tanner, man.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
He's got to be careful, Dre. Look, this is the preseason. You know he wants to make plays, but he's coming down head first, which is a big no-no. It's August, not January.
There you go. Yeah, it's like look, I know you're
Come
trying
on, Michelle.
Look, I know you didn't mean to do anything wrong, but you can't take the markers and run on the wall.
That's right.
You can't.
That's right.
Yeah, I guess that I really want to hear Mark Vandermeer mad at his kid.
I do too.
Yeah, you think he gonna use the radio voice? We're like, go in that room and rock and roll.
What?
There is a flag on the play, young man. You take a timeout.
That's right.
You think if you use all the football terms?
Go to the laundry room and get me a fresh four.
That was not a good play by you, sir. Now you're benched for the rest of the game.
Oh, no. This is so bad.
These
it's
towels
good.
are bad. I need a fresh four.
Go hit the showers now.
Hit the showers is probably one I could see him use.
Yes.
I could see him using that completely earnestly.
Yes.
I didn't say fresh four, Lopez.
That's right. Oh,
hey, salute
Lord.
to Mark Vandermeer, man. It was good.
Always.
It was good hearing them on
Good seeing him at the
95.7.
party.
Yeah, man. It was good, and I'm glad football season is officially back.
That's right.
And we are ready to rock.
That's also true right here on 95.7 Fan, where you don't have to change your dial at all in order to hear Texans games. They're right here for you on Houston's sports leader. He is. Who's he going to be more mad at?
Me.
You think so?
Always me.
I did call him corny dad rather than cool dad, so he might be mad at me as well.
He probably like, man, they get all these 100,000 watts.
And this is how they
now out
use
here
them.
start embarrassing me.
Day 2.
Now.
And this is how they use them.
Y'all wasn't doing this crap on the AM station.
That's right.
Which is technically correct, which is the best kind of correct. Always a great edition of the mixtape right here in the loop on 95.7 The Fan. If you see something mixtape worthy, hit our guy up on social media at the Figgy Fig. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. But before we do that, we have to draft the weekend. What are we looking forward to in the weekend of sports and otherwise? 713-572-4610. We do it next.
I have to stay off Twitter because I'm going to lose my mind.
J.J. Watt is a fan of the new frequency.
Thank you, Figgy.
95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Been a good Friday. Are there any more shout-outs we need to get in here? Because I was trying to make sure there was a shout-out Friday, and I started slacking a little bit. But shout-out to all the folks listening in Clean and Clear FM on 95.7.
Smithville, did we say Smithville?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Huffman, yeah. Shout out to Nate and Huffman who texted in. There's a lot of folks out there.
We are all over the place.
Oh man, it's real awesome to be able to talk to you from all the far-flung areas of the greater Houston area and beyond. So this is really, really awesome. I mean, the excitement is permeating out there in the tailgate lots yesterday. There was a lot of cool people, that were excited about it as well. So it was awesome. It's been awesome to do this, and I'm excited because this is just the start, right? This ain't a destination. This is the beginning of a journey for us to be able to serve you better, and hopefully you got that feel. Like, it was kind of cool listening to the preseason game. I mean, Same great preseason.
It does sound clearer. You know how people were telling us that yesterday? So I was listening to the pregame show driving down, and I'm like, I'll be dang, it does sound a little deeper, a little clearer, and I never even kind of considered that, you know?
Yeah, no, it was really fun. And there's people that have continued telling us that we sound different. And so let us know if you agree with that as well. But let's draft the weekend. We're headed into a very interesting weekend of sports. We got football back, even if just preseason football, so there's a lot to choose from. Before we actually select themselves, like there's 3 games tonight and then a handful of games, not even a handful, a grip of games on Saturday. Is there anything in particular that you are looking for from these preseason games?
I'm trying to look at the schedule here as we're going down. And last night when we mentioned this a little bit earlier, worth mentioning, the Cardinals game was interesting because of Jeremiah Love, and then
I think we talked about that off air even.
Mendoza, was it off air?
Yeah.
Mendoza looked fine. Yeah, had a good touchdown pass and all that.
Yeah, for him, I think he was talking about it just being an opportunity to get his feet wet.
Yeah.
Right, and that's really the way that he perceived it, which maybe we have made too much of it. I know that he has not been deemed the starter for them for the beginning of the season. That'll go to one Kirk Cousins. And so maybe we've put too much pressure on. Well, let's see what he gives us in the preseason, because obviously he's not gonna be playing, at least for the foreseeable future. At some point this season, you imagine that he absolutely will. But yeah, it's worth remembering that it seems like he's just going through the process. He seems like the perfect quarterback because, and we could do the whole LinkedIn thing if we want to, he seems like he came out the womb as a middle manager, right? Like he gives strong middle manager energy.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, he might not be your manager, but he's probably your manager's manager, and he talks like it. Like, I'm sure that he enjoys filing reports. Like, but that's what a quarterback is to some degree. Like, the perfect coach's representation
doesn't
of a
go anywhere in Las Vegas. Did you see that?
Yeah, apparently he said.
Not a big casino guy. Call. Too bad.
What did he compare the strip to? He said the strip is like something in particular that made me chuckle, and I can't remember what it is right in this moment. But yeah, man, he's got to be a general manager and a coach's dream, because he seems like he says the right things, and to that end, right, he talks about his first preseason game, and he goes, yeah, just happy to get my feet wet, right, which is what they would tell you at the podium as well.
And then as far as like the games, obviously today and tomorrow, nothing that I would necessarily draft, like, ooh, I got to watch that, but there's some interesting things here. I know you're paying attention to the Cleveland quarterback thing. That looks like it's still just a complete unknown. The Browns quarterback situation.
Between Shador and Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
Where would you put, if I gave you $1, right, one entertainment purpose dollar to put on this, where are you putting your dollar? Is it on Deshaun?
Man, that's tough.
Shador.
I want to say Deshaun Watson, but it seems like Shador, didn't he get the latest first team reps, Figgy? I don't know if you watched that or not.
They've been kind of all over the place a little bit, and I'm surprised it's dragging on this long.
Yeah,
because I think when he became the coach, I'm talking about Todd Monken, he was saying how he was trying to get a quarterback, set in stone, so they can have all training camp. But it seems like
that ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, he probably like, man, it's worse than I thought.
Yeah, I have no idea where I would go here. I wanted to go to Deshaun Watson because they were trying. It felt like they were trying so hard to make this concern like a fair, I guess, battle, for lack of a better way of saying it. I think I'm leaning back to Shador as the guy that they go to here.
Yeah.
We'll see. That's one of those ones that might be available to draft. Let's go ahead and draft him. Draft the weekend. Obviously, the Texans have already played, but that would usually be off the board anyways when we go into the weekend. What are you looking forward to this weekend? It does not have to be in the world of sports, but it also, remember, the world of sports is a lot wider than just football this weekend. John Lopez, you got the number one pick.
I thought I had it last week.
Well, Figgy wasn't in last week, was he? No, you weren't in last week. No, you weren't. You weren't in on Friday. That's why.
Oh.
You got it.
I got it again?
Yep, Figgy, you got to.
You know what? I guess I just have to. The games that matter, and right now the game that matters, I'm going to say tonight, 7:10 p.m., George Kirby, good pitcher. Peter Lambert, another good pitcher.
I was hoping that you would forget the baseball.
Astros,
I was hoping
Mariners.
you would forget the baseball.
And it could be completely meaningless, but I just can't get over the fact that the Mariners are 6-1 against the Astros this year. I don't know if it's just a matchup, if it's a freak thing, or what. But I hope it's not more difficult than it should be. But they do have really good pitching. They can't hit a lick, but they do have really good pitching.
And the thing that I'm hoping is that their recent run of form continues for the Mariners, which is even the pitching has been so-so, right? It hasn't been as locked down as you expect. And so the big thing for me, as we were talking about a little bit earlier, I hope that this serves as an opportunity for Yordan to get off. I hope that it serves as an opportunity for the entirety of that top of the lineup to get off again, because they absolutely need to be the guys that carry you. But more importantly, you got a whole bunch of bad bats rolling into town. Yep. Make sure that they keep looking bad. Hey, Peter Lambert, who is going tonight, Hayden Wesneski tomorrow, and of course Hunter Brown. I want to see them be the strength of their powers, particularly the latter of those. If Hunter Brown can look like Diesel again, I'll be happy. I know that won't ultimately actually tell us a ton about what it is, but it just make me happy. And you know what? I like to be happy.
How about that?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the game we was just talking about, Browns Bears.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I just kind of want to see, I don't want to call it a car accident, but I just kind of want to rubberneck a little bit, just see how Deshaun look, because all training camp, I think they've been keeping stats on how many interceptions he's been throwing. I think he threw like 9.
Is that good?
9?
Yeah, no, it was to the point I'm like, man, do this stuff really matter? Because I know it don't matter keeping stats in training camp, but I'm like, hey, as a fan, should you be concerned, or is this no big deal? So I'm really curious to see how he look on the field.
No, I think that's a good look. On top of that, let's not forget the Chicago Bears on the other side. Yeah. I don't know exactly what levels of defense that they will have out there, but I know that the defense is in a very precarious situation with one of their safeties, was a Kobe Bryant, going down for a period of time that will enter into the football season. Like, that is a defense that is so much predicated on the secondary, the back end working, so that the front seven can maybe not have to carry as much of the load. I'm very curious to what some of that depth looks like, because they might have to dig into it a little bit here. So I'm actually curious to see that, because that might determine whether or not they'll be solid. Plus, again, preseason games, you know that the offense is a little bit more vanilla. But their head coach did get out here saying that he wanted to be the highest scoringest offense in all of the NFL history.
Yeah, he did say that.
Right. Yeah. Even if they're not getting out their actual X's and O's out here. I do want to see, at least you should be able to go up and down with the vanilla offense still, if you're going to end up being one that could score like 39 a game.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know if they're going to score 39 a game.
Well, this will be a great opportunity.
Good luck.
to maybe
I'd love to see it.
No, 100% here.
Yeah.
I will go ahead and take Saturday. Oh no, I'll take Saturday, because I want to see Hayden Wesneski for the Astros. Again, same reasons that we were talking about earlier.
And you're leaving Brian Wu and Hunter Brown out there on Sunday?
I will. You can do it.
You
can do it if you want to.
That's a good matchup right there. Brian Wu.
Fig, you got another one on the deck for you?
Yeah.
I'll take that one, I guess. Sunday, Brian Wu and Hunter Brown. I'll take that one.
Am I so sick to take Broncos Falcons just to see Tua Tagovailoa?
No,
man. This is the perfect time to look at that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Just look at the hot mess.
Right. It feels like when you tap into a preseason game, you don't need nearly as much to be like, I'm interested in seeing what this is for a little bit, as you would in a regular. You just I think there might be one player that's interesting. Yep. I'll turn it on.
Yeah. No, and I think a lot of times the rookies come into play. You want to see what, like the Mendoza thing. You want to check in, see what happens there. But no, not crazy at all.
And then shout out to a little boxing promotion that's happening out at Constellation Field tonight.
What is it?
Fights Under the Lights. You've heard it on the airwaves. It's happening tonight. I think I'm gonna go out and watch a little bit of live boxing, man. I think I'm gonna go check that out.
That's a fun sport to attend. People always talk, you got to see hockey in person. You got to see hockey in person. you got to see boxing in person.
Yeah,
That is a wild
Ron, you want to come
scene,
out?
man.
I've never done it.
I got you. I can get you tickets.
It is the best.
I've been offered them. Yeah,
live boxing.
The way he said, I've been offered them. Like.
It is interesting. I was just talking to old guy on our promotions team. Shout out to Osita. He is really charged up. He wants to go to one bad.
Yeah.
Oh, so I need to make sure he's going tonight. Then I got you.
Hit up Osita.
I got
he
him.
wants to go. He wants to go bad. I do want to go. Clint has talked about his guy. Was it Anthony Tarver?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Jermaine Taylor.
Jermaine Taylor, not Tarver. Yeah. Jermaine Taylor. Like, I kind of. This may be a little bougie of me. I kind of want to go to a semi big one.
That's not bougie.
The first one of it, and I feel like that's. But I want to fall into Vegas somewhere,
Ron,
and go to a semi big one.
The energy and the I guess intensity, for lack of a better way to put it, the star power of a championship boxing match. I'll put that up against anything. Even the biggest college football game that has all that energy and intensity and all the sights and sound. A big time boxing match, you can feel it. Like the hair stands up on your arms.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree wholeheartedly with you.
Yeah.
I would say, Ron, I think it'd be, now assuming you got a little, you are Ron the Show Hughley. I'm assuming you got the ability to, if you got the ability at a smaller one to get down there in the mix and be up close and personal and really where you can hear them cats hitting each other.
Dude,
and you
the
hear
body
them talking,
shots.
Even if it is a lower level kind of up and coming, that would be sick.
But am I right? The body shots just meant like just one, like on TV, you think it's just kind of a little tap or something, and you hear it. If you're ringside, you're like, holy smoke!
Yeah,
that energy that you're talking about is what I want to feel.
It's incredible.
I'm gonna tell you, there's something
maybe
about,
you feel it at
I'll let you know.
Look, I was. I don't know if they're all like this. I don't know what Vegas. I would assume Vegas is, but I was in Memphis watching a middleweight championship fight. Right. It's there's cats rolling dice in the seats before, like in the all joking aside.
You said Memphis, right?
Yeah,
tracks.
Yeah, but bro, I'm talking about like, as you could imagine, like
money.
They weren't worried about no law. They were about one thing: that money and the dice. And,
That's right.
And there was. And
what was y'all at the pyramid?
Yes, there was.
Where else is there in Memphis?
What you mean? I don't know if the Forum had. I don't know if that had been around yet.
But the energy, like from the time you walk in, because it wasn't like, oh, look, them dudes over there. I grew up around cats shooting craps on the streets and the parties. We all rolled dice kind of deal, and somebody'd leave with $251 bills in their pocket.
Yeah,
but it's like, it wasn't a normal dice rolling. You're at a place where several dudes are fixing to beat the hell out of each other.
Yeah.
There's a chance that this dice game might go south.
That's right.
And it ain't me and you rolling dice. It's cats that I ain't messing with.
Yeah.
And then me and Coach Nutt and all the who's who of Arkansas, Little Rock over there is in the second row.
Yeah. As in Houston Nutt is who we're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Jermaine Taylor's he's an Arkansas guy, Little Rock guy.
Got you.
Yeah.
And so he was a big raise. If you remember, he had a hog on the back of his shorts kind of deal.
Yeah, I remember that now.
Yeah, so he had, the whole he was a huge football fan. That's how I got to know him. He was a Razorback fan. So, everybody that was following him was Arkansas folks. You know what I mean? So it was, but you just had, Frank Broyles wasn't there, but you had a lot of dudes that I ain't real sure that they ever looked over their shoulder and had cats rolling dice back there. It was just a wild dynamic, and all of it made the hair on your arm stand up.
Yes,
man.
it does.
It was sick, man. It was. I'll go back with you. I'll spend whatever money.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, that's the other part.
Well, that's what I'm afraid of. What you're wanting to do.
You want to go to a prize
fight. You have to come
Yeah.
out of pocket.
It's once
Jermaine Taylor about broke me.
Mm-hmm.
Dang, I was hoping Jermaine held you down.
No, Jermaine did not. I didn't know him that well. I wasn't on his guest list. I tell you that right now.
I gotta go.
Peter McNeely. I finally remembered the
Pete
Tyson
McNeely.
fight that I covered in Vegas.
Oh,
I had to look it up. I couldn't remember that cat's name. Came out of prison.
Yeah,
That's why I went.
I couldn't remember if that was him or Frank Bruno when he first came out.
Dude, that was a scene, man. That was a scene. I couldn't remember that guy. Like, who's that guy that Tyson fought?
Yeah, man. That's
Peter McNeely.
Yeah.
Well,
That's crazy because the one that I went back to the Jermaine Taylor. Remember when Jermaine Taylor got lost his middleweight to Kelly Pavlik?
Mm-hmm.
To tall, skinny white dude from like Toledo or something, and it's the only fight he ever won, or only big fight he ever won. Fell off the map after that. Boy, you talk about disappointing. Damn, Jermaine, you really let me down that.
And the other thing, that Tyson coming out with no robe and no socks, that's real. Like that's real.
That must have been a whole different time. Like it
was 1995.
Boxing then.
Yeah, but he would walk out and everybody's like, "Oh boy."
That's a great point. One of my favorite things about it, John, is the come outs.
Yep.
Because that was Jermaine Taylor came out to Coming in the Air Tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Is that
that's cool. In the Air Tonight.
In the Air Tonight?
Yeah.
I can feel
it.
Okay, there we go. But the whole place was rowdy as hell. Boom. Quiet. And all of a sudden that song starts, and it's one of those like, oh, man, the come outs. Where he did that. That was his song he came out to.
Yeah.
I mean, that was wild. But back then, I mean, I'm sure they still do it now, but back then it was just like, I mean, it was a production, son.
What time did that fight start, John? 1?
Well, in Vegas, it was like 9 o'clock. Now, they were really good about it. We're going to start it late, but we know some of these guys have deadlines, so you still have to start it early enough to let people write about it for the next day's paper. Yeah.
Tyson's on my list of
I did
guys
one
that I wish
Tyson fight. I did like 2 or 3 like welterweight, like De La Hoyas and all those. Yeah. Those were sweet too.
So I've been in Vegas. Like my birthday weekend falls on like. I went to Vegas one year, and my birthday like
Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah,
right.
So it's the Derby is always that Saturday, and then for some reason,
I can tell you the reason.
Mayweather would have a fight.
Yeah, that's not some reason. That's part of the boxing promotion. He's like, we gonna get 2 different factions. One of them is celebrating the Cinco de Mayo, and we gonna get him in Vegas. Like you know exactly what he's doing.
He always had a fight, and I remember entertaining that.
Yeah.
Is there one out there now worth entertaining?
There's some bigger fight. I mean, nothing like that.
I think
nothing like that.
What's the big tall white dude that
Are you talking Fury?
There you go.
Yeah.
No, who?
Are you talking Tyson Fury?
Yes.
Yeah, Tyson Fury.
I think he's got I don't know why, but he's got a little bit of an entertainment edge to him that I mean, one of the most disappointing fights I ever watched was when he came out and
with
did
Deontay Wilder,
and Wilder came out in that damn King's chair or whatever with the face mask on, and then after he got beat, he talked about how his neck was tired from carrying that mask or whatever.
I was so disappointed.
But that was when it went overboard with the come out, the entertaining part of it. But something about Tyson Fury, like I think. He's obviously putting on, but I feel like there's some naturalness to what he's doing.
Yeah,
I can't buy the whole.
It comes from somewhere.
Yeah, the mask and the costume is that when they put the costumes on, it's a little bit too much for me. But they're all putting on.
That is a great question. I know our guy Andrew's listening somewhere. Reggie, I know you're tuned into. What is the fight? Like for a minute, the last one that I remember was Bud Crawford and
Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence. Or no,
he beat the hell out of him. It was the Mexican fighter.
Who, Canelo?
Canelo. Yeah, that was the last. What is the fight?
Most of them they're going downhill or coming uphill or
is it still Pacquiao versus?
That's what I'm talking about.
They're gonna keep trying to do it though. Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, what is it? Is Spence back in there? I don't even know what.
Errol Spence, I think Errol Spence. I think he just retired after his comeback fight.
I'm not sure that to get the same vibe right now, your odds aren't better in a UFC fight.
Probably
with the right ones. I mean, I think you can get a bigger name, bigger fight on that side of things.
The problem, I think,
it'd be very similar.
I think the spectacle is taken. I think like the which one of those Paul boys did. I think that the spectacle that they're getting with those fights, even if they're not nearly the same quality of fights, they're drawing a lot of the attention.
For a while, there's still always been like maybe two. Like Bud is retired, but like he's been around. Alvarez. Like, to me, Tyson Fury versus, who is it, Anthony Joshua?
No, I think that one's coming up.
I think you're onto something. I'd like to find out myself, but there is just something about a boxing match. I get UFC. It's an entirely new world, and it's an awesome event. Something about a championship.
I agree. If you give me a big time boxing match and a big time UFC match, I'm going with the boxing 10 out of 10 times. I'm just not sure that.
Right.
I'm just not sure that the names and the entertainment value you're going to get out of going to one isn't better right now if it's UFC.
They hit the barbershop. Maybe they.
I'm gonna tell you,
I know beating them. They have about.
They're talking about it right now.
They have about
right
20 minutes. 20-minute
John,
segments.
That Gaethje fight at that UFC White House deal.
Mm-hmm.
When Gaethje won as an underdog, that was one. Because the dude he fought was the favorite in the unbelievably decorated. He was the old head going downhill, and that was one that just. I ain't never seen a face.
There's too many of those.
I ain't never seen a face get beat up
one
like
guy's
that.
going like this and one
yeah,
guy's
sure,
like,
sure. Well, I mean, damn, John.
Yeah.
I mean, you're Tyson, Chief. There ain't no Tyson out there. I mean, he's over here drinking frog venom or something to get high. I mean, them days are over, baby. But he's on my short list of athletes I wish I could have saw. Man.
Yep.
All right, fellas, have a fantastic Friday show. J-Law, I'll catch you on Monday.
You will.
I don't know. You didn't sound that confident, but I will.
I was about to say, J-Lo, what was that?
Question mark?
Yeah, I don't know if
you
will.
You know
I'm afraid.
Yeah,
I'm afraid. I don't know what that was. All right. Appreciation again to DNM All Leasing for the Crosstalk. You're listening to KIKK FM, KLTAM Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Right now, the drive is live.
Should we be in prayer or something?
What happened? For John not coming back?
Hey,
John said, yeah, I done made it. We done flipped over to FM, y'all. I'm done. I'm out.
All right, there we go. That was worse.
Yeah, I'm going fishing, y'all. Y'all enjoy the fan. I'm going fishing.
Hey, figure that was worse than, boy, Lord willing. Hey, bro. What the hell's going on? All right, welcome in. The drive is indeed live, and we are live here on a wonderful Friday. We had a little football last night.
Yeah, we did.
A
lot of football, 6 games.
Yeah, a lot of them. Well, I was thinking more specifically here, but we had some football here, and
I fell asleep.
You had to fight through it, didn't you?
Boy, if they'd let me get vertical or in our horizontal, if they'd let me get horizontal in that press box, boy, I'd let y'all have it for about 3/4. Boy, hey, I ain't joking, man. Hey, all joking aside.
Hey, Graham Mertz did, boy. He'd like to have gotten
Graham
vertical.
Mertz should have ran his ass out of bounds instead of trying to do whatever he's doing.
Reggie and y'all, man, stop, man.
The hell's he
Reggie,
doing?
stop this, man. I heard Reggie and them earlier today. Hey, he was just trying to make a play.
He should have threw the previous ball away.
Yes, no, I'm not saying it was smart.
It was a botched 2-minute drive by everybody involved.
I'm not saying, but I mean, you get out there like Reggie act like he forgot what it's like to just be on the field somewhere. That man wasn't thinking, boy, I need to let me get out. Nah, man, he trying to make a play.
Hey, all joking aside,
he trying to make a play, Reg.
When he set
I
up,
almost called in when you were doing.
He sure wasn't thinking. What you mean?
You're right, Reg.
I don't know what play he thought he was gonna make.
100%.
He was 40 yards from the end zone. Why you cutting back to the middle of the field? You're not that nice.
He ain't a cut back against the grain kind of I'm gonna make a play guy. That should have never been. He ain't Lamar. There's about 6 of those in the NFL.
I know as we sit back and look at it, but Clint, you'd have been out there. You'd have made a couple of moves that you.
I know. I have done that before. I
said you was out there trying to make a play.
Do it. I could do it.
You was trying to make a play.
Hey, Fig, in my first time getting some run in college, I came out of a one back. 11 personnel. We're going to throw it around the park here at Air Baytown. I go up there, and they're running option and stuff, and I'm trying to figure all this stuff out, and Coach gives me a little run. We got a 2-minute drill. I checked the option and 2-minute drill. You should have dog cussed me. I thought I'm gonna hit him with something just out this back door. I got the perfect look. Went for about 3 yards. 2-minute drill. Coach said, "What are you doing, fool?" Hey, I deserve to be talked about. Now I didn't get hurt. But, one, Graham Mertz ain't the guy that's going to cut back against the grain and make anything happen with his feet. Number 2, run your ass out of bounds or throw the ball away. You got 21 seconds on the clock in a 2-minute drill, and you're trying to save your third-string spot. Come on, man.
I'm not saying what you're not saying and what Reggie isn't saying isn't correct. I'm just saying, that man wasn't out there like, all right, here, man, that ain't me. He was looking at the field, and he's thinking, maybe I can make a play. He's just his instinct says, "Let me cut back." I'm not telling you. I'm not saying you're wrong.
Instincts.
We're trying to figure out. I'm just saying, if you're trying to figure out what was he doing, that's what he was doing.
He's
out there trying to make a play.
That is not.
He's trying to make a play.
That is not a healthy instinct. That is not a healthy instinct.
Now he's torn his knee up again.
He will probably say that wasn't the right move.
Hey,
in real time.
But figure you watching.
I'm trying to make some plays.
He's just trying to make a play.
Yeah,
he's trying to make a play.
No, the right play, the smart play, is to run out of bounds, or before that ever happens, instead of wasting 5 seconds running your slow ass to the sideline, throw it out of bounds.
Yeah, I'm with you. Just like that.
Don't take the damn sack before and waste 17 seconds in the huddle with guys moving on. Hey, the bottom line is, Nick Caley, that was a terrible 2-minute drive.
But why'd he try to take that sack? Why'd he hold on to that ball? He's out there trying to make a play.
Throw the ball away. You don't get to try to make a play. That's like, hey, look, that's like the boss man telling you, Ron, that's like the boss man telling you, hey, I need you out 218? I need you out at 218. But no, 218 you out. 218 you out. We work all for a month plus. We done talked about it every day.
Yeah, but I got to get this out.
Every day. And then boss man walks in here at 220 and you're still talking. Hey, just trying to make a play.
Hey,
no, man.
I am, man. I got an important point to get out.
Absolutely not.
Now, sometimes I do it. Not saying I'm right or wrong.
I will say this. We have a lot of up-and-coming producers here, and you might have someone that's running the board that don't really know what to do. And then they try to try to jump in on the show, or might try to hit a drop. It's like, whoa, hold on, you don't know what you're doing.
But you know what they're trying to do.
They trying to impress
They're
everybody.
trying to make a play, baby.
Yeah,
they trying to make a play.
And guess what? You ain't
not
got
saying it's right.
You ain't got make a play ability, nor are you in a position to make a play. Just do what you're coached to do.
Just run the board.
That's it.
Yeah, keep us on the air.
That's it. And if you don't, your knees gonna get hurt.
I just know Clint tried to get a ball in there that he knew he couldn't get in.
Oh, plenty of time. I mean, I'd have played for 10 years if I just wouldn't have forced 4 balls in the second half.
Was that Graham who threw that ball that shit got picked in the middle of the field
back
to Cade Stover?
To Cade Stover? Yeah, sure, I believe so.
That was him off his back foot trying to make a play.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
that's it, Graham. You ain't Brett Favre. You ain't a throwback across your body, throwback across the grain guy.
And maybe he should get cut because he's out there trying to make a play. But I'm just saying there wasn't no confusion on what he was doing. My man got out there and rolled out there and said, I see a little green.
This is my chance here.
He said, I see a little green. Let me try to cut back and get that thing.
Yeah, you can't win with it.
Sometimes that's instinct.
Can't win with it. If he doesn't get hurt right now, the coaches are dog cussing him, meeting him on the numbers. That's meat on the numbers type stuff. Yeah. What in the hell are you doing, Graham?
Coach, I'm
going to tell you, all joking aside.
That's what I'm doing.
All joking aside, that was a horrific 2-minute drive. You get the ball back, I believe, with 50 seconds left.
It was near midfield. They're getting close to it.
50 seconds left, and I believe he ran for a few yards, slid awkwardly, and then they got up and piddled around for 14 or 15 seconds. If your team, your second year of your offense, if your team can't, now I'm not saying incomplete passes, cool, whatever. If your quarterback can't go out there and execute a 2-minute drive cleaner than that and quicker than that and more efficient than that and more crisp than that, we got problems. I mean, I don't know how we got to talking about Graham Mertz's 2-minute drill here, but that just you set me off there.
Graham is out.
Sorry, Graham.
He's out for the year.
Sorry about the knee, Graham.
This
but
happened
damn,
to him in Florida too, didn't it?
The end of his career in Florida.
It might keep him on the squad though.
Oh, it might. Hell, they can't cut him if it's hurt.
Yeah.
Hell, if that had happened to me in the preseason, I'd have got me another year.
I'd he's gonna get another year.
Come on now, I'd have got me another damn near $1 million. I'd have got me another year in the league. I'd have got me which would help my pension.
I don't mean it.
Take my ACL, Chief.
Hey, the look on his face is he knew it immediately.
Yeah,
he came down. He knew it. He knew he tore this sucker.
All joking aside, honest to God, I know I'm being a little tongue in cheek, but all joking aside, I thought like the initial disappointment was, damn, I should have ran out of bounds. And then I realized, oh no, he tried to get up and he went back down.
My
man is hurt.
He said it is over.
Boy, hey, look here. I mean, I'm gonna guess that's Iowa. I mean, Iowa got a damn
this damn Little League baseball.
Iowa they got a left tackle. They got a left tackle pitching. You see that? Look at that big old dude right there.
Hey,
Johnson Jr.
CC played Little League too. Now CC Sabathia played Little League too.
Johnson Jr.
Look at that dude.
By the way, just to give a description of what Clint's talking about, we got a big fella.
Absolutely.
This has to be a bigger division. This is a young man. This kid's wearing number 24, and he looks like CC Sabathia would look
before he got on that GLP-1.
If he was 12. And imagining what CC looked like in Oakland at 12, this is what Johnson Jr. looks like. And all I want to know is, can we get a camera on Johnson Sr.? That's what I want to know.
Yes, I guarantee
what does Johnson Jr. What does Johnson Sr. look like? Because he's been working with his ass from the jump. I mean, he just dropped this hook on this kid. The catcher couldn't catch it. They ran out.
Hey, you know what? I'm gonna tell all the listeners out there.
Dad, let's look for a black coach over there. His dad might be the head coach.
Nah, he's good enough. He ain't got a coach. He's sitting up here in the stand. He's out there with them fold-out chairs with cup holders. Hey, here's the deal. Here's what we're looking at. I guarantee you, in about 12 years, my man's going to be playing right tackle on Sunday, and they're going to talk about who on this field, a trivia question, who on this field pitched A one-hitter in a Little League World Series. Johnson Jr. It's going to be – nobody's going to guess that big old fella at right tackle.
Oh, man, he's going to get drafted by the Cleveland Guardians, man. He's a lefty, too. He's a lefty, too. He's going to get drafted by the Cleveland Guardians. That big joker right there. Boy. Where is Johnson Sr.? What is the happen? Anytime we get a player like that, they put the camera on the parents all the time.
I mean, it's the fifth inning. It's the fifth inning. Surely they've already highlighted Pops.
Oh, you keep highlighting them.
He probably did an interview.
Hey, man, I
guarantee you Carl Ravitch would have done.
What kind of shape?
Carl Ravitch would be highlighting him.
Well, Carl's no longer with them. But what kind of?
Didn't he do Little League?
They brought him back for a one-off to do Little League after they let his ass go.
But wasn't he the Little League guy?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. Hey, how many games you think he's pitched in this baseball season? That kid, whatever the rules are, I believe they've gone past the rules.
The envelope a bit.
He's throwing curveballs already, but they better slow him down. Someone texted and said it was a dumbass play that he tried to make. Terrible. Again, I'm with you. He got out there.
We're talking about a third-string quarterback.
Bro,
that was already about to
get Big Mertz.
I'm just saying, people are texting it on Mertz. Somebody said, hello, Case Keenum got a job. I'm just telling you. He got outside that pocket, and his instincts took over. He still thought he could make that
He said,
cut.
I could be Josh Allen.
Listen, maybe I got a special place for his heart. I'll tell a story here a little bit later on because I ran into my instincts at the gym today, and I thought I could still do something that I could do.
Yeah, and instincts got your ass in trouble, too.
Yeah,
I tried to outrun the Florida Gator defense to the sideline one time. Coach said, Clint, what are you doing? I said, I thought I could get there. He said, don't ever do it again. Don't ever try it again.
Is that Javon Curse on the
Yeah, I mean, it was the year they won the national title. In their place. I thought I was going to outrun them for 10 yards for a first down. Coach said, what the hell was that? Don't ever do that again. I said, damn, Coach.
Hey, Graham got out.
We've tried every play. It ain't working.
When's the last time Graham cut back, man? He got outside and said, make a play. Make a play.
I mean, that was the second awkward slide he had. The first one looked like he was going to hurt himself, too.
Ooh, man, they had to wait.
Sorry, Graham. I don't mean to go at you like it. I'm sure you're
It
a great
is.
dude.
By the way, Graham's out for the season. Damn. Tough for that. All right, coming up. We'll let you hear what D'Amico had to say about what he thought about the performance. And listen, is it a big deal or not? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Tomball Ford. You ever heard of them? Look, if you're shopping for a new vehicle, I'm telling you.
Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back to The Drive. T-Mill is on his way in, and we are lucky to have our guy Figgy holding it down as he's going to keep things rolling right now until our guy T-Mill gets back here on a beautiful Friday game day yesterday as the Texans fall. Who cares? But they fall. I mean, I'll say this. They didn't have to get their ass kicked like that all the way around. I mean, 27-7. I mean, man, that just got away from them there for a second. But they do fall in a preseason game. Ultimately, the real stuff starts when they play Buffalo at Reliant Stadium. But DeMeco Ryans, he spoke. Now, he takes it very differently than we do. Maybe we don't give a damn as much about the outcome, but of course, they're with it every day, and he's trying to set the tone for something. Here was DeMeco, Clint, and I want you to listen, the people to listen as well. Is this, DeMeco just, being over the top, or is there something to what he's saying? Here he is after the game describing the overall performance from his team.
The style of play that I wanted to see us play physical, right? And I did not see that the entire game. There were some glimpses of us playing physical, but the Chargers, they out-physicaled us the entire game, right? So it was not our brand of football. When I speak of playing our style, that's a physical brand of football, and that was not up to par tonight.
All right, there he is, not up to par tonight. You could see there was irritation on the sideline when the camera panned on him, and you can hear it right there, Clint. Obviously, man, it's preseason, right? You know, like CJ, Will, Stingley, Hunter, Nico, David, Montgomery, Kamari Laster, Petrie. A lot of your tone setters, your physical tone setters didn't perform out there. Is this a big deal, or is this, just coach speak to try to get his guys?
No, look, I don't think it's a major deal, but I think it's real. I mean, I think it's DeMeco Ryans being real. I think we've listened to it for, let's call it 6 months, maybe it's 4, whatever, however long the offseason is, since they lost out of the playoffs in embarrassing fashion. What we've heard is, we got to be able to run the ball. We got to be more physical. We're gonna draft this guy who his number one trait is physicality. We're gonna bring in Wyatt Teller. We're gonna bring in Braden Smith. We're gonna re-sign Trent Brown. We're gonna bring in Foster Moreau. We're gonna draft a tight end in the second round that's 6'5", 6'6", that can block. Like, all these things are geared around being more physical. We're gonna bring in David Montgomery, who's a downhill between the tackle type of back that can get you the hard yard. That his number one strength is again, downhill, falling forward, getting the hard yard, short yardage situations, goal line situations. Everything has been, for 4+ months now, let's call it that, has been geared around, we are going to be more physical. I don't know if they've met with the media one time and not talked about being more physical. And we know the defensive side of the ball, their ability to create chaos, their ability to appear to be well coached, to be more physical, to swarm, all those things has been a reality for years now. And the truth of the matter is that that does not just apply to the first string. All right, if you rebuild your offensive line room and you bring guys in here and draft guys, and the whole point is to be more physical and run the football, and then you go out there and your 2s versus their 2s, your 3s versus their 3s, and you don't. There's not one moment in that game where I was like, ooh, boy, we're more physical than them cats. Now, you can watch the film and you can zero in on one guy and go, yeah, man, I really like this or I really like that. But when you spend 4 months overhauling everything you do on the offensive side of the ball, it doesn't just apply to your first string, right? And at some point in a preseason game where everything's pretty vanilla and it's evenly matched, you would like to think that we would all see that physical run game at some point for some period of time, even if it's just one drive. You would think that we would see that. And I think that's what DeMeco's talking about. He didn't see it. Right? And then you flip over to his defense. I don't know that he saw it from his defense. A lot of times what drives DeMeco's anger, like real anger, is the defense, right? And I don't know that the depth players on his defense, in his opinion, played up to snuff for 4 quarters. I mean, he literally, they've spent this On the defensive side of the football, 3 years, but on the offensive side, again, 4+ months, telling us about how the physicality piece, and then the head coach goes to the podium after the game and says they out-physicaled us for an entire ball game tonight.
Yeah, he didn't even single out any group, not the first group. He said the whole game.
Yeah. So I mean, I just 0 for 2 on fourth down. I don't know if I mentioned that.
Yeah.
Not good on third down either. So again, I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill, but the reality of it is the head coach spoke to the media, and a guy that typically keeps things pretty tight to vest appeared to be disappointed with the physicality piece, which is the identity of this team.
Listen, Clinton Figgy, when I first heard this, I thought this was all right. Okay. All right, D'Amico. Okay. This is, I mean, as I said, all of the guys that set the tone for that, the guys that are on your team, they weren't out there. They weren't in uniform. This seems to be like the coach comes out and says certain things to maybe try to get to the team. Not a big thing. And I still don't think it's a big thing. The only thing is, you just hope that this doesn't become a trend. This is like the second time in a week that D'Amico's had to come out here and express, I don't really like the way that we practiced. And now I don't like the way we played. Right? If we remember before the basic fake scrimmage that played where they went inside the stadium and they put on the headsets, he came out after that game, after that practice and said, I had to get after the guys after yesterday's practice. That wasn't to our standard. We didn't practice to our standard. And he got after them, and then they seemed to practice better the next day. Now they have a game. He seems like he's saying the next thing. I bet you we'll see improve. Now, a lot of these guys will play, but we'll see an improvement next week. I just hope that's not a trend of D'Amico has to verbally get these guys up and get these guys, push these guys to play to a certain standard. Because that's not what this group that they've put together is not a group where he should have to be forcing them. They've reached the point now where they've got leaders and got guys out there and they understand where they're trying to get to. It's still not a big deal to me, but it is interesting. 2 times in a week, he has been absolutely, appear for D'Amico, pissed off by the performance and has said the key things of basically not meeting the standard of what they're trying to be as a football team. He's had to do that twice in a week.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, you can 3 of the last 4 outings, you can say we're disappointed in the physicality. And again, that's not me. That's the head coach. 3 of the last 4 practices and preseason games, I would say left a lot to be desired in the physicality piece. Definitely in the run game piece. And so 3 or 4, that's 75% of the time. That's a tough way to – that's a tough stretch of training camp right there if that's the identity. That's where you're trying to hang your hat. And I think D'Amico – I hope, Ron, because we had some callers last night on a post-game show. I hope they were wrong. I hope this is not a defensive-driven thing, although I want you to hold those guys accountable too. The D'Amico that we've seen in the past appears to almost soft shoe some of the issues on the offensive side of the ball, and then when the defense gets a little bit squirrely, boy, he puts the hammer down on them. I hope that this lack of physicality and we got out-physical, I hope that behind closed doors, he's applying that to the offense as well. So we'll see.
Yeah, to me, again, I want to make this clear, not a major deal. I even just brushed it off the first time I heard it. But it'll be a bigger deal if Will and Kamar, and the group comes out and he's got to do that again. If he's got to come out again and say we're not playing.
Well, here's. This applies to everything, not just football, obviously, but everything, positively or negatively. Everything starts as not a big deal. Everything starts as it was just one time. Everything starts as, oh man, it was just training camp. Whether you're talking about letting things slide, maybe not. This offensive line's not wired the way that we've been told it's wired. Right? Or on the flip side of that, the positive side of it. Hey, man, this center, this Keelan Rutledge kid, boy, he's nasty. He's physical, right? That's the tip of the spear. Then all of a sudden you see Ed Ingram's a little bit more physical. Hey, Wyatt Teller's a little bit more physical. Hey, Trent Brown's that. So whether you're leaning positive or negative, everything starts Everything starts as, oh, man, it's really not that big of a deal because it's only one person or it's only one thing or it's only one game. That's how everything starts. Good, bad, or indifferent, that's how it all starts. This is three of 4 practices where I think if you ask the coach, there was a lack of physicality, particularly on the offensive side of the ball.
Because at one point it was like, oh, it's just 5 bottles of baby oil Diddy's got.
Great. I appreciate you making my point. I appreciate that. And then that 5 turned to 10, right? And then that 10 turned to 400. And he was ordering cases on cases every week.
Listen,
one party turned to weekend.
Is that the first thing you thought about?
When he said it, I thought like everything starts with a big deal. It's not a big deal. I'm thinking to myself, that's how it was.
I'm glad you took it there because it ain't just sports.
How it was with Diddy. Just one bottle of baby oil. Just 2 bottles of baby oil. 60, 7 cases, 42 of them.
That's how it was with Deshaun Watson too. Remember, it was like,
damn it, why you have to go there, man?
It's like 3 women came out.
It was one massage therapist, one location.
Yep.
One small town.
He tried to address it.
That's
and
it.
It went off the rails.
I bet it started at the crib.
Yep.
Look, it started at the crib. Then all of a sudden, hey, I got to go in the back door at this place of business.
All right, let me get us
the
out
next
of here.
thing you know, there were 6
Coming
places
up
of
next!
business.
I started it. I know I did. Let me get us out of here.
Great point, fellas. Appreciate y'all reinforcing that.
I wasn't certain that Figgy was going to take the car that way. All right, coming up, the Astros. They got a big series. They could put away the Mariners. We'll let you know the latest there. And I had something happen to me at the gym earlier today, and all I could think about was Clint. All I could think about is Clint, and it pisses me smooth off. We'll discuss that coming up next.
95.7 The Fan has officially taken off.
got dick.
95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Well, Chandler Rome's a fool, by the way. As he tweets out, 11 days after the deadline, gone but not forgot. I guess they forgot to take that banner or that little deal of Spencer Arrighetti off of in front of the Daikin. Ain't nobody gotten around to doing that, huh? I bet you.
They said the season almost over.
Yeah, we'll get it after the season, man.
I bet they said to themselves, we got Spencer Arrighetti out there?
I wonder if O'Crane even knows it.
Again, why is he out there? He didn't make the team out of the opening day roster.
Hey, man, good
How
call.
did he get out there?
Only guy that was not on the opening day roster with a pennant with a banner hanging out outside the stadium.
Out there. There's got to be one of Jake around there, ain't it?
I mean, I was fixing to say hell no, but I guess if Spencer's
out there, Jake, you're starting center fielder to start the season. Yeah,
Do they got Imai out there?
Oh, hell yeah. He ain't going nowhere.
He got a bobblehead this Sunday.
He might got commercial. Oh, does he really?
He got a bobblehead giveaway this Sunday.
Hey man, he got commercials out there.
Oh, by the way, as a side note, we got to get to his name is Anthony Johnson Jr.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, he's up at the plate.
That's definitely a big ant, by the way.
I bet he got a leg kick out this world. Oh, Tony Johnson Jr.
Right.
Big Tony.
I guarantee there ain't a Little League park in the country that can hold his ass. Ain't one. And the wind's blowing out. Forget about it.
This may be the first time this week, and I don't even know if it's the truth yet. This may be the first time he has ever stepped on any field of play and not been the best player out there.
How many times?
How long he been playing up? There ain't no he just been playing with his age division.
How many times you think his birth certificate's been checked?
Come on, man. Shoot. We're getting that from Nicholas now.
Look at him. He got an Alabama A on his hat, on his batting helmet.
That's got to be Dad right there.
Hey, sent
that's Dad down the first base coach
Saban
line.
sent that to him.
Go get him, man. Saban's down there that got to him. Triple H is down there that got to him. The WWE gonna try to get in on him early. I mean, they gonna get him. I mean,
hey, he got that Isak Paredes eye at the plate too. Just drew a little walk.
Yeah, 4 pitches, none of them close. They're not going in there.
I ain't seen your off speed out low and outside.
They didn't throw one fastball to him. Hell no.
I don't know if that's Daddy, Ron.
It might not be. Yeah, that can't be.
If that is right. Daddy, Mama better be eating peanuts off his forehead.
They in a situation with me and Courtney gonna be looking like with Nick.
Hey, everybody's gonna be like, yeah, them first 2 years, Ron, but that Nick, you better do some checking.
I'm telling you, man. If Nicholas didn't look directly like me, well, I tell you, I hear you.
You'd have some folks.
There may be an argument, but of all three of them, that Joker looks like me more than any of them.
Right before COVID, Courtney, what were you up to? Right before COVID hit.
That's right. Yeah, you couldn't touch a soul then. Yes. Hey man, she had me go to that grocery store and drop all my clothes off at the garage. Come in here, I'll come in just drawers. Don't even.
She was like that during COVID.
Oh man, when we didn't know, when we didn't know, we didn't know. Man, I was at the equivalent of HEB. She calling me from upstairs, from the garage. Man, you better drop all them clothes off, and then get some latex gloves and put them in the washing machine, and get through there. By the way, the pitching matchup, big guy, and I see Ocho, who's that's his guy. Oh, Peter Lampert gets the ball tonight. Haight Wisniewski gets it Saturday, and Hunter Brown Sunday. I would say these have been the three best pitchers thus far here lately.
Did you say Haight?
Hayden.
Oh, Hayden. I thought you said Ocho hates Wisniewski.
No,
Ocho. No. I mean, the shape we're in, you damn near fall in love with Wisniewski right now. What we've had to deal with.
Ocho loves Lambert, and is what I was saying. He loves old Peter Lambert, and then Hayden Wisniewski and Hunter Brown goes behind him. So
we're gonna throw the best we got at the Mariners, man. Hopefully it'll work out.
It does seem to fluctuate right now, but it looks like Hayden has slid into that third spot.
Well, he's earned it. He's earned it. The bad thing is you got two guys.
He's made 3 starts.
Yeah, it don't take much. The bar is low. The bar is low. I mean, he's been better than Javier and Ronell. But no, look, damn sure am I. But the one of the most fascinating stories with the Astros down the stretch, outside of just winning, is this Peter Lambert. All the advanced stats will tell you that boy, he's been really lucky. Obviously, the resume and not having thrown this many innings, I think he's not. I don't think he's hit his record yet, but he's close. It's going to be fascinating to see if he can hold on. If this is the real Peter Lambert, or is it do the wheels come off down the stretch here?
I mean, just nobody wants to. Everybody is looking at him with one eye open.
No doubt.
Everybody I feel bad for Peter. Just waiting for him to collapse.
Don't feel bad for Peter.
Just wait for him to fall apart. Everybody is. I don't know what Peter has to do to make Clint believe. He won't, but he's not alone.
I know. I believe. I personally.
You waiting?
No. I personally believe. I like it. I think there's something there. Now, I'd be a fool not to acknowledge some of the different advanced stats that are out there, and obviously the fact that he's going to pitch more innings this year than he ever has in his career, and be honest with you, it ain't Hunter Brown easy out there for him. I mean, he's
had some laborings.
He's going to have to labor at this level, and I mean, it's never going to be. He's just not that level, that caliber player.
But that's the part that becomes more real for me with Peter Lambert. And sure, as soon as I say this, Peter will just turn into whatever Spencer Getty did after we left Michigan. But I mean, we left Michigan in late May, and he's been traded. He was 7-1 with an ERA of 1.34 and was traded. He is gone, and they still got his banner outside of the dike right now. It's a damn shame how quick. Life comes at you fast. But that's the part about it, though. He labors, but when he labors, he keeps you in the game.
Yeah.
Imai labors, it's 9-0.
Oh yeah. No,
Homer Mike labors, there's four that's left to park.
Yeah. Well, no. Look,
then he had that run where he's getting swings and misses, and he had 8-9. That's just he is he's something.
No. Look, I think it's. I mean, he's always labored. This isn't he's tired or this or that. He's not as smooth with it as Verlander and the greats, right? He's not dealing with the same skill set as those guys are, so it's a little bit more difficult for him to throw low 90s. It's a little bit more difficult for him to give you 6 innings or 7 innings, but that don't mean he can't do it. It just looks a little bit different. So I think it's fascinating what I'm hearing, and ultimately what happens down the street. I'm confident. I feel good about it. I think it's gonna be fine.
No, I mean. I think he's going to be fine. This is a long stretch. This is a long stretch for him. There has got to be a point to turn to where it's still believable. It's got to be believable at this point. I mean, right now he's getting a ball in the second game of a playoff
Absolutely,
series.
And it's not even close.
And we talk about deserved. It's really deserved. Not the Hayden Wisniewski. Hey man, you done made 3 starts, baby. Here we go. You got a spot. Deserved. No, it is really. It is really deserved. All right. Text line coming in. Damn show you was walking in the house with just underwear during COVID. Bro, hell, when I went out around people, yes. You should have seen other people in that grocery store. I mean,
yellow gloves.
Yep. Fully, head to toe dressed. Yeah. We had a newborn. We had a baby that was born. That was a few weeks old. Yeah. I had to drop butt ass naked. And I wasn't at my healthiest. A couple of times forgot that the garage. I had to let that garage door down. Hold on. Let me get this thing down. Yeah, man, had to get it done. All right, coming up, as we continue, we look at the things we saw, what we learned yesterday from the guys we did see play. We saw the first O-line play. We saw some guys that are going to be contributors to the team. What we learned, we'll do that. Coming up next as we continue right here live on The Drive.
J.J. Watt is a fan of the new frequency. home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hour number 2. It is 3 o'clock. I know you're saying it right now, Ocho. As we are live here on a Friday. Shout out to Figgy as T-Mill is on his way into the building, holding it down for us. Clint's in the building. The Texans, they played their first preseason game last night. We'll get to that in just a second. The Astros, who didn't play yesterday but gained another half a game on the Rangers. They now are up 2 games in the West, and to be honest, they've got a chance to just put the Mariners away in this 3-game series here at the Daikin. We'll get into that. So a lot going on this weekend with Houston sports. But Clint, let's look at yesterday, and yesterday being the first preseason game, the first action that a lot of people have been able to see of this team. Now, a lot of the top guys didn't play, from CJ to Nico to David Montgomery to Woody Marks to Dalton Schultz, and then really just the entire defense didn't play. But we did get to see the number 1 offensive line. Davis Mills played a lot more than old Davis Mills bargained to play last night, to be honest with you. Davis Mills took a couple of hits that Davis Mills don't need to be taking either, like that weird thing with the handoff, and that he just took one right in the pelvis. But we got to see them. We got to see some other young guys. Clint, for you, what did we learn? Let's start with the offensive line. What did we learn? Because that was the big thing going into it. First off, the 5 that were out there, Trent Brown was not one of them. He did not dress or play, but Braden Smith did. What did we learn in that first drive that led to a touchdown?
Look, I don't nothing. I mean, absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
It was pointless to put him out there for one series. I don't know what you're trying to accomplish.
Damn.
I don't. I mean,
I'm sorry. I did not. That was not what I was thinking. You was going with pointless.
I just don't know what you're trying to accomplish putting him out there. They wanted to get him 10 or 15 plays. You know, there's my takeaway. I haven't watched the film yet. I'm sure there's some one-offs of. You know, I've seen some film of Keelan Rutledge, you know, having a guy 30 yards from the ball and trying to yank him down. I think I saw that. One of my good O-line follows, I think appreciated that. Okay, that's good stuff. You know, I think if you're just talking about O-line, right?
Yeah, the first that was the big
yeah.
group.
I mean, unless the film just shows a crazy level of physicality on that first drive, then I'll have to revisit this thing on Monday. But yeah, no, I don't think there was much gained last night, or I don't think there was much shown last night that this offensive line took a lot away from what we saw, what we watched.
I don't think it was nothing for me. First off, I thought it was good to get some run out there, and their first drive, they drove down and scored a touchdown. Mm-hmm. And they had some plays, the pass protection. Again, I understand who they were going against. They were not going against the ones of the Chargers. But to me, there was success. I said they needed to see some success. And I think Keelan Rutledge, it was good for him to get out there for the first time at the center spot. And we saw him. He pancaked somebody. There was some physicality there with him. And ultimately, there was not a lot that stuck out when that group was out there where you were like, all right. They weren't dominant. I would have liked to have seen them be dominant. I would have liked to have seen them be able to you know, make some gaping holes out there. But, you know, I felt like they were solid, and that was a good first opening, you know, a good first opening time for them out there that we got a chance to see them. Led to a touchdown drive, did some things. They didn't have the other guys with them. Maybe some of their run blocks would have looked better if David Montgomery or Woody Marks were back there making cuts. Although Noah Whittington was pretty good yesterday when he got an opportunity. But no, I thought they did what they needed to do. Right? They don't come out of there being a story and like, oh my God, look at them. They came out there, did what they needed to do. If you'd have told me, hey man, they're going to come out there, they're going to have a, what I don't know, what's 10, how many play drive?
11 plays, 75 yards.
11 play drive, 75 yards, and they're going to lead to a touchdown. Bam. That is a perfect first start.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's more moving forward. We see them against the Raiders ones this week. But yeah, I thought it was what they needed to have happen.
Yeah, well, you definitely what they needed to have happen. I mean, if you're looking for the end result to be scored a touchdown, then that's good. I mean, but again, not counting the misdirection, if you will, the speed sweep from Xavier Hutchinson to start the thing. You had 3 inside runs out of 11 plays. Your quarterback got flushed on one and ended up being a sack. He ran out of bounds. There just wasn't a lot there from what you're trying to find out from this offensive line. I mean, sure, you dominated a second unit. Yes, I mean, I shouldn't say you dominated. You appeared to be pretty clean versus a second unit, but there was no real effort to go out there and just run the ball downhill. There just wasn't much there for me on the offensive line. I don't know the 10 to 15 plays, one drive thing with just the offensive line. I don't know what kind of point was being made there, but nonetheless, there was some positive.
Yeah, no, I think for me, I'll see. I think that there's one major positive that stood out, and I'm gonna let you go first because I feel like we're gonna talk about the same thing. I probably need to reel it in a little bit.
Okay,
on where I am, but to me, Marlon Klein was the when you're talking about stole the show that potentially can affect what we see on Sundays, on real Sundays. Marlon Klein to me was the one that jumped off the screen.
Absolutely, 100%. I mean, these draft picks overall, the rookies. I think every single one of them at least raised your eyebrows a couple of times, but nobody bigger than Marlon Klein. Marlon Klein has really been coming throughout the training camp, getting better every single practice. He's had some flash plays, some wow plays where you see the athletic ability, and then to see that carry over into a game, especially the way it did right off the jump, because we've seen tight ends run seams and have success over the middle of the field, yada yada yada. But to see him again, 6'5", 250, that frame is just a big quarterback-friendly target. To see Davis Mills, just stick one in his face mask and make it look effortless, on a bender versus cover 2 over the top of that linebacker. That's just good to see that big-bodied target go across there and the quarterback be able to squeeze the ball into, that window of 3 defenders there. That was really good. I would say that the PI that he was able to draw on a third down was equally as impressive. Because, again, when you get a guy that is physically better than the guy trying to cover him, then that guy struggles. That guy grabs. That guy trips. And what do you get? You get pass interferences. You get automatic first downs out of it. So it's not just about the big tight end being more athletic. But it's a byproduct of that is typically defenders that are overwhelmed typically grab and you get penalties that come along with it. And then I have been able to watch some of the highlights and some of the different cuts that have been posted on social media. He is absolutely a willing blocker. I don't think he's going to go out there and rob Gronkowski anybody at this point in time, but he is absolutely a willing blocker, and he's as good as anybody in the block game on this team at the tight end position, maybe with the exception of Foster Moreau. But I don't think it's a matter of. I think it's a short time before he gets to that point. I think he's got a real chance to be that good. We had him in the post-game show last night, Ron,
yeah.
And he actually talked about that. I asked him. I said, what about your game? We see the athletic ability, and he said, hell, that's at Michigan. When they had what's old buddy's name that's in Chicago right now, the tight end in Chicago?
Oh, not Fall.
Moreland or something like
that.
God, his name.
I know you're talking about.
But he's he was obviously the more athletic and the pass catching tight end. One would say he's closer to them receiver than he is a tight end. Well, Marlon Klein had all the mop up work. Marlon Klein had all the dirty work. He had the inline tight end in the run game, the backside and the pass protection, while that guy got to run around and catch balls. So
Colston Loveland.
There you go, Loveland. Yeah, there you go. So when you look at Marlon Klein and you go, the catches and the PI that he was able to draw really is big time. Hey, man, I mean, he really embraces that blocking piece. And let's be honest, the bar's not real high here in terms of blocking. So, I mean, I think he stole the show, and I think that's the guy right there, Ron, that you can see on Sundays is going to help this team, and I think it's going to happen from jump.
I don't want to get too aggressive here, but, I think John Harris kind of moved me a little bit with his call, too, because I was trying to figure out in my mind what I was thinking, and he said it, and I was like, yeah, John, I'm with you. John said, Dalton Schultz can do a lot of things. Dalton can't do that. That run away from cats in the middle of the field and create that level of separation with the type of guys that cover him. Again, I understand who he was going against. And maybe Derwin James is in coverage and that doesn't happen if the real Chargers are out there. Who knows? But you can just see that he brings a different element that they don't have. He brings an element, Clint, where this is another person outside of Nico that I think has a chance to really separate from guys that are covering him. Right? He can create separation. He is you put linebackers on him, he can create separation, and you saw that dude had no choice but to grab him. Yeah. And you make a big play there, and it's getting better and better in a short period of time. He has just gone off in the last 2 weeks. It is going crazy in the last 2 weeks, and we've seen him just get all right, maybe he was a 3 at one point. Now he's like an 8 right now. You can, and CJ has shown to love the middle of the field and have great success with guys in the middle of the field. That dude looks like he has a chance to be a game changer this year for this offense because he makes life easier. It looks like he has that ability. I am trying not to I wrote down in my little notes. There are little, it's not that many. I wrote down my little notes. I said, man, this is going to be Dalton's last season.
Huh.
Might be Dalton Schultz's last season.
We're going to have more than one now.
Oh, I know, but I don't know if they want to pay. I mean, he's going to move right on up. Again, they might be getting away from it.
Yeah, no, look, I think the athletic ability you talked about was obvious on the PI. He had a safety, and the safety couldn't go with him, couldn't run with him, couldn't keep up with him. But I think it's even more obvious on the throw over the middle where he caught the 31-yard pass. That's when you say Dalton Schultz can't do that. He's not running away from safeties, and he's also not literally putting linebackers in a bind of before the ball's ever snapped. If Marlon Klein's hand in the dirt, as a linebacker, you better know, hey, this guy can get vertical on me. I better get out of my back pedal a little quicker. Maybe I need to line a little bit deeper so I can get there. Right? Dalton Schultz ain't scaring nobody like that. We've talked about it a million times on this show. I've told you the pass catchers overall lack that explosiveness, lack that top end speed, that playmaking ability. And Marlon Klein brings something to the table that room in general just doesn't have and hadn't had in a long time.
Yeah, no, that was definitely something that jumped out in a major way. And the other one, and I talked about him. Hey, Clint, man, and I know someone said let's pump the brakes until he plays against number one talent. I know it. I'm telling you that I know that I'm being a little aggressive. Okay, you can just see the way people moved. I'm not even trying to compare who he is to be, but there's nobody that plays the tight end room. By the way, Brevin Jordan, hey man, congratulations. It was nice, man. I'm glad you were able to hang on here for the last couple of years. But he clearly can do what you can do, and he can stay healthy and has a better chance to block. Right. So like yesterday, as we talked about it before the show, I don't think it was a good day for Brevin Jordan. For him to come out there and show that Marvin Klein's the first name that D'Amico mentioned at the halftime.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and he's a second-round pick. They are determined to make that thing work, and he looks like he's going to make it easy on him. The Brevin Jordan piece is the luck for him is that Cade Stover didn't do a lot, didn't really stand out. Now, unless he just balled out on special teams, Cade Stover didn't do a whole hell of a lot offensively. So there's obviously the whole room's not running away from him at this point in time. But like you said, I mean, the inability to be available and be out there making plays, with every day that goes by, the chances of him making his team are less and less likely. I think they keep 4, obviously, and right now, I mean, you got to keep the guys that have been healthy.
All right. Also, and I said this yesterday, they're gonna have a hard time keeping old Jarrett Wayne off this roster, and he just keeps coming out making plays and seems to have a connection with all the quarterbacks. So that was good to see from him yesterday too. I don't know how the numbers work for him, but he's going to be hard to keep off.
Well, I think the battle for that 5th receiver on this team is going to be interesting. Now, Tank Dell makes it even more fascinating if he gets back healthy and puts the team in a spot where we don't know if he's Tank Dell of old, but he is healthy. And are you going to couch him? Are you going to couch him on one of these injured lists, or are you going to what are you going to do with Tank Dell? Like that dynamic makes that 5th wide receiver really interesting. But right now, you look at him, you look at Justin Watson, you look at some of these bigger-bodied wide receivers that can block in the run game, that can play all the special teams, and in particular, when you look at Jarrett Wayne, he's built awfully similar to those two big receivers on his team. He's 6'3", 200. He's one of those guys that is a physically an advantage. You saw it last night, went up and caught the high throw for the touchdown. And there's no way to deny it, Ron. It don't matter what quarterback's in there. Right? All that matters is if he gets the opportunity. If Nico's out of practice and Higgins is getting a little bit of attention defensively, or for whatever reason Higgins isn't the guy showing out, then Jarrett Wayne is. He does it underneath. He does it deep. He is. I mean, if on paper you look at it like he is the dude that should be slotted right behind Nico or Higgins and call it a wrap.
His size, everything that they love. They love to have. Yeah, he looked really, really good. All right. Coming up, the Astros, they get ready for a big series, 2-game lead right now in the West against the Mariners. And I do have a question right now because the AL is completely wide open and ready for not just the West. Like the American League is there ready for the taking. It's wide open. There is no Dodgers team. I know the Rays are good, but you look at them. Like they don't have like overwhelming talent.
We got 5 teams over 500.
yes.
Whole league.
Yep. What is the advantage the Astros may have that allows them to make a run? Do they still have one? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, I tell you, the advantage that advanced hair has is obvious. You've got a problem, and there.
24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, T Mill's back in the building. I see you. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see Tyler Milner rocking the freshly new white 95.7 The Fan shirt.
What up, boys? Sorry for the delay.
We're doing that for the people. We gotta get the people some fan gear.
Yeah, I actually just last night ordered some more of this very shirt I'm wearing today,
man.
and I'm gonna be hooking the people up here and there.
Yeah, I know there are many people. Frank, Tony, Cornbread, Brandon, Joel. Joel is faithful, boy. Joel's like that person at a church, man. You always know you're going to get Joel's tithes.
And if you're Joel Osteen, you are that person at the church.
It's coming in hot, ain't it? Coming in ready to roll, wasn't it? There it is. Yeah, man, we got to get the folks some gear. But no, we appreciate you rolling in with us and hanging out with us on a Friday. The Astros, 2 games up here on the Rangers, Clint. And this thing, what'd you say, 5 teams with records above 500?
I think that's right. I think in the American League, in the entire American League.
And probably about 7 other teams that are under 500 to think they still got a shot and to get in. And the Astros, like, I know it is hard because we watch them every day and we can see all of their flaws, but I'm telling you, man, these other teams around this American League too, boy, they're having the same conversations and annoyance about their teams that doesn't have Yordan Alvarez on it, that doesn't have Hunter Brown or Josh Hader on it.
All you need is Bo Nix to get hurt. All you need, one of them top teams, just let Bo Nix get hurt and then clear that path to the World Series,
right
baby.
Out, yeah, man, yeah. And Aaron Judge has been hurt.
There you go.
He has been hurt, but I'm trying to think, like, if anybody has an advantage in the American League, that could be the difference, right? There's not a like honest to God, I don't love this Astros team. And as I know what gets to you, Clint and Tyler, it is hard not to, and many of you listening, to understand, like, what you've seen over the last several years and then compare it to what you're seeing here. Like, we've seen championship-level teams. We've seen teams that would wipe the floor with this team that didn't win it all. Right? But it depends on what field you're in. And the field that the Astros are in right now, like, they can play with these teams. It would not be a shocker in a 7-game series if they beat the Rays. Like right now, it would not be a shocker. I wouldn't know that I'd put money on it. It wouldn't be a shocker. And I just say this, and we're looking at advantages. Do you think that this version of the Astros has the championship experience advantage? Do you still think they hold that amongst other teams? Is that something that could be an advantage once they got to the postseason, or are we too far removed from that with the guys that are still?
No, I don't think we're too far removed from it. I think it's crazy to think that it's lasted this long. It's crazy to think that so many guys have come and gone, and it's still a reality. I think that is one thing that Joe Espada, his experience with that in particular, I think is extremely valuable because he's obviously aware of it and wants to keep it alive as long as he can. The Altuve piece is obviously bigger than we give it credit. We see and hear the mild-mannered Altuve, but he seems to be the one piece that's kind of been involved in the winning in a couple of different eras or a couple of different windows, if you will, for the Astros. And so, no, I think it's still real. I think it's still very real. And when you bring guys in like Christian Walker. When you bring guys in, like I know nobody's happy with him right now, but Dalton Varsho, I mean, wasn't he in a World Series last year?
Yep.
So, I mean, you bring those guys in that embrace and acknowledge and embrace exactly why and how the Astros clubhouse is different. I think that's how you keep it alive, and they've done a really good job of that to date. And so I don't think it's as powerful as it once was. By the way, with Los Correa back in the building, big piece that I forgot to mention of keeping that thing alive as well. I don't think it's as powerful as it once was, Ron, but I do believe that it's alive and it's real and it is absolutely an advantage.
Because that used to be, even when they were leaking oil the last couple of years, that still used to be an advantage over some teams. Like the Astros always felt like they were going to find a way to pull it out.
Yeah.
And when it came down to it in big moments, they would be able to kind of figure out what it is that they want to be, what they need to do. And I wonder, has that just completely gone? They've missed the playoffs last year. They went out and got swept by the Tigers the year before that. By the way, Altuve, Alvarez, Pena, Javier, Hunter Brown, Brian Abreu, and Ronel Blanco were all on the team in the playoff roster that won a championship. So, I mean, every last one of those guys are probably potentially major contributors to this team that were all still there. So I don't know. I wonder if they still have that. If they still have the ability to have that as an advantage when they get into a series, does that click against the White Sox? Because those guys don't have any experience at all. Does that click against some of these other teams that they're playing? Because any type of advantage works. Right. Jordan is an advantage, right? Any type of advantage works. So I wonder, is that something that can be useful with this field in the American League that they're facing?
Absolutely. I mean, any advantage you can generate is going to be useful, because even if your team all together, even if your team isn't necessarily championship caliber in the American League, boy, with a little bit of luck and some good timing, man, you could make a big time run. And I think the Astros are plenty capable of doing that, just like anybody else is in the American League, damn near. So yeah, I mean, it's not like you have 4 or 5 powerhouses that everybody's gonna have to run into at some point in time, and it's survival of the fittest. I mean, you get on the right side of this thing, and you let whatever powers that be in the American League knock a couple of guys off, and you have a major injury, which obviously. You look at what happened to DeGrom in the division. I mean, it's one of those things where it's going to happen down the stretch here. So hopefully it's not us, and hopefully we can take advantage of it happen to others.
Yeah, we'll see. The Astros, as soon as Tyler starts going to games again, but the Astros have a real shot to make a run here. I can't believe it. with this team, I would bet you. Especially if Hayden Wisniewski, who Clint said earned it earlier in the show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he earned it.
But if he continues to roll like this, I bet you'd be surprised how many teams can run Hunter Brown, Peter Lambert, Hayden Wisniewski, the way they're pitching with Josh Hader, and the way Pena's pitching again. Or Pena, damn it.
Brian Abreu.
I haven't done that in weeks. The way that Abreu and Hader are in the back end, I bet you there aren't a lot of teams in the American League that can run that out there. You'd be surprised.
Yeah.
Like that can run all of that out there.
From a production standpoint, just those stat lines or those performances, run them out there, 3 of them. Yeah, look, I mean, and when you got the big fella in the middle, golly, you need a little bit of help around him from either Pena or Isak Paredes or Side Dish or Christian Walker, somebody. You need a little help, but wherever you get it will be fine if he can keep raking. I mean, that we'll see. It's not been as impressive as of late. He's my Triple Crown update that I was doing. This may be a week to skip it. I mean, he's dropped in the RBIs. He's dropped in the home runs. Little rough stretch here for Jordan.
You're going 13 straight without hitting a home run. That's probably not going to help you on both ends.
And not when those Schwarbers out there playing in the cornfield.
Yeah, not like everybody's getting on base in front of him. Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue. I hate, Tyler, I don't know if this happens to you. I don't know if it happens to some of you that are listening. But I hate when I hear Clint's voice in my ear.
Well, damn, you do it 4 hours a day. In your head, you meant?
In my head and in my ears.
Okay.
When I hear it.
They say, damn.
In my head and in my ears. I heard it in all of it.
You heard it loud and clear.
And I was going to say, especially when he's not around. That is when I hate it the most. And I heard it today. And I almost didn't want to tell him, but I felt like that visually he may have to ask a question about it anyway at some point. So I'll get to that, but damn it. Almost took myself out today. We'll discuss coming up there.
All right, y'all, look, Orchard, if you're looking to sell your home or if you're even flirting with it, thinking about it, I know how this works, man. Your wife's got it in the back of her head.
95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we're live here on The Drive, here on 95.7 The Fan. We appreciate you jumping in and rolling with us here on a Friday. T-Mill's in the building. Clint is in the building. A lot to get to coming up in just a bit. Get ready, 4 o'clock, Dirty's Daily every day. Can't wait to hear who it's powered by today. You never know. Never know who Dirty's Daily is powered by. I'll tell you who I was not powered by today. And this is Tyler. I could hear this son of a gun in my head. I thought he was in the mirror looking at me. I thought he was going to come from behind. I could just.
What'd you do?
Like, and if you all get to see him on YouTube and Twitch, the Clint head shake. It's kind of. I know, Lauren, if you're listening, the Clint head shake. He kind of turns one of his nostrils in, and he's thinking this idiot
turns one of his nostrils in,
and it could be followed by just not coachable. Could be followed by
bonehead.
Told you.
Got to be doing the simple things savagely well, man.
What are we doing, man? It is. That's a good point. It is very simple.
So, today's leg day.
God.
Shout out to the good people at LA Fitness. Just started a membership there. Enjoy it. I know many people are here on the text line, YouTube, and Twitch are about to now tell me why they don't like LA Fitness. I don't care. I enjoy it. They do a lot for me. Got in there, man. Had a really tough, good week in the gym. Good little leg day. Started off with a little 10-minute row, just as a little warm up. Good shape, get the legs rolling. Now, I have not done leg day in a long time. Kind of following this workout. You're going to start off with the hamstrings. First move, Clint. Straight leg deadlift. Go over there. So it's going to start off with just a little bit of warm up, a little lighter weight on there.
Mm-hmm.
Got in there, banged out. Man, I had good form, I believe, and may not have, but I had good form. Tyler just hit 16 of them, banged 16 out. Then I was going to do a little 10, 8, 6, put a little bit more weight on there.
Working on that fitness.
So then I added weight on there. Had about at this point I had about 155 on there.
Straight
leg deadlift.
But off the bench, cold turkey.
Yeah, did not stretch.
Yeah. No, like body weight squats. No quick body weight lunges. No, just cold turkey. Just cold
the row.
turkey.
I did the row. I did 10-minute row. Just as a warm up. Didn't stretch nothing though. Came right in.
How's your rowing posture?
I mean, it probably left a lot to be desired, but I mean, did what I could. I could not get that strap on my right foot just kept getting loose. I had to. Anyway.
You didn't even strap yourself in right.
Tyler, I got to 7 on 8 on the second set.
7.
I felt something. Boom! Right in that.
You felt a pop?
I believe so.
Oh,
right hamstring.
I can't even muster up a laugh with that. That ain't good.
I don't know that I heard it, but I felt it, and I said, "Ooh, okay." And I was at 7, so I had to go 8. So I did the last one. Went back down, but I could feel it then on that last one. And
this is not good.
I racked it, and then I kind of walked around. I said, "Damn it,
that ain't good, man."
And all I could hear was, "God, you idiot! Didn't stretch, didn't do anything." And I was fighting.
I mean, when was the last time you did a deadlift?
Oh God.
When was the last time you did a deadlift? And you thought throwing.
I was kind of watching a good leg routine, and I thought this would be a good one. I mean,
that's where you get in trouble.
Can I be honest? Probably 20s.
No, you did some deadlift with Red.
You're right. No, you're right. I forgot.
So it's been a year plus.
It's probably been 2 years. You're right. I'll get it in 2 years. Oh, I forgot about that one.
And you thought it'd be a good idea to just go barbell and throw 45s on each end, huh?
And then, Tyler, I just felt like, maybe not that bad. I started doing like some baseball squats, started to stretch it out.
Mm-hmm.
So
Here comes another part where he forgot he was 40 plus.
And then I went ahead and just continued the rest of the workout. Hit that.
That's bold.
Had 2 more hamstring
exercises
to do.
I was hoping it wasn't 2 more hamstring pops.
And I felt like, I'm able to perform these exercises, so clearly it's not torn.
Could you really feel it when you were doing the hamstring exercises though, like in that, like in that location?
I did the lay down
curls, hamstring curls. Did you feel it like right in that, like there was a golf ball or something in your hamstring back there?
Not a golf ball, but I felt it. Hell, I'm sitting here currently feeling it.
Oh, you can feel it right now?
I've currently feel it. Not like a pain. I felt it.
Went
on through.
You're 40. You're 40. You're 40 plus. I mean, start everything you do with some air squats.
I should have.
If you're going to do anything involving your lower back and your hamstrings, let's start with some light dumbbells. We don't need barbells with 45s on the end of it.
Should have stuck with the
machines. And really focus on posture. Really focus on posture and not the weight. I mean, you went in there with. I mean, You've been watching old David Culley. You watched old Culley in that neighborhood gym, and now you.
No, I didn't. I should have done with Culley. Culley's only using machines.
Is that my boy Ron?
It was.
Man. That's.
It was the front squat that I did later almost got me. That one almost. Yeah. That almost.
I'll be honest with you too. I mean, I think Instagram got you in trouble. I don't know. I'm just going to tell you. I don't know that heavy deadlift and front squats at all are a good idea when you ain't been in that gym in 2 years. Exactly. I just don't know if it's a good idea.
I said, ooh. Man.
Hey, CT, that's why I am the way that I am. I want y'all when you do something that you ought not be doing that's borderline stupid. I want you to think, golly, boy, Clint would have told me.
That's where his mind took him
right away.
And
I just
he just ran right through that stop sign and finished his workout. But I
can't. Oh, and immediately I didn't even move over to the quads, man. I went right over and laid down. I did 2 more. And I said, well, because I was just saying to myself, Tyler, if I can push through it, then it's not torn or nothing. Maybe
but it could be on its way, and if you keep pushing through it, you'll help it get there.
Mm-hmm.
Tyler.
Oh, I mean, sorry.
Fair. That's a fair assessment. That's a very fair assessment. I probably did not help the situation.
I actually admire the push through.
I just wanted to see.
Not a good idea,
I wanted to see why. And then in my mind, of course, I went on there and
tried to rub some.
If anybody would do me like they do Dateline phones, they go through and see my Google and it would say, I tried to describe exactly what the feel was, and it said strain. And I said, okay, strain. I can work with a strain. I can work with a strain.
Just rub some dirt on it and keep on grinding.
Yeah, man, that got the hell out of me. Text line coming through. Did you let a fart out when you hit the deadlift? No, I just let it pop in the hamstring out.
Wasn't a popper out your butt, though.
Ron is too damn old for leg day. Stick with cardio. No, I don't believe that.
I just think Ron is too old. I mean, the old.
Let's just not just throw that around.
Well, no, I didn't finish my sentence. I'm sorry. You're right. I should have. I mean, the old. I used to tell folks, man. You ever seen a cheetah stretch? I don't need to stretch. Let's go, man. We get out to the sports complex, Tyler, over there in Baytown, Texas. We got a hoop game going. Hey, man, I don't need to stretch. Hell, you ever seen a cheetah stretch? Them days are when you hit 40. Don't ever say it again.
Rock and roll.
Once you hit 40, it's over. Once you take a job where we're sitting in these damn chairs all day long for 4 hours, hey man, you're gonna pop a hip flexor.
Oh, that was what happened.
Stop it. Hey, you're gonna pop a hip flexor if you ain't careful. You want to talk about painful.
I sat in a little of that traffic on the way here. When I got out in that parking garage, that's probably what I felt at the most.
Like
I think we'll figure some things out when I wake up tomorrow. We'll see where we are tomorrow.
I just hope it's not black and blue on you. That means we got some real problems.
Yeah,
I mean, you got to start everything with some air squats, and really, I mean, you need a good solid month of just going through the motions before you get 1/3 before you put 45s on the end of a damn barbell and do a deadlift. You're lucky you didn't blow your back out. That old lower back, well, you could have had some problems.
Yeah, I could have. Hamstring was.
Just grab you some about 25 or 30 pound dumbbells, man, and just let them slide down in front of them kneecaps, and just come on back up. Easy,
I probably could have done some good mornings. I probably could have done all the other things I did.
Yeah,
except for that.
I mean, a lot of things. I mean, it's. I would say starting with one of the most difficult Olympic lifts is probably not a good idea. and then he goes to the front squat.
Hey, Tyler, man, I banged out them 16.
Tyler.
I was like, that warm-up,
Tyler,
I said, bring that out. Let's go.
Get J.J. Watt on the phone. I'm going to ask J.J. I'm going to say, J.J., I know he's been working. I'm going to say, hey, J.J.,
let's go.
if you take you a month off when you get back in the gym, you hitting you some front squats? He's going to say, hell no.
Yeah.
You live and you learn, man.
Oh.
I mean, golly.
And you'll only get older.
You know what?
From here,
you deserve it. You deserve it. I hope it ain't torn, but you deserve it.
He deserves it.
Hey, man, I just said, whew, I didn't do it too much. I was real aggressive with that, man. I tell you, this just see me after I hit them first 16. I said, oh,
we're feeling it. Judge. I admire that part of the story. You were feeling it.
Hey, man, I got to number 7, boy. I almost dropped that whole damn thing all on my feet. I said, oh, Jesus.
I don't think I've done a deadlift in 5 years.
What you say, since you're the Cowboys, you ain't done it.
No, we used to do it at a gym I worked at. I was still working out pretty hard, and I had some former players that I worked out with every day when I was in little. So it's been longer than that. It's been 8 or 10 years. Well, we deadlifted, but we were in like never lost a shape. We were still in spot to be doing it, and we started super light and worked our way up. We didn't just throw whatever on there and go like you did.
Yeah, I did. It was a mistake. Stretching, maybe really all of it was. Every piece of it. What you got coming up?
Let's just start over, man. Scrap that. Let's start over. All right, folks. Look, did you miss the game last night? Wouldn't blame you if you did. The Texans' first preseason game is in the books. And Old Dirty, that'd be me. I got everything you need to know. The good, the bad, and yeah, you know it, the horny. That's next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you, man, look,
Forward is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KIKK-FM, KILT-AM Houston, your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan.
Clint Stoerner. Look at Stoerner.
95.7 The Fan presents
Clint Stoerner is the last man standing. Now, who is Clint Stoerner?
His two strongest strengths, he's competitive and he's smart.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I'm going to put my hands on this bathroom counter and see if I can't twerk a little bit, see what it looks like, see what it feels like.
The Drive is live for Dirties Daily.
Little bathroom twerking going on. That's at the house, by the way, folks. That's at the house. I appreciate T. Mill digging into the archives and pulling that up. That's at the house with my wife.
Well, what about when they fix our bathrooms
no,
up here?
not in public. Not with you, jacklegs. No, y'all will video it and put it on the social medias. I mean, hell, you grabbed that wall behind you and did what you thought was twerking. Everything was moving but your butt cheeks.
I don't know what that is.
It's still living.
I still don't know what that was.
Well, it's still living out there on social media, just running up the views, so you can go see it. But I'll try to. My wife, before she got pregnant this third time, she really liked it. When she has this third one, man, I may hit her with it again and see what happens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. When the ladies like it when the Drive fella shakes some ass.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah. I tell you, boy, Megan, she's got some good eyesight. She must have to really stare at yours.
Binoculars to see this ass, baby.
Hey, Megan, why you got binoculars sitting by you on the couch?
Hey, we saw Chris Berman, man. Y'all better get off
good
ass.
Point, man.
We saw Chris Berman, man.
Tyler
got ass for days.
If his good friends ain't calling him bullfrog, something's wrong with him. They ain't as good of friends. All right, today's Dirty Daily is powered by. I know this is going to surprise nobody, but I about ran out of juice today in the old Tesla. About ran out of juice today.
We're shocked.
I got to the charging station with 2 miles left on the battery. Ryan, 2 miles.
You know what? You made it.
I made it.
For that, I won't give you too hard of a time.
Here's the deal. I found something out. I mean, what a great business idea.
Again, by the way, if you're just joining us, shout out to some of our new listeners here on 95.7 The Fan.
Oh, yeah.
Clint Stoerner, we've been together for this is our 7th NFL season together. Clint Stoerner has run out of gas in a regular car, out of gas a good 5 to 6 times. Is that accurate, Tyler? 5 to 6 times.
Oh, at minimum
in the time frame. Maybe 6, 7. Maybe that's. Maybe
now y'all are really getting carried away with y'all's little juggling act here.
There is a combination.
Y'all are embellishing
to 10 of at least to 10 of him running out of gas / with the Tesla now running out of battery or locking himself out of his vehicle at the charging station because his phone has died and it's his key.
While the police search for him.
There have been, we have got so if you're just joining us, you're new to us, this 48-year-old man has done this multiple occasions.
And I know all you 95.7 The Fan, all you folks that stayed over with us and hung on with us to see what this is all about. I know y'all appreciate it. I know y'all understand. Hey, man, I'm human.
It's a new day.
That's right. It happens. I'm human, and these guys are rubbing it in my face. Well, it almost happened again today. And powered. I'm gonna tell you, it did. And you're right, T. I mean, it got my heart rate up a little. I ain't gonna lie to you though. I had a little adrenaline rolling. I ain't gonna lie to you. I didn't think I was gonna make it.
I think maybe you're looking for it. I think that's what you're looking for.
Literally, I was about 10 miles out, and the car said, "Keep the speed under 54 miles an hour to reach your destination."
I think Tyler, he sits there and thinks, "I gotta have that feeling again."
I got
that feeling of when Michael Strahan was breathing down my neck.
I need that
rush.
I
was running away from.
I did feel
Sean
like that
Ellis
today.
was running me down. I gotta have that feeling. What's the closest way I can do that? Run out of gas.
Drive a golf cart and let an 18-wheeler run up my tail on I-10. Because I did. I'm driving. I was at Jack Leg going 54 miles an hour in the far right lane, and people just blowing by me, and it's 70. Yeah, it was bad. But anyway, the powered by here, the post charging station that I arrived at with 2 miles to go, boys. What an idea. What an idea. They put a Tesla charging station
huge
behind gates in a paid for parking lot. So I had to pay $5 to get in there to juice my damn car up. And guess what? There was about 30 Teslas in there doing the same thing that I did. So
was it a supercharge?
It was absolutely it was a supercharge.
Oh, so you good?
Oh, I charged. Shoot, when I came in here, I had 240 miles on that piece. I'm good to go. I'm gonna get home. You better believe it. But the business plan to buy a parking lot, put in. I'm sure the government paid for all them damn chargers. Put a gate where you got to pay at least $5 or more to get in that joint, and then watch them Teslas roll in and just pay for it. I'm telling you, man, it was unbelievable. But that post charging station, you saved me today. I thought I was going to have to walk. But I made it, boys. I know y'all are worried about me, but I made it. Here we go. I got the Texans. They did play a preseason game last night. If you missed it, no big deal. We'll get you caught up on it. I got all the good, the bad, and the horny that you need to know. I'm going to start with the good here, Ron. All right. The starting O-line played. Great decision by D'Amico to get – I'd like to see all of the offensive starters play, but at least great decision. The biggest question mark on this football team, which is offensive line play improving, at least you made the decision to put these guys out there just in general. I didn't like the fact they only played one drive, 11 plays. I think they ran 3 balls, ran the football downhill 3 times in an 11-play drive. I don't like that. I thought there would be more of a commitment to the run. But they did have an 11-play drive that was 75 yards, and it ended in a touchdown pass from Davis Mills to what's 89's name? Jarrett Wayne. So the O-line getting in there and playing. They played in 11 plays, 1 drive, and it resulted in 6. Right? That you were right, Ron. When we got into it a little earlier about it, you said, hey, now the seeing success and scoring points at the end of a drive, coming out of the locker room, out of the gate, first series, boom, you go down and you score points. I agree. Good. Not great, not anything to write home about, but I think the fans out there do need to know your starting O-line played. There was no major problems. Your rookie center did get some run, albeit not with C.J. Stroud. He did get some run. Again, 11 plays. I haven't broke the film down yet to see exactly what he did or didn't do. I don't think there was a whole lot there to go, boy, these guys are blowing your skirt up kind of deal. But they did get some run. They did come out of the locker room. They were asked to play, and they did have good results at the end of a drive, Ron. The bad, all right? The Texans lacked the expected physicality. I think going into this game, and discipline, by the way, Ron, I can't believe we've done 2 hours of radio and you ain't brought up the penalty problem. 10-plus penalties last night. But
Andre Weir brought it up.
There ain't no doubt. The Texans lack the expected physicality. Here's the reality of it, guys. The reality of it is that since we lost that football game in New England, every decision, free agents they brought in, every press conference they had, even I would say positions that they may have neglected, it was all to do one thing: run the football better, downhill, be more physical at the line of scrimmage. From the running back David Montgomery to the right tackle Braden Smith to the left guard Wyatt Teller to the right guard Ed Ingram to the first round draft pick in Keelan, everything. Like, I'm exhausted of hearing about physicality. Like, literally, the one thing about offensive line play that should be the standard, that should be understood, that you should have to possess in order to play the position at this level is an unhealthy physicality where you almost got to – it's over the top to play that position. But for some reason in Houston, we have consistently, year over year, had an issue with the biggest – on the offensive side of the ball, the biggest – most critical unit, the O-line, has lacked that physicality. And they did it again last night. If you don't believe it from me, I want you to take it from, not T, but from D'Amico Ryans talking about his team's lack of physicality last night. Here it is.
The style of play that I wanted to see us play physical, right? And I did not see that the entire game. There were some glimpses of us playing physical, but the Chargers, they out-physical us the entire game, right? So it was not our brand of football. When I speak of playing our style, that's a physical brand of football, and that was not up to par tonight.
Now, the fact that it was the physicality piece made it the bad part of this segment. I could have really taken the D'Amico Ryans audio and made it the good, because I'm glad that he's calling the team out. I'm glad that he's being a little bit more critical at the press conference. Now, I hope that is carried over into the offensive meeting room, and that wasn't just because he felt like his defense lacked some physicality there, Ron. So I really like D'Amico Ryans staring in the camera and saying, yeah, that ain't it. We've been talking about physicality. That right there ain't it. So it was obvious that the physicality wasn't there. Look, they were 0 for 2 on fourth down and short conversions. Didn't get either one of them. A team that every move that's been made, every word that has been said, every press conference that's been held, they've talked about physicality. You can't go 0 for 2 on fourth and short when you're playing against backup players. You just can't do it. So
especially when you're talking about trying to be physical, quarterback sneak, and you got turned away twice.
Yeah, that's not it. And the discipline, as I mentioned, 10 penalties, that can't happen. And some of them, a handful of them were, plays that would have prolonged drives on the defensive side of the ball or put us behind the 8 ball on the offensive side of the ball. So the discipline piece is important. Now let's get to the good part here. The horny. What gets you good and worked up about last night's game, right? Knowing that the starters and really most of the guys that you're going to see play in the regular season didn't get much run. I'm actually pretty excited about this piece here. When you talk about getting good and worked up, if you're a football guy or gal, that dang second round draft pick, that tight end Marlon Klein, he had to do it for
it was a take your pants off type of performance.
Leave him out in the garage. Leave him out in the garage like it's COVID.
Man, just get excited, man. I get excited. I got to get them pants off.
You
have enough room to move around, and Marlon Klein about took you there.
Won't you text Courtney and say, hey, I got one of them COVID incomings, by the way. Just letting you know. No, but Marlon Klein, the tight end, second round draft pick this year, straight out of Michigan. He's got a real chance to be special, y'all. Caught a 31-yard pass on the opening drive from Davis Mills that really gave him a chance to get down there quicker, gave him an explosive play, which was a problem. Then he turned around and because of his athletic ability, gets behind a safety in coverage, and that safety doesn't have anything but to do but panic, and so he draws a pass interference, which created obviously a first down. He was involved in the blocking at the point of attack and on the backside a couple of times, and I think he's a willing blocker with some really high upside there. So I think a big part of last night's game was really the entire draft class this year participated and I would say did some good things, but none bigger than Marlon Klein. He's got a real chance to be special. We've all seen, right? The last handful of practices in training camp, we've seen 2 or 3 big plays where he's catching the ball and running away from folks. Again, at 6'5", 250, running away from folks down the sideline. We've seen that athletic ability. Yesterday, the catch, obviously athletic ability. The PI that he drew, obvious athletic ability. The question about playing for the Texans and playing from jump week 1, which, by the way, I think he will, is – he's going to be more focused on the run blocking. We know that's an emphasis here in Houston. He's got to be at least serviceable in that department, which, let's be honest, in the tight end room, in order to be the guy that's put in a position to block more in line, attached to the tackle with his hand in the dirt kind of deal, the bar's not set extremely high. So a rookie can get there if he's willing. Here's Marlon Klein himself. He joined us last night on the postgame show. He joined us last night, and I specifically asked him about his game and specifically the blocking part.
Yeah, I mean, I to be honest with you, that's my favorite part of the game. Coming from Michigan and kind of working myself up to playing with Colson Loveland, who they weren't going to throw me the ball over him. Right. I mean, he was a top 10 pick. He's pretty good. Yeah. He's pretty good at what he does. So, that kind of adapting that as my position. I knew I was going to be playing on first, second down, on third down. It's all right. Come on to the sideline, or you're pass protecting. While Colson was there, but I think being in this offense now, you have to do it. And honestly, I pride myself in being able to do it all. Yeah. I think that's the beautiful part of being a tight end. You get to be an O-lineman, you get to be a receiver. You get to do it all. So you have to be a smart cat. You have to be around some good coaches that teach you this stuff that you have to know. But it's the most fun position on earth.
Most fun position on earth. That may have got away from it a little bit there, but I'm gonna tell you, definitely alert. Definitely alert. Look, I'm gonna tell you. First of all, super humble kid. Like to the point where I'm not real sure he understands how athletic he is. Like I'm not real sure that he understands. I know he knows he's a good athlete, but I don't know that he understands that. I mean, if this thing sooner rather than later, he talked about Colston Loveland, how he kind of jumped on the scene last year as a pass catcher. He's got similar athletic ability. Now he's bigger, and I know he doesn't obviously run the same way. I think Colston Loveland's closer to a damn wide receiver than he is a true tight end. So you're talking about a different build, but the athletic ability itself, I mean, I don't know that he understands how high his ceiling actually is, Ron, but I'm going to tell you, I got the exact answer that I hoped I would get when I asked him about the blocking piece, right? Of hey, man, my history is I was that dude at Michigan when Colston Loveland was out there catching passes and making highlight reels and getting to a top 10 draft pick status. I was the guy doing the grunt work. I was the guy doing the blocking and on the backside and the pass protecting. And so to think that was his role that he's already embraced, he comes here, and that's exactly what you need him to do. Really, that's what you need him to do. And I'm just talking about baseline, right? The uber athletic stuff is cool, but really this team needs him to be able to put his hand in the dirt and run block, first and foremost. And then he's going to get a lot more reps if he can do that. So to hear him talk, Ron, about just how he's embraced it and how he really feels about that part of the game, it was refreshing. And right now one day he's going to realize how good he potentially can be and things may change. But right now he seems to be just a super hungry, down-to-earth dude that's a real grinder.
Yeah, and he also seems, first off, blocking is not his favorite part of the game. He's full of it. All right, you can kiss my ass with that. He doesn't. He enjoyed that 31-yard catch he had yesterday more than he did blocking down.
I should have told him last night. Got to work on the celebration.
the blocking down. Yeah, he went out for it, man.
I don't know what the little scratch was.
But the little that he showed yesterday, forcing a penalty, as he also did, he's potentially a game changer for this offense. We've talked about it. There are not a lot of spots on this offense in which they just have guys that you can line them up and they can take advantage of their of their matchup.
My guy's athletically better than yours.
He has the chance to do that.
Absolutely.
Like he'd fool around and make the Chargers have to put Derwin James on him.
Yeah.
Which would then take him away from doing other things. So he's got a real chance. And plus, when we've seen CJ at his best, the middle of the field was an area that he used big time, whether it be big receivers or tight ends.
And Ron, he's a guy too that depending if he can improve or just prove, maybe it's not improve, maybe it's just prove that he can run block the way that they hope he can run block, then he's the first tight end we've had here in a while that could be a hand in the dirt guy and give you an advantage in the run game as well as have an athletic advantage over a safety. Right? If he can block well enough in the run game and we can run it well enough, all of a sudden they're putting linebackers on him. He's going to destroy those guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, I mean, there's a real, advantage if this guy can be if he can put himself on the field more than just passing opportunities and more than just in the red zone. Look out, man. I think he's the truth. That is your Dirty's Daily horny player of the game.
Yeah, that's right. You can take football off of that. All right, the Astros, by giving us their starting lineup, gave us some big news and something we were looking at coming into today. We'll pass that message along to you coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
All right, you don't need a message about this. That's for dang sure. If you've lived in this area for any amount of time, you know that power outages can happen, whether it's extreme heat, extreme cold, or hurricanes. And here's the deal. If you don't have a home generator right now, don't wait until there's a major problem and expect somebody to come out there and install one in the next 2 days.
Hey there. If you're looking for 95.7 The Spot, you can still find us on the Odyssey, TuneIn, or iHeartRadio apps. Or tell your smart speaker to play 95.7 The Spot.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive on a wonderful Friday. Everybody is in the building. T. Mill's in the building. Clint's rolling through here. Hey, I'm telling you, we'll get to the Astros here in a second. I did that. That Marlon Klein about let get away from me.
Get a little carried away.
I did, and I will admit to it. I had Tyler. You may have missed it earlier. I had went ahead and moved on from Dalton Schultz after the season.
Yeah, I was listening.
And I'm dead serious to that.
You done with that tight end?
I'm not done with him. I'm just saying, like,
not done, but
hey, man, $12 million.
Yeah.
You got this guy right here. We can go, get on out of that. Allocate that somewhere else. That man John Harris on that call said Dalton Schultz is a great tight end. Texas hadn't had somebody as a tight end that can do that in a long, long time. Well, you know, I tried to lobby for Dalton Schultz to get in that Pro Bowl last year. Never got it.
Trying to get him in that top 10 this year, too, did you?
Yeah, I did, yeah. Just overshot that one.
It happens, man. You felt it in your heart, man.
I did. I felt it. All right. The Astros, they will take on the Mariners tonight at the Daikin. And this is kind of the news right here. And we'll await to hear from, what is he now? Lieutenant Joe Espada. We'll wait to hear from him coming up a little bit to get more info. But the lineup reads: Pena leading off, Alvarez is the DH, Paredes behind him. We're back to Taylor Trammell in the 4 spot.
Left, right, babe.
We're back to Taylor Trammell in the 4 spot. And here's the big news. Jose Altuve is batting 5th and playing second base. So he's not only in the at the plate in the lineup, but he's also playing in the field. They feel comfortable enough with that foot. If you missed it, the second game of the Giants series, he got hit in the foot, immediately came out of that game, and then missed the next game. They said he would be reevaluated, but said he was really, really sore on Thursday. So on Wednesday, and so he is back in the lineup, batting 5th behind Taylor Trammell for some reason. And then Varsho is behind him. And then Christian Walker in the 7th spot with Cam Smith and Christian Vasquez is catching tonight for Peter Lambert. That is the lineup: Pena, Alvarez, Paredes, Trammell, Altuve, Varsho, Walker, Smith, and Vasquez. And the big story is, Clint, this was a short-term deal with Jose Altuve. Like, I'm not even trying to be funny. Obviously, we know what happened to me today in my 40s. Just tanked my hamstring. But when you start to get these ages, you never know with guys like Altuve how long they may get out. Hell, Correa's younger than him, and he's out for the damn season for a swing. Well, he was out for the season for just a swing in the cages. So good to see that this is short-lived, and he's going to be able to be back.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Getting Altuve back in the mix is big. I mean, again, this lineup gets awfully short with Varsho not hitting a lick, with no Altuve, Walker struggling to the point where he's batting 7th behind Trammell and Varsho. Yeah, it's so you got to have Altuve. I mean, look, we make a lot about obviously the top 2 hitters, Pena and Alvarez, and I do believe it's absolutely paramount that Alvarez starts hitting the ball out of the park again. 13 games, no bombs, and Pena stays hot. So it's absolutely paramount if we're gonna have any chance. Those 2 guys have to do the majority of the carry most of the water, if you will. But yeah, Altuve makes it a little bit longer and gives us a chance. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, changes what we're looking at.
Varsho got to come on, man. He's got a real look that could get on my bad side.
I hadn't thought about that. He does have a look. He did. It's not quite Phil Maton, but he does.
Not quite RBF.
No, yeah, it's not that. He does have a look. He does have a look. He has swung. He has hit. Not only swung the bat well, he's hit the ball harder. Like there've been some.
I'm trying to let you finish. I mean, you're gonna make me Google something over here.
Tyler, that side look.
Find that silver lining, baby.
Look.
I mean,
Find it. Look.
I mean, that's not like you.
Come on, man. What the hell are you talking about?
I mean, that's not like you.
I remember him the other day. He got a hit through the hole, and then he hit one hard. He hit one hard at the second baseman. I remember. Yeah, he's.
I mean, think about what he just said.
I'm just saying.
His pushback to me that Varsho better bring.
He swung the bat. He
hit one hard to the second baseman. Said nobody in baseball ever.
There were back-to-back at bats where he got a ball and hit it hard into right field, and then the next one he hit it really hard, but he just hit it right to the second baseman. He's swinging it better. I mean, I'm
gonna tell you, you got to get below Shoemake. You got to get below Shoemake, DeZenzo, Spence, Delgado before you get to Varsho. By the way, on the old ticker here. Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm just. He's got to come on, man.
We'll get all this little funk.
I mean, again, my man's got 4 hits as an Astro in 9 games. My man's got to come on. Got double the strikeouts as he does hits. He's got to come on, man.
I know, Tyler. Look, I just look at this, Tyler. If Taylor Trammell can bat 5th, what the hell did they need to go get Varsho for?
Oh yeah, got to get that left-handed bat.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Everyday center fielder is what we were told, man. Hell yeah.
No, he could have played
I'm
center,
tell you,
man.
these cats. I mean, there is a.
The hell, Dana.
I'm gonna tell you.
Is he cross-eyed? Look at that. By the way, someone just texted in that cross-eyed look from Varsho. Is he cross-eyed?
I don't think he's cross-eyed.
I
think them 4 hits just got him frustrated. You look at this lineup. My man, the length that they'll go to go right, left, all the way to the 7-hole. I guess to the 8-hole, right? Because the 8-hole is wild to me. I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, I like Taylor Trammell swinging the bat well. I mean, he can't be hitting above. He can't be in a spot to get more at bats than these other cats, man.
Yeah, the Christian Walker one, man. Christian's just fall up. I mean, I get it. I mean, he started off hot. He's not been this great, but damn.
And they got 0 interest to get him hot again. I mean, he showed you what he's capable of. You need him right now more than anything. And what do? You bury him in the damn lineup.
This is all I want to know, Tyler. This is, and I'll feel better about it. That when they put this together, that there was pushback, and it was a real hard decision to get Taylor Trammell in the 4 spot. Like, I just don't want it. To me, if they sat down and put this line together, and they were like, Pena, Alvarez, we got it. Paredes leading off, Trammell, and it just went, oh yeah, Taylor.
That was a no-brainer for me.
Next. Like, I just want somebody to have been in the room, like, hold on here.
It couldn't have been automatic.
Like, guys, are we sure here? Are we sure we want to go here? I mean, I know you were trying to ease Altuve in. Like, what world would you say to yourself, I'm going to put Taylor Trammell in over Altuve? Mm-hmm. And you know how I feel about Altuve. Like, I think he's a great player. He is no longer.
We know. You don't have to explain it.
He's no longer the brisket. But, I mean, damn. I mean.
Still the Astro GOAT.
I mean, Taylor Trammell's he's a Church's chicken biscuit. Like, I mean, we can't.
Oh, biscuit.
Biscuits, they're there at every one of the meals. It's just.
Give him Popeyes.
Well, no, I can't do that.
Churches.
You can't.
He's got to get me to 10 homers for I give him Popeyes.
What about Red Lobster?
Hell no.
Oh, hell.
Now, if we're not Popeyes, we're not giving them. I'm just saying Churches is a solid one that comes with all of their meals. It's there. You don't go.
The Lobster's got one of the best biscuits.
You don't go mashed potatoes and you don't go Church's biscuit over mashed potatoes and gravy.
2 outs in the night. We'll see if Tram can get done.
He'll probably hit 2 homers tonight.
Oh, and every time we badmouth somebody, they go out there and rake. Let's do it.
All right, coming up, something that kind of happened in the game yesterday, but it wasn't really on the field. Like, I loved it, but I'm telling you, we are seeing it's official. We are seeing a different side of this guy. We'll discuss that next.
Well, I hope you loved your summer because it's coming to an end. But look, that does not mean that the roads, the highways, and the byways aren't dangerous. GeneratorSuperCenter.com.
95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Really testing it. Trying to give up the I'm kind of inspired by Clint a little bit. You know, we are still on the streak, Tyler. Clint has not had a drink since December, right?
December 29th, my birthday.
Nice.
Here in a second, I will get to what I saw yesterday at the watching the game that I thought was interesting. Not much to do with on the field, but went in, little breakfast. Shout out to Courtney. Happy birthday to Courtney. Little breakfast.
That's right. Happy birthday, Court.
And we walk into this place, and I don't know how to say this, Tyler. I've said it to Clint during the break. And shout out to you, 95.7 The Fan. We appreciate you joining us. And if you're just new to our show, hello. We'll introduce ourselves. I walk in the building, and Clint and Tyler, this has to be just geared towards black folks. I don't know.
Whoa.
I don't know how. I don't know.
I really need to know what this is now.
And it is geared to your boy too. We walk in. They got drink of the month.
I think you got to tell.
Oh,
you got to say the name of the place because that just sets the tone.
Toasted yolk.
Was it an Appletini?
It's toasted yolk.
Toasted yolk.
Brunch, yeah.
Brunch joint, right?
Brunch joint. It's just open. They're open about a month or two.
Yeah,
ago.
we got one on the east side. We got several on the east side, but one over where I'm at.
Out there in Siena.
I hit it frequently.
Missouri City, actually.
Toasted yolk, that is.
I promise you, God, if this ain't geared towards black folks, I don't know.
Appletini, please.
Drink of the week. Frozen Hennessy margarita.
Frozen yak and toasted yolk.
Not just yak, but hen. Frozen hen. I said, hold on, what?
Hey, my man sat down in here and said he looked over at me in the break and he said, they got to be trying to drive business, the black folks' business. Got to be. And I was like, where is this going? Where's this conversation going? Toasted yolk.
Well, white
and
dudes
a frozen
can't like yak?
Hennessy. No, hey.
Shut up, Tyler. Okay, come on, Tyler.
I've sipped some hen before.
I know you've sipped some hen, but if we let's pull the car over here real quick.
And the carpet back.
Tyler, if we're rolling a bottle of hen out here, man, is that where you think who do you think's pushing the hen?
I mean, there's no
probably
way around
middle-aged men between 30 and 55 or so.
There's no way around it. I've never met.
They start locking up the hen at them damn specs because them folks keep grabbing them suckers. Get out of here. Now we could be honest about it.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I mean, I feel like I've been around some pretty diverse individuals. I don't know that I've ever seen or heard a white man walk up and go, "Hey, let me get some of that hen in the back."
Come on, man.
I've never heard of frozen hen. Period.
But yeah, that's
frozen hen margarita. Who the hell sat back there and said drink of the week? I'm sorry. I hate to say it. I don't believe Sterling Milner was back there as the bartender trying to figure out the drink of the week, and he goes, "You know what I got?
Little brother likes some hen.
Frozen Hennessy margarita." I'm sorry. You know the name of the person that probably rolled through that. There was not Sterling.
I would like to have been in that meeting when they decided that. Like, how did they land on that? I mean, they didn't walk in and go, "Hey, man, let me get these middle-aged white guys in here."
I'm trying to figure out how much these drinks costing. How much are these frozen hen?
Maybe Larry and Stafford's running their marketing program.
There you go. Right. If we listen to you start talking about if you start to say our P1 listeners, who do you think's grabbing hen? You're not saying Mary and the commissioner, are you?
Hold on, so.
I wasn't going to say Bill was the one doing it. Yeah, you know who you'd have said. Yeah.
Weatherman Andy.
That's probably Larry and Stafford.
Damn Derwin.
That damn Derwin.
If we're out at a bar and I see Larry and Stafford, he's always got that hen in his hand.
I mean, that's hell with him. That is geared towards Ron. They had to hear Ron talking about how can we get Ron in here? Frozen hen.
Hey, man. Hey.
What was the name of it? Was it Frozen Hennessy Margarita?
Frozen hen margarita. It's right there. Hey, I promise to God, somebody said it was. It was definitely Lamont Wade.
Late night. That's late night spot.
Late night. Man, he flew in from San Francisco and took over his shift last night. Said, I got it.
Hen this time next month. Baby, late night lemonade.
Don't fret it. All of August, baby. Hen frozen. Like, I have so many questions. Like, I should have stopped it. Courtney tried it. I should have stopped. I had so many questions. Are they going hen?
So it worked on Courtney. It worked.
Are they going hen and tequila? Like when I hear margarita, like or would they just go?
It's got to be
mixing that, right, Tyler?
It's got to be a hen
and tequila, right?
No.
It's it because why do you? Because you don't need margarita in it. It could just be a.
I mean, I guess if you want a lime slushy with Hennessy in it, I guess you call it a margarita.
Turn your brunch up.
I mean, that is.
It said on the bar. It says "get toasted." Nice. That's what it says. Get toasted.
Well, I mean, that is a. I'll be honest with you. I've been to Toasted Yolk many a time. I am not. I typically don't sit in the bar area. But I mean, if I were, I would try it. What did you think?
I didn't try. I told you I'm trying to chill, so I stopped which I'm proud of myself because I don't need it. I don't need a test. I'm going for it all on that normally.
Let's be honest here. You talking about pulling back the curtain here. Let's be honest. You knew you couldn't have one drink. You knew. I'm talking about one sip. I don't mean like one cup, one drink in a cup. You knew if you went ahead and if you went in on it, you wasn't going to stop at one hen.
It.
The showman.
Somebody just texted Tyler. Ron, Julio's Mexican restaurant in the Woodlands also serves the frozen Hennessy margarita.
Nice.
I've never even heard of it. This is the first.
You need to go check out that spot now up in the Woodlands. Get you one.
Yeah, man. And listen, I'll just say this: the next 6 people who rolled in behind us look like they knew that promotion was coming.
They came in for that alone.
Oh man. I don't know who that brother was to me, man. I didn't know if he was listening or not, but he just walked up to me. He said, "Hey, brother." Gave me a fist bump.
You too? Got you too, huh?
Text line. They pairing that with fried chicken and waffles.
Fried chicken and waffles.
And that thing was on the menu too. Right? Like if I'm going to get that's the order. Yeah, go ahead, man.
No question.
That combo, they've got to be rolling through there hard.
Yeah, I don't think they're going frozen hen margarita in one of those California omelets. I don't egg white omelets. No.
I had a lot of Benedict. I don't think they're going that salmon Benedict.
I think it's. I agree with you. I think it's.
You know what I'm getting, man. Hey, let me get that chicken and waffle. You want to add that frozen Hennessy?
You want to add that frozen Hennessy for $1 off?
Why not? All right, I do want to get to this. I do want to get to this. I'm gonna save because this is about CJ. If you missed the CJ interview, I promise you, we'll talk about this in the 5 o'clock hour. But I did want to get to this, Clint. What was your reaction to Caden McDonald's performance? Because I was slightly disappointed, and I think a little bit of it is because of the play of the other rookies around it. That had something to do with it for me.
Yeah, I mean, I reserved to judge, right? I mean, just the offensive and defensive line, which is Caden McDonald and Keelan Rutledge. Like, I just – because I got to watch the film. I mean, it's so hard to tell if – I mean, are they eating double teams because they can't do nothing else, or are they anchoring down and literally occupying 2 offensive linemen? You know what I mean? Like, I've got to – I need to watch that first drive in particular, that first quarter in particular, and see what those cats were doing. It's hard to from the press box – get a good grasp on what one particular interior defensive lineman or interior offensive lineman's doing. That's the hardest thing to see from our vantage point. So I'm gonna hold off.
Yeah, I just watched some of the plays that I just think the big thing was I don't remember anything that he really did. There was nothing that he did that stuck out. And they ran the ball as pretty well. I feel like when D'Amico's talking about they were physical, a lot more physical than us. that jumps out. So and again, it's not fair, and I understand that is one of the hardest things to do. I've heard Seth talk about it. I've heard other people talk about playing defensive line going up against grown men is a difficult thing. But it is hard to look at the first-round pick. He done wrapped up the position and started and taken the position from a guy who started all last year that knows the system inside and out, and it is a mental position, and he has never played the position before. And we're seeing it yesterday. We're seeing him be a factor. Marlon Klein is the talk of the game.
Yep.
We thought he was the project, and it was like, okay. Nothing. Okay. But I don't know. We'll keep watching it, but it was interesting to me that there was just not a lot to bring back from Cade McDonald. He was one of the guys that they kind of featured before the game. So interesting there. All right, coming up as we continue right here live on The Drive, 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you ready for tonight's series opener against the Mariners and let you know the lineup. The latest, Altuve is back. And we'll get you caught up for not just from the game yesterday, but the news with Graham Mertz. And we'll look around also other news in the sports world as we continue right here live on The Drive.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
JJ Watt is a fan of the new frequency.
Thank you guys for all the entertainment, not just you guys, but everybody.
and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KIKK-FM, KILT-AM Houston, your home for the Texans. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan.
Flip all these burgers.
95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty show, T-Mill, a.k.a. regular Tyler.
Damn it. Wow.
That chance this weekend.
Get you a shirt.
Just want you to go to the game.
Got us a new station.
It's not about the shirt. We appreciate all the work you've done. Shirt, station. It's just about your fandom with the Astros. It is
bigger reach, crisper sound, larger audience. Yep. Still disrespecting you, team.
It'll be August 15th, and he will have still not attended the game.
I'll get this remedied soon.
Yeah, sure you will. Him and Sterling used to go over there and park over there and go to the game.
Sterling's got kids now, man.
Okay.
We drink our Henny.
Okay. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. You've always mentioned that. Now, not dirty water, but you've always been talking about hen. That's it. That's
regular occurrence for us.
Every time I go out and you text me, what do you want to drink? You text me hen. That's what it is. It's
usually, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Usually it's a double shot of? Yeah, no, it's not.
Whiskey.
Yeah. Anyway. But hopefully Tyler gets out there and reclaims his fandom. But the Astros, they have a 2-game lead right now as the Rangers. They lost last night to the Angels 7-0. I mean, that's a bad baseball team to be losing to like that. But they lose 7-0. The Mariners come into town, and if the Mariners have any chance to get back in it, they broke their 6-game losing streak. They beat the Yankees last night. They're 5 back of the Astros. They've got any chance of getting back into the race at all, is going to be a big weekend for them. And they need to at least start by winning this series. And I think the opposite is of that. The Astros have a chance to go ahead and move them on out of things. They can go ahead and they win the series at the they sweep them. I mean that's 8 back here in mid-August. That's all she wrote. But you win the series, you kind of keep them where they are. Before we jump into this series, Peter Lambert gets the ball tonight. The big news tonight is that Jose Altuve, if you're just jumping into your cars here, you're with us on 95.7 The Fan, Altuve is back. He missed the last game. He had to leave the previous game after he got hit in the foot, but he is in the lineup and in the field playing second base, Clint.
Yeah, that's big. I mean, you talk about the top hitters on this team, and Jose Altuve being one of them obviously lengthens this lineup. Now, if you're going to go left, right all the way through and bat Trammell in the 4-hole, then it even lengthens the lineup even more. So it's whether it's a left, right thing that Joe Espada is in love with, or it's the reality of it is Trammell's been swinging the bat really well. So this lineup without Altuve gets awfully short.
Absolutely.
And so I'm not saying it all depends on one guy, but boy, it just looks different when he's not in this lineup. So yeah, it's a big get that he's back and he's healthy and he's going to be able to play.
Yeah, that's big for the Astros. That was one we were watching out for to see how long he would be out, and he's at this point just missed a game and a half.
Yeah,
which is huge. Peter Lambert gets the ball back. Tyler, do you believe in Peter Lambert yet?
I do believe in Big Pete.
You do?
He might make an appearance on Best Bets in about 40 minutes.
Let me get an understanding.
I think that's a good sign.
What kind of belief? Like, how do you believe in Peter Lambert? Like, you don't believe in him like Hunter Brown, but like, what do you expect that you're getting from Peter Lambert now when he goes out?
Quality start. To be perfectly honest with you, yeah. I mean, I definitely don't view him like you said, Hunter Brown, or like he's Roy Oswald or something like that. But this guy has been so solid starting games on the mound lately. Yeah, I expect quality starts right now from Big Pete.
Yeah, a quality start, close to it. Like I think, and I don't mean just like, oh, he's going to give you a chance to win. Like I think Lambert gives you a really good chance to win. I get to the point I don't believe he gets blown up. I don't think probably will happen tonight, but I don't feel like he's going to get blown up. To me, I feel like the floor is like 5 innings and 3 runs.
Yeah.
And more likely is 6 innings, 2 or 3 runs, and a fight. And then when he has a really good night, he can get you, 6+ and close to double-digit strikeouts.
The ceiling
is
the roof.
I'm with Tyler. I think his body of work will tell you that giving this team a chance to win a game is the absolute floor. It could and it should, as Tyler said. I think a quality starter even better. Again, the body of work will tell you to expect that. Now, I think he's the most fascinating Astro right now. Now, whether some of the other guys, the Pena and Jordan and Altuve and Isaac Paredes and Christian Walker and even Varsho, and you go down the list of pitchers. I mean, whether Ronel Blanco or Christian Javier works out, or we've seen those guys, and if they don't work out, it's going to be because they ain't getting it done. They can't get it done. The Peter Lambert is fascinating because I think the advanced stats and a lot of the analysts in Major League Baseball would tell you that the wheels are expected to come off on Peter Lambert, and I just don't see it. I see what they're saying. He's got to work a little bit harder to throw that deep out route than most quarterbacks do.
Little Chad Pennington.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think he's super confident. I think he's in a really good spot, and I think he feels good about what he's doing and how he's getting there. I like Peter Lambert. I think it's real. The fascination comes with seeing, is it real, or are these pundits or these analysts that study the game that deep, do they end up being accurate? It's gonna be fascinating. I hope we're the ones that are right, and they're not.
Yeah, Peter Lambert, and this weekend, I would say right now the 3 best pitchers and starters that the Astros can run out there: Peter Lambert, Hunter Brown, Hayden Wisniewski. They are going to be the 3 that get the ball in this weekend series against the Mariners. So stay tuned for that. The big news: Altuve is back in the lineup as they take on the Mariners coming up tonight at the Daikin.
Peter is kind of being that guy for us.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we talked a lot about the preseason game last night. One of the things that we haven't talked a ton about is the unfortunate injury to Graham Mertz. It looks like he is going to be missed for the year. Here was D'Amico after the game yesterday, probably giving a little bit more info than he would normally give on injuries. Here's D'Amico talking about Graham Mertz.
For the update on Mertz, he was running there towards the opponent's sideline, and unfortunately, non-contact, and I think we're evaluating him. We right now is looking at a knee injury, ACL, so we'll get that update to see what happened.
Well, the update is he tore his ACL, and he is going to be out for the year. It'll be interesting to see what they do. They got to bring in, obviously, another quarterback, clearly. That was not the plan to have Davis Mills play as much as he did. He probably took some hits they didn't plan on Davis Mills having to take. And Lord knows what they would have done if Davis Mills got hurt. They would have had some running back there taking snaps. But it's unfortunate for Graham Mertz and very tough with what he was doing. I know we talked about it earlier. Many people talked about it could have and probably should have been avoided. Probably not the space that you wanted to be in. But he's going to be going, Clint. It'll be interesting to see what they do to fill that void.
Well, when it's a non-contact injury like that, it's just a matter of time, right? I mean, he was making a piss-poor decision when it happened, but I mean, that's just it doesn't matter if it would have happened the next play when he was running and tried to stop. It was just a matter of time, right? Unfortunately for him, it almost derailed his opportunity to play in the NFL in college when I think midway through his last year at Florida, he tore up his ACL. And last night, if you were watching when he did it, you could tell. He knew exactly what it was. I thought the first 5 seconds he was pissed off because he knew he should have ran out of bounds. Instead of trying to cut it back, he kept the clock running. But instead, he tried to get up and went back down. Clearly, it was an injury that he had felt before. That's probably why D'Amico Ryans felt so good about just go ahead and saying it.
Yeah.
But yeah, look. So it's unfortunate. Prayers up for him. Hopefully he can get back and salvage a career in the league as a backup moving forward. Hopefully that works out for him. Now we get down to it. If we're being completely honest, D'Amico Ryans hopefully sat down in a meeting with Nick Caley and said, "Hey man, what the hell was this?" They got the ball back with 51 seconds. They drop back. The quarterback slides, I believe, after a 7-8 yard gain. I think it was. It could maybe it wasn't. I don't know exactly what the play was, but he slid, I think. And you dilly-dally around and let 14 seconds run off the clock, and then the quarterback takes off again and tries to cut back against the grain and keeps the ball in bounds instead of stopping the clock running out of bounds. Like, where, as a coaching staff, where are your players' heads at if we're not more in tune to a 2-minute drill than that? So the reality of it is I went into it thinking, boy, this is a missed opportunity for your ones or your twos to get a 2-minute drive, to watching just an absolute debacle and wondering what the hell they've been coaching them boys. I mean, that was bad. D'Amico Ryan's got to sit down with Caley and say, man, if we ain't no better than this, I mean, we ought to be able to roll 5 or 6 quarterbacks out there and at least, whether you throw incomplete passes or not, at least make good decisions and at least be able to move with a sense of urgency and get huddled up and get plays called. That was a tough watch.
Interesting to add a third guy, Clint. This is what I'm seeing available QBs. Jimmy G.
Yeah.
The one of the best athletes of all time, Jeff Driscoll, John Wolford, Brett Rippon, Clayton Tune, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, old Timmy Boyle, Desmond Ritter, Diego Pavia. Those are.
I think Wolford may or may not have crossed paths with Nick Caley in San Francisco. I mean, in L.A.
I know Jimmy G did.
But yeah, Jimmy G crossed paths with all of them. The interesting thing with Jimmy's like, is this a move where D'Amico Ryan says, "I just need a couple of arms to get me in and out of the huddle for the next 2 preseason games"? Or is this a move where they say, hey, let's solidify our backup quarterback position to where if something happens to CJ or if something happens to Davis Mills, that we've got an answer, and Jimmy G just happens – we're lucky that a guy like Jimmy G happens to be on the streets. Now, I don't know. I know he's contemplating retirement at one point. I don't know that he wants to play, but if he did, I do wonder if he's not a longer-term play for the Texans. He's obviously – I don't think he would be a guy that would be like, I'll just come in for 2 preseason games.
Yeah.
But if he's a guy that if you told him, hey, man, we're going to give you a couple $1 million to come in here and be on the squad for a year and be the third-string quarterback, and if we got to play you, we've got an answer, that seems like a Jimmy G answer. If not, if they're just trying to get through the preseason, I mean, any of those guys you mentioned could work out.
Yeah.
5 o'clock fire.
Around the league, I do want to get to a couple of the young quarterbacks that we saw yesterday, but before that, Torian Arnold, he is signed with the Seattle Seahawks, and he is one of note because the Texans were one of the few teams reported that he met with. We know they brought him in for a tryout, met with him, but nothing seemed to go beyond that. He's the former first-round pick, young player, cornerback that was with the Detroit Lions. He's got felony charges. He's facing felony charges, I think 6 or 7 of them for an incident that happened in the offseason. 8 felony charges stemming from the kidnapping. Let me get him right. From the kidnapping and robbery in Tampa, Florida in February. But he goes to Seattle. I saw McDonald, the head coach there, said they got positive intel on him. It was what led them to push that decision. I'm good with it. Clint, you have been watching the cornerback room, and obviously we take the frontline guys, Lassiter and Stingley, out of it. Do you think there was a need for a guy like this, or are you comfortable with the guys behind them right now?
Yeah. No, I think they're very comfortable with the guys behind them. I'm fine and comfortable with the guys that are behind them. And the interesting thing here to me is. And I'm not opposed to it, but it's just wild to think, man, in the NFL, I mean, if they don't put you in jail immediately, I mean, you could be accused of damn near anything, and if they don't put you in jail immediately, somebody will give you a damn job.
You think Henry Ruggs got a shot?
As soon as he gets out of jail. How old is he going to be when he gets out? 25? I mean, can't be no more than 26, 27.
They've already been trying to work on his behalf, but he's one that.
Yeah, if Henry Ruggs wasn't put in prison immediately, he'd be practicing somewhere with the ankle monitor on.
Yep, he was denied parole recently, but how old is Henry Ruggs? Yeah, he's not that.
I mean, Henry's one of them guys that was a surefire.
God, he's 27 now.
27. Yeah, I think he'll get a shot. I mean, we're talking about. I mean, it boils down to, can you run? You know, when he gets out, can you run? I think that I personally think that receiver is the easiest position after sitting out a while. Receiver is the easiest position to say a while. Hell, I guess it's going to be multiple years, but obviously, if you can still run, and at 27, I'm going to imagine that he will be able to still run better than most. Then somebody give him a shot. Absolutely.
Yep. All right. That is the latest there. The Texans, I don't want to say miss out, but obviously Arnold, who they brought in, is not going to be the next Houston Texan.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint. And then two young quarterbacks, one on opposite ends of the spectrum. Rookie quarterback Fernando Mendoza threw for 94 yards, also had a touchdown there as well. He looked pretty good with the Raiders. It was tough because my man for the Cardinals, who played really well, he got hurt. He had Carson Beck. He had an issue, so he couldn't go in this game. But interestingly enough, everybody else for the Cardinals played pretty well at the quarterback spot. So that is one to watch. And then Drew Aller and Will Howard, but Drew Aller in particular, the quarterback from Penn State up there in Pittsburgh, also had a really good performance. So these young quarterbacks giving themselves a chance, playing pretty well.
Yeah, Fernando Mendoza, the highlights from that game are impressive. I mean, he made some big time throws. He did anticipation with accuracy. He fit some in some tight windows. Obviously, was throwing it on time. He looked really, really good. Drew Aller is an interesting one to me because he's always been a guy with the physical tools. But when you turned on Penn State film, you just didn't see a guy that I thought was ready for the NFL. And you look at this game, there was a lot of bootleg, just great play calls, guys getting out leverage, throw touchdowns on the edges. But there's a big athlete in there that's a little bit different as well. Almost, I'm not putting him in this guy's athletic category, but it's similar skill, similar play style. It looks like is the Drake May, Justin Herbert, the long, tall, athletic quarterback that the athletic ability translates to being able to move around in the pocket and extend some plays with your legs in an impressive way. So, yeah, man, Drew Aller had a good one. The flipping back to the Raiders, man, Mike Washington, the big running back that jumped on the scene in the combine when he ran the fastest time. He's a big back. He went to the Raiders and is in the same running back room with Ashton Genty. He had a monster run last night and averaged, I think, 10.5 yards a carry on 6 carries. So he looked good last night as well.
All right, a lot of games last night as
6
things got kicked off and more moving the rest of the weekend. All right, coming up as we continue right here on The Fan, I'm telling you, man, if you wonder what type of CJ we're getting, I think we saw a glimpse of it yesterday. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Texans 2026 preseason kicked off with a loss to the Chargers.
Mills gets the snap on 3rd and goal from the 5, throws right side.
95.7 The Fan is here. The best sports talk around. Anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite fan hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in. If you're just jumping into your cars, Jose Altuve is back in the lineup after missing the last game plus. He's back in the lineup and playing second base for the Astros as they get ready to take on the Seattle Mariners a little bit later on. T-Mill's best bets coming through. Not in the red on Thursday, so a pretty decent spot. Still up at the 60% mark. We'll see if he can finish off the week really, really well. T-Mill's bets coming up a little bit later on in the 5 o'clock hour. All right, last night the Texans obviously played the Chargers in their first preseason game. Now, C.J. Stroud did not step on the field in pads and play, but Clint, we talked about this early in the offseason after the season ended, and I think it was a real deal of like, what CJ are we gonna get? Like, are we gonna get a new version of CJ? Is CJ, and I think the word or term I used was hardened.
Yeah.
Would he be hardened based off a lot of things? And if you look at what happened, obviously just from an on the field perspective, it was clearly a tough situation that he was going through. We talked about it from a football standpoint, tragic from a sports standpoint, and then just all the stuff that was coming towards him, the questions for him, the way that people were talking about him, and now he's getting hit with the same questions all the time. All of his teammates are getting hit with the same question all the time, and we wondered what he would look like. I don't know if you all caught that sideline interview yesterday that he did with that young lady, but CJ's over it.
He's had enough, huh?
He's out of F's to give anymore. Like, and I love it. I've always and I think, and I'm not trying to single out CJ to be fake or anything, but I think there's always been a deal of, hey, I'll kind of play up to, hey, be as nice as possible and do the things that you do. We see it, right? You play it up, right? Like we've seen Peyton Manning or all these guys play it up where they're super, super, cordial and nice. That's gone. I love it, to be honest with you. I love, like, he is over, especially when he starts getting. He's over haircut. He's over that question, which I don't blame him. All right, come on, man.
I love it, by the way.
I do.
Not the question, the haircut.
But I know you love but my man, like, hey, man, I got you. Yeah, I got a haircut. People who've seen me, he's over that. He's over anything concerning, hey, how do you fix last year? How do you, like, it's one word. Like, CJ used to be, like, so, like, he'd give you all the time, so nice. You walk away from it, man. CJ's, he's ready to get up out of there, man.
Yeah.
Like, he finished that interview with her, had that smile, and that smile came right off, and he went on about what he was doing.
Well,
I love it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, look, I like the idea of CJ being hardened a bit. I like the idea of him being a little bit edgy. I like the idea of him having a chip on his shoulder. As I said before, I wish he would handle the question of the contract a little bit differently. Of, hey, I've held up my end of the bargain. I know he's butchered that a few times. But you know, I wish there was more to it than that. I wish he was a little bit more edgy. So, and I'm definitely here, and I sensed what you said. I went back and watched that interview on the sideline.
He had her on her heels.
Yeah,
she didn't know.
She did a good job, because when they short answer you like that, you don't want it to be a short interview. You want to have something in the holster. She did a really good job with it. But
she did.
Well, that was a beast right there. It's a good sneeze.
Right, get it out, man.
At the very beginning, talking about like, what did you work on? Oh, just forgetting about, the way it ended or whatever he said about it. It was a quick about moving on from the bad way that last year ended. He was real too. He was real. He was quick. He was straight faced, and I agree with you. It seems like he's over all the questions and just ready to play ball.
Yeah, he's not playing them. Like, he's like, come on, man, let's just go on. Which I like I said, I love, and I think is there is a level of focus. There is growth and maturity in this, where I think he's starting to find his own self. And I think that only helps him with some of the things you've talked about. I think it only helps him with being himself and finding whatever leader, finding any of that stuff inside him. And I think everybody could feel it.
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't. It just seems like from the outside looking in that CJ. I know they at times they've literally said these things, but it seems like CJ is real worried, or has been real worried about what the outside world thinks of him. And it's always almost,
which is normal, right? Which is not. Hold on, I would say normal. It's not abnormal that people that we get young guys come into the league that want to have a certain way that they're viewed.
Well, I would say what's rare is when you find a young quarterback that's that doesn't care and is comfortable in his own skin, in his own personality, and doesn't need to shield things with a certain persona or a certain front. Like, I would say that's rare. And it looks like he's kind of coming into his own, like you said. I'm with you, man. I like the edgier dude, man. Just be you. Don't worry about pissing people off or stepping on toes, man. Just let it rip. I'd love it.
I felt it when she asked him about Marlon Klein and the Michigan shorts.
Oh, I didn't say that. That's what he said. I didn't say that. Oh, I guess
he looked. I
guess he was just joking then.
He gave her a look. He said, "No, I didn't say that." I said, "Damn, man, CJ a year and a half ago would have gone with her. Like, he would have gone with it. No, man, he ain't got it. Like I said, I love it. Someone texted in, CJ is trying to cosplay tough quarterback. No, I don't think he's trying to tough nothing. I think he's human, and he has had about enough of this. Like that, I think he feels extremely disrespected, which I can understand, and I think he is over it.
Yeah,
I think he is thinking, coming down the barrel, I got to do this interview, and I think he is in his mind already thinking of what are some of these dumb questions. Not tell you what he's gonna, these dumb, not even dumb, but the same questions he's gonna keep getting.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, he may snap. He may start cussing again. I know he'd given up cussing for, but he may. I heard Paul Wall. He was on In the Loop. Said Paul Wall. He inspired Paul Wall to stop cussing himself. CJ might start cussing again. Somebody asked him again.
Oh, CJ inspired Paul Wall to stop cussing?
Yeah, to check his language is what he said.
He's never cussed a lot really on any songs in his career, but he had gotten a little bit flirty with it, and he said he heard C.J. Stroud say he was going to limit his cussing, and it inspired him.
Oh, that's nice.
Text line rolling. You saw it too. Text line coming in twice in that interview. He gave her what the hell are you talking about look.
No question. No question he did. And C.J. doesn't typically even come close to that. Yeah.
He gave her one of those, and there was to me even you better not ask me that. We really going to do this again, huh?
Are we gonna give you your flowers?
I can't. I cannot. Many of you can't either. I cannot wait till he needs to play some football, and maybe even a preseason game. I can't wait to. And if he plays the way that I think he'll play and the way that he's capable of playing, God, I hope he gives these people hell. God, I hope he does.
It's not in his nature, Chief.
I don't know, man. His nature seems to be changing. He looked
We'll
at
see.
that girl. He looked at that girl with the side eye. Like he almost said in his mind, Wanch, how dare you? Used to be one of my grandma's favorites.
You think he was showing out in front of that young tender?
Nah. You don't give a rip for her, man. He's had Amber Rose in his car. That may have gotten away from me. Coming up next, T. Mills' best bets. Let's see if he can end this week with a bang. I don't think you got to fade him anymore. I think you got to go with him. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living. I tell you all the time, you got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. It's a pretty simple concept. But if you're out there and you're dealing with allergy, sinus, sleep problems, snoring like a freight train, maybe it's your significant other. Either way it goes, if you're suffering from those breathing problems day and or night, I need your undivided attention real quick.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. All right, H-Town. Today's picks are in. The choice is yours. Are you tailing?
Forget the myths that the media's created and just follow the money.
Or fading?
There is no nobility in poverty.
It's time for T-Mill's best bets on The Drive.
I want you to deal with your problems by becoming rich.
All right, T-Mill's best bets as we load things up here tonight. T-Mill's had a pretty good week, a good bounce-back week. Only one day thus far, and that was Thursday in the red. But yesterday, it's 1 for 2, 50%. You'll take it. He is 6 of 10 on the week, 60%, looking to finish off this week really, really well. If you are looking to find all of his best bets, if you're not able to hear it right here, you can go find that on Twitter at
Space City Sharp
Just lost it,
and
bud.
Stats.
I mean, I was about to say Sports City. That ain't it. Space City Sharp.
Space City Sharp.
Space City Sharp. You can find all of his best bets daily there, as well as other nuggets and notes that you can find there about your betting needs. What you got tonight to try to get yourself freshly in the green?
That's right. It has been a semi-profitable week. We got Friday bets, 3 picks around Major League Baseball, one including the Astros as they begin the big-time series with the Mariners at Dyken Park this evening. But your first best bet on a Friday with The Drive is a Detroit Tigers money line at minus 125 odds. They are hosting the White Sox up there in Detroit. Tigers been hot. Tigers been on fire. They have won 9 of their last 12 ball games. I expect it to continue with the Chi-Town White Sox in town. So bet the Tigers this evening. Second best bet is your Astros action. And if we, for the love of God, have ever had a lock of a bet right here on this show during Best Bets on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley, I think it'd be this one. Big Pete! Ron, the show asked me earlier if I believe in Big Pete Lambert. Yes, I do. I am betting under 2.5 runs allowed by Lambert tonight, who is starting for the Astros. He is allowed under 2.5 runs in 7 straight starts. Bet Big Pete, get some money. And your third and final best bet for Friday night is Brewers in L.A. taking on the Dodgers over 7.5 runs. So that's over 7.5 runs for the Brewers and Dodgers up there in L.A. Those are your 3 best bets. What do you think, boys?
Good Lord, man. The Mariners, they were on a 6-game losing streak. They won yesterday to break it. Here's what they've done to go along with Tyler. They got their asses drilled 11-0, so they scored 0. They then lost 2-1, so they scored 1. They then lost 3-2, so they scored 2. They then lost 4-1, so they scored 1. They had a huge offensive output. They lose 10-5, and then the game they won 1-0.
Stupid merman.
Damn, man.
Stupid merman.
God, who wants to pitch to that, man? Good God.
Big Pete.
0-1-2-1-1-5-1. That's what they scored. They had to beat the Yankees 1-0. So you might be on to something there with Pete. I thought you were going with strikeouts. No, he's
Big
going.
Pete gonna put him to bed at night, baby.
That's
put
right.
the kids to bed. That's what Nick Cannon said.
Let's make it a shutout, Pete. All right, you can allow one run.
You almost had me at
put the kids to bed.
Tyler, you almost had me at if there ever was a lock for the Astros. it would be this Peter Lambert bet, and then you said, I think at the end. That's where you lost. You showed a little. You showed a tad bit of doubt.
Oh, I really didn't mean to. Sometimes I will say that to kind of hint towards maybe this isn't your lock. But no, I feel ultra confident in Big Pete.
Okay.
Yeah, especially what the damn Mariners are doing from an offensive perspective. Yeah, that is
Merman
offense, man. Yeah, go ahead and do your thing, Pete. Just be you, baby. Real quick, how does that work? Does he have to go a certain amount of innings?
Nope.
Oh, that is a great question. Look at you, the guy
I'm just saying,
if
he went out there and pitched one inning and got injured, and they didn't.
Well, as we said, the only thing would be an injury. So let's not even entertain that.
Or he got pulled out. Like,
yeah, that is an interesting thought.
I don't think so. He ain't getting pulled before he's at 3 runs.
I just wondered, like.
Yeah, that was a good question, but also a good retort and point by Clint, because I mean, if he's allowed under that, like, why would he get pulled, like, before the 5th or whatever?
And I'm guessing for like if it was a situation like Brian. Listen, I'm learning here. Situation like Brian King, the last game, they probably wouldn't even put that up there for him because they know he's an opener. They probably wouldn't even put that up for him.
Some betting agencies, at least, I don't think like my site had that listed as like an opener. Yeah,
because I'm just saying, you could see a scenario, a pitcher. Like we watched Lance do this, just throw a whole bunch of pitches, keep shaking himself. Like Imai did the other day.
Yeah.
Just threw 30-something pitches in the first inning, bases loaded, shake himself out, then there's somebody come and get him and finish it off.
Oh, Joe said, I ain't letting this get out of hand.
All right. Those are T. Mill's best bet. Again, you can find it at Space City Sharp, where you can find all of his bets every single evening. T. Mill will hold that down. Texans All Access will hold things down after us. They get going at 6 o'clock. And then Area 45, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Bryson, they will hold things down at 7 o'clock, 7 to 11. They will have the baseball post-game show coming up a little bit later on. We'll see if the Astros are able to increase their lead as they are facing the Mariners tonight. The Rangers, where are they this weekend? The Rangers playing probably somebody, sorry. Who is the Rangers playing? Oh, are they?
The A's.
They playing the A's? Yeah, they playing the sorry ass A's.
With the
That's
A's
another terrible team that they can they'll roll in. So they got to keep winning. In the A's are just as bad as some of these other teams, but they did lose 2 of 3 to the Angels. So we'll see what happens there. But they will hold it down and keep you updated with everything happening with the Astros and get you ready after the game as well. So live and local right here on 95.7 The Fan until 11 o'clock. Also tomorrow as well, weekend. Are you on tomorrow, Tyler?
Not this weekend. Maybe hopefully maybe next weekend though.
Yep.
He's got family this weekend, don't you remember?
Oh, that's right.
I mean, Tyler's really turned the corner here, man.
He's turned the corner.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, right. We're watching a young fella mature right before our eyes, man.
That's right. Well, you got Saturday and Sunday action as well right here on The Fan, so stay tuned live.
Man, my man works and spends time with family on the weekends, man.
Make me sound like I was such a effing degenerate.
I'm just telling you. I mean, it wasn't long ago. It was like, hey, Tyler, what you got this weekend? I don't know. I'm going to start Thursday with steak night, or Wednesday with steak night. Then hit the Heights on Thursday, and then I'll probably stop over in Edo on Friday, and I'm going to the Astros game on Saturday.
That is true.
I'm going to take a break next Tuesday and let my liver dry out a little bit, and then I'm going to get – and now he's with family and friends.
I'll keep it to myself because Clint's on the roll.
Keep what?
I just don't think you should just completely free yourself and let it all go. I think you got to mix them in.
Let him have a family weekend, Ron. It's all right.
I'm letting him have a family weekend, but I'm just saying I don't want – I feel like he's –
You're trying to make him feel bad for spending time with his nephew and his brother. I'm not trying to make him feel bad.
I think he has at least 2 DoorDash nights a month. I think he should keep that rolling.
I mean, he was averaging that a week, wasn't he? It wasn't not too long ago.
I mean,
counting the weekends easy, right, T?
I don't know, man. I feel bad about my past self.
Hold on, Tyler. Then he goes to you for confirmation.
I mean,
right,
check your monthly reports from DoorDash. They'll tell you.
I just think you still need just don't completely clean yourself up from that.
Life's all about balance.
Still have some fun.
Yeah, you're
Have
right.
a good time.
Can you let him get over the hump and get into this mature era?
No, but the mature thing is doing it in moderation. Right?
No, the mature thing is when you see a man that's changing a bit and making wiser decisions and developing, to let him do it and not try to talk him back off the bridge.
I think twice a month you should still go steak night on a Wednesday night.
Tyler's not ready for that.
Let that turn into the heights.
Tyler's not ready for twice. Because twice a month turns into 4 times a month, turns into 6 times.
You know the Taco Bell order.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Better have them cinnamon twists, baby.
I mean, let him do it on his own time, man. He's doing a good job.
We are going to steak night this upcoming week, next Wednesday.
See there?
Yeah. All right.
He's going to crank it up on Wednesday night next week.
All right. You got it. Crank it up. Don't go home early. He went home early. He went home early last time.
There you go. Used to he would act like
those two.
Used to he would act like as the group, as we all kind of split ways, Tyler would act like he was going home, and then all of a sudden you'd hear the next day he actually slid over into the heights.
Yeah, I don't think he was acting. I think he wasn't hiding.
Well, no. But I guess I just assumed, all right, everybody's going home. Not OT. He got a couple pit stops. He got some buddies over in the heights done text him up.
Hey,
ain't nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying,
Before we get out of here,
man, proud of you, bud.
Before we get out of here, it feels like to me they're gonna have a hard time keeping Jared Wayne off this roster.
Yeah,
like you just can't keep making, or at the very least they're gonna have a hard time if they try to do what they've done with players before, try to keep them on the practice squad. Jared Wayne's gonna make somebody's roster.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Jared Wayne is a guy that. I think right now is the front runner for the 5th receiver spot on his team. I think Jalen Noel will be back. If it was a finger, I think he'll be in shape. He'll catch up pretty quick. Nico Higgins, Xavier Hutchinson, and Noel. I think those are 3 Iowa State guys and Nico. I think those are your.
And then you would have Wayne next.
Yep, I think Wayne is next
over Watson, over Tank, over.
Well, I think Tank. The reality of it is Tank's going to start on some kind of injured list. I just don't like. There's 8 practices left, Ron. 8 practices and 2 preseason games. I just don't know how Tank all of a sudden jumps in and is full go and is not only like fully cleared. He's full go. He's in contact and he's put in a position to take reps from somebody on his team on opening day. I just don't see it. I hope it happens. But that is a lot to happen in the next 10 practices.
Yeah.
I think Jarrett Wayne's going to be your 5th receiver. I think they stash Tank on some kind of injured list, and I think Watson is inactive and waiting in the wings for somebody to get injured.
Yeah. All right, we'll see, man. He had him a nice game. He can just keep practice. Now he catches a touchdown, goes up to go get one, makes multiple catches in that game. Him and Marlon Klein certainly seem to be the stars of
should surprise nobody. Those 2 guys have had great camps, man. Every practice you go to, when they get opportunities, the ball's going their direction, and they've opened eyes in a big way. So they just put it on the field in a preseason game last night or yesterday. Yeah, last night.
Yeah, you called it. Yeah, they've really come on here lately. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. Shout out to Figgy as well earlier for holding things down. I am Ron, the show Hughley, as always, Houston. We love you, baby.
Brought to you by
Tyler Miller. You are the greatest producer in the world.
JJ Watt is a fan of the new frequency.
Thank you guys for all the entertainment, not just you guys, but everybody. Looking forward to hearing it on 95.7 The Fan now. Clear signals, no static in parking garages. Just congratulations. Congratulations to everybody over there on your great work, and thank you for all the great years of coverage and many, many more to come.
No, thank you, JJ. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Desk, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by Constellation. I-45 the Gulf Freeway, southbound at FM 1959. This accident has a right lane and a right shoulder blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, 95.7 The Fan.
In Texas, you can be sure that football is king, that barbecue is calling, and that Constellation has great electricity plans. See if you can save at CompareConstellation.com. Be sure with Constellation, Texas sure. Restrictions apply. PUC 10014. Think you know how the second half of baseball plays out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market. Official partner of Major League Baseball. Who wins the division? Who's buying at the trade deadline? Who takes home the Cy Young? And who's still standing in October? Trade against other fans, not the house on Polymarket. From the trade deadline to the World Series, every game matters. Trade on Polymarket. Download the Polymarket app and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast for Blue Chew. That's right, Blue Chew. The number one brand for better sex is Blue Chew. And Blue Chew has dropped something crazy. I'm talking Blue Chew Gold. Look, for years, Blue Chew has given over 5 million men confidence where it counts. But boy, we're talking a revolutionary era right now with Blue Chew Gold, a 4-in-1 upgrade where you got 2 ingredients to attack below the waist, circulation, and 2 ingredients that go after the brain, the arousal, the desire areas of the brain. So you're a machine and you're ready to go. Look, if you listen to 95.7 The Fan, I'll give you an analogy. You've been operating with an AM transmitter all these years. Blue Chew Gold is going to make you an FM transmitter. With 100,000 watts, it's going to make your bedroom noisy again. That's right. Take advantage of my special deal right now. I've got a special deal for my listeners. Right now, when you buy 2 months of Blue Chew Gold, you get the 3rd month for free with the promo code 610. That's promo code 610. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. Promo code 610.
At UTMD Anderson Cancer Center, we're raising the standard in cancer care. Our world-renowned researchers and subspecialized physicians work together to turn discoveries into life-saving treatments. Through the largest cancer clinical trials program, we bring the most innovative treatment options directly to our patients. At UTMD Anderson, we know cancer, inside and out. Choose us first at mdanderson.org.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams sale and get 30% off Duration, Superdeck, and Woodscapes products August 14th through the 24th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Hi, my name is Jordan, and I can't say enough about the staff and the doctors at The Joint Chiropractic. They're convenient, affordable, plus I never need an appointment.
Proudly serving Texans. TheJoint.com, the official chiropractor of the University of Houston Athletics.
If pain is winning, change the battlefield. The Max Recliner turns your living room or your bedroom into a recovery center. Heat, massage, zero gravity equals deep sleep for you. Buy the Max Recliner today. Gallery Furniture delivers deep sleep tonight.
Las Vegas was built for stars. And on August 22nd, 2 of boxing's biggest take center stage. Rolly Romero never follows the script.
This is my game.
Teofimo Lopez has never needed one.
This guy's got a big mouth.
For years, they've had plenty to say.
All you do is talk.
But with World Championship gold on the line, can they back it?
Teo, I'm here. I'm going all in.
It's time to put up or shut up. Rolly Romero versus Teofimo Lopez. August 22nd.
I'll shut you up.
Watch on DAZN and DAZN on Prime Video.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KIKK-FM, KILT-AM Houston. Your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan.
5 nights a week. We talk Texans.
Go, 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 go! Intercepted! Here we go! Touchdown, Houston! Unreal! Let's go, baby! Attack the ball! Sacked! 3 and out! Texans!
This is Texans All Access.
Hello, Texans. Welcome to the program for the first time ever on 95.7 The Fan. It's Texans Radio on FM. Now, games have been on FM for years on 100.3, and last night for the first time on 95.7. But this show on 95.7, do I sound deeper, lower, younger, better, like this?
I'm surprised you got that in your voice today. I woke up and I was like, wow. I don't know. I don't know how Sean Pendergast got on the air on Friday.
You know what?
That dude was a radio warrior. It was amazing.
You'll have to pry the mic from his cold, dead hands, Johnny.
That is true.
He will do the morning show, the pregame show, the postgame show, the morning show. So in the span, I mean, what are we talking? 28 hours. In the span of 28 hours, he's doing 8 plus 6. So he's doing 14 out of 24. And he's done this before.
Yeah.
So he likes it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think he would like it every day,
right.
But he likes it.
Right.
And next week he's going to do it again because the Raiders game is on a Thursday night. And the following week he doesn't have to do a Saturday morning show unless he wants to sit in with Tom Tynan and talk about home improvement.
Now, he won't do that.
Okay.
He's not a home improvement guy.
Right. Or the car guy. I met the car guy at the 95.7 launch party or the switch party on Thursday morning in the high tower of Odyssey Radio. So the car guy and I talked in the elevator for 20 seconds.
Oh,
that
very
was
cool.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think cars. I think Sean just wants. Is that the car I drive? Is that the keys?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm good. I think that's the way he goes. But that's pretty amazing. And I mean, obviously Seth, did a lot of that other than the post game as well. Those guys did a great job. I couldn't make it over to the switch over to 95.7. But it was pretty cool to listen to it, flip it over and listen on FM. And it takes a second because you're hearing voices and you recognize the voices, but there's just such a difference in AM and FM. And so you're trying to, that's Reggie. And then you listen, you're like, okay, there's something a little different about it. In a good way, not in a bad way. But we're all switched over to 95.7. This is the first Texans All Access show on 95.7. And we're glad to be here. We're glad to be on the FM dial.
Bigger, better, deeper. Texans All Access.
Very good.
I think I could be one of these guys.
No, you could.
95.7.
But don't do that to your voice. You got a lot of football.
No, this is all I got because that's all I have is the low tones after a game.
Right.
And yesterday, the room where they were doing the switch over, big party at 95.7, the whole Odyssey studio crowd was there. It was loud in there. Yeah. DJ Matt was spinning them.
Yeah,
it was freaking loud. And I thought, this is not going to be good for tonight. No. This is what I thought Thursday morning. This is not good for me. A loud room is not good for the vocals.
Right. But this is something I learned back. I remember when I came on board in 2014, and we were deciding where we wanted to go eat or what we wanted to do. And that was one of the first things that I remember you saying, like, I don't want to be anywhere where it's loud, where I've got to scream or yell or whatever the night before. And I was like, amen.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like loud and all that anyways, but I don't like being at dinner going, hey, how's the salad?
Yeah.
I don't like doing that. So I was like, man, I appreciate that approach because I just would like go get dinner, wake up the next day and go call a Texans win. So it was not a win on Thursday night.
Not a win.
Kind of frustrated with some of the things that happened. I know Coach was as well. I had a chance to talk to Coach after the game, and He was. I kept it upbeat and tried to find the positive because there were some positives.
Yeah,
there were a lot of positives, and a lot of them came from the rookie class, in particular Marlon Klein and Kalen Rutledge. Now, neither one of them played a ton of plays, but it was really fun to watch those two, and also Colin Wright. I got to throw him in there as the rookie class. He was again, and we talked about it on the broadcast on TV. It was like there's 37 again. Making another play.
Yep.
Made a play on special teams on that kickoff. He's the first guy to go down and knife through and made a big hit. Big hit, and then it was followed up by Aiden Fisher. And Aiden Fisher. I thought Aiden Fisher played pretty well at linebacker. So
you wear 59, you better represent.
You better rep 59
you got
for sure.
D'Amico and Whitney Merciless to represent in that 59 jersey, and he did a good job. So you bring up your D'Amico conversation. Mm-hmm. Let's hear that right now.
All right, Coach, how valuable is a night like tonight where you get to see a lot of young guys or even guys with not having a lot of experience? You get to see what they put on tape. You get to analyze it, sit down with them, break it down. How important is a night like this, regardless of the result?
Yeah, this part of the evaluation process is huge for us, right? We've seen these guys in practice, and it's their first time being able to go live and take guys to the ground, running backs, receivers being able to finish with the football in their hands. So it's the first look, right? And that's what I told the guys. This is the first one. Now, how do you grow from this? And that's what I gleaned from this. Like, this is the starting point, and let's see who's going to continue to rise, or is that the level that you're just going to present every single time, which there's always room to get better, man. And that's why, we go play the games. That's why these preseason games are important for all the back-end guys on the roster. They have to get those live reps to gain that experience so they can get better.
Guy like Jared Wayne, stepping up, a couple third down catches, gets one in the end zone. I think he had 3 overall. We were really excited about what we saw from him. We've seen that in training camp. And I think from a coaching standpoint, you see him do it in training camp. You want to see him do it in a game. He was able to do that tonight. Your thoughts on Jared?
Jared really exemplifies what I talk about in guys who, when the lights come on, how are they going to respond? Yeah. And he responded the exact same way, right? He's been consistent throughout camp. He's made those highlight catches since he's been here. He's made those type of catches, and to see him do it tonight, I'm just proud of him, and I'm happy for him to be able to do it on this stage in this moment. And he's a guy that can help us, right? And he's showing that. Now, can he continue to add that value, picking up where can he do on special teams as well to help us out? This is what preseason is about. Jared Wayne being able to shine like this, really pushing other guys, on the back end of the roster.
One thing, you and I have sat down in this interview setting many, many times, and I've asked you about how do guys get on the field, what do they have to do? And you say, make plays. Yeah. Your young guys seem to do that tonight. Marlon early with that catch down the seam. Kamari Ramsey, maybe she caught the first one, but he did get the second one. Yeah. When you see your young guys make plays like that, how excited does that get you?
Man, it's truly exciting, especially when our vets who are not playing, to see their excitement, to see our entire sideline, see those guys do it. Like Kamari getting a pick, man, outstanding play by him. Marlon, man, he shined early. He was ready to play. The moment wasn't too big for Marlon. Right. So I like, man, and to see him grind in the running game, I see him blocking guys 5 yards downfield. Then you got this big target going down the seam, making catches. So, I'm probably most fired up for Marlon just because I've seen that ability, right, in his Michigan tape. And now for him to come out, do it in practice, and to come and do it in the games, okay, that's the consistency you want, and the Rook is only going to keep getting better.
So then this next week comes. You get a joint practice opportunity with Raiders. You get a game opportunity with the Raiders. I would imagine over the next day or so, getting a chance to sit down and show the film, hey, these are the mistakes we made. We can correct these. But how important is it to have a joint practice to be able to get back on the field maybe sooner than a game, but you can start rectifying those mistakes in that practice against them? How important is that day with them leading up to the game?
Can the Raiders come to town tonight? I'm ready. Yeah. I'm ready to go right now. I got a bad taste in my mouth. I know it's preseason. I'm trying to hold it together, but, man, I'm so ready to compete against the Raiders. I know Clint is going to have his group ready to go. I'm excited. They're going to give us some great things, great looks offensively, different defensive scheme, and it's exactly what we need at the right time, and I'm ready to see our guys go and compete.
Coach, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, sir.
It's great to hear from the head coach. I wish it was after a win. Even in the preseason, Johnny, people ask, how do you feel about a win versus a loss in the preseason? Look, I'd rather see the Texans win every game they play. But as I wrote on HoustonTexans.com, rookies roll. Like, the rookies got out there and they revealed themselves.
Yes.
They revealed some things that you've seen so far in training camp. Not all, but some. You brought up Marlon Klein, big 31-yard catch. Great to see that. You brought up Keelan Rutledge getting the start with the first team O-line that they rolled out there with Davis Mills quarterbacking, and the reserve receivers, for the most part, I hate to call X that, but you don't have Higgins and Nico, et cetera. They look good. They got right down the field. They made things happen. They got into the end zone. Good night, everybody. I mean, that was it. That was all the scoring for the night.
Right.
And it was too bad you didn't get more, and we could talk about why you didn't get more. But I thought, good start, and if that's all you saw from that first team O-line, so far so good.
Sure.
Whittington, Johnny, that's another rookie, undrafted free agent. We know there have been some injuries, British Brooks among them, Jawar Jordan. And the first two guys weren't going to play anyway. When you look at David Montgomery and Woody Marks, gosh, I can't wait to see those guys play. That is going to be fun to watch.
That's going to be really fun, and that's going to happen against the Raiders.
But Whittington, like Jaws last year, showed you some things, and I think it's going to get interesting. And Jawar's probably thinking, please heal up. Please get healthy, body. Yeah. I need to get out there because this Noah Whittington looks pretty interesting.
So as I was driving home, I thought about what we talked about all offseason, for the most part, about training camp battles, quote unquote, and how things have changed, so to speak. There were three of them that kind of hit me. Like, start with the number 3 corner. Look, we know Sting and Kamari, they're as good as it gets in the NFL. I mean, they're incredible. They're a great duo. But we talked about who that number 3 corner was going to be.